The Grand Princess Chapter 135 to Chapter 166. After Li Rong finished talking with Pei Wenxuan, she returned to the princess residence by herself. When she lay on the bed in the princess residence, she seemed to be at a loss. Without Pei Wenxuan by her side and without attending court tomorrow, her heart felt empty. She opened her hand in the air and looked at her slender palm. She suddenly felt that Shangguan Su was right. The daughter of the Shangguan family seemed to be born to hold power. Without power in her hands, she felt lost and empty, as if she had lost her way forward. She was completely different from Li Chuan. As the crown prince, Li Chuan seemed to be responsible for the people around him. Because he was the crown prince, from birth, the lives of many people were tied to him. He had no choice but to fight and move forward. However, every step she took stemmed from her desire for power, which was deep in her heart. She loved the feeling of control and choice. Deep in her bones, she also loved the passion of taking risks for these. Therefore, on such a peaceful night, she was at a loss for what to do. She tossed and turned in bed in the night. After a long time, she got up and went to the cabinet. She took out a set of Pei Wenxuan's clothes. After hugging the clothes in her arms, she found some peace and fell asleep with them in her arms. She slept until morning court and woke up on time. Just as she was about to ask someone to help her get up, she remembered that she didn't need to attend court. She had handed over the Inspectorate of Investigation, so the court had nothing to do with her. She only needed to stay in the dark. Li Rong was stunned for a moment. Then she buried her head in the quilt and fell asleep again. She slept all the way until noon before she got up to eat. Jing Lan helped her up and said with a smile, "Your Highness, you don't seem to be in good spirits when you don't attend court." "My man is gone, my career is gone," Li Rong sighed. "How can I be in good spirits?" Jing Mei was amused by Li Rong. She pulled on Li Rong's clothes and said with a smile, "Your Highness misses your sweetheart so much. Why don't you go to the new residence tonight?" Li Rong leisurely glanced at her. Jing Mei's heart jumped. She thought Li Rong was going to scold her, but she heard Li Rong say, "That's exactly what I want." Li Rong ate breakfast and rested in the courtyard for a while. Zhao Changjijia came back with the news from court. Today, His Majesty appointed the Lord Pei as the chief examiner of the imperial examination. Lord Pei is fully in charge of the imperial examinations. He also had Su Wan officially take over the inspectorate, with Her Highness Consort Ro assisting him to thoroughly investigate the case of this imperial examination. She thought. She couldn't help but ask, "Assistant Minister Su?" Assistant Minister Su asked to supervise the imperial examinations. Supervise? Li Rong laughed. He doesn't restrain himself at all now. What about Cui Yulong? He asked this humble servant to pass on a message. He said that Consort Ro rewarded him today. He also asked him to help him and do his job well. When Li Rong heard this, she knew that Consort Ro had begun to completely trust Cui Yulong. This wasn't strange. She had worked with Su Yongqing for so long. Not only did she not receive anything, but she was also demoted from the position of noble consort to that of a concubine. She had worked with Cui Yulong for such a short time. Not only did she regain her position as concubine, but she also helped Li Qing obtain the inspectorate. On top of that, Cui Yulong was from the Han clan. How could she not trust Cui Yulong? Li Rong nodded and said, "Let Cui Yulong stay here. Have someone keep an eye on him. Remember to find me at a fixed time to get medicine." Zhao Chongjiu complied. Li Rong then asked about the harvest of his fief this year and the situation in the northwest. Sun Daren would like to ask the princess for a favor this time. Li Rong looked up. "Zhao." Chongjiu said in a low voice, "Sun Daren wants the princess to secretly ask for a temporary conscription order for Qin Lin." "How so?" Li Rong tapped her fan against her palm. Zhao Chongjiu raised his hand and handed over the letter of faith that Sun Chuan had sent over. Li Rong quickly skimmed through it and understood Sun Chuan's meaning. During the war in the northwest last year, there was almost no farming in the cities at the front lines. This year, there was no food in the cities, so they could only rely on the imperial court to provide relief. However, when the imperial court's money arrived in the northwest, it was divided up layer by layer. By the time it reached Qin Lin's hands, there was not much left. The military's salary was barely enough, and disaster relief was even more difficult. On one hand, Qin Lin could not bear it. On the other hand, Qin Lin did indeed lack soldiers and horses. Therefore, Cui Qinghe suggested that Qin Lin take in the common people in the cities into the barracks and use them to support the war. The able-bodied men would be sent to the army, and the old, weak, women, and children would be distributed to farm. By the fall of this year, the war in the north would probably start again. Only then would they have the strength to fight. Naturally, this was against the rules. However, Qin Lin believed that by doing this, the major aristocratic families in the north would not have to give him too much of the military's salary, and he would not have to go to the battlefield to feed himself. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the officials in the northwest or not, they would be happy to see this happen and would not expose Qin Lin. Therefore, Qin Lin had already done this in private. However, this was, after all, a violation of the law. In the worst case, it was privately raising soldiers and horses. Therefore, Sun Quan specially wrote a letter to Li Rong, asking Li Rong to ask for a conscription order on Qin Lin's behalf. Normally, it would be fine. However, if there was really a problem, the conscription order would be used. It would be considered that Qin Lin was conscripting soldiers. When Li Rong saw this letter, he could not help but gasp. Qin Lin was a talented general, but his biggest problem was that he was too arbitrary and tyrannical. This kind of general was an ambitious and ruthless person in troubled times, but he was also the most troublesome existence for the ruler in peaceful times. Now, if Sun Quan did not expose this matter, Li Rong immediately thought of what would have happened in the future. Those aristocratic families did not say anything now because they needed Qin Lin. However, when they needed him, this would be Qin Lin's death warrant. What was more frightening was not Qin Lin himself, but that a portion of Qin Lin's military's salary was sent by her. Qin Lin privately raised soldiers and she provided the salary. She was also the eldest sister of the crown prince. If this crime was brought down, it would not be enough even if she died 10,000 times. Li Rong steadied his mind. He knew that he must obtain this conscription order for Qin Lin. After obtaining the conscription order, the more soldiers Qin Lin had, the more stable Li Chuan would be when he ascended the throne. However, how could he obtain such a thing for Qin Lin? The conscription order was a special kind of military order in Xia. During special times, the general could use this order to conscript soldiers in a garrison city. The ruler was very cautious when giving this kind of thing. How could she make Li Ming secretly give a secret conscription order to Qin Lin? Li Rong was thinking when she heard a commotion outside. Not long after, a maidservant rushed in from outside the courtyard and said, "Your Highness." His Highness Hua Lu rushed over with people from the inspection department and sealed off the princess's residence. Hearing this, Li Rong was stunned. After a moment, she laughed in disbelief. "Hua Lu brought the inspection department and sealed off my residence?" She could understand each and every one of these words, but when they were put together, she actually found it a little funny. Without waiting for her to leave, she heard Hua Li's familiar voice from outside. That voice carried a bit of arrogance that wasn't usually there. Ping Li Jia. Li Rong looked in the direction of the voice and saw Hua Lu walk out. From around the corner. Behind her was a group of old members of the inspection department. There were some new faces among them. They should be the new members that Consort Ro had brought into the inspection department. Li Rong raised her eyebrows as she watched Hua Lu walk in front of her. She curtsied to her. "Mimi has been ordered by Prince Su to come to your residence to investigate a case." Investigate a case? Li Rong pondered. What case do you want to investigate? Does sister still remember Chen Hozhao? I remember. Li Rong knew what Hua Lu was here for. She couldn't help but laugh. A few days ago, did you come to the inspection department to complain? He's missing. Hua Lu observed Li Rong. Li Rong looked surprised. Missing? Yes, on the day he complained to sister, he left Huajing. Afterwards, his ship sank and he himself disappeared. So it's like that. Li Rong nodded. Then she remembered, then you should be looking for him. Why are you looking for me? His Royal Highness Prince Su suspects that sister killed this person. Therefore, I ask sister to cooperate and make a trip to the inspection department. Li Rong didn't say anything. She looked at Hua Lu with a smile. Hua Lu saw that Li Rong's expression didn't change after hearing these words. She didn't know why, but she felt that she was a bit short of breath. She forced herself to meet Li Rong's gaze and said, "Sister, do you still want to resist arrest?" "I'm not resisting arrest. I just want to ask sister a few questions." Li Rong tapped her small fan against her palm. "I am a princess of the current dynasty, a relative of the emperor. If you want to arrest me, do you have evidence? If I don't interrogate you, where would I get evidence?" Hualu frowned. "Don't you know how you handled cases in the inspection department? When I handle cases, I always rely on evidence. If your rank is lower than mine, you can invite them to the inspection department. But if your rank is higher than mine, you'll have to ask if they're willing. Sister, this is your first time working in the imperial court. I'm afraid you're not familiar with the rules of the imperial court." "Jing Lan." Li Rong turned her head and ordered Jing Lan, "Go to the room and bring the inspection department's code of conduct. Bring it back for Her Highness Hualu to read." Jing Lan pursed her lips and smiled, then went to fetch the inspection department's code of conduct. Hualu was immediately angered by Li Rong's rebuke. She couldn't help but raise her voice and say loudly, "Stop talking nonsense. You're a suspect in the inspection department's case. Not only are you not coming with me for interrogation, but you're also making all sorts of excuses. Do you have a guilty conscience?" When Li Rong heard Hualu raise her voice, her gaze turned slightly cold. However, she still had a smile on her face as she said, "Sister, I'm afraid you've forgotten the hierarchy in the palace after entering the imperial court. I'm your eldest sister. Are you also this rude when speaking to me? I'm currently helping Prince Su with a case. I know more about the inspection department's matters than you do." Li Rong suddenly raised her voice, "If you don't have evidence, then get out. Li Rong, you, get out." Li Rong waved her small fan and turned to leave. Hualu was anxious. She hurriedly led people to go forward and arrest Li Rong. However, the imperial bodyguards of the princess's residence immediately rushed forward. The two sides were blocked. Hualu shouted, "Ping El, don't go." Li Rong went up the steps. When she heard Huali's scolding, she turned her head back. She slightly raised her phoenix eyes and leisurely glanced at Hualu, who was cursing the inspection department's soldiers to arrest her. She laughed. Just as she was about to ridicule her, she suddenly realized something. There was a conscription order. Li Rong had an idea. He turned to look at Hualu, crossed his arms, and leaned against the pillar. He said provocatively, "Who do you think you are in my mansion? How dare you ask me not to leave?" "Li Rong!" Hualu shouted. "You're now a criminal. You know very well whether you killed Chen Hozhao or not." "What do I know?" Li Rong sneered. "You've been writing Buddhist scriptures since you were a child, and you even asked others to copy them for you. If it weren't for Consort Row taking care of the inspectorate, what do you think you could do? Don't think that you're the same as me just because you brought people from the inspectorate. The difference between you and me isn't just because of our birth." Li Rong raised his hand and pointed at his head. "It's also because of our brains. Hurry home, wash up, and sleep. Don't make a fool of yourself here. However, I understand you." Li Rong walked to Hualu with a smile on his face. He lowered his voice so that only the two of them could hear him and said gently, "A concubine has given birth to a child. That's all there is to it." The word concubine triggered Hualu. It was like a nightmare that she couldn't escape from. She almost subconsciously raised her hand and slapped Li Rong. Li Rong screamed and hurriedly stepped back to avoid her slap. He stumbled and fell backward. The surroundings were in chaos. Jing Lan hurriedly went to support Li Rong and said anxiously, "Your Highness, how are you, Your Highness?" Hualu was stunned. She watched the people around her go to support Li Rong. Li Rong fell to the ground and seemed to have fainted on the spot. Jing Lan called people over and hurriedly helped Li Rong up. Hualu looked at the unconscious Li Rong on the ground. Her hands trembled slightly. She was terrified, but at this moment, she felt an indescribable joy. She suddenly understood why her mother always said to climb up the social ladder. Only by climbing up the social ladder and having supreme power could she trample on others the moment they said that she was a concubine's child. She looked down at Li Rong. Seeing the people frantically supporting Li Rong into the house, she shouted, "Wait. His Highness Ping Lu is a wanted criminal of the inspectorate. Arrest him immediately. Jing Lan was about to speak when Li Rong, who was pretending to be unconscious, grabbed her wrist under her sleeve. Jing Lan paused. Jing Lan's pause caused the surroundings to become chaotic. The people from the inspectorate didn't dare to go forward, but Hua Lu had brought her own people this time. After her people went forward, the inspectorate didn't dare to openly disobey Hua Li's orders. They could only follow behind. Li Rong's soldiers refused to retreat. The two sides confronted each other and pushed each other. Jing Lan heard Li Rong's words and understood Li Rong's intentions. She raised her head and shouted, "Everyone stop. These are soldiers. What are you doing? Are you rebelling?" Jing Lan was the housekeeper of the princess residence. When she spoke, the soldiers of the princess residence stopped. Jing Lan raised her head and looked at Hua Lu. She said coldly, "Your Highness Hua Lu, must you take the princess away today?" "Yes." Hua Lu sneered, "Why? You, a housekeeper, dare to stop me? This servant doesn't dare." Jing Lan saluted and said, "It's just that this servant wants to confirm that my family's princess is only involved in the dark. His Highness Hua Lu is only bringing my family's princess over for questioning. She won't be punished, right?" Hua Lu hesitated for a moment. She didn't dare to say that she would punish Li Rong in public, even if she wanted to. She cleared her throat and said, "Of course not." Jing Lan heard this and said respectfully, "Then this servant will ask someone to confirm our princess's safety first. After everything is fine, we will escort our princess to the inspectorate. I wonder if your Highness Hua Lu agrees?" Li Rong was still unconscious. Hua Lu had received Jing Lan's promise to send Li Rong away, so she didn't make things difficult for her. She only said, "Then call the doctor over first. After confirming that everything is fine, don't delay any longer." Jing Lan bowed and asked someone to help Li Rong into the inspectorate so that the doctor could come in and see him. When the doctor saw Li Rong's appearance, he knew that there was something fishy going on. He didn't say anything and pretended to examine him. Jing Lan accompanied him. Hua Lu sat at the side and drank tea while watching the doctor examine Li Rong. Jing Lan pretended to be worried and grabbed Li Rong's hand. Under his sleeve, Li Rong wrote word by word to Jing Lan. "Jiao Chongjiu, Pei Wenxuan, conscription order, enter the palace." Jing Lan memorized these words. Although she didn't know what they meant, she understood that she had to find Pei Wenxuan. After the doctor examined Li Rong continued to sleep. When Hua Lu saw that Li Rong didn't wake up, she asked someone to bring a stretcher and directly carried Li Rong into the inspectorate. Once Li Rong left, Jing Lan immediately changed her clothes and went out the back door to find Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan had just returned from the official residence. As soon as he entered the residence, he heard Dong Yi say that Jing Lan had come. He frowned and personally went to the main entrance to ask directly, "Did something happen to Her Highness?" Today, Her Highness Hua Lu brought people from the inspectorate to the princess residence and took Her Highness away. Jing Lan was concise and to the point. When Pei Wenxuan heard this, his heart relaxed a lot. How could Li Rong let Hua Lu take him away so easily? This must be Li Rong's doing. However, when he thought of Consort Ro and Hua Li's temperaments, he was still worried about Li Rong's situation. However, he still didn't know Li Rong's intentions, so he couldn't make a decision. He could only ask clearly, "Did Her Highness leave any words?" Her Highness left 4 words, "Jiao Chongjiu, Pei Wenxuan, conscription order, enter the palace." This servant didn't understand her intentions, but I knew that she should be looking for the prince consort, so I hurried over. When Pei Wenxuan heard the words, "prince consort," a trace of a smile unconsciously flashed through his eyes. His expression didn't change as he nodded and ordered Dong Yi to find Jiao Chongjiu. Jiao Chongjiu quickly came over. Pei Wenxuan looked up at him and only asked, "Her Highness mentioned the conscription order. What's going on?" Jiao Chongjiu was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He immediately explained the cause and effect of Sun Chuan's letter. As Pei Wenxuan listened to Jiao Chongjiu speak, he rubbed the surface of the teacup in his hand. When Jiao Chongjiu finished speaking, he still seemed to be thinking about something. Everyone waited for him. After a moment of silence, Pei Wenxuan looked up at Dong Yi and ordered, "Immediately go to the censorate and find one of our people." In a moment, I will write a memorial and have him copy it. Then go to the cabinet and make sure that the memorial will reach His Majesty's hands by tonight. Now that the cabinet had just been built, there were many people inside. The cabinet was built by Li Ming in order to cultivate Prince Su's power and prevent his information from not circulating. When choosing people, he deliberately avoided the children of aristocratic families. But not choosing the children of aristocratic families made it easier for Pei Wenxuan to fill in people. Now, each family had their own way of getting into the cabinet. The new cabinet wasn't much different from the old cabinet office. But after all, they were all new people. It was much better than when the cabinet was completely controlled by the aristocratic families. After Pei Wenxuan finished giving orders, he put down his teacup and finally said, "After the memorial is sent up, immediately inform the Empress and have her pick up Prince Su. Now go inform Xianxia and have her protect His Highness. Don't let anything happen to him." After he finished speaking, he still felt a bit uneasy and stood up. "Jinglan, go and gather the people of the princess residence. Have them wait at the entrance of the inspectorate and be ready at any time. I will go over now." While Pei Wenxuan was arranging everything, Li Rong was lying in the carriage, pretending to be unconscious. Hua Lu sat in another carriage and led her to the inspectorate. She couldn't be taken away by Hua Lu while she was awake. If she was taken away while she was awake, where would she put her face? It could only be justified if Hua Lu took her away while she was unconscious. After all, she was used to being arrogant in Huajing. If Hua Lu broke into her residence and beat her up and took her away, it would be a joke. Hua Lu didn't want to ride with her and put her alone in the carriage. She felt comfortable, so she reclined in the carriage, holding the iron chain, and leisurely thinking about what to do next. For things like the conscription order, the slightest carelessness could be linked to rebellion. Naturally, she couldn't ask for it directly. Only Li Ming could give it to her. Therefore, what she wanted to do was to give Li Ming a hint about the solution of the conscription order. Then, she would let him solve the problem in the northwest and block all of his solutions. In the end, he would only be left with the conscription order. Li Rong closed her eyes in the carriage, thinking slowly. If Li Ming wanted to solve Qin Lin's problem, there were only a few channels. The first was to force Xiao Su or the other aristocratic families to send more troops to Qin Lin. The second was to increase the country's military pay and relief funds. Li Ming couldn't order the aristocratic families around, and he didn't have much money to increase the military pay. In the end, only Xiao Su was left to send more troops to Qin Lin. However, Xiao Su was the trump card that Li Ming left for Li Qing. It was also the army that Li Ming used to fight against the aristocratic families. Once Li Ming realized that the aristocratic family's military power was a threat to him, it was impossible for him to ask Xiao Su to send more troops. Li Rong tapped her palm with a small fan, thinking about what to say when she met Li Ming tonight. With Pei Wenxuan's speed, she wasn't worried at all that he would be able to enter the palace tonight. Her only worry was, it was only one afternoon, so Hua Lu and Consort Ro shouldn't be too crazy. Just as she was thinking this, she heard the coachman shout outside. Li Rong was stunned and couldn't help but panic. She usually didn't panic about other things, but she was worried that Pei Wenxuan's brain wasn't normal. He didn't understand her intentions and came to save people. However, she thought about it and felt that she needed to give Pei Wenxuan more confidence, so she tried to calm herself down. Just as she was preparing herself mentally, a young man's voice sounded outside. It was a gentle but impolite young man's voice. "Your Highness Hua Lu, the Ministry of Justice is investigating a case of missing people in the suburbs of the capital. They need Your Highness Ping Lu to come to the Ministry of Justice. Your Highness Hua Lu, please do us a favor." When Li Rong heard this voice, she couldn't help but be stunned. She never thought that Su Yongqing would appear at this time. Hua Lu was clearly even more surprised than she was. "Assistant Minister Su?" Hua Lu seemed to be at a loss. He said hesitantly, "Imperial older sister is currently related to the case that the inspectorate is investigating. How about Assistant Minister Su come and interrogate her after the inspectorate is done? This case has now reached a critical juncture. I hope that Your Highness Hua Lu won't make things difficult for me." As Su Yongqing spoke, his voice gradually got closer. Li Rong guessed that he must have said something to Hua Lu. She couldn't hear clearly what was said outside. After a while, she heard footsteps approaching. She quickly closed her eyes and lay down. She felt someone lift the curtain and come in. The other person sat next to her and said to the people outside, "Let's go back to the princess's estate." After saying that, the other person lowered the curtain. The voices outside immediately quieted down. Li Rong heard the sound of the carriage approaching. It wasn't good for her to suddenly wake up. Moreover, if she woke up, it would be awkward for her and Su Yongqing to sit face to face. Thus, she lay down in the carriage and desperately tried to figure out why Su Yongqing had come. Su Yongqing seemed to have looked at her for a while. Then, he got up and knelt in front of her. His scent enveloped her. Li Rong could smell the scent on his body. It was the same as in her previous life. It was the special incense from the princess's estate in her previous life. Now, he didn't hide it and even wore the incense on his body. Li Rong was in a daze. Su Yongqing had already gently lifted her hand. He unlocked her handcuffs and gently put her hand back. Then, he took off his coat and draped it over her body. Then, he sat next to her. In fact, according to etiquette, even if they were in the same carriage, he should sit in the seat furthest away from her. However, he didn't do so. He sat not far from her. It wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. This was the seat he usually sat in her previous life. Li Rong didn't know if he knew that she was awake. However, she didn't want to wake up now. If she woke up and confronted him, it would be too awkward. She wasn't afraid of people confronting her head-on. Like Hua Lu and Consort Ro, she would hit whoever came. However, she was afraid of Su Yongqing. She had a feeling that if she interacted with Su Yongqing wouldn't hide anything from her. However, it was because he wouldn't hide anything that she didn't dare to ask. This kind of feeling made her feel extremely vexed. Even his visit today made her feel a little irritated. Thus, she simply closed her eyes and pretended to be unconscious. No matter how many questions she had, she would wait until she returned to the princess's estate to investigate them. Not long after Su Yongqing intercepted Li Rong, the news reached Pei Wenxuan's hands. When Pei Wenxuan heard that Su Yongqing had taken her away, he immediately led his people back to the princess's estate. Dong Yi was a little puzzled. He couldn't help but ask, "Assistant Minister Su intercepted the princess. Shouldn't young master go to the Ministry of Justice to look for him?" "He won't take your highness back to the Ministry of Justice." Pei Wenxuan's voice was a little cold. "He will take good care of your highness." Li Rong closed her eyes and endured the journey. She felt that time was abnormally long. Halfway through the journey, she felt a little sleepy. However, she didn't dare to sleep. She faintly heard Su Yongqing instruct the carriage outside. His voice was very soft, as if he was very far away. "Go slower. Don't be so bumpy, your highness." She really couldn't take it anymore. She felt as if the clothes covering her body would bite her. She simply turned over and pushed the clothes off her body. Su Yongqing quietly watched as Li Rong deliberately pushed the clothes to the ground. He stared at the clothes on the ground for a long time before finally speaking. "Your highness, sleeping like this will cause you to catch a cold. If you don't want this official's clothes to cover you, then get up. This official has brought a storybook. If I read it to you, time will pass quickly." When Li Rong heard this, she knew that Su Yongqing knew that she wasn't asleep. He even knew that she was hiding from him. After all, he had handled cases in the Ministry of Justice for many years. He still had this ability. Li Rong was exposed. She didn't continue to pretend. She simply stood up and smiled openly. "All right, then this official will get up." Su Yongqing didn't say anything. He took out a storybook from his sleeve and calmly said, "Today, this official has brought boudoir of the boudoir. I don't want to hear this." Li Rong directly interrupted him. Su Yongqing paused, then nodded and hid the storybook in his sleeve. Li Rong stared at him. She wanted to ask him about the past, but she didn't want to talk about it with him. The past between them seemed to be a forbidden area that she didn't want to touch. The two were silent for a moment. Li Rong finally spoke. "Assistant Minister Su, why did you seek me out today?" I heard that His Highness Hua Lu went to the princess's residence to cause trouble for the princess, Su Yongqing calmly replied. This official thought that if His Highness Hua Lu really brought Your Highness into the inspectorate, Your Highness would suffer. Thus, this official brought Your Highness back halfway. I'm afraid it wasn't to prevent me from suffering, but because you were afraid that I would plot against Hua Lu. Li Rong laughed mockingly. Su Yongqing was silent for a moment. He didn't hide anything and directly said, that was indeed the reason. You don't hide it from me. Rongqing doesn't dare to hide it from Your Highness. Su Yongqing raised his eyes to look at Li Rong, his expression calm. Li Rong met his eyes. She stared at them for a long time. This pair of eyes didn't seem to be any different from the last life. Li Rong couldn't help but laugh. Haven't you hidden enough things from me? Su Yongqing paused for a moment. The moment these words came out, the two of them seemed to be standing in front of a thin veil. They could faintly see each other's figures, but couldn't clearly see each other's faces. If either of them took another step forward, they would be able to tear the veil apart and see each other's appearance. It was just that no one knew whether that appearance was hideous and terrifying, or a face that was as beautiful as a fantasy. Su Yongqing raised his hand to hold the cup. He took a sip of the cold tea. The cold feeling calmed him down little by little. After he calmed down a little, he slowly said, Does Your Highness resent me? Li Rong thought for a moment. She laughed self-deprecatingly. What resent? I'm not as good as you. I admit defeat. But I want to. No. Li Rong crossed her arms in front of her chest and said in a low voice, Can't you stop? She had already been reborn. The revenge that should have been taken had been taken. The resentment that should have been resolved. What was there to be obsessed with? Su Yongqing looked at Li Rong. He asked in return, Will His Majesty stop? This His Majesty wasn't just referring to Li Ming. It wasn't just Li Chuan either. What he was referring to was every ambitious monarch sitting in that position. The aristocratic families had developed to this point. No ambitious monarch could keep them. As the emperor's maternal family, the Shangguan clan could escape this disaster. As the head of the aristocratic families in Jiangnan, the Su clan had almost no chance of escaping unscathed. Su Yongqing understood. Li Rong also understood. Li Chuan's ruthlessness towards the Su clan wasn't just because of Qin Jinjin's death. Qin Jinjin showed the terrifying power of the aristocratic families. The decline of the Su clan represented the last glory of the aristocratic families in Xia. After this, all the aristocratic family's existence was just a lingering echo. Li Rong couldn't stop Li Chuan. In fact, she couldn't stop any ambitious monarch. Su Yongqing laughed. Your Highness, I don't have a choice. Li Rong was speechless. For a moment, she suddenly felt that this person was both hateful and sad. She poured herself a cup of tea and didn't say anything. She had already asked the most important question. Even if she already knew the answer before asking, she still wanted to ask again. Now that she got a definite answer, she didn't have any other thoughts. The two of them were silent for a long time. Just after dusk, the carriage arrived in front of the princess's residence. Pei Wenxuan was waiting at the entrance of the princess's residence. Before he arrived, he had already ordered people to clear the area. Today, the princess's residence was surrounded. Under special circumstances, it was normal to seal the road. After the area was cleared, there was no one in front of the princess's residence. He stood guard at the door with his hands in his sleeves. When he saw the carriage approaching, he nervously clenched his fists. When the coachman saw Pei Wenxuan, he stopped. Before he could call out Lord Pei, Pei Wenxuan strode forward and lifted the curtain. Li Rong didn't expect Pei Wenxuan to come so quickly. She was a bit stunned as she held the tea. Then, she saw Pei Wenxuan's cold eyes sweep over Su Yongqing's clothes on the ground. Then, he looked up at her. Li Rong suddenly felt an inexplicable psychological pressure. She coughed lightly and explained, Wenxuan, that, Your Highness, come down first. Pei Wenxuan said calmly and reached out his hand to Li Rong. The calmer Pei Wenxuan was, the more flustered Li Rong was. She quickly put her hand on Pei Wenxuan's hand and let Pei Wenxuan help her down the carriage. Su Yongqing turned his head and lowered his head to pour tea for himself. As soon as they got out of the carriage, Pei Wenchuan took off his coat and put it on Li Rong. He said gently, "Your Highness, are you cold?" "I'm not." Li Rong subconsciously wanted to refuse. After all, it was almost April. But before she could finish, Pei Wenchuan held her shoulder and said firmly, "You're cold." Li Rong was speechless. She had no choice but to be cold. She didn't dare to speak and just put on Pei Wenchuan's coat. Pei Wenchuan called for the Jing Lan, who was guarding the door, to come over and help Li Rong into the carriage. Li Rong saw that Pei Wenchuan didn't intend to go in with her and couldn't help but worry. She was afraid that he would do something rash. After all, Cui Yulong's punch had been hung in the imperial court for a few days. Few people would care if Cui Yulong was punched, but if Su Yongqing was punched, it wouldn't be a small matter. But she was afraid that if she said too much, Pei Wenchuan would misunderstand that she was protecting Su Yongqing. She held back her words and could only say, "Let's go in together, Pei Wenchuan knew what she was worried about. He smiled gently and said softly, "Your Highness, you can go back first. I'll come back after saying a few words, Since Pei Wenchuan said this, Li Rong couldn't say anything else. She could only look back every few steps and reluctantly let the Jing Lan help her into the carriage. When Pei Wenchuan saw that Li Rong had returned to the residence, he was stunned. He came back and lifted the curtain of the carriage again. Su Yongqing knew that Pei Wenchuan came back alone. He looked up coldly and said, "Assistant Minister Pei, what advice do you have for me?" Pei Wenchuan smiled gently and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Assistant Minister Su, this one has to remind you that the incense on your body is for internal servants. I hope that Assistant Minister Su will remember." Su Yongqing's gaze suddenly turned cold. Pei Wenchuan smiled and nodded as a greeting. He then lifted the curtain in his hand and put it down, isolating the faces of the people inside. He then happily turned around and left. When he caught up with Li Rong, his face was full of pride. Li Rong saw his smile and couldn't help but feel strange. "What did you say to him?" "Ah? Nothing." Pei Wenchuan smiled, "I just praised him. The incense on his body smells good." Li Rong was speechless. She knew that Pei Wenchuan had a dog's nose. She had smelled the incense on Su Yongqing's body from her previous life. It was impossible that he didn't smell it. She remained silent for safety. After a while, she deliberately changed the topic. "You're strutting around the princess residence. Aren't you afraid that people will see you? Today is a special day. I already had people clear the area in advance. Right now, only the inner courtyard and my people are still outside." Pei Wenchuan quickly answered Li Rong's question. He didn't wait for Li Rong to ask again and continued, "The memorial has already been sent to the cabinet. It should reach His Majesty tonight. You can also rest assured that there will never be enough money for the Ministry of Revenue. It's not easy for His Majesty to collect money. He can't give money to Qin Lin. Your Highness, please rest assured." As the two spoke, they walked into the room in the inner courtyard. As soon as they entered the room, Pei Wenchuan turned around and blocked Li Rong's path. "Right now, there's only one question left." Li Rong heard his serious tone and felt a bit afraid. She didn't know what she was afraid of. She felt as if she had done something wrong. She pretended to be calm and stood in place. Then, she saw Pei Wenchuan reach out and put his hand on her face. His voice was full of pity and interrogation. "Did he hurt you?" When Li Rong heard this, she knew that Pei Wenchuan was asking about Hua Lu. She didn't care and smiled. "It was just a scratch, how could I really let her hit me?" Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything, he just looked at her. After a moment, he lowered his head and gently kissed her wound. That kiss was a little itchy, it made Li Rong's whole body tremble and she couldn't help but take a step back. As soon as she took a step back, Pei Wenchuan came forward and pressed her against the door. He used his lips to brush across her face and fell on her lips. He held her waist and wanted to rub her into his bones and blood. Li Rong felt his strength and gently pushed him. She vaguely said, "We still have to go to the palace." Pei Wenchuan knew what she meant. As long as the memorial was sent to the palace, she had to go to the palace to find Li Ming. If she left any traces at this time, it would be hard to explain. So he straightened up and hugged her tightly in his arms. He took a deep breath and said, "You've been wronged." "How is this considered a grievance?" Li Rong laughed. She raised her hand and poked Pei Wenxuan's shoulder. "I thought you were going to ask about Su Yongqing." When he heard Su Yongqing's name, Pei Wenxuan coldly snorted and lowered his head to kiss her. "You still dare to say it?" "As soon as I saw you, I smelled a strange smell." "What kind of dog nose do you have?" Li Rong laughed out loud. "You can smell it from outside the carriage?" It wasn't strange for her to smell it when she was close to Su Yongqing, but Pei Wenxuan could smell it when they met. This was a bit shocking. However, she was not surprised that Pei Wenxuan had such a keen sense of smell. After all, Pei Wenxuan was an expert in perfumery. If his sense of smell was not keen, he would not be able to learn this. Pei Wenxuan kept a straight face and did not say anything. Li Rong knew that he was a little angry, so she hooked her arms around his neck and hung herself on him. "I pretended to be asleep in the carriage, so he covered me with a coat," she explained, her face full of grief as she leaned against Pei Wenxuan's chest. "Brother Pei, I'm dirty. What should I do?" Pei Wenxuan was amused by her and lowered his head to kiss her. "Dirty? Come, big brother will wash you." The two laughed and fooled around for a while, from the door to the bed. Pei Wenxuan knew that news from the palace would come at any time, so he did not go too far. At the end, he only took off his outer coat. His clothes were intact, and Li Rong leaned against his chest as if she had scattered. Pei Wenxuan got up to get some water and helped her wipe her sweat. She did not sweat much, so after a while, she was no different from usual. Pei Wenxuan lay next to her and stroked her arm to let her feel that he was still by her side. He thought for a while and said, "Why did Su Yongqing look for you?" "He was afraid that Hua Lu would be at a disadvantage," Li Rong said lazily. "Even you could guess that I was scheming. After all, he has been with me for so long, how could he not guess?" Pei Wenxuan's movements slowed, but before Li Rong could notice, he continued to stroke her hair and said calmly, "He was probably also worried that you would be at a disadvantage in the hands of Consort Ro and Hua Lu, right? The reason they went through so much trouble to bring you to the inspectorate is probably because they want to think of a way to link you to the crown prince for killing Chen Hozhao. If you fell into their hands, no one would feel uneasy." Li Rong did not speak. She closed her eyes. Pei Wenxuan lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "I originally wanted to go immediately, but I was afraid that I would disturb your plans, so I arranged everything. You did very well." Li Rong grasped his hand and pulled him forward. She nestled in his arms. "You don't need to explain these things to me. What you did was what I wanted." Pei Wenxuan did not speak. Li Rong leaned in front of him and comforted him greatly. "I didn't go immediately." Pei Wenxuan sighed. "I felt guilty." Li Rong reached out and wrapped her arms around his waist. She knew that he was not only guilty, he was also afraid. He was afraid that he was one step too late. He was afraid that he did not give as much as Su Yongqing. He was afraid that he did not do as well as Su Yongqing. But she did not know how to persuade him. There were many reasons, but most people in this world understood reason better than anyone else. But all wounds could only be healed by events and experiences. She did not speak and just hugged Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan thought for a moment and knew that it would be unreasonable to talk about these things. He changed the topic and asked, "Did you talk to him about anything?" "I asked him if he could stop." Li Rong sighed. He did this mainly because he did not trust the Chuaner. If he could help the Chuaner ascend the throne with us, it would be much easier. "What did he say?" Pei Wenxuan already knew the answer and asked casually. "Naturally, he did not allow it." Li Rong lazily replied. "He said that all the monarchs would not let the aristocratic families go. He had no choice. His best choice is to assist Prince Su. Prince Su was born in a poor family. Xiaosu does not have much ability. After ascending the throne, he will inevitably rely on the aristocratic families. He is only 11 years old now. 2 years later, when he ascends the throne, he will only be a 13-year-old baby. At that time, we will see if he will be obedient or not. If he is obedient, he will stay. If he is not obedient, we can just wait until he has a child and find another baby." Li Rong said lightly, "You have a very good plan." Pei Wenxuan heard this and nodded. "There is no need to force him. He is different from us. He has no choice. How is it that he has no choice? Li Rong laughed, he is just unwilling to give up the benefits in his hands. Pei Wenchuan did not speak. He hesitated for a moment and finally said, Your Highness, the Su clan is different from the Shangguan clan and the Pei clan. The Shangguan clan is originally one of the 8 clans, and the Pei clan is also a poor family. Both of them relied on the imperial family to reach where they are today. Therefore, we do not have many choices. Whether it is changing the crown prince or accepting government orders, the losses are not much different. But the Su clan is different. It is the head of the prominent families in Jiangnan. For these century-old aristocratic families, not to mention the change of princes, even the change of dynasties did not affect them. So? Although Li Rong asked, she knew what Pei Wenchuan was talking about. She laughed bitterly, whether the Su Yongqing fights or not, the majority of the people in the Su clan and other clans will not retreat. Rather than letting the Chuaner ascend the throne to that step, it would be better to directly abolish the Chuaner to prevent greater losses, right? Pei Wenchuan did not speak. Li Rong turned to look at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, You are very considerate. Didn't you not like him? Why do you speak up for him every day? I don't like him, Pei Wenchuan smiled gently and raised his hand to comb the messy hair on her forehead, but I hope that your highness will feel that there are many people in this world who like you. He wanted to let Li Rong see a better and warmer world. He did not want her to think of everything in an extreme way. In this world, there were too many people who taught her how to judge others with malice, but he wanted to teach her to open her eyes and look for all the possible good in this world. Even if this person was Su Yongqing. Li Rong knew what he meant. She reached out and hugged Pei Wenchuan, acting coquettishly in his arms. I know that Brother Pei is the best. Pei Wenchuan smiled and looked at the girl who was acting coquettishly in front of him. He lowered his head and kissed her, It's good that you know. As soon as he said this, the voice of the Jing Lan came from outside, Your Highness, news from the palace has arrived. His Majesty has already read the memorial. The Empress is rushing over to make a fuss. When Li Rong heard this, she quickly got up and ordered the Jing Lan, Prepare the carriage. I will go to the palace now. As she said this, Pei Wenchuan also stood up and helped her tidy up her clothes. Li Rong quickly dressed up and turned to order him, Don't stay in the princess residence for too long. Go back. Pei Wenchuan smiled bitterly and replied, I know. Li Rong saw that he seemed to be unhappy, so she tiptoed and kissed him to comfort him. She took her small fan and walked out. As soon as she left the room, Li Rong immediately stopped acting coquettishly in front of Pei Wenchuan and led the others out. As she walked forward, she asked the Jing Lan, Did you ask what the Empress is doing? She did. The Jing Lan followed Li Rong and lifted the curtain of the carriage to let Li Rong in. He said in a low voice, The Empress is going over because of your matter. I'm afraid that there will be a fuss in the palace. Li Rong nodded and didn't say much. Her mother was extremely unyielding when it came to her and her brother's matters. Li Rong took a small mirror and looked at the wounds on her face. Then, she hurriedly entered the palace. Li Ming didn't expect Li Rong to enter the palace at night and was arguing with Shang Guanyu. When she heard Li Rong arrive, Shang Guanyu reacted first. She sniffed and pretended to be calm, Let His Highness come in first. Li Rong stood outside for a while. Then, she walked in with half anger and half grievance. When Shang Guanyu saw Li Rong enter, the first thing she saw was the bloodstains on her face. She couldn't hold herself back and turned to look at Li Ming. She said in a low voice, Your Majesty, look at what is on Ronger's face. Do you still dare to say that nothing happened? Li Ming saw the wounds on Li Rong's face and froze for a moment. Li Rong knew that her mother had made a fuss. She knelt down and respectfully said, Greetings to Imperial Father. Ping Le, why did you enter the palace so late? Li Ming pretended that he didn't know anything about what happened and didn't say anything. Li Rong's expression was calm as she lightly said, This son entered the palace to discuss the investigation of the inspectorate. Li Ming was silent for a moment. He originally thought that Li Rong would come in crying. He didn't expect Li Rong to be so calm. After a moment, he slowly said, Then. Empress, you can leave first. Zhen will talk with Ping Le and give Ping Le justice. Shang Guanyu looked at Li Rong and then looked at the emperor. She saw that Li Rong didn't seem to want her here, so she didn't stay. She sniffled and got up to leave. After Shang Guanyu left, Li Ming quickly went forward and helped Li Rong up. Ping Le, what happened to you? Talk to Imperial Father. Imperial Father should have heard. Li Rong restrained her anger and looked up to say, today, Hua Lu brought people to my Fu and had a conflict with my Fu's soldiers. She beat me in front of everyone. This son has been recuperating until now and has just recovered. Now, I'm entering the palace. Hua Lu dared to treat you like this. Li Ming pretended to be angry. Jin will call her over and scold her. Imperial Father, Li Rong looked up at him and said calmly, this son's matter is a small matter. This son didn't enter the palace for such a small matter. This son came here because I'm worried that if Qingdi acted like this, the Bureau of Investigation won't be able to be saved. Li Ming heard Li Rong's words. He paused and then slowly said, what do you mean by can't be saved? Imperial Father, Hua Lu acted like this. Today, she entered my Fu. If it was another official, and she beat an official in the Fu when the other party was only involved in the case, does Imperial Father think this matter can be settled? Taking a step back, Li Rong continued, if it wasn't me today, but any other official, does Imperial Father think that Hua Lu would be able to take the other party out of the Fu? Even the people of the Bureau of Investigation would fall there. How could that be possible? Li Ming laughed, you're worrying too much. Imperial Father, Li Rong's expression was calm, this son established the Bureau of Investigation single-handedly. This son knows better than anyone how difficult it is. This son is a princess, the eldest sister of the crown prince, the daughter of the empress, and has the backing of the Shangguan clan. In the process of investigating a case, this son encountered countless assassination attempts. With Hua Li's actions, this son is afraid that it will be very dangerous. This son asks, in this large aristocratic family, who can withstand a slap from Hua Lu? Li Ming didn't speak. He thought about Li Rong's words. Li Rong continued, this son knows that Imperial Father doesn't trust this son. This son's original intention in establishing the Bureau of Investigation was for this son's selfishness, but other than this son also hoped that in the imperial court, there would be someone who could control the power of the aristocratic families. Although this son has left the Bureau of Investigation has always been this son's painstaking effort, Li Rong said with some sadness, if it's gone like this son's heart will pass. What you said makes sense. Li Ming pondered and said, then according to what you mean, should we have Hua Lu restrain his actions and not be so forceful in the future? When Hua Lu needs to be forceful, he should still be forceful. However, he shouldn't humiliate people like this, Li Rong said solemnly. In addition, Imperial Father needs to send more people to the Bureau of Investigation. Firstly, Imperial Father needs to ensure the safety of Consort Row and the others. Secondly, the Bureau of Investigation will have confidence in doing things. These aristocratic families all have their own soldiers. If Hua Lu can't suppress them, I'm afraid that he won't even be able to bring them out, let alone handle the case. Li Ming heard Li Rong's words and understood what she was hinting at. In the past, the Bureau of Investigation only needed these few people because Li Rong had face. Even if the aristocratic families didn't respect her, they had to respect Li Chuan. Now that Consort Row was doing things, he didn't have face. Naturally, he could only rely on more people to do things. Li Ming thought that Li Rong was asking for credit. However, when he heard this, he had other thoughts in his mind. The aristocratic families all had soldiers. Now that he had established the Bureau of Investigation and changed the imperial examination system, the soldiers in the aristocratic families' hands were a big taboo in his heart. No one knew if these aristocratic families would join forces one day and overthrow his position. This possibility made Li Ming somewhat anxious. He couldn't help but want to increase the number of soldiers and food for his own troops. However, this was all money. Strengthening the soldiers in his hands required money. Just now, the Imperial Censorate had sent a report saying that the Northwest Qin Lin didn't receive any food. It was estimated that there would be another war this autumn. There hadn't been any farming last year. There were too many refugees and they needed to be appeased. They needed money. Now that the Bureau of Investigation wanted to expand the number of soldiers, they needed money. It was all money. When Li Ming thought about this, he felt a headache coming on. He raised a hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Li Rong sized him up and carefully said, "Does Father Emperor have any concerns? What you said is very reasonable. However, increasing the number of soldiers in the Bureau of Investigation is a matter of money. Since the establishment of the Bureau of Investigation, it has spent a lot of money. If we increase the number of soldiers now, I'm afraid that the Ministry of Revenue won't allow it." Li Rong listened and used a small fan to lightly tap the palm of his hand. He slowly said, "Father Emperor is right. In fact, when I was in the Bureau of Investigation, Sun Chen privately subsidized a lot." When Li Ming heard Li Rong's words, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. However, Li Rong didn't say anything else. He turned his head and thought for a moment before saying, "How about this, Father Emperor, you give younger brother Qing a conscription order. When the time comes, if younger brother Qing feels that he doesn't have enough manpower, he might as well conscript some civilians himself." During the chaos of last year's war, there were many refugees in the city. The cost of conscripting refugees was low. These civilians only needed to be fed. This way, the people's livelihood would be stabilized and the Bureau of Investigation would have more manpower. In terms of money, younger brother Qing is also a prince. He can't always expect Father Emperor to pay for everything. What does Father Emperor think? A conscription order? Li Ming listened and shook his head. This is something from the military. How can it be brought to the Bureau of Investigation? Special circumstances require special treatment. Li Rong smiled. She hesitated for a moment before reminding him with some hesitation, after all, the imperial examinations are about to be reformed. This is also a special period. When Li Ming heard Li Rong's words, his heart sank. He sized up Li Rong. When he saw Li Rong in a daze, he couldn't help but sigh. He probed, "You are Chuaner's older sister. Zhen didn't expect that you would miss Chuaner so much. We are all brothers of the same family." Li Rong smiled and looked at Li Ming. "He is still young, and he is taking over my Bureau of Investigation. How can I not miss him?" Li Ming hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. "Usually, Zhen favors Chuaner and Hua Lu more. Zhen thought that you would be somewhat uncomfortable. Father Emperor is thinking too much." Li Rong sighed. "When I was young, I was still a little uncomfortable. But when I grew up, I understood Father Emperor's difficulties. Chuaner is the crown prince, and I am the eldest princess of the first wife. We have already received a lot. Father Emperor dotes on the other sisters-in-law so that we won't make enemies." Li Rong spoke so sincerely that Li Ming felt a little awkward. Li Rong smiled and said sincerely, "In any case, Father Emperor won't depose Chuaner. How can Chuaner and I not know of Father Emperor's love?" "You are right." Li Ming nodded and smiled with some difficulty. Li Rong looked at him gently. "I came here today to tell you about some things that I am worried about." As for other things, Li Rong looked a little sad. "It's not good for me to pursue this matter. Hua Lu just took office. If I pursue this matter with her, it will be even harder for her to get along with others in the future." "You are magnanimous." "Hua Lu is really—" Li Ming was a little disappointed. "She is too much." Li Rong smiled and lowered his head without speaking. Li Ming was silent for a while. He thought about it and knew that he couldn't just let it go like this. If he didn't appease Li Rong, the Empress would continue to cause trouble for him. Also, Li Rong was right. Even if Hua Lu was wrong, he couldn't slap her face. Otherwise, if she continued to handle cases, everyone would sing a different tune from her. Li Ming thought about it again and again. Finally, he said, "You have been wronged. What do you want?" "Father will give it to you." "What I want, I'm afraid Father will be embarrassed." Li Rong smiled bitterly. When Li Ming heard Li Rong's sigh of relief, he knew that she wanted something from him. He immediately said, "Tell me, Father will definitely agree." "Father," Li Rong looked sad. "Prince consort. Can you let him come back?" Li Ming didn't expect her to say this. He looked at Li Rong's gloomy face and felt a little distressed. But thinking about the worries in his heart, he could only say, "Ping El, a forcibly picked melon is not sweet. Forget it." Li Rong looked sad. Li Ming thought for a while. Do you have anything else you want? It's nothing, I'm just a little short of money. In the past, the inspection department spent a lot of money. In the past, it was all given to Prince Consort. Now that Prince Consort and I are divorced, such a big Princess Fu, we need to spend money on food and clothing. A few hundred taels of gold a year will be gone in a flash. You should have told father earlier. Li Ming understood Li Rong's meaning and hurriedly said, how can father let you suffer? Fu Lai, Li Ming turned his head and called Fu Lai over. Let the Imperial Household Department inventory the warehouse, take. Li Ming paused. Li Rong turned his head and looked over. Li Ming gritted his teeth and finally forced a smile. 100 taels of gold. Send it to Prince Ping Li, father is so good. When Li Rong heard that it was 100 taels of gold, she immediately became happy. She stood up and said, then this subject will not disturb father. This subject will leave first. Go. Li Ming smiled reluctantly. It's not early anymore. Li Rong happily left. Li Ming stopped her. That, about Hua Li's matter, give her some face. She is also investigating the case. Just put on an act and seal the fu. Li Rong knew that these 100 taels of gold were not given for free. Li Rong smiled and respectfully said, this subject understands. After saying that, Li Rong left. Li Rong happily took the money back. Li Ming stayed in the palace for a while, thinking about the 100 taels of gold. He thought about Qin Lin, Xiao Su, and the inspection department asking for money. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His chest tightened and his head hurt. Fu Lai brought over a cup of tea and rubbed Li Ming's head. He comforted, Your Majesty, don't be too angry. Anger will harm your body. That will be a disaster for the country. One by one, they ask for money every day. Those bastards from aristocratic families. They have so much military pay, but they don't leave any for the people at the border. They bully people and send Qin Lin to the front line. What can people do without soldiers and food? Then. Fu Lai hesitated. Why don't we let General Xiao, how can we let Xiao Su go? Li Ming sat on the chair and slapped the armrest. He cursed, now that the imperial examination is reformed, who knows what these bastards will do? If Xiao Su goes to the front line, it will be my soldiers who will die. If these aristocratic families make a move, how can I fight them? Fu Lai stopped talking. Li Ming thought about it and heard Fu Lai remind him in a low voice, then, is there really no way to let the national treasury pay for it and let General Qin have enough strength to fight the enemy and settle the people down? Li Ming fell silent. After a while, he slowly said, there is one. Your Majesty, do you have an idea? Li Ming didn't speak. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the jade ring on his finger. Li Rong's words were still in his ears, there are many refugees in the city. The cost of conscripting refugees is low. These people just need to be fed. This way, the people's livelihood will be stabilized, and the inspection department will have more manpower, deal with the refugees, little money, and increase the military strength. The inspection department couldn't use this method, but Qin Lin couldn't be more suitable. Li Ming slowly said in a cold voice, the conscription order. After receiving Li Ming's reward, Li Rong happily left the palace. Not long after leaving the palace, she changed her clothes with Jing Mei and instructed her, go back and find my body double. Tomorrow, people from the inspectorate will come to seal the residence. For the next few days, let my body double stay in the residence and cover it well. Jing Lan and Jing Mei nodded. Jing Mei couldn't help but ask, then what will your highness do? I will go live in the new residence. Li Rong was thinking about Pei Wenxuan as she absent-mindedly turned the folding fan in her hand. Jing Mei didn't understand, what will your highness do at the new residence? Do you miss the prince consort? Li Rong's hand paused. Jing Lan lightly coughed, your highness, don't worry. Jing Mei and I will arrange things here. With Jing Lan's interruption, Li Rong's awkwardness eased a bit. She responded with an N. Seeing that the journey was suitable, she had the carriage stop. She disguised herself as a maid and got off the carriage. Then, she led a few imperial bodyguards to a hidden place. After reaching a hidden place, the hidden guard who went to clear the path turned back and whispered, "Your Highness, no one is following us." After confirming that it was safe, Li Rong turned back and hurried to the new residence. While Li Rong was rushing to her new residence, Pei Wenxuan was still in the room looking at several alternative questions for this year's imperial examinations. Now that everything for the imperial examinations had been arranged, all that was left was to wait for Consort Row to settle the case of the substitute examinees and prepare for the examinations. Pei Wenxuan was thinking about the exam questions when Dong Ye's voice came from outside. He whispered, "Gongzi, Her Highness sent someone over. She said that she has something important to discuss with you." When Pei Wenxuan heard that Li Rong's people had come, he knew that she had finished her business in the palace. He lowered his head, circled the words on the questions, and wrote down some corrections. As he wrote, he slowly said, "Come in." A moment later, a woman dressed in black walked in. She was wearing a cloak that covered her face. Pei Wenxuan didn't raise his head. He lowered his head and looked at the booklets. He calmly said, "How is Her Highness?" "She has gone back." A hoarse female voice sounded. Pei Wenxuan's hand that was holding the brush paused. He frowned and looked at the woman standing in the room. The woman wore a veil and covered her face, body, and was completely covered. Pei Wenxuan quietly looked at her for a moment, then turned his head. He lightly said, "Oh, that's good. Does Her Highness have anything else to say?" Li Rong stood in place. She saw that Pei Wenxuan was ignoring her, as if he didn't recognize her at all. She was a bit angry. She lowered her voice and said in a low voice, "Her Highness didn't say anything else. She said that the princess residence will be sealed off tomorrow. She hasn't seen Darren for a long time. She was afraid that Darren would be lonely, so she sent this servant to serve you. This servant has no manners." Pei Wenxuan frowned and looked at her. He coldly said, "Get out." Li Rong looked at Pei Wenxuan's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. She reached into the cloak and began to take off her clothes one by one. Pei Wenxuan looked away and lowered his head to look at the document in his hand. He coldly said, "What are you doing?" "Darren, this servant was sent to the residence by Her Highness. Darren doesn't need to be nervous," Li Rong said. She took off the last of her clothes and walked barefoot towards Pei Wenxuan. The black cloak vaguely revealed a pair of white, round feet and slender ankles. They flickered under the clothes, and when they fell to the ground, they were like blooming lotus flowers. As she spoke, she passed by the candlesticks. With a sweep of her wide sleeve, the entire room darkened. The woman fell into Pei Wenxuan's arms in the darkness. Her smooth and soft hands reached out from under the cloak and hooked around Pei Wenxuan's neck. She whispered, "Her Highness won't blame me." "Really?" Pei Wenxuan finally couldn't keep up the act. There was a hint of a smile in his tone in the darkness. Li Rong instantly realized that Pei Wenxuan was bluffing her. She immediately wanted to get up, but halfway up, she was pulled back and fell into his arms. Pei Wenxuan held her with one hand and used the other to lift her chin to look at him. He smiled and looked at the jade person under the moonlight. "Did Your Highness come here tonight to throw yourself into my arms and run away at night?" Li Rong heard his words and rolled her eyes. She hooked her arms around his neck and sat up straight in his arms. She lazily said, "I'm at my wit's end and came to seek refuge with Darren. I plan to eat your food, drink your water, and use your money." Li Rong raised her eyebrows and looked at him. "Is Darren willing?" Pei Wenxuan laughed when he heard this. He rubbed his nose against her face and said softly, "When have I ever been unwilling to give you money?" Pei Wenxuan kissed her. "Dishonestly. Everything this official has belongs to Your Highness." Pei Wenxuan. Li Rong was a little proud. "Do you think this counts as a transaction of power and sex?" Pei Wenxuan showed a surprised expression. "So Your Highness's sex can be transacted?" Li Rong thought about it and felt that these words were not very pleasant to hear. Pei Wenxuan pushed the things on the table behind her and cleaned the table. He put her on it and put his hands on top of her. He smiled and said, "You should have said so earlier. In my previous life, this official still had some power. Whatever Your Highness wants, this official will give it to you." The mama in the palace said that the words of men cannot be trusted. Li Rong raised her body and whispered in his ear, especially the men in bed. For example, someone once said to me. Li Rong ran her finger across Pei Wenxuan's chest. It's worth it to die on me. I didn't lie to you. Pei Wenxuan smiled. Li Rong let out a muffled groan and grabbed his hand. How was the discussion with His Majesty tonight? Pei Wenxuan's voice was very steady. Li Rong grabbed the edge of the table and said in a cold voice, almost. I hinted to him about the conscription order and reminded him about the issue of military power. When he thinks about Qin Lin later, he will secretly give Qin Lin a conscription order. After all, the border can't be lost. He can't mobilize the troops sent by the aristocratic families, and he can't bear to let his own people fight. He can only let Qin Lin waste his time on the front lines. Pei Wenxuan made a sound of agreement and rested his hands on the edge of the table. Li Rong gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. However, Pei Wenxuan liked to talk to her at this time, as if he wanted to see how long she could last. After waiting for a long time, Li Rong's mind was somewhat scattered. She lost her sense of propriety when talking to Pei Wenxuan. She rarely complained and muttered, in order to let Prince Su ascend the throne, he did everything he could. He sent Xiao Su to the northwest and gave Prince Su military power. He let Consort Ro handle the case of the poor families to help Prince Su accumulate his own people. He let Su Ronghua be his teacher and let the aristocratic families of Jiangnan establish diplomatic relations with him. He just waited for another 10 or 20 years for him to teach Li Qing. Then, he would properly take care of the world and hand it over to Li Qing. I don't understand. We are both children. How can there be a difference? If he has a trace of pity for me and Chuaner, he will think of a way. Your Highness, Pei Wenxuan knew that she was thinking about the past. He didn't want her to think about this, so he interlocked his fingers with hers and asked her softly, Did you come to my residence because you missed me? Li Rong couldn't think and vaguely answered. Pei Wenxuan lowered his head and kissed her. You're staying just like this? Li Rong closed her eyes and said in a low voice, I will hide here for the next few days. Every day, I will wait in your room for you to come back. Li Rong didn't finish her words. She didn't know what Pei Wenxuan was thinking, but everything stopped. Li Rong opened her eyes blankly. Pei Wenxuan was also a little embarrassed. After a moment of silence, Li Rong laughed and said, Have someone bring water. Pei Wenxuan stood up and carried Li Rong back to the bed. He had someone bring water. After the two washed up, they lay on the bed together. Pei Wenxuan asked about the layout of the princess residence. After confirming that there were no problems, he took her into his arms. His movements were a little heavy, as if he was very happy. Li Rong thought about what happened just now and couldn't help but feel a little strange. She raised her hand to her ear and looked sideways at Pei Wenxuan. What were you thinking about just now? Why are you so excited? When Pei Wenxuan heard her question, even at night, Li Rong felt that he seemed to be blushing. Li Rong couldn't help but reach out to touch his face to make sure that it wasn't burning. Pei Wenxuan quickly pushed her hand away and whispered, Don't make trouble. Are you blushing? Li Rong quickly asked. Pei Wenxuan pulled Li Rong into his arms. Your Highness, let's sleep. The more Pei Wenxuan tried to hide it, the more curious Li Rong was. She poked her head out of his arms and hugged him. Tell me, how can I sleep if you don't tell me? As she spoke, she raised her hand to touch his earlobe and confirmed that it was really hot. She shook Pei Wenxuan and asked, If you don't tell us, we can't sleep. I can still catch up on sleep during the day, but you still have to go to court, okay? Pei Wenxuan was a little helpless and opened his eyes. Then I'll tell you, you can't laugh at me. I promise I won't laugh. Li Rong blinked. Hurry up and say it. Actually, I've always had a wish in my heart. Pei Wenxuan's voice was very soft. He hugged Li Rong and said softly, I hope that one day, your Highness can be mine alone. This period of time doesn't need to be too long. A few months is enough, a few days is fine, or even a few hours. I'll be very happy. This was an answer that Li Rong didn't expect. After all, she had experienced it before. At first, she thought that Pei Wenxuan would give her a more erotic reason. However, she found that every time she thought that Pei Wenxuan was addicted to the joy of making love, this person would give her a more gentle response. She gently leaned against Pei Wenxuan. After a while, she asked, "How can I be considered your highness?" When Pei Wenxuan heard Li Rong's question, he was a little surprised. After a while, he lowered his head and kissed her forehead. "Just like this, it's very good. You're in my arms, and I'm in your heart. That's enough." Li Rong didn't say anything. She looked up at him. "Your Highness." Pei Wenxuan smiled. He took her hand and said gently, "With me, you can walk out of the past." Regardless of whether Li Mingzai cared about her, regardless of whether Shang Guanyu loved her or Li Chuan, regardless of whether there was anyone who liked her in the past, regardless of how many broken relationships she had seen and how dark human nature was, as long as he, Pei Wenxuan, was here, he would not let her drown in the past. He would pull her out and walk towards a better future together. Li Rong privately went to Pei Wenxuan's place and arranged for a substitute to stay in the princess's residence. The next day, he heard that Hua Lu had brought people to surround the princess's residence. He heard that her eyes were red when she came. She was probably reprimanded by Li Ming last night, so she only surrounded the princess's residence and didn't dare to enter at all. Li Rong happily listened to Zhao Chongzhou's report. Zhao Chongzhou saw that Li Rong was happy and continued, "In addition to being reprimanded, Her Highness Hua Lu also had another unlucky thing recently." "Oh?" Li Rong was a little curious. "What else?" "In the morning court this morning, we talked about establishing diplomatic relations with the northeast border." Li Rong drank tea and listened to Zhao Chongzhou's methodical words. The Lord Pei suggested that Princess Hua Lu go through a political marriage. When Li Rong heard this, he spat out a mouthful of tea and choked and coughed. Zhao Chongzhou calmly handed over a handkerchief. Li Rong took the handkerchief and covered his mouth. He coughed and said, "He went himself?" Zhao Chongzhou nodded and added, "Her Highness Hua Lu was so scared that she cried for the whole afternoon." Li Rong, he knew that Hua Lu was timid, but he didn't expect her to be so timid. Li Rong recovered and waved his hand. He was too lazy to care about Hua Li's matter and directly said, "What else? Is there any news about the conscription order?" "There's no news for the time being." Li Rong nodded. She had just warned Li Ming last night, so she wasn't in such a hurry. After asking Zhao Chongzhou about Cui Yulong, Qin Lin, and Lin Feibai's situation, Li Rong also felt tired. He let Zhao Chongzhou leave and lay in the courtyard to bask in the sun. Pei Wenxuan concealed the news of her identity. Except for his trusted aides, no one else was allowed to enter the inner courtyard. Li Rong was happy to be free. He covered himself with a blanket and lay on the recliner to sleep until evening. Pei Wenxuan usually didn't come back so early, but when he thought that Li Rong was at home, he hurried back when it was time and didn't work at the office. When he came back, he heard that Li Rong was sleeping in the courtyard. He didn't let anyone disturb Li Rong and quietly went to Li Rong's side. He casually took an orange from the table and peeled it while guarding Li Rong. When Li Rong woke up, she saw Pei Wenxuan reading beside her. She looked at him in confusion for a moment. Pei Wenxuan noticed that she was awake and turned to look at her. He smiled and said, "You're awake? Are you hungry?" "I'm hungry." Li Rong raised her hand and put it around his neck. She straightened up softly and kissed him. "You're back so early?" "You're at home, how can I not come back early?" Pei Wenxuan turned back and asked someone to get a coat. He raised his hand and put it on her. He pulled her up and walked to the small dining room in the inner courtyard. Li Rong looked at the things in the foo and couldn't help but say, "Your family's residence is really good. Father doesn't like large residences, but mother does." Pei Wenxuan explained, "So we bought a large residence according to mother's wishes and built an inner courtyard according to father's preferences. Now it's just right." Pei Wenxuan turned to look at her with a smile. "It's a golden house for my mistress." "I heard that you complained about Hua Lu in the imperial court today?" Li Rong didn't want him to take advantage of her words and changed the topic. She poked his waist with her fan. "Why did you scare a little girl?" "She's a little girl?" Pei Wenxuan sneered. "Scaring her is letting her off easy. Let me see your face." When Pei Wenxuan talked about Hua Lu, he thought of Li Rong's wound. He turned to hold Li Rong's face and looked at it for a moment. Although Huala didn't hit her yesterday, her nails still scraped a shallow mark. Today, it had formed a scab and was very obvious. Pei Wenchuan became angry when he saw it. He frowned and said, "I'm not worried about doting on her. Every day, she messes with Madame Li, Pei Wenchuan." Li Rong raised her eyebrows. "You've crossed the line." "What Madame Li?" Li Rong hit him with her fan. Pei Wenchuan groaned and tried to dodge. Li Rong reminded him, "That's called the imperial family. There's no such family in my heart." Pei Wenchuan reached out and hugged Li Rong. "There are only two kinds of people in my heart." "Which two kinds?" Li Rong was curious. Pei Wenchuan smiled. "Princess and others. The hierarchy in this world is only between your highness and others. Princess is superior, others are inferior. Don't say any more." Li Rong raised her hand and covered Pei Wenchuan's mouth. Her eyes were full of tenderness. "If you continue, I won't be able to eat." She suddenly knew the reason why Pei Wenchuan was so favored by the two emperors. This little mouth of hers was too good at flattery. Li Rong dragged Pei Wenchuan to sit down and eat. The two talked about what happened during the day. There were many things to be done in the imperial court, so Pei Wenchuan talked for a long time. When Li Rong finished, Li Rong thought for a moment and only said, "Eat, sleep, eat." As she said this, she was a little unhappy and waved her hand. "It's very boring. It's boring to talk about anything." Pei Wenchuan saw her appearance and poured a bowl of soup for her. "Right now, the imperial court is fighting fiercely. You just retired from the inspection department, so it's very appropriate. When they have enough chaos, they will think of you. You don't have to do anything right now." Pei Wenchuan placed the soup in front of her. "Take advantage of this opportunity to recuperate your body. That's the most important thing." The two people's bodies weren't very good. Pei Wenchuan's body was tormented, but Li Rong's body was damaged from childhood. When she was young, she was punished severely to kneel. Not only did she hurt her muscles and bones, her body wasn't very good. Pei Wenchuan saw her taking small sips of the soup and asked, "Tomorrow, I'll invite a doctor to the food to take a look at you." Li Rong was a little puzzled. "Look at what? You're about the same age." Pei Wenchuan's expression was gentle. He raised his hand and gently placed it on her stomach. "I want to wait until you're 20 years old before we have our first child. Is that okay?" When Li Rong heard him mention children, she saw his somewhat expectant eyes. She turned her head and pretended to be calm. "Okay. Choose." The next day, Pei Wenchuan came back early from court. He had Li Rong cover her face and sit behind a screen to let the doctor examine her. The doctor took her pulse and sighed. "It's not a big deal. It's just that this madame's foundation is too weak. I'm afraid that the matter of the fetus won't be rushed for a while." When Li Rong heard this, he instinctively turned to look at Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan seemed to be stunned for a moment. Li Rong looked at the doctor again and said in a low voice, "It's not urgent." "Are you saying that she won't be pregnant for the time being, or she might not be pregnant for the rest of her life?" The doctor paused, as if he was hesitating and wanted to compromise. When Li Rong saw his hesitation, he said directly, "Just say it. Madame's body is too cold. Judging from your pulse, you should have taken care of it in the past. However, Madame thinks too much. I'm afraid that medicine alone won't be effective. If you can stop worrying, reduce the knot in your heart, and take care of yourself for a while, you will be fine. However, it's easier said than done. If Madame can do it, I'm afraid I won't be sitting here." When Li Rong heard this, he nodded. Pei Wenchuan frowned and said, "Will it affect other things? The yin and yang are not balanced." The doctor nodded and said, "Not only will it affect the child, but it will also affect your lifespan." When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he held Li Rong's hand and said calmly, "Then you can write the prescription." The doctor nodded and got up to write the prescription. Li Rong turned to look at Pei Wenchuan and pretended to tease him. "It seems that Lord Pei's wish to have children is difficult." When Pei Wenchuan heard her words, he shook his head and said, "Having children is a small matter. You should take care of your body first." In her previous life, they were together for a year and did not have children. He originally wanted to find a doctor to take a look at her womanhood, but he was still young and was too embarrassed to do so. Now that he thought about it, he was too careless. The doctor that they invited today was the most famous doctor in Huajing. Since he said so, it was not surprising. However, Pei Wenxuan still asked someone to take the doctor's prescription out. After a few doctors discussed it, the prescription was finally finalized. At night, Li Rong slept with him. He seemed to have not slept at all. Li Rong opened her eyes in a daze and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you still awake?" "It's nothing." Pei Wenxuan smiled and raised his hand to pull the blanket over Li Rong. He wrapped the blanket around her and only revealed his head. He looked down at her and said bitterly, "Did you see these in your previous life?" When Pei Wenxuan. Li Rong knew that he was asking about children. Of course, she had seen it. But there's no news for more than a year. Why didn't tell me? Pei Wenxuan hugged her, feeling a little sad. Li Rong chuckled. I can't bear children, so how can I tell my husband? Of course, I have to keep it a secret and recuperate myself to prevent you from having other thoughts. Why do you think of me like that? Pei Wenxuan smiled bitterly. Li Rong hugged him and closed her eyes. She replied confidently, I haven't known you for more than a year. How can I trust you so much? Pei Wenxuan listened. He didn't know whether to feel angry or relieved. The year when he was with her was like a cactus flower. It was the most beautiful time in his heart. However, during that time, Li Rong always kept her guard up against him. Li Rong shouldn't be blamed. He was the same. Love would make people promise life and death in a short period of time. But only time and suffering could make people slowly open their hearts to each other. In the future, you have to tell me everything. I know. Li Rong found him annoying. After hesitating for a while, she whispered, I'm afraid that I won't be able to have children for the rest of my life. That's okay, Pei Wenxuan said softly, I'm only looking forward to your children. Then why did you make me take medicine? Li Rong muttered, you don't mean what you say. You're lying. I'm worried about your health. Pei Wenxuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you so unreasonable? Li Rong snorted and didn't say anything more. Pei Wenxuan hesitated for a while and said slowly, you're with me. There's nothing to do. Just take care of yourself. Don't worry about anything else. I'm here for you. Li Rong didn't say anything. Pei Wenxuan thought for a while and finally said, you see, whether it's in the previous life or this life, I'll always be with you. No matter how much we quarrel, I'll always protect you, right? Li Rong closed her eyes and listened to Pei Wenxuan's words. After a long time, she said softly, I know. With Pei Wenxuan's words and this opportunity, Li Rong really began to recuperate. While Li Rong was drinking tea, playing with birds and reading books at home, Consort Ro was in a hurry. Consort Ro was a newly appointed official. She first used Chen Hozhao's disappearance to surround Li Rong's residence and grounded her. Then, she began to issue orders to arrest people all over Huajing. The first to bear the brunt of this was the Shangguan family. She sent people directly to the Shangguan family's gate to arrest people, but they were chased out as soon as they reached the gate. Consort Ro was so angry that she almost cried. She hurriedly took the list of people she wanted to arrest and went to the palace to complain to Li Ming for a long time. Li Ming read through the reports and said calmly, if you can't arrest them, then think of a way. Did I give you the inspectorate to make trouble for me? Am I the inspectorate's director, or are you? But the Shangguan family is too much of a bully. I really have no other way. Can't you think of a way? Li Ming was a bit irritated, I can't even go to the Shangguan family to arrest someone. In the past, Ping El even sent Xiao Lanqing to prison. Did she tell me? That's because she's the princess of the Shangguan family, Consort Ro emphasized, I come from a humble family. Other than your majesty's favor, I have nothing. If your majesty doesn't help me, what will I do? When Li Ming heard this, he stopped writing. He looked up at the list and thought for a moment, then finally said, Pei Wenxuan is now in charge of the imperial examinations. If you don't confirm the list of candidates, the imperial examinations won't start. He's a capable person. I'll call him to your side later and let him help you. When Consort Ro heard Li Ming's words, she was a bit nervous. Pei Wenxuan was more or less related to Li Rong. Even though they were divorced, she was still worried. Li Ming saw that she didn't speak and couldn't help but ask, "What else do you care about?" Consort Ro forced a smile. "Lord Pei is still young. Your Majesty, why don't you find a more mature official to help me? Which old fox in the court do you think will help you?" Li Ming smiled mockingly. "Only those poor children who want to climb up the social ladder will work for you. Pei Wenxuan is ambitious. If you give this matter to him, he can handle it. You have to do it well, but don't rush to the front." Li Ming said, "You're Chunger's mother. Let Pei Wenxuan do everything." When Consort Ro heard this, she thought about it seriously. She wasn't an idiot. When Li Ming gave the inspectorate to her, it wasn't for the sake of justice for the people. The emperor didn't care about the fate of so many people. He only cared about the big picture in his heart. The inspectorate was the source of power that Li Ming gave her. It was for her to put on a show and establish her prestige in the hearts of the poor. It was also for her to use the inspectorate as a support to gain her own followers. Only when they had a good relationship with her and received practical benefits would the people in the court truly care about her status as a poor noble consort. Now, she had a good relationship with the aristocratic families. She used the infighting between the aristocratic families to defeat the Shangguan family and help Prince Su ascend the throne. After the imperial examination system sent in talents, she used the poor families to balance out the remaining aristocratic families. Li Ming's plan for her was very far-reaching. Therefore, there was a problem of moderation. She couldn't go too far in the reform of the imperial examination system and completely offend the aristocratic families. She also couldn't scratch an itch through one's boots and let the court not bleed at all. This would chill the hearts of the poor scholars, and she wouldn't be able to establish her prestige in the court. Consort Ro thought about Li Ming's words and agreed. In the afternoon, Pei Wenxuan originally planned to hurry home when it was time to leave. However, just as he was packing his things, Li Ming sent someone over to ask him to go to the inspectorate to help Consort Ro investigate the case and listen to Consort Ro's orders. When Pei Wenxuan received the order, he didn't show any dissatisfaction on his face. He smiled and received the order. When the person left, his face immediately fell. Dong Yu watched Pei Wenxuan's face change and carefully said, "Gongzi, you don't seem happy." Pei Wenxuan's face was cold. After a long time, he said, "So annoying." As he spoke, he walked out. As he walked, he whispered, "Go back and tell Madam that I'll be back late tonight." "Ah?" Dong Yu was stunned. He slowly said, "But, didn't His Highness tell you to go back early for dinner?" Pei Wenxuan paused. After a long time, he still said, "You, tell someone to go back and tell them the truth. Tell them that I've been delayed by Consort Ro and have to go. I'll be back as soon as possible. Tell her to have a good meal." Dong Yi nodded. Pei Wenxuan got into the carriage himself. He sat in the carriage with a cold face and headed to the inspectorate. Li Rong had nothing to do at home, so he personally went to the small kitchen to instruct the servants to cook and wait for Pei Wenxuan to come back. However, before he could come back, he received the news that he wouldn't be coming back. Li Rong was originally in high spirits as he instructed the servants in the kitchen, but he instantly lost interest and even became a little angry. She went back to the small dining room to eat alone. Just as she was eating a few mouthfuls, she saw the housekeeper hurriedly run in from outside. He said excitedly, "Madam, please find a place to hide." Li Rong looked at the housekeeper blankly and repeated, "Hide?" The old lady came and said that she must see the young master. As soon as the housekeeper finished speaking, Li Rong immediately knew that one had come. He quickly got up, instructed the servants to clean up the dishes and wanted to go back to the bedroom. But when he just walked to the door, he heard Wen's voice from outside. Li Rong knew that it was too late to go out, so he simply turned back and hid behind the curtain behind the screen. As soon as he hid, he heard Wen's voice from outside, "Don't fool me. Aunt Qian saw it a few days ago. She said that Wenxuan called Imperial Doctor He to the mansion." "Don't I know what Imperial Doctor He does?" Wen said and walked in. She said angrily, "Is he hiding a woman?" "Madam," the housekeeper knew that Li Rong was behind the screen. He was so anxious that he sweated. "The young master is not that kind of person. He can't be that kind of person either. Wenxia said firmly, if she was a decent girl, he would have married her. What's the point of hiding her at home? If she is not a decent girl. Wen said with a sobbing tone. She simply sat aside and cried, his father is so good. How can he be like this? Li Rong listened behind the screen. He fanned himself and rolled his eyes silently. His Highness is such a good wife, Wen said. Li Rong quickly stopped rolling her eyes. She suddenly felt that Wen's words were effective. Wen complained and sobbed, what is wrong with him? Even if he is fierce and noisy, aren't all women like this? It is not easy for His Highness to be considerate of him and understand him. He still wants to divorce her. He is crazy. Madam, you can't say that. The housekeeper smiled apologetically, how about you wait for the young master to come back? I don't care. Wen wiped her tears and sat up straight, ask that woman to come out. I will make it clear to her that my son loves His Highness. It is just a quarrel between the two of them. She should not be delusional enough to ruin the marriage. Madam, there is really no woman. I don't believe it. Wen sat in the hall, if there is no woman, I will sit here and wait for Wen Xian to come back. Li Rong heard this and her legs ached. She looked at the sky outside. She had to wait for Pei Wenxuan to come back, she could not stand still. Bring me a cup of tea. Wenxia calmed herself down. I'll wait here. I'll either teach Wen Xian a lesson or that little bitch a lesson. As long as His Highness is still alive, no one can enter the Pei family. The little bitch. Li Rong heard Wen's words and a subtle feeling slowly rose in her heart. Pei Wenxuan did not know what was going on at home. He closed his eyes and rested for a while. When he heard that the carriage had arrived at the inspection department, he raised his hand and rubbed his face. When he felt his face soften, he returned to his usual smiling appearance and walked down the carriage. Xianxia had already heard that Pei Wenxuan was coming and was waiting at the door. Pei Wenxuan got down the carriage and Xianxia welcomed him with a smile. I am here on His Royal Highness Prince Su's orders to wait for the Lord Pei. Pei Wenxuan smiled and respectfully said, thank you. Xianxia raised his hand and made a pleased gesture, welcoming Pei Wenxuan into the inspection department. Xianxia accompanied him inside and said in a low voice, the dozen or so scholars who are being interrogated today are all related to people from the Shangguan family. Be careful. Pei Wenxuan nodded and did not say anything, walking into the room. When he entered the room, he saw Consort Ro and Li Qing sitting on the high seats. Hua Lu was sitting on the side. Next to them were the guards they usually used in the palace. Below them were the people from the inspection department. At the moment, Li Ming was short on money and temporarily had no way to increase their manpower. As long as nothing major happened, Consort Ro could only use people from before Li Rong. This was also the reason why Xianxia was still around. Pei Wenxuan first bowed to Consort Ro. Consort Ro raised a hand to let him stand and smiled, saying, Lord Pei, have you received the imperial edict? Yes, Pei Wenxuan respectfully said, it is this subject's good fortune to be able to work for Xiangyang. I have troubled Darren. Consort Ro seemed embarrassed and sighed, saying, I am a woman and cannot do many things well. In the future, I hope that Darren will help me more. Please don't take offense. Xiangyang is too polite. Pei Wenxuan looked meaningfully at Consort Ro. This subject is also from a poor family and will naturally help Xiangyang. Xiangyang, please do not worry. Consort Ro naturally didn't believe Pei Wenxuan's words, but she didn't reject them completely. She nodded and said, then bring them up first. Pei Wenxuan didn't speak. He took tea from the side and watched as the scholars were brought in. These scholars knelt down one by one. Consort Ro said softly, everyone, please tell me how you discovered that you were replaced. Consort Ro finished and pointed to the person at the side, you. The scholar at the side responded and knelt down, saying, this subject is a scholar from Yuzhou, Zhang Wenji. I participated in the district examination last year. Usually, this subject is famous for his studies in my hometown. Since young, this subject has been a good student in the academy. After participating in the district examination this time, this subject did not pass the provincial examination. Instead, it was the son of the district magistrate, Zhao Ping, who passed. This Zhao Ping was the subject's classmate and was usually ignorant and incompetent. this subject felt that it was strange. Later on, the announcement pavilion posted the essay of the person who passed the provincial examination. This subject recognized that the handwriting in the essay was not written by Zhao Ping. This subject was dissatisfied, and at that time, I heard that there were other places that were replaced. Thus, I went to the announcement pavilion at night and carefully looked at the essay. I found that the essay's name was slightly thin and the ink was blurry. It was clear that someone had scratched the name and patched it up. Thus, this subject contacted friends from all over the place to help this subject check the essay on the announcement boards. Finally, this subject found this subject's essay on the announcement board of the neighboring county. Thus, this subject found out that this subject had been replaced by someone else to participate in the spring examination. According to the rules of Xia's imperial examination, in order to ensure that there would not be any corruption, the examiners and invigilators of the examination would be managed by people from Huajing. After the examination papers of the examinees would be sent to Huajing and marked by the Ministry of Personnel. Then, the results would be directly sent back to the local government. Furthermore, the essays of the people who passed the provincial examination would be posted on the announcement boards. Firstly, this was to display the talents of the imperial examination scholars for everyone to admire. Secondly, this was to prevent this kind of replacement. However, to be able to become an official was too great of a temptation for the local aristocratic families. Thus, even though Xia had explicitly prohibited it, it could not stop them from continuously sending money to Huajing. The imperial examination had long been a grand transaction between the aristocratic families. It could be said that the price of official positions was clearly marked. Pei Wenxuan was not surprised when he heard these scholars talk about how they discovered that they had been replaced. After listening for a while, he discovered the problem. Firstly, these people were all from Yuzhou, which was the territory of the Shangguan family. Before the examination papers were sent to Huajing, no one would know who had passed the provincial examination. Thus, no one would make a move at this time. There were only two parts to changing the names on the examination papers. The first part was that after the examination papers were marked, the names were opened, and the names were sorted according to the region. The second part was that the examination papers were sent back to the place where they had passed the examination papers. The person in charge of these two parts was usually the large aristocratic family that was in charge of the region where they had passed the examination. Pei Wenxuan could more or less guess Consort Ro's intentions. After listening to Consort Ro's words, he silently sipped his tea. After everyone had finished speaking, Consort Ro looked at Pei Wenxuan and said with a smile, "Lord Pei, do you understand?" "This subject understands." Pei Wenxuan put down his teacup and pretended to be focused. Consort Ro looked at him and asked tentatively, "Then, Lord Pei, what do you think we should do next?" "Of course we should investigate." Pei Wenxuan immediately gave the answer and said decisively, "Look at these scholars." The examination papers of A appeared on the bulletin board of B, which is enough to prove that the person who changed their examination papers behind the scenes is at least in charge of the distribution of the examination papers in Yuzhou. We should investigate and see who handled these examination papers and who is in charge of these matters. It was obvious that this investigation would lead to the Shangguan family. The Shangguan family was deeply rooted in Yuzhou. How could there be no one in charge of sending money to them? However, Pei Wenxuan was so determined to help her investigate. Consort Ro couldn't help but frown. For a moment, she couldn't tell if Pei Wenxuan had dug a hole for her to jump into or if she had misunderstood him. Pei Wenxuan saw that Consort Ro didn't answer for a long time. His expression was clear and he couldn't help but remind Consort Ro, "Your Highness?" Consort Ro recovered her senses and hurriedly said, "Oh, you're right. It's just that there are many officials involved. The capital is full of aristocratic families. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get to the bottom of this matter. This subject understands Your Highness's worries. His Majesty sent this subject here to understand Your Highness's difficulties." Pei Wenxuan smiled and said gently, "If Your Highness trusts this subject, why don't you leave this matter to this subject? This subject guarantees that it will be done beautifully for Your Highness." Consort Ro smiled when she heard Pei Wenxuan's promise. She knew in her heart that the officials involved in this matter were the officials of the Shangguan clan. It couldn't be better if Pei Wenchuan wanted to help her catch those people. Then this consort thanks Lord Pei in advance. I've troubled Darren. It's my duty. Pei Wenchuan nodded. Your Highness doesn't need to be too worried. After the two exchanged pleasantries, they settled the matter of catching those people for Pei Wenchuan. Seeing that the matter was settled, Pei Wenchuan stood up and took his leave. Consort Ro brought Li Qing to personally send Pei Wenchuan off. As they walked, she chatted with Pei Wenchuan. After Lord Pei and Ping Le's divorce, there shouldn't be anyone at home, right? You're going back so early. Don't you think it's cold and lonely? There's still my mother at home. Pei Wenchuan smiled and said gently, I should return home early to serve my mother. When Consort Ro heard this, she revealed a look of praise. Lord Pei is truly a filial son. Actually, there's something that this consort doesn't understand. Your Highness, please speak. Previously, when this consort saw Lord Pei and Ping Le, it could be said that they were very loving towards this consort. Consort Ro laughed and didn't continue, but both parties understood what she meant. Consort Ro turned and continued, now that Lord Pei has come to assist this consort, he seems to have no grudges at all. I wonder, what is Lord Pei's attitude towards Ping Le? This humble subject will always follow His Majesty, Pei Wenchuan answered seriously. Does your Highness understand this answer? Consort Ro frowned. As they spoke, they arrived at the door. Pei Wenchuan bid farewell to Consort Ro and boarded the carriage. After the carriage started to move further away, Hualu stood behind Consort Ro and asked in confusion, Mother, what did he mean by that? In private, Hualu had always addressed Consort Ro as mother. When Consort Ro heard her daughter's question, she smiled. What he means is that he treats Ping Le well because your imperial father granted the marriage. Your imperial father didn't agree to him and Ping Le being together, so he divorced Ping Le. He has always been loyal to your imperial father. As she spoke, Consort Ro couldn't hide the pride in her eyes. This is him expressing his loyalty to us. Then Hualu hesitated. Can we trust his words? As she spoke, Hualu was a little angry. A few days ago, he even said that he wanted me to go through a political marriage. This kind of person, Consort Ro sneered, don't look at what he says, look at what he does. I just want to see how he's going to bring someone from the Shangguan clan back to me. Mother is right. While the mother and daughter were discussing Pei Wenchuan's matter, as soon as Pei Wenchuan boarded the carriage, he saw Dongyi hiding in the carriage with a long face. Gongzi, it's not good. What's the matter? Pei Wenchuan frowned. Old madam came knocking on our door, Dongyi said sorrowfully, and forced His Highness to hide in a corner for almost 2 hours. Hearing this, Pei Wenchuan's face suddenly changed. He knew Mrs. Wen's temper and Li Rong's character. It was not a good thing for them to get together. Pei Wenchuan quickly ordered the coachman to leave quickly. Then he sat back in the carriage and asked Dongyi carefully, why did old madam suddenly go to the inner courtyard? The housekeeper said that Aunt Qian, who serves old madam, saw Imperial Doctor he come to our mansion. Hearing this, Pei Wenchuan became angry. Didn't I say that this matter should be done secretly and not let others know? Imperial physician he came in wearing a cloak. Before he entered, he had already cleared everyone away, Tongyi explained. Who knew that Auntie Qian's eyes were so sharp? She saw Imperial physician he from afar. The housekeeper said that in the early years, old master often asked Imperial Doctor he to come to our mansion to treat old madam. Aunt Qian secretly admired Imperial Doctor he for a period of time and was very familiar with him. This kind of thing, how would we know if no one mentioned it? Pei Wenchuan was speechless for a moment. He choked for a moment and waved his hand, forget it. Remember to be careful next time. Pei Wenchuan thought about how to get Mrs. Wen out as soon as possible and returned to the mansion. As soon as he entered the mansion, he saw Mrs. Wen leaning against the small table and dozing off. He hurried forward and called, Mother. Mrs. Wen heard his voice and immediately sat up straight. She looked in the direction Pei Wenchuan came from and waited. Pei Wenchuan stepped forward and bowed to Mrs. Wen. He pretended to be confused and said, Mother, why did you come to my place today? You are not in good health. If you need me, you can call me. Don't you know why I came? Mrs. Wen shouted, You don't learn from others. You are hiding a mistress in a golden house. I came here today to teach you a lesson. Before you divorced His Highness, you didn't even tell me. That's fine. I'll just take it that you two quarreled. But now what are you doing? You brought back a shady woman and even asked the imperial physician to examine her. Aren't you? Mrs. Wen blushed. Pei Wenchuan knew what she meant and hurriedly said, Mother, you misunderstood me. I won't mess around with my children. What about the woman? When asked, do you still want to reconcile with His Highness? If His Highness finds out that you've done this, will His Highness turn back? Hearing this, everyone looked at Wen in surprise. Now, in Huajing, it was rumored that Li Rong was arrogant and unreasonable, and Pei Wenchuan took the initiative to divorce. Now, according to the Wen Corporation, it was Pei Wenchuan who begged Li Rong desperately. Wen sees everyone looking at her in surprise. She shouts, What are you looking at? I don't know my son? I'm well aware of your feelings for Her Highness. Will you really divorce her? Pei Wenchuan, for the first time, he feels that his mother is so smart. Wen waves her hand and asks everyone to leave. Pei Wenchuan glances behind the screen secretly and is a little anxious. Wen begins to nag, Wenchuan, I know that everyone in Huajing likes to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but you can't learn bad things. If you want to have the happiness of having 3 wives, you can't be sincere. Her Highness is an honest girl. She stood up for you that time. I understand. Pei Wenchuan interrupts her, Mother, I'll send you back first. I'll explain to you when I go back. Can't you explain here? Don't deceive me. You're just stalling. You're afraid that I'll see that girl. Before she finishes her words, she hears a soft achoo behind the screen. The whole room is silent. Wen immediately responds with her female intuition, Is there someone here? No. Pei Wenchuan's scalp is stiff, Mother, let's go back first. Wen doesn't pay attention to her. She stands up and is about to go behind the screen. Pei Wenchuan quickly stops Wen, Mother. Pei Wenchuan is anxious, let's go back first. Is it that woman? Wen raises her hand and points behind the screen. Pei Wenchuan hurriedly says, Mother, there's no woman. You can go. Li Rong hears this and feels a little guilty. She can't help but blame herself. She has been holding back for 2 hours. Why can't she hold back the last sneeze? Seeing Pei Wenchuan's expression, Wen is so angry that she laughs, Do you think I'm stupid? Get out of my way. Mother, you don't want to? Then don't blame me for being rude. No one will look good. You vixen, listen to me. People like you can only hide behind my screen and never see the light for the rest of your life. You're not even a concubine. Li Rong hears Wen's words and raises her eyebrows. It's the first time she's been scolded like this. It's very strange. Mother, don't say any more. Pei Wenchuan pushes Wenxue out. Wenxue pushes him and says angrily, Let go of me. Are you going to hit me? Let me see what kind of vixen can fool you like this. I must see her today. Mother, okay, Lang Jun. Li Rong sees that Pei Wenchuan can't get rid of Wenxue, so she changes her tone and says from behind the screen, Let her see. Let her see what kind of vixen I am. Stop fooling around. When Pei Wenchuan heard Li Rong's voice, he felt mentally and physically exhausted. Seeing that Li Rong still dared to speak, Madame Wen was furious and shouted, Get out of the way, let me teach this little bitch a lesson. She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does she think she can enter the Pei family's door as she pleases? Oh, what's so difficult about that? Li Rong fans herself and leans against the pillar, Didn't I come in? You're shameless. Wenxue spat. Li Rong replies directly, You're shameless. Get out of my way. I want to see her. Mother, let her see me. Let's see who will teach who a lesson. Madam, you dare to call her madam? Wenxue is instantly furious. Li Rong chuckles, I'm not only the madam, but also the old madam of the Pei family. I'm also the mother of the eldest son of the Pei family. Scold me all you want. If you have the ability, scold me in front of my face. Let's see who's the one splashing. What kind of situation have I not seen before? Old madam, please don't show off in front of me. I don't know who will teach who a lesson. Madam Wen gasped for breath. Li Rong was about to say a few more words to make her back off, but before she could speak, Madam Wen fainted before she could catch her breath. Pei Wenxuan catches Wenshi and says in a panic, "Mother." Li Rong hears Pei Wenxuan's voice is not right. She quickly looks out of the screen and sees Pei Wenxuan calling for help. She is a little guilty, fainted? Pei Wenxuan glares at her and scolds in a low voice, "You're fooling around." With that, Pei Wenxuan carries Wenshi out and asks the doctor to see Wenshi. Li Rong massages her legs. Dong Yi trots in and supports Li Rong. "Your Highness, are you okay?" "I'm okay." Li Rong waves her hand and sighs, "Let's go back." After Pei Wenxuan confirms that Wenshi is fine, she asks someone to stay behind to take care of her. Then she turns back to see Li Rong. Li Rong is lying on the bed, reading a book by the light. Pei Wenxuan hesitates for a moment and walks into the room. Li Rong pretends not to see him and continues to turn the pages. Pei Wenxuan goes to Li Rong and sits down. When he is about to say something, he sees Li Rong put down the book and hurriedly says, "I didn't mean it. I didn't expect her to faint. I saw that she must see me, so I wanted to make her angry and leave. I'm not blaming you." Pei Wenxuan sees Li Rong's face as if she is facing a great enemy. He doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why are you so nervous?" Pei Wenxuan says and puts his hand on her leg. He is a little worried. "You've been standing behind the screen for so long. Is your leg okay?" Li Rong didn't expect that Pei Wenxuan doesn't blame her. She can't help but feel a little embarrassed. She looks away from his face and whispers, "It's okay. Let me give you a massage." Pei Wenxuan doesn't care about her words. He asks someone to come in and asks someone to bring her the water to wash her feet. He adds the medicinal herbs she usually uses before boiling them in the water. After he gives the order, he goes to change his clothes. When the servant comes in with the water, he sits across from Li Rong and asks her to put her feet in the water. When Li Rong feels comfortable with her feet in the water, she realizes how uncomfortable her legs were. Pei Wenxuan lowers his head and massages her acupuncture points. He whispers, "I know you've been standing for a long time and feel wronged. I feel sorry for you, but I don't mean to blame you." Li Rong lowers her head and doesn't speak. Pei Wenxuan looks up at her and smiles, "Don't worry." Li Rong looked at the person sitting opposite her quietly. She rarely saw a trace of the smoke and fire that belonged to the common people in this person. For a moment, she feels as if she is not a princess, and Pei Wenxuan is not an important minister of the imperial court. She looks at him holding her feet in his arms and wiping them with a handkerchief. His serious appearance is no different from a loving couple in the common people. Instead of being calculative and intelligent, he gave off a feeling of being down to earth. She can see the tiredness in his eyes. When he asks someone to come in and pour water, he asks her to lie down on the bed. He massages her calves. Li Rong lies down on the bed and whispers, "You sleep. I'll sleep in a while." Pei Wenxuan seriously massages her calves. "You didn't take good care of yourself in the early years. When you're old, your legs will hurt. If you don't sleep early now, when you're old." Li Rong subconsciously retorts, but she pauses. Pei Wenxuan laughs, "Are you afraid that I'll die earlier than you? Don't talk nonsense." Li Rong buries her head in her elbows. "Why are you talking about this at such a young age?" Pei Wenxuan doesn't answer. Li Rong is a little sleepy after being massaged by him. She wants to find something to do, so she asks in a daze, "Why did Consort Ro look for you today?" She went to catch the Shangguan family's people, but she was thrown out. Pei Wenxuan whispers, "His Majesty asked me to assist her with the intention of being the first bird to help her catch people." "Then what will you do?" Li Rong is not worried about this. She knows that Pei Wenxuan is a slippery loach and won't get into trouble because of this. "Then I'll do it well," Pei Wenxuan says. Then he remembers and leans on Li Rong, whispering, "Your Highness, can you do me a favor?" Li Rong lazily glances at him. Pei Wenxuan says with a smile, "Consort Ro gave me a list of people from the Shangguan family. I'm afraid that I'll have to ask Miss Aya to inform them in advance. I'll get them here. I guarantee that nothing will happen." "Do it." Li Rong says casually, "If you really do something, just do it. Otherwise, Chuaner can use it against you in the future. Okay. Li Rong listens to his words and feels tired. She leans on the bed and says softly, I'll move back tomorrow. Pei Wenchuan pauses. Li Rong says slowly, tell your mother to throw them out so that we can give her an explanation. If she scolds me again, I won't be able to hold my head high. Pei Wenchuan doesn't speak. He lowers his head. After a long time, he responds. Li Rong turns over and looks at him with her head propped up. She says with a smile, that's it? You're not going to keep me? I want to keep you, Pei Wenchuan says with a bitter smile, but I feel that you're wronged. I'm already very happy that you're willing to lower yourself for me. I can't keep wronging you like this. Li Rong listens and smiles. She pats Pei Wenchuan's hand and says gently, go to sleep. Knowing that Li Rong will go back tomorrow, Pei Wenchuan refuses to let go. The two of them tosses and turns for the whole night. Early in the morning, Li Rong gets up and asks someone to arrange everything. She doesn't wait for dawn to come and goes directly to the princess residence. She mingles with the vegetable farmers. The guards are just there for show and don't guard her strictly. She follows the vegetable farmers into the princess residence and goes back to her room. After changing her clothes, she has a good sleep. Although she left Pei Wenchuan, she still lives her life in the Pei residence. She takes medicine when she needs to, and recuperates when she needs to. On the other hand, Pei Wenchuan receives Consort Ro's decree. On the first day, he counts the soldiers. In the afternoon, he goes straight to the Shangguan residence's main gate. Shangguanya receives Li Rong's order in the morning and has already made preparations. Pei Wenchuan aggressively pushes open the door and enters. The Shangguan family pretends to confront Pei Wenchuan for a while, then wait until nighttime to bring the people of the Shangguan family back to the inspection department. Consort Ro didn't expect Pei Wenchuan to be so efficient. It only took him one day to bring people over. Consort Ro can't help but be shocked. With a smile on his face, Pei Wenchuan leads the people kneeling on the ground and says, Your Highness, I brought the people here. Your Highness can properly interrogate them. If there's anything you need this humble official to do, please don't hesitate to ask. Since Pei Wenchuan says so, Consort Ro would be a waste if she doesn't use him. After praising Pei Wenchuan, she gives Pei Wenchuan a list of names and has him arrest people everywhere. Pei Wenchuan is the one who offends people, so Consort Ro wants to push Pei Wenchuan to do the dirty work. Pei Wenchuan doesn't let her down. Every day, he collects soldiers and leads them from the streets of Huajing to the ends of the streets. Almost everyone in Huajing knows that Pei Wenchuan is working hard on the case of the imperial examinations. He is so busy that he forgets to eat and sleep. At the same time that Pei Wenchuan's reputation among the common people soars, his reputation among the aristocratic families becomes worse. Every time he goes to arrest people, he causes a huge commotion. Almost always, he has people break down the door of the house and enter with the inspectorate's token. With a straight face, he yells, this official is under the orders of Consort Ro to arrest people. Drag the suspects out. He is a powerful official, and this kind of behavior disgusts the aristocratic families. Every time he meets someone, he will say that Consort Ro asked him to arrest people, and Consort Ro asked him to do things. You're not convinced? Then go to the imperial court and tell His Majesty that Consort Ro was wrong. In the beginning, there were indeed people who mustered the courage to criticize Consort Ro, saying that she indulged her subordinates and was arrogant and rude. However, Pei Wenchuan had already informed Li Ming that Consort Ro is now doing things, and the aristocratic families look down on her, so they will definitely speak ill of her. As a result, these people who participated in Consort Ro's performance are now under the gun. Li Ming thought that they are spreading rumors to frame Consort Ro. In order to protect Consort Ro's position, he directly dragged them out and gave them a beating. As a result, no one dared to participate in Consort Ro's performance. These people don't dare to participate. Whether it is Consort Ro or Li Ming, they don't know the attitude of these aristocratic families. They just thought that they were scared and didn't dare to frame Consort Ro anymore. Pei Wenchuan uses Consort Ro's name to jump up and down in Huajing, arresting many people. Although most of them are from the Shangguan family, they will more or less involve other people. Pei Wenchuan has a much deeper understanding of the relationship between the clans than Li Ming and Consort Ro, so he has a much better grasp of it. Although these young masters don't have any real power, they are actually doted on by their families. These young masters seem bright and beautiful, but are actually disliked by their families. Every family has different feelings for their descendants. When he catches people from the Shangguan clan, he catches them according to the list given by Consort Ro. When he catches people from other aristocratic families, he picks carefully. He specifically picks those who don't seem to be doted on and have no real power, but are actually very doted on by their families. Consort Ro can't understand the difference between the two. She only knows that Pei Wenchuan brings back all the people she wants, and even more than she expected. Consort Ro suddenly admires this young man. After all, such a young, capable, reliable, and handsome man is really too rare. She starts to think about how to stabilize Pei Wenchuan under her command. Pei Wenchuan, on the other hand, is thinking about when he should pull in the net. A few days after Pei Wenchuan's arrest, Consort Ro received a secret letter from Su Yongqing. She skimmed through Su Yongqing's letter and frowned. Cui Yulong was teaching Prince Su how to draw. When he saw that Consort Ro seemed troubled, he couldn't help but ask, "Nyang Nyang, is there something troubling you?" "Tell me." Consort Ro hesitated and asked Cui Yulong, "Can you be at ease with Pei Wenchuan handling things?" Cui Yulong quickly glanced at the letter in Consort Ro's hand and guessed that someone must have told Consort Ro that Pei Wenchuan's actions were inappropriate. He smiled and said, "Whether you're at ease or not, won't you just have to wait for the results? As long as Pei Wenchuan is used well, what is Nyang Nyang worried about?" Consort Ro didn't say anything. Cui Yulong took some boiling water from the side and poured it into the teapot. He said slowly, "In any case, Pei Wenchuan is in Nyang Nyang's hands. If he does well, Nyang Nyang can use him. If he doesn't, then send him away. After all, he's not part of the inspectorate. In any case, everyone in the imperial court has their own standpoint. Nyang Nyang is now using an aristocratic family's people." Cui Yulong poured the tea into a small teacup and looked up at Consort Ro. He smiled lightly. "In the end, there will be people who can't hold back." Consort Ro listened to Cui Yulong's words and thought for a while. Pei Wenchuan and Ping El were inextricably linked. She couldn't trust them, but Su Yongqing came from an aristocratic family. Now that the imperial examination system was changed, it was obvious that they were trying to weaken the aristocratic families. How could Su Yongqing trust them? "Go back and reply to Darren." Consort Ro looked up at the messenger and said indifferently, "This consort has her own thoughts." "Thank you for the reminder, Darren." The messenger received the order and immediately sent the news back to the Su residence. Su Yongqing was drinking tea in the courtyard when he heard the news from Consort Ro. His expression didn't change as he stared at the tea in his bowl. His attendant, Su Zhizhu, couldn't help but frown. "Young master, Consort Ro doesn't listen to our advice, then, it's all right." Su Yongqing raised his hand to stop Su Zhizhu's words. He picked up the teacup and asked, "Have you arranged everything in the northwest?" "It's been arranged," Su Zhizhu said in a calm voice. "Everything will be done according to your instructions." Su Yongqing nodded with a calm expression. "Then there's no need to worry about it." "But Consort Ro, she wants to die." Su Yongqing turned to look at Su Zhizhu. "Isn't it better?" Su Zhizhu was stunned. Su Yongqing changed the question, "Who's the assistant beside her today?" Su Zhizhu reacted and said, "It's Cui Yulong. Have someone keep an eye on him." Su Yongqing took a sip of tea. "You don't have to do anything else." Su Yongqing didn't disturb them. Pei Wenchuan was happy to be idle. After he helped Consort Ro send the Shangguan family's people to the inspection department, Consort Ro's reputation in Huajing soared. This Consort Ro, who was born a commoner, was not afraid of the rich and powerful. For a time, Consort Ro and Prince Su became famous, and Prince Su's supporters began to faintly appear in the countryside. With the reputation, Consort Ro also began to stop. After all, she just wanted to eradicate dissidents, not really to plead for the people. During that time, people from various aristocratic families came to Prince Su's mansion in an endless stream. The children of aristocratic families who usually looked down on her bowed to her and spoke kindly to her. Gold, silver, and treasures flowed in like water. Although Consort Ro and Hua Le didn't show it on their faces, it was somewhat difficult for them to control themselves. When they were in a good mood, they couldn't help but think of Pei Wenxuan and think that he was indeed a good person. Consort Ro was thinking about how to stabilize Pei Wenxuan on her side. Hua Le thought about it and couldn't help but say, it's better to marry Sister Wei to him. When Consort Ro heard this, she turned her head and showed some surprise on her face. Hua Le suddenly felt that she seemed to have said something wrong and hurriedly said, I was joking. Mother Empress, don't punish me. Punish you for what? Consort Ro thought about it and couldn't help but laugh. I think that's a good idea. Consort Ro said, then thought about it and said, even if she can't marry the crown prince, she should at least be of some use. Consort Ro and her daughter's arrogance more or less fell into Li Rong's ears. Li Rong was grounded at home, so he took these things as entertainment. Consort Ro was favored and told Li Ming that she was tired, so she didn't pay her respects. It was fine if she didn't invite the Empress, but she didn't even invite the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager didn't say anything, but she gave a ruler to Consort Ro and specifically asked the maid who passed on the message to ask her, Consort Ro, do you know what you're doing? It was fine if she was rude to the people of the Shangguan clan, but she also liked to show off. At the most recent palace banquet, she said in front of everyone that the quality of the grapes prepared by the Empress wasn't good and took the freshest grapes from the western regions to share with everyone. She talked about national affairs and criticized current affairs, which made everyone in the imperial harem feel annoyed. Li Rong felt happy when he heard this every day. Jing Lan followed Li Rong and listened to Consort Ro's affairs every day. In just 1 or 2 months, she felt that Consort Ro seemed to have changed into a different person. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Your Highness, Consort Ro isn't a fool. She has a good reputation in the imperial harem for so many years, how could she? Jing Lan didn't know how to continue, so Li Rong laughed. She took the freshly washed grapes from the plate next to her and slowly said, do you know what's the scariest thing about power? As she spoke, Li Rong raised her head and looked at her with a smile. It's that when it corrodes a person's heart, the person who has been corroded to the point of being rotten doesn't feel anything at all. Many people will suddenly have a bit of power in their lifetime, become a small official, earn a sum of money, pass the imperial examinations, and even win first place in a private school. All of this will make them suddenly fall into a kind of illusion. In this illusion, they will indulge in their own actions and words, and feel that everything is acceptable. So, the easiest way to destroy a person is to let them suddenly have something far beyond what they can get. Li Rong pushed the grape into her mouth with her finger. She looked at the butterflies flying not far away and smiled, you don't have to do anything. She will bring about her own destruction. Jing Lan listened to Li Rong's words and didn't say anything. Li Rong swallowed the grape in her mouth and was about to lie down when she heard someone report from the door, Your Highness, Lord Pei's mother, Wenshi, wants to see you. Li Rong heard this and couldn't help but frown. Why did Wenshi want to see her now? Could it be that she chased after her from the Pei residence? Although Li Rong was now grounded, the guards knew that it was just for show. Therefore, although Li Rong couldn't go out, others could come in at will. Li Rong was silent for a while, then Jing Lan asked carefully, Your Highness, should we announce it? This was Pei Wenxuan's mother. Naturally, she couldn't be ignored outside. Li Rong nodded and said, then let's announce it. With that, Li Rong stood up and went to the main hall. When she reached the main hall, she saw that Wenshi was already sitting there. When she saw Li Rong, she was like a mouse seeing a cat. She sat aside cautiously. She wanted to show the calm attitude of an elder, but she felt a little short of breath. When Li Rong came in, she carefully adjusted 3 sitting positions. Finally, she found a position that she was satisfied with and sat up straight. After both sides greeted each other, Li Rong sat down and smiled, Old madam, why are you here today? Your Highness, Wenshi showed a distressed expression, I shouldn't disturb you, but there are some things that I have to explain. Wenshi raised her head and showed a very serious expression. Li Rong nodded and said carelessly, please say. Wen Xian actually doesn't want to separate from you. Wenshi spoke first and said this. Li Rong smiled bitterly and didn't say much. He lowered his head and poured tea. Wenshi thought that Li Rong had given up and immediately said, Wen Xian, this child, didn't particularly like anyone since he was young. Only your highness, did I see what it's like to truly like someone. Your highness, he actually can't bear to part with you. Li Rong raised his head and said perfunctorily, I know all this. Old madam, do you have any other matters? I still have to apologize for my son. Wencher said with difficulty, my son has been bewitched by a vixen and hid a woman in his room. Li Rong's hand trembled. Wencher continued to grit her teeth and said, fortunately, I found out early and had a fierce argument with that woman. I advised Wen Xian to repent and sent that woman out early. But that woman is really too shameless. After being chased out, she still doesn't want to leave my son. When she has nothing to do, she strolls outside the Pei residence. Now, she's even worse. Wencher was filled with righteous indignation. She took out a piece of paper from her sleeve and said, she actually dared to write a letter to the Pei residence and invite my son to the center of the lake. Tell me, how shameless is she? When Li Rong heard this, he felt that it was strange. The woman living in the Pei residence was her. Who was this woman who kept loitering outside and wrote a letter to the Pei residence? Old madam, can I take a look at the letter? Li Rong stretched out his hand and wanted to understand. When Wencher saw that Li Rong wanted to interfere, she quickly passed the letter to him and said, look, it's this vixen. Li Rong took the letter from Wencher and quickly glanced at it. The letter was written in a proper manner, but the font was beautiful. Li Rong casually looked through the letter and saw the word Hua at the end of the letter. Li Rong paused. At this moment, Pei Wenxuan, who was secretly discussing the next step with Li Chuan, couldn't help but sneeze. When Li Chuan saw Pei Wenxuan suddenly sneeze, he couldn't help but ask, are you feeling unwell? Pei Wenxuan waved his hand and said, it's fine. Continue. As he spoke, Pei Wenxuan continued with Li Chuan's words and said, Consort Ro's next step is probably to give up on the other students. She has already taken their money, so she can't possibly capture them. In order to appease these students, she will probably make some promises. When the time comes, she won't ask you to negotiate with the students, right? Li Chuan frowned and felt a little uneasy. Pei Wenxuan smiled and said, of course she wants me to negotiate. But I've already done so much. It's time for me to rest. Then how do you plan to rest? Li Chuan felt a little strange. Pei Wenxuan smiled and looked outside the Pei residence and said, naturally, I'll rest in a place where she can't order me around. Li Rong was so angry that he laughed when he saw the Hua name on the letter. Of course, Hua Lu would not be the one to arrange a meeting with Pei Wenxuan. After all, she was a princess and could not stoop so low. Hua Li's heart was set on marrying a noble like Su Yongqing. She would not even look at Pei Wenxuan. Therefore, the person that Hua Lu would help to arrange a meeting with was the other daughter of the Xiao family in Huajing, Consort Ro's niece, Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei was the youngest daughter of Consort Ro's elder brother, Xiao Su. When she was born, Consort Ro had just been conferred the title of Consort Ro's consort, so he was very fond of her. At that time, the Xiao family's financial situation was very good, so this daughter was raised like a daughter of a noble family. She had hired the best teachers for music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and etiquette, and was not inferior to the daughters of noble families. Other than being beautiful, docile, and knowledgeable, this Xiao Wei was even more frightening because of her grasp of men. It was said that few men who had been in contact with her did not dislike her. All in all, this was a perfect woman created by Consort Ro. Li Rong remembered that in his previous life, Xiao Wei was one of Li Chuan's 4 concubines. Because of her status, Li Chuan kept a respectful distance from her, so he could not see her feminine charms. Later, when Li Chuan ascended the throne, the Xiao family was implicated and was executed for plotting a rebellion. She was hung on the beam of the harem as a white silk cloth. After entering Li Chuan's harem, Li Chuan kept a distance from her because of her position, which wasted her talent. Originally, he thought that she might be able to achieve something great in this life, but in the end, she chose Pei Wenxuan. She knew how to choose. Li Rong's expression did not change. Wencher looked at him carefully. Li Rong smiled and returned the letter to Wencher. Thank you, old madam, for coming to tell me this. But I've already divorced Wen Xian. Li Rong sighed. I can't do anything about it. Why can't I control it? Wen said blankly, you are the princess. Li Rong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if I'm a princess, didn't I divorce Wen Xian? Old madam, you can go back now. Come visit often when you have time. With that, Li Rong asked someone to send Wenxue out. Wenxue blankly held the card in her hand. What about this card? Just give it to Wen Xuan. The smile on Li Rong's face was sincere. He will solve it himself. If she couldn't solve it, she would deal with him as well. Li Rong sent Mrs. Wen out and turned back with a cold face. Jing Lan saw that Li Rong's expression was not good and asked uneasily, Your Highness, should we kill Xiao Wei? Why should we make things difficult for a girl? Li Rong's voice was flat. Jing Lan was about to tell Li Rong to stop when he heard Li Rong turn around. Let Pei Wenxuan come over tonight to apologize. Jing Lan? The words, what did Prince Consort do wrong, were stuck in his chest. After enduring it for a while, it finally turned into an O. Pei Wenxuan and Li Chuan had just finished their discussion and returned to the office when they received a message from Consort Ro. Pei Wenxuan hurried over. After entering the inspection department, he saw Consort Ro eagerly asking him to sit down. The Lord Pei is here. Consort Ro poured tea and said eagerly, Please sit. Pei Wenxuan respectfully bowed. Consort Ro personally served Pei Wenxuan tea. Pei Wenxuan hurriedly thanked him. Consort Ro and Pei Wenxuan chatted for a while, then sat down and said, Recently, the Lord Pei has been running around everywhere. The Lord Pei has reduced a lot. It is Wenxuan's duty to work for the consort. This time, I came here to discuss something with the Lord Pei. Consort Ro scrutinized Pei Wenxuan's expression. Pei Wenxuan's expression did not change at all. He only said, Please speak, consort. The imperial examination case involves too many people. It won't be settled in a short period of time. I was thinking that it is not a good thing to drag on the imperial examination. I would like to trouble the Lord Pei to speak to the remaining scholars. Pei Wenxuan's hand that was holding the teacup paused. He raised his eyes to look at Consort Ro. Consort Ro smiled and said, Let them participate in the imperial examination first. As for the case, I will take care of it first. The rest can be dealt with slowly. How about it? Pei Wenxuan did not speak. Consort Ro gently waved his round fan and continued, Of course, they have wasted a lot of time in Huajing. As compensation, we will give each of them 50 taels of silver. How about it? Consort Ro's words were very explicit. Pei Wenxuan understood the meaning of Consort Ro's words from the start. Consort Ro only planned to deal with the cases related to the Crown Prince's people. She planned to protect the rest. Now, she wanted to use him as a lobbyist to pacify those scholars who had not been rehabilitated. She would use their futures to threaten them. Perhaps she would even promise them gold and silver. She would use both kindness and power to make these people shut up. If they agreed not to pursue the case, these scholars would be able to participate in the imperial examination, take the examination, become an official, and receive 50 taels of silver. 50 taels of silver. In the countryside, it might be the lifetime expenses of a family. For these scholars who had their positions switched, it was indeed a lot. Consort Ro saw that Pei Wenxuan did not speak and was a little nervous. Pei Wenxuan thought for a while and smiled, Everything will be done according to Consort Ro's wishes. Tomorrow, I will go and talk to those scholars. That would be great. Consort Ro became happy and quickly raised his tea, Lord Pei, I have troubled you these days. I will use tea as wine to thank Lord Pei. Consort Ro is too polite. Pei Wenxuan also raised his tea to return the gesture. Consort Ro saw that Pei Wenxuan seemed to be thinking about tomorrow's matters. He thought for a while and asked tentatively, Lord Pei and Ping Eli have been divorced for a while. These days, you have been living alone. Do you feel bitter and cold? Pei Wenxuan heard Consort Ro's words and raised his head to look at her. Consort Ro saw that Pei Wenxuan seemed to be puzzled. She smiled, My niece, Wei is educated and reasonable. She is talented and beautiful. I have been looking for a good husband for her in Huajing, but I am not satisfied. Now that I have become friends with Lord Pei, I feel that Lord Pei is talented and virtuous. I want to be a matchmaker. I don't know if Lord Pei has time today. Consort Ro is worrying too much. Pei Wenxuan hurriedly said, Now that Wenxuan has just divorced, whether it is for the sake of the imperial family's face or my own reputation, it is inconvenient to immediately discuss marriage. Then you can meet her first. Consort Ro saw that Pei Wenxuan refused and didn't feel awkward. He continued, today, Hualu has already sent an invitation to your residence on her behalf. You can meet her and then reply to me. Consort Ro was very firm, so Pei Wenxuan couldn't refuse again. Pei Wenxuan smiled and only said, yes. However, this humble official still has an important matter to attend to today. After this humble official finishes, this humble official will immediately return to the residence and reply to Miss Zhao's invitation. That would be great. After Consort Ro finished speaking, Pei Wenxuan stood up and bid farewell. Consort Ro sent him out of the inspection department. Before he left, he personally helped Pei Wenxuan count the people and asked him to arrest the last official related to the Shangguan clan. Pei Wenxuan led his people and majestically left the inspection department. As soon as he left the inspection department, Pei Wenxuan's face turned cold. Dong Yi hurriedly came forward and said anxiously, Gongzi, do you really want to meet Miss Xiao? If you meet her, how will you explain to His Highness? Meet what? Pei Wenxuan sneered, if she is heartless, then I will be unrighteous. She dares to give me a woman, she wants me to die. It's not that serious, Dong Yi muttered softly. Pei Wenxuan rode his horse forward and galloped through the streets. He grabbed the reins tightly and said, she sent the invitation to the residence. According to Mother's recent temper, she will definitely think of a way to intercept the invitation. Can she read the invitation herself after receiving it? She will have to send it to the princess residence immediately. The more Pei Wenxuan thought about it, the angrier he became. Don't you know what kind of narrow-minded person His Highness is? Then this matter can't be blamed on you. Dong Yi was baffled. Pei Wenxuan choked and suddenly felt a little sad. She has never blamed other women. She only blames me. Dong Yi, Pei Wenxuan led Dong Yi to talk. When they turned the corner, Dong Yi suddenly felt that something was wrong. The road Pei Wenxuan took didn't seem to be heading to the place they originally wanted to go. Dong Yi realized it, and so did the others. They looked at each other in dismay. Dong Yi was the first to ask, Darren, where are we going? Her Highness said that this case won't be followed up, Pei Wenxuan replied calmly. Then today, I will help Her Highness catch a big fish. Everyone calmed down slightly after getting the answer. Pei Wenxuan led his men and galloped all the way to the mansion of Wang Howen, the Minister of Personnel Affairs. A group of people dismounted from their horses and blocked the entrance of the mansion. This official has been ordered by Her Highness Consort Ro to arrest the suspect Wang Howen. Pei Wenxuan stood in front of the group of people and said coldly, hand him over. When the Wang family servant saw this, he immediately ordered the servant to block the entrance. At the same time, he went to find Wang Howen. Wang Howen was playing with the birds at home. When he heard the servant's report, he sneered. Consort Ro, this woman, is simply too greedy. She took the money but didn't do anything. She has no manners at all. Does she really think I'm a pushover? Then. The servant hesitated. What do we do now? Go to the Ministry of Justice. Wang Howen waved his hand. Find Assistant Minister Su. Tell him that Pei Wenxuan offended his superiors, trespassed on private property, and assaulted an official of the imperial court. Tell him to come and arrest him. Then does Darren want to see Pei Wenxuan now? The servant was somewhat nervous. Wang Howen looked at the servant as if he was an idiot. Little brat, do you think he's worthy of me seeing him? As he spoke, Wang Howen put down the birdcage. I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up when he's been arrested by Su Yongqing. Wang Howen leisurely walked into the bedroom. Pei Wenxuan stood at the door and waited for a while. The door to the Wang residence slowly opened. The Wang residence's housekeeper led a group of people out of the courtyard and respectfully said, Lord Pei. Who are you? This one is the Wang residence's housekeeper, Wang Quan. I've come specially to pass on a message to Darren. My family is going to sleep now, so it's inconvenient for me to receive guests. I hope Darren will forgive me. When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he laughed. Sleeping? As the Minister of Personnel, he ordered officials to embezzle money and wantonly change the number of examinees. How many poor children have studied their entire lives, only to be ruined by a single sentence from your family's Darren? Can he still sleep now? Lord Pei. Wang Quan's expression turned cold. You need evidence for your words. Evidence? Pei Wenxuan laughed coldly. Come with me to the inspectorate. Whether it's right or wrong, Empress Consort Ro will naturally give him a fair judgment. Tell him to come out now. Pei Wenxuan lowered his voice. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lord Pei, if you want to be rude, who can stop you? Wang Quan laughed. Do as you wish. When he finished speaking, Wang Quan rolled up his sleeves, put them behind his back, and walked towards the door. Pei Wenxuan lowered his head and laughed. Then he raised his eyes and calmly said, Charge in. The people next to him were stunned. Pei Wenxuan glanced at Dong Yi and coldly said, Don't you know how to break down the door and arrest people? Dong Yi immediately reacted and shouted, Charge. Then he pulled out his sword and led his people to charge into the Wang Fu. Wang Quan turned his head in surprise and saw Pei Wenxuan quietly looking at him from the crowd. He was wearing a red official's robe. His hands were hidden in his sleeves and his gaze was so calm that he didn't seem like a youth. This calmness gave people an invisible confidence. At first, the people from the inspectorate were a little afraid, but when they saw Pei Wenxuan was as calm as before, they relaxed. When Pei Wenxuan saw the guards break down the Wang Fu's door, he finally moved and walked in. He calmly walked into the courtyard in the midst of the chaos. Then he went to the back courtyard of the Wang Fu and to the door of the master bedroom. Wang Howen was still sleeping soundly when he heard a loud noise at the door. Then the soldiers rushed in and dragged him out of bed. When Wang Howen saw Pei Wenxuan standing at the door, he was shocked and angry. He shouted, You dare! Official Wang, Pei Wenxuan respectfully bowed, this official naturally doesn't dare. However, this official is under the orders of Consort Ro. Consort Ro said that you are the Minister of Appointments and must be investigated no matter what. In the case of the imperial examinations, you have neglected your duties too much. Her second uncle is better at handling matters in an orderly manner. This ignorant woman is humiliating me. Wang Howen struggled to get up, but the guards immediately held him down. Pei Wenxuan walked forward and half knelt down. He patted Wang Howen's shoulder, You have to endure this for now. When we reach the inspectorate, we will redress your grievances. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Wenxuan heard a gentle and cold voice from behind him. Who are you taking to the inspectorate? Pei Wenxuan turned around and saw Su Yongqing standing at the door. He stared at him without any surprise. When Wang Howen saw Su Yongqing rushing over, he hurriedly said, Assistant Minister Su, quickly. He actually dared to trespass into an official's residence and treat me like this. Assistant Minister Su, quickly take him away. Su Yongqing walked in front of Wang Howen and helped Wang Howen up. Official Wang, you should rest first. As Su Yongqing spoke, he had people help the frightened Wang Howen away. Only Su Yongqing and Pei Wenxuan were left in the room. Pei Wenxuan supported himself and stood up. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, I knew that at this time, Assistant Minister Su would come sooner or later, but he would come sooner or later. Disobeying your superiors, trespassing into a private residence, and assaulting an official of the imperial court. Su Yongqing looked up at Pei Wenxuan, you have committed serious crimes. Lord Su, I am following the orders of Consort Ro and working for Consort Ro. Pei Wenxuan raised his hands and cupped them in the direction of the imperial palace. He was full of arrogance. Could it be that Lord Su doesn't even listen to the orders of Consort Ro? Arrest him! Su Yongqing shouted. The people from the Ministry of Justice immediately stepped forward, while the people from the Department of Supervision immediately stood in front of Pei Wenxuan. The two sides confronted each other. Su Yongqing stared at Pei Wenxuan, Lord Pei, are you not respecting the laws of the Xia? Are you openly resisting arrest? Lord Su's words are too serious. Pei Wenxuan put his hands in front of him and said with a smile, It's just that, I am only following orders. What crime have I committed? If I have committed a crime, Lord Su should go to the palace and send Consort Ro to the Ministry of Justice first. Do it. Su Yongqing didn't want to say anything more. He turned and walked towards the door. The two sides were about to fight. Pei Wenchuan suddenly raised his hand. Fine, fine, fine. I'm scared of you. Then let's arrest him. Pei Wenchuan pushed through the crowd and reached out his hand. Su Yongqing turned and looked at Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan raised his eyebrows. But I want to see how long Lord Su can keep me in the Ministry of Justice. That depends on my mood. Su Yongqing finished speaking and turned to leave. Pei Wenchuan looked at Su Yongqing's back and said loudly, just you wait. Consort Ro will come and save me. His Royal Highness Prince Su won't let anything happen to me. Just you wait. His voice was very loud. Everyone in the courtyard heard him. Su Yongqing whispered to the side, shut his mouth. With that, Su Yongqing walked out. Pei Wenchuan's hands were chained and he was dragged out. As he walked, he arrogantly said, Consort Ro. Before he could finish speaking, a ball of cloth was stuffed into his mouth. Shut up, you. Su Zhizhu said fiercely. Pei Wenchuan blinked and continued to whimper. The words Consort Ro could be vaguely heard. While the Wang family was in chaos, Li Rong took a bath in her room, smoked incense, and put on light makeup. She was waiting for Pei Wenchuan to come back tonight and apologize. She thought about what to ask for when the time came. Thinking about it, she laughed out loud. However, halfway through his laughter, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside. Li Rong turned her head and saw Jing Mei standing at the door, panting. What's wrong? Li Rong smiled and leaned against the dressing table. Is the prince consort here? No, no. Jing Mei shook her head. The prince consort can't come. Li Rong frowned. Why can't he come? The prince consort, the prince consort. Jing Mei swallowed her saliva and calmed her breath. He was taken away by Assistant Minister Su. Li Rong was stunned. She thought for a moment. Su Yongqing found out that he came here? After so many years, Su Yongqing still cared so much? No, no. Jing Mei didn't expect Li Rong to think in this direction. She quickly corrected. The prince consort broke into the Wang family and dragged Minister Wang out of bed. Minister Wang sent someone to the Ministry of Justice to report the case, and Assistant Minister Su went to arrest him. Li Rong was stunned. After a moment, she jumped up and immediately said, Hurry, let's go to the palace. Li Rong jumped down from the bed and hurriedly walked out. But after a few steps, she suddenly reacted. She turned around and said, I'm not going to the palace. Hurry and find out where Lord Pei is. Have someone protect him first. I'll go there now. Your Highness, Jing Mei was a bit confused. You're not going to the palace? I'm not going. Li Rong's eyes showed a rare hint of panic. Call a doctor. Come with me immediately to find Pei Wenchuan. Jing Lan immediately ordered someone to get the horse. Li Rong mounted the horse and rushed in the direction of the Ministry of Justice. She knew much more about Su Yongqing than Pei Wenchuan. Su Yongqing had worked for her for many years. His style of doing things was completely different from Pei Wenchuan's. It was just that he had been working for her all those years ago. She deliberately suppressed him. Pei Wenchuan didn't notice the difference, but she knew it all too well. Those small details buried in the past, she repeatedly told herself not to pay attention to them. But in this life, when she saw him standing opposite her, they would clearly appear. Su Yongqing was loyal to her in the past. One year, when they encountered an assassination attempt, he decisively stood in front of her and let the sharp blade pierce through his body. He didn't retreat an inch. Ordinary people block swords to protect their descendants. Su Yongqing blocked the sword at that time so that the sharp blade could pierce through the opponent's chest. She hid behind him and watched the blood flow from the tip of the sword to her body. But the youth in front of her could still pull out the sword and stab again. He was still holding the dagger in his hand when reinforcements arrived. At that time, she thought that there really was a person who was willing to sacrifice his life for her. But now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel a bit afraid. Su Yongqing was like a poisonous snake. Once he bit someone to death, he would use his body to wrap around them and strangle them. Including killing her. Who wouldn't be tempted in 25 years, but when he killed her, he was so calm and unflinching. He was an elegant young master, as well as the Rakshasa of hell. Now that things had come to this point, with the Wang family as a cover, Pei Wenchuan had fallen into his hands. How could he let him go? She could not hand Pei Wenxuan over to Su Yongqing, not even for a moment. While Li Rong hurriedly chased after Pei Wenxuan was sitting leisurely in the carriage. His hands were shackled. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and smiled as he looked at the people coming and going on the street. It was already late at night, and there were no stars or moon in the sky. Instead, there was a cold wind mixed with water vapor blowing over, as if a heavy rain was coming soon. Su Yongqing stood at the side and poured himself a cup of tea. His movements were very steady, and the sound of the water mixed with his voice. The Lord Pei doesn't seem to be worried at all. Hearing Su Yongqing's words, Pei Wenxuan turned his head and smiled slowly. What do I have to worry about? The Lord Pei has offended a lot of people recently. Assistant Minister Su is in the Ministry of Justice. I'm afraid you've offended even more people recently. Su Yongqing pushed the tea to Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan looked down at the tea and did not touch it. Su Yongqing did not rush him. He sat in front of the small table with a calm expression. Assistant Minister Pei kicked down the Wang family's door today and was taken away by me so easily. I'm afraid he has other plans. I wonder what the Lord Pei is planning. Guess? Pei Wenxuan leaned against the carriage with a lazy expression. Isn't Assistant Minister Su good at foresight? Take a guess. I can't guess Assistant Minister Pei's exquisite heart. Su Yongqing rubbed the teacup in his hand and said casually, Then Lord Pei, why don't you guess why I brought you back to the Ministry of Justice? Of course I know why you brought me back. As Pei Wenxuan listened, he smiled and leaned forward. But before that, I want to ask Assistant Minister Su a question. Aren't you going to ask the princess what to do after this? Su Yongqing froze when he heard this. Pei Wenxuan's gaze swept over Su Yongqing's hand, which had obviously stopped moving. The smile on his lips deepened. He was just probing. He was probing for a possibility, and Su Yongqing gave him a definite answer. You want to kill me? Pei Wenxuan said softly. Su Yongqing looked up at him. Don't you know? Pei Wenxuan had a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. You are the official who escorted me. If I die here, your official career will come to an end. So what? Su Yongqing didn't deny it. He said directly, Isn't it good to trade my career for your life? You seem to think that I will definitely die? Pei Wenxuan looked at Su Yongqing playfully. Su Yongqing said calmly, If you don't die, what does it have to do with me? The murderer wasn't one of his people. If Pei Wenxuan didn't die, what did it have to do with him? But Pei Wenxuan smiled when he heard this. If it has nothing to do with Lord Su, Pei Wenxuan raised his hand and threw the cup of tea Su Yongqing had just poured out. The teacup fell to the ground, seeming to disturb something. In an instant, the carriage suddenly stopped. The two figures swayed. Pei Wenxuan supported himself on the table and looked up at Su Yongqing. What does Lord Su think I am here for? Su Yongqing's expression was cold. The sound of fighting suddenly came from the surroundings. The arrow hit the carriage, and the carriage shook violently. The two people in the carriage didn't seem to be affected by the outside world. They each sat on one side of the carriage and seemed to be chatting. Su Yongqing listened to the fighting outside and said calmly, You have people in ambush. Pei Wenxuan poured another cup and lifted the teapot. He first poured tea for Su Yongqing, then filled his own cup. Lord Su came personally. How could I dare to be negligent? As Pei Wenxuan spoke, he pushed Su Yongqing's teacup to him. Drink tea. You knew there was an ambush on the road. I didn't know at first, but when Assistant Minister Su came, I guessed it. You were observing on the road. Assistant Minister Su, do you think I'm someone who likes to watch the fun? Pei Wenxuan laughed. Su Yongqing's expression was calm. Then you attacked Minister Wang's residence to lure me here. That's not it. Pei Wenxuan shook his head. I also didn't think that Assistant Minister Su would come personally for this matter. But now that Assistant Minister Su is here, I have another idea. Pei Wenxuan took a sip of tea. It seems that Lord Su has a lot of business in the imperial court. Lord Su shouldn't be so familiar with the role of Minister Wang. When Wang Howen was attacked, his first reaction was to look for Su Yongqing. It was clear that he was very familiar with Su Yongqing. I remember that Assistant Minister Su has a noble character and unquestionable integrity. You've always disdained official business and only wanted to do things in a down-to-earth manner. Why did you learn the underhanded methods that assistant ministers have always looked down on? Forming cliques for personal gain. Pei Wenchuan lowered his voice and smiled. That's not something to be proud of. Su Yongqing didn't say anything. The carriage was hit hard by someone and jolted. Pei Wenchuan looked back and saw that it was a mess outside. He secretly weighed his options. His men and the assassins were on par, but the problem was that Su Yongqing's men were here as well. After a while, when most of the people on the roadside ran away, it would be hard to say which side Su Yongqing's men would stand. His biggest hope now was Li Rong. If Li Rong received the message that he was taken away by Su Yongqing, he would immediately rush over. The most important part of the bet between him and Su Yongqing was Li Rong. Whether Li Rong came early or late, it would determine whether he would win or lose. His expression didn't change, but he always had a smile on his face. Su Yongqing looked at him for a moment, then slowly said, "What are you looking at now?" "I'm observing the situation." Pei Wenchuan turned his head and looked at Su Yongqing. "I'm looking at when Assistant Minister Su's men will make their move." "Lord Pei, I'm afraid you're not observing the situation." Su Yongqing looked up and slowly smiled. "You're waiting for someone, right?" "Oh?" Pei Wenchuan's heart beat faster. He raised his eyebrows. "Lord Su thinks I'm waiting for someone?" "I know you're waiting for His Highness." Su Yongqing's expression was calm. "But I'm afraid you won't be able to wait." "Do you have any words for His Highness?" "I don't have any words." "For His Highness." Pei Wenchuan put his hands in his sleeves and stared at Su Yongqing. "But there's one thing I want to ask you." "Ask away." Su Yongqing seemed to know what he was going to ask. "When did you come back?" Su Yongqing heard this and laughed softly. "You're sure I came back very early? Was it before I married His Highness?" "A month before His Highness held the spring banquet." Su Yongqing's voice was very low. He looked at the cup of water. "When I woke up, it felt like a dream." "You've already come back." Pei Wenchuan frowned. "Why?" He hesitated for a moment. Su Yongqing looked up. He had a smile on his face, but his eyes couldn't help but have a bit of sadness. "Why do I still want you to marry her?" Pei Wenchuan was silent. Su Yongqing stood up and looked at Pei Wenchuan. "If I say I've always wanted you to live well, would you believe me? The premise is that you don't let Li Chuan ascend the throne, right?" Pei Wenchuan laughed mockingly. Su Yongqing didn't speak. He said softly, "I'm sorry." Then he suddenly reached out and pulled Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan was already prepared. The moment Su Yongqing made a move, he kicked at him. The two of them were entangled in the carriage, punching and kicking. Pei Wenchuan's hands were shackled, so it was inconvenient for him to move. However, he was full of strength. For a moment, he was evenly matched with Su Yongqing. His whole body was on top of Su Yongqing, and he used his head to hit Su Yongqing with a bang. Su Yongqing was dizzy from the hit. Pei Wenchuan also sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. However, he was the one who initiated the attack. The moment Su Yongqing was dizzy, he smashed him with the shackles. Su Yongqing recovered after being hit a few times. He was a master teacher and had never seen such a disorderly fighting style. He was momentarily disoriented, but he quickly adjusted. He took advantage of Pei Wenchuan's inconvenience to hit him to vent his strength. He suddenly turned over and kicked Pei Wenchuan away. Without waiting for Pei Wenchuan to stand up, he immediately got up and kicked Pei Wenchuan out of the carriage. The moment Pei Wenchuan was kicked out of the carriage, arrows fell like rain. Pei Wenchuan rolled all the way to avoid the rain of arrows. Then he saw a long saber coming at him. Fortunately, the Imperial bodyguard raised his hand to block it. Another Imperial bodyguard helped him up. However, before he could say anything, the Imperial bodyguards were scattered by the killers. Pei Wenchuan was protected by the Imperial bodyguards and rushed out. He didn't even have time to unshackle his hands. The sword suddenly cut through his hair crown, splitting it in half. He struggled to crawl and roll, escaping in a sorry state. After a while, he vaguely heard the sound of horse hooves not far away. Pei Wenchuan hurriedly looked up and saw a woman in red riding a horse. Her clothes fluttered in the wind. Darren, Su Jiju jumped into the carriage and said anxiously, "The princess is here." Su Yongqing paused and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he said, "Protect Pei Wenchuan. Don't let anything happen to him." Those killers. Su Jiju hesitated. Su Yongqing looked up at him and said, "What does it have to do with us?" Su Jiju was stunned, then reacted and quickly said, "Yes." As soon as Li Rong appeared, the surrounding situation changed in an instant. Su Yongqing's people finally joined the battle. When Pei Wenchuan saw the change in the battle, he turned his head and whispered to the imperial bodyguard next to him, "Push me to stab my shoulder." The imperial bodyguard was slightly stunned. Pei Wenchuan lowered his voice and said, "Don't touch the vital parts." The imperial bodyguard finally reacted. When the next killer approached, he pulled Pei Wenchuan to the side. The killer's sharp blade instantly pierced Pei Wenchuan's shoulder. The killer wanted to pull out his sword and stab again, but the imperial bodyguard kicked the killer away and stabbed him. Li Rong led people like a hot knife through butter. She saw Pei Wenchuan from a distance. Seeing the sword piercing his body, Li Rong's eyes were about to burst. She galloped past the crowd, jumped off the horse, and rushed straight down. Pei Wenchuan fell back softly. Li Rong supported him. Pei Wenchuan fell into Li Rong's arms. Li Rong's clothes were stained with blood. Li Rong's whole body couldn't help trembling. Her voice began to tremble, but she still pretended to be calm. "Let the doctor come." As soon as Li Rong's people came, the killers hurriedly fled, and the whole scene was immediately controlled. Li Rong asked Pei Wenchuan to lie down. She looked at the blood trickling out of Pei Wenchuan's shoulder and panicked. But she didn't show it on her face. She let Pei Wenchuan lean on her and let the doctor come quickly. The doctor in the princess's residence was an old man who was over 50 years old. He ran quickly with a medicine box. Panting, he ran to Li Rong's side and raised his hand to examine Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan didn't want to stay here any longer. He had to pretend to be seriously injured, so he pulled Li Rong and smiled bitterly, "Your Highness, take me back first. Take a look at your injury first. Make sure you're fine before you move." Li Rong held his hand and said firmly. Pei Wenchuan was afraid that the doctor would say he was fine. He coughed a few times and said weakly, "Your Highness, I'm afraid I'll die outside, don't talk nonsense." Li Rong shouted. The doctor couldn't help but look at Pei Wenchuan again. Pei Wenchuan secretly winked at the doctor, held Li Rong tightly, and pleaded, "Your Highness, get on the carriage first. Let's go back." Li Rong heard Pei Wenchuan's hint and hesitated for a moment. Pei Wenchuan saw that she still couldn't make up her mind and heard Su Yongqing get off the carriage. He simply closed his eyes, leaned against Li Rong, and fainted. Li Rong saw Pei Wenchuan faint and his whole body tensed up. Su Yongqing walked behind Li Rong and bent down to pull Li Rong. He was quite worried. "Your Highness, you first." Before he finished speaking, Li Rong slapped him back. "Pa!" A crisp sound fell on Su Yongqing's face. Su Yongqing froze. Su Jiju hurriedly stepped forward. "Young master, step back." Su Yongqing's voice was very cold. Su Jiju was angry, but she still listened to Su Yongqing and stepped back. Li Rong looked back at Pei Wenchuan, who was being examined by the doctor, and calmly ordered, "Put Lord Pei on the carriage first. Dr. Lin will accompany him." Hearing Li Rong's order, the people next to him hurriedly came over and put Pei Wenchuan on a stretcher, accompanied by the doctor to the carriage. Pei Wenchuan lay on the stretcher, quietly opened his eyes and secretly looked at Li Rong. Li Rong was still in the same place, looking at Su Yongqing coldly. Su Yongqing faced Li Rong's cold gaze, as if he didn't hear it. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect your Highness to come so early. You didn't think that I would think of you so badly in my heart, did you?" Li Rong said directly, making Su Yongqing's face stiffen. Li Rong chuckled, "Did you think that I would enter the palace first? Your Highness knows me. But you never know me." Su Yongqing, Li Rong looked at him seriously, "I have never hated you." Su Yongqing looked up at him. Li Rong said slowly, "Even if you kill me, I will only think that you have your reasons." But let me tell you, if you kill Pei Wenxuan, Li Rong stared at him and said word by word, I will hate you. I will hate you for the rest of my life. When the time comes, I will personally drag you to the guillotine and cut your neck open bit by bit. Then, I will dismember your body into 1,000 pieces and burn you to ashes. Then, I will scatter the ashes into different rivers and feed them to the fishes. I want your bones to be destroyed, and you will never be reincarnated. You will forever be in the sea of suffering. Do you understand? Li Rong finished speaking and turned to leave. Su Yongqing suddenly said, the reason why your highness doesn't hate me is, Li Rong stopped in her tracks. Su Rongqing said with a smile, it's only because you've never loved before. Li Rong didn't say anything. Pei Wenxuan was in the carriage. He raised his hand and lifted the curtain, quietly looking at the two. Perhaps. Li Rong's tone was very light. As she spoke, she walked towards Pei Wenxuan's carriage. When I leave, there is still Pei Wenxuan. Su Yongqing watched Li Rong leave. He couldn't help but say, when Pei Wenxuan leaves, there is still someone else. Your Highness, why are you so stubborn? It is not the same. Li Rong turned her head and looked at Su Yongqing. She smiled at him, which was rare. Pei Wenxuan, in my heart, Li Rong raised her hand and gently placed it on her chest, is not the same as anyone else. Su Yongqing. Li Rong looked at him with some disappointment in her eyes, in all these years, you have never really understood me. I understand your highness. Su Yongqing suddenly raised his voice, as if that was the only thing he was holding on to. Li Rong smiled bitterly, no, you don't understand. If you understood me, you would have at least killed him earlier. And the reason why you didn't expect me to come so quickly is because you always thought that I never knew what you were like. But Su Yongqing, Li Rong looked at him quietly, I know very well how ugly you are. It's just that I didn't care before. After saying that, Li Rong turned around and went back to the carriage. Seeing her coming, Pei Wenxuan was so scared that he quickly lowered the curtain and pretended to be unconscious in the carriage. Dr. Lin looked at him helplessly. When Li Rong came in, Li Rong asked worriedly, how is he? It's fine. It's just a flesh wound. It won't hurt his muscles or bones. Dr. Lin had already bandaged Pei Wenxuan's wound. He packed up the medical box and bowed his head, just take care of him. Thank you, Dr. Lin. How is it difficult for your highness's matter? As Dr. Lin spoke, he bowed to Li Rong and took his leave. For a moment, only Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan were left in the carriage. Li Rong felt the carriage start again. Pei Wenxuan closed his eyes and thought about how to open them naturally and logically. But before he could do anything, he felt Li Rong's hands holding his hand and then gently holding it on top of his head. I'm sorry, I came too late. Li Rong's voice was hoarse. Pei Wenxuan heard Li Rong's voice. He felt that if he opened his eyes at this moment, he would probably be beaten to death. But if he didn't open his eyes, I'm fine. Pei Wenxuan suddenly spoke. Li Rong looked up blankly and saw Pei Wenxuan supporting himself to sit up. He looked at the girl who was half squatting in front of him. Her eyes were slightly red and she looked a little surprised and confused. Compared to being scolded by Li Rong, he was more afraid that she would be worried. Li Rong watched as Pei Wenxuan quickly got up. She immediately reacted and frowned, you lied to me? It's just a temporary measure, Pei Wenxuan quickly said, I can explain. Li Rong heard his words and was so angry that she laughed. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she only shouted, stop the carriage. Don't. Pei Wenxuan got up and pulled Li Rong, don't be angry, I really have no other choice. I'll explain to you, okay? Li Rong ignored him. When she saw the carriage stop, she pushed him and turned around to get off the carriage. However, she used a lot of strength in her push, and Pei Wenxuan really fell back, pressing on his wound, forcing him to suck in a breath of cold air. Li Rong heard the gasp behind her. She paused and turned around to see Pei Wenxuan sitting on the ground. The wound on his shoulder was stained with blood. Li Rong's expression changed. She quickly went back and helped him up, are you looking for death? Pei Wenxuan followed her strength and sat back down on the couch. Li Rong called for a doctor. The doctor came up the carriage to look at the wound and bandaged it again. While bandaging, Li Rong looked at Pei Wenxuan's wound. Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Rong. When the bandages were changed, the doctor and servants left. Pei Wenxuan reached out from the quilt and carefully touched Li Rong's hand. He used his hand to gently touch her and whispered, "I was just pretending for everyone to see. I can't explain it to you. Don't be angry, okay?" Li Rong was interrupted and her anger dissipated. She knew that Pei Wenxuan had his own considerations. She lowered her head to look at the embroidered pattern on the quilt and said, "What do you plan to do? Speak." "Today, Consort Ro asked me to tell the remaining scholars to give up on pursuing the matter of this substitute examination. If they are willing to give up, they will be allowed to participate in the examination normally and they will be given a sum of money. If they are not willing..." Pei Wenxuan didn't continue, but Li Rong already understood. She nodded and said slowly, "Consort Ro wants to win both sides. On one hand, he wants to gain a good reputation for helping the people. On the other hand, he doesn't want to offend too many aristocratic families." Li Rong said and looked up at him, "So you deliberately came to cause trouble at Wang Howen's house to make Wang take you in?" After all, Wang Howen was the minister of the Ministry of Personnel. How could he not have a way to deal with a direct attack on his home? "Yes," he nodded, I didn't think Su Yong, he came. Since he came, I couldn't help but worry that he would use this opportunity to kill me, so I arranged for bodyguards to protect him. At the same time, I chatted with him to stall for time and waited for His Highness." "Then why did you get hit by the sword?" Li Rong frowned. Pei Wenxuan touched his nose in embarrassment. "That's right, the position of the Minister of Justice hasn't been decided yet. He got into trouble at the hands of Su Yongqing, so Su Yongqing was more or less implicated." Li Rong knew what he was planning, so she lowered her head and didn't say anything. Pei Wenxuan saw this and reached out to pull her into his arms. He comforted her, "I suffered this injury myself. I know what I'm doing, so don't worry too much. Recuperate well." Li Rong used her fan to block his hand that reached out to hug her, and said indifferently, "Once you've recovered, I'll deal with you." Saying this, Li Rong helped her lie down. Pei Wenxuan looked at the person in front of him who had a straight face but was unusually gentle, and couldn't help but laugh. Li Rong glanced at him indifferently, "What are you laughing at? I thought His Highness would deal with me." "I'm not young anymore." Li Rong sat beside him, "Even if I wanted to find trouble with you, it wouldn't be now. I'll go to the palace in a while, you go back and sleep first." Pei Wenxuan responded. Seeing Li Rong in a daze, he reached out and held Li Rong's fist, and said gently, "His Highness, what did you say to Su Yongqing just now?" Li Rong turned her head. She didn't expect him to be interested in this matter. Just now, when she spoke to Su Yongqing, her voice was naturally not loud enough for others to hear, so Pei Wenxuan only saw the two of them confronting each other. Li Rong thought for a moment, and only said, "I said some harsh words to him, that's all. But when Your Highness turned around, you seemed sad." Pei Wenxuan continued to ask. Li Rong didn't want to answer, but when she met Pei Wenxuan's smiling eyes, she paused for a moment. She guessed that Pei Wenxuan cared, so after a short silence, she smiled bitterly, and slowly said, "I just feel that raising a dog can be considered to have expended a lot of effort, but in the end, it still can't mature." "It's not like it's only been a day or two that he can't mature." Pei Wenxuan was somewhat curious. "When Your Highness learned that he killed Your Highness didn't feel sad, so why do you care now?" Li Rong didn't speak, so Pei Wenxuan waited quietly. The wheels of the carriage slowly rolled over the ground, making creaking sounds. "Probably, it's within my expectations that he would kill me." Li Rong smiled and shook her head, "But he doesn't even know what kind of person I am, so it's beyond my expectations." "That's enough." Li Rong turned her head and tucked him in, "You're so narrow-minded. I didn't see you being so calculative in your previous life, so why do you want to fight for everything in this life?" "Actually, in my previous life, I was also very narrow-minded." Pei Wenxuan didn't hide it, and Li Rong laughed. "Oh? Why didn't I know? I almost wanted to kill him." Li Rong paused, and Pei Wenxuan's voice was very soft. "When you wanted to separate from me because of him, I thought about whether I should kill him or not." "Then why not?" Li Rong pretended to be indifferent and joked, "If we killed him, maybe we could live for a few more years." "Yes, I also regret it." Pei Wenxuan lay down and looked at Li Rong, smiling. But if he died at that time, wouldn't you remember him for the rest of your life? I don't know about that. The curtain of the carriage suddenly rose and fell. Li Rong glanced outside, and saw that they were not far from the princess residence. Li Rong patted the quilt and said to Pei Wenxuan, "Go to sleep first." "Your Highness, are you sending me back to the residence? You're in my carriage, and you still want to go back?" Li Rong laughed and gently patted Pei Wenxuan's face. "Come back to the princess residence with me, Lord Pei?" "Then what about Her Majesty?" Pei Wenxuan frowned. Li Rong laughed. "I'm infatuated with Lord Pei. Today, I found out that Lord Pei wanted to meet another woman, so I went to catch them in the act. When I found out that Lord Pei was in danger, I kidnapped Lord Pei and brought him back to the residence. What do you think of this reason?" Pei Wenxuan thought for a moment, raised his good hand, and put it behind his head, nodded, and said, "Okay." The two arrived at the princess residence, and just as they reached the entrance, they heard the coachman's nervous voice, "Your Highness." Li Rong lifted the curtain of the carriage, and saw Consort Ro's capable bodyguard blocking the door. He said coldly, "Your Highness Ping Le, you violated the ban and left the residence without permission. What do you think?" Li Rong directly said. The bodyguard was stunned by her, "What do you think?" Li Rong sneered, "Instead of questioning me, why don't you go back and ask your master if there are any clues after investigating Chen Hozhao's case? I promised my father that I would be grounded to give him face. She shouldn't use a chicken feather as an arrow. She really thinks that I, Ping Le, am easy to bully. Go back and tell her that if she dares to let those shady women get close to the former prince consort again, I'll tear her face off for her if she doesn't want her face." After Li Rong finished scolding, everyone was stunned. They didn't understand what Li Rong meant by shady women. When Pei Wenxuan heard Li Rong scolding, he quickly pretended to faint. Li Rong directly asked people to carry Pei Wenxuan out. When the bodyguard saw Pei Wenxuan, he immediately said, "Your Highness, this is the imperial court's official. This is my former prince consort." Li Rong said righteously and stood in front of the bodyguard, "Since he married me, he will be my man for the rest of his life. If he wants to die, he will die in my residence in Ping Le. If you don't let him die here, I will let you die here. Get out of the way. Carry him in." Li Rong raised his hand and pointed at the residence. He stood in front of the bodyguards and forced a path for them to carry Pei Wenxuan in. After Pei Wenxuan was carried in, as soon as they entered the room, Pei Wenxuan opened his eyes. "Your Highness." Pei Wenxuan looked at the woman who was sitting in the room and fanning herself. Li Rong looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Pei Wenxuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "After today, the news of Your Highness being blinded by beauty will spread in the imperial court again. How many times have I been blinded by you?" Li Rong glared at him and sneered, "I have chased after you and cried all the way. Do you think I will be scolded for snatching you into the residence when you are in danger?" Pei Wenxuan was amused by him and waved at Li Rong. Li Rong walked in front of him and sat on the bed. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you doing?" "Your Highness, I want to ask you a question. Can you answer me truthfully?" Pei Wenxuan seemed to have thought for a long time before he asked. Li Rong raised his eyebrows and said, "Go ahead." "Your Highness, if we were not killed by Su Yongqing," Pei Wenxuan asked with some difficulty, "would we still be together?" Li Rong didn't expect him to ask this. She was stunned. Pei Wenxuan laughed and said, "I was just casually asking. This is nonsense. You don't have to think too much about it." "Then why did you ask?" Pei Wenxuan choked. Li Rong laughed. She reached out and hugged Pei Wenxuan. "Don't worry. No matter what. I like Brother Pei the most." Pei Wenxuan laughed. When he laughed, his chest shook slightly. He lowered his head and kissed Li Rong's hair. The moonlight fell on his light gray eyes. He said gently, "I also like Your Highness the most." When Pei Wenxuan fell asleep in the princess residence, Consort Ro's imperial bodyguard returned to the palace. He repeated Li Rong's words to Consort Ro in a low voice. Hua Lu was so angry that he suddenly stood up and said angrily, "What do you mean by a promiscuous woman? She wants to fight over a man who divorced her. Does she have any shame? What is she so proud of?" "Mother," Hualu turned to Consort Ro and said, I will go to Imperial Father and report her for violating the order to save Pei Wenchuan. Enough. Consort Ro sipped his tea and said slowly, she was grounded because your Imperial Father asked her to give us face. She should be thankful if she doesn't cause trouble. Don't go looking for trouble now. After all, Chen Hoan's case still had not been found to be related to Li Rong. Consort Ro did not care about Li Rong at all. He was more concerned about why Pei Wenchuan had provoked Wang Hoan for no reason. He had provoked Wang Hoan, and now he was in trouble. Those students, who was going to speak for him? What should they do next? Wang Hoan was the minister of the Ministry of Personnel. This matter was obviously related to him. However, he held a high position and had many henchmen. She could not touch him at all. Pei Wenchuan had used her name to offend him. She still had to apologize. Consort Ro thought for a moment and asked someone to draft an apology letter. He added some money and sent it to Wang Hoan. However, before Consort Ro could send it out, he received a letter saying that the Wang family had sent it from outside the palace. Consort Ro hurriedly asked someone to open the letter. There was a limerick written on the letter. The crows in the pig food alley are busy, but a new branch calls itself a phoenix. Wearing a yellow hat and green mouth holding a pearl, it is difficult to hide the filthy night fragrance. Consort Ro's expression changed when he saw the poem. Hualu hurriedly took the paper and scanned it. He was furious. This Wang Hoan is too presumptuous. Who does he think he is to say that you? The pig food alley was the place where Consort Ro was born. This poem was extremely sarcastic. Consort Ro's expression did not change. After a long time, she laughed softly. Good, very good. Li Rong asked Pei Wenchuan to stay in the princess residence, and the two of them waited for the people in the palace to question Li Rong about stealing Pei Wenchuan without permission. Unexpectedly, the next day, no one came to question her. Instead, the news of Consort Ro forcibly detaining Wang Hoan came. Li Rong was stunned when she heard the news. She couldn't help but look at Pei Wenchuan and say with some surprise, she actually dared to directly arrest the minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Back then, I was also arrested with evidence. Xia Lanqing, is Consort Ro crazy? If she dares to arrest him, she naturally has evidence. Pei Wenchuan smiled and picked up a cup of tea with his uninjured hand. He explained, previously, Wang Hoan gave her money. She originally planned to release Wang Hoan, but now that I've made a fuss, everyone knows that Wang Hoan is a suspect. Even if she wants to release him, she has to consider her reputation. But she doesn't have the guts, does she? Li Rong frowned. Wang Hoan gave her money. It's fine if she doesn't help him, but she still wants to arrest him? Hearing this, Pei Wenchuan smiled and took a sip of tea. Li Rong immediately reacted. What did you do? Last night, I arranged for someone to pretend to be someone from the Wang residence and pass a message to the palace. He wrote a poem that mocked Consort Ro and mocked her background. When Li Rong heard this, she understood. Consort Ro had her own methods, but she and Hualu both cared too much about their backgrounds. If it was in the past, it would have been fine. But now that Consort Ro was in charge of the inspectorate, everyone had to give in to her. When she was in the limelight, Wang Hoan still dared to write a letter to mock her just because he was from an aristocratic family. Naturally, she couldn't stay calm. After all, she was in charge of the inspectorate and was an imperial concubine. Her rank was high, so it was easy for her to arrest someone. Pei Wenchuan could be criticized for not being of high enough rank, but as long as Consort Ro had enough troops, there was no one she couldn't catch. However, it was easy to catch someone, but difficult to make them stay. Li Rong thought about it and couldn't help but ask, what if Consort Ro meets Wang Hoan and confirms the truth about the poem? So what if she confirms it? Pei Wenchuan smiled. In the end, Wang Hoan was caught by her. The aristocratic families watching from the side will only think that she is too arrogant, and Wang Hoan will not take this lying down. Your Highness should quickly fan the flames and have the censorate keep an eye on Consort Ro's handling of Wang Hoan's case. This way, she will think that the letter was written by Your Highness. Your Highness wants to fight for power, so she will naturally be flustered. When the time comes, if she doesn't handle Wang Howen's case, she won't be able to build up the prestige that your majesty wanted her to. If she handles it, then her secret alliance with Su Yongqing and the other aristocratic families in Jiangnan will be broken. As Pei Wenchuan spoke, he put down his teacup and slowly said, I'd like to see what she plans to do. While the two were talking, there was a report from outside, saying that someone from the palace had arrived. Li Rong ordered people to take care of Pei Wenchuan, then stood up and went to the hall. Once in the hall, Li Rong saw Fu Lai and his soldiers standing in the hall. Li Rong went forward and bowed, then called out in a low voice, Fu Lai, eunuch. Your Highness. Fu Lai smiled and returned the greeting, long time no see. How did eunuch find the time to visit me today? Li Rong asked Fu Lai to sit down, but Fu Lai shook his head and didn't sit down. He only said, this old servant is here on His Majesty's order to ask what happened yesterday when your highness forcibly left the residence and kidnapped Assistant Minister Pei. Hearing this, Li Rong's face instantly turned cold. Eunuch, are you here to denounce me? I wouldn't dare. Fu Lai quickly bowed and said anxiously, Your Highness, this old servant is just following orders. I hope your highness won't make things difficult for me. Hearing this, Li Rong's expression changed. He turned his head and said, Go back and tell Imperial Father clearly. Yesterday, the Wen family came to me and told me that Xiao Wei sent a visiting card to Pei Wenchuan. How long has it been since Pei Wenchuan and I separated? Consort Ro dares to bully me? No matter what, Pei Wenchuan was my previous son-in-law. She let. Your Highness, Fu Lai heard this and hurriedly said, Why don't you go to the palace with this old servant to talk about this? These words. Fu Lai revealed a difficult expression, this old servant can't convey it. I won't make things difficult for you, Li Rong stood up and said directly, I'll go to the palace now and explain it to Imperial Father clearly. Li Rong seemed to be extremely angry and led people to the palace. When they arrived at the imperial study, Li Ming and Su Mingji were admiring a bird painting together. Li Rong aggressively rushed in and shouted, Imperial Father, you have to uphold justice for me, Imperial Father. When Li Ming heard Li Rong directly barging in, he couldn't help but be stunned. Su Mingji smiled and respectfully said, Your Highness, this old servant will take his leave first. Li Rong entered the room and was also stunned when he saw Su Mingji. Then, he hurriedly bowed and said with a slight grievance, Greetings to Elder Su. Su Mingji smiled and returned the greeting, then walked out. After Su Mingji left, Li Ming's face immediately fell. Look at your rude appearance, what is this? Li Rong's eyes reddened when he heard this. Yes, your daughter is outrageous. Your daughter was bullied to this extent, but you didn't care about it and even said that I was outrageous. Li Ming quickly glanced at Fu Lai who followed in. Fu Lai explained, Your Highness is here to explain why you left the residence without permission yesterday. When Li Ming heard this, he nodded and sat down, saying indifferently, Speak, why did you leave the residence? I heard that you even brought Pei Wenchuan back to the residence? Li Rong quickly told him about Xiao Wei's meeting with Pei Wenchuan and how Mrs. Wen told her about it. Then, he angrily said, I went to find Pei Wenchuan and asked him for an explanation. Who would have thought that before I could find trouble with him, I saw someone assassinate him on the street? Su Yongqing was in charge of escorting him to the Ministry of Justice, but he actually let someone seriously injure him on the street. So, I brought him back to the residence to recuperate. Li Ming listened quietly and used the teacup lid to stir the tea in the teacup. He slowly said, Then you did a good thing. How is Pei Wenchuan now? Not bad, Li Rong's eyes reddened when he heard this. He's still alive, but he needs to recuperate. Li Ming frowned and thought for a while, then sent him back to the Pei residence. I won't send him back. Li Rong decisively refused. If I send him back, who knows when Xiao Wei will come again? You separated from him. Li Ming's tone was dissatisfied. Why did you keep him in the residence? Li Rong turned his head, his face angry. Then why does Imperial Father have to separate us? He doesn't like you. Li Ming was annoyed. You're a princess, how can you chase after a man like this? You're the son of heaven. Li Rong turned his head, seemingly puzzled. I'm a princess, Pei Wenchuan is nothing. If you gave the order, would he dare to separate from me? It's obviously you who wants to separate us. You're talking nonsense. Li Ming slapped the table, but he also felt somewhat guilty. Li Rong saw him yelling at her and immediately cried, "You took away the consort row from the inspectorate and forced me to separate from him. You let Hua Lu come to my residence and beat me up. You also wanted me to be grounded for the sake of consort row's position in the inspectorate. I listened to you one by one, but you let consort row humiliate me like this? I've never liked anyone in my life. Pei Wenchuan was chosen by you. It wasn't easy for me to like him, and you agreed to separate from him. Now you want Xiao Wei to see him in front of me." Li Rong scolded him one by one. Li Ming suddenly felt guilty. Li Rong raised his hand to wipe his tears. "You're forcing me." "Your Highness, don't be sad." Fu Lai saw Li Ming's embarrassment and went forward to pull Li Rong. "You're His Majesty's most beloved daughter, and His Majesty is worried about your reputation." "Fu, you're right," Li Ming coughed softly. Seeing that Fu came to give him a way out, he said, "I'm also worried about your reputation. If you don't like Xiao Wei, then don't let Xiao Wei see him. I also don't trust other people." Li Rong wiped his tears and said decisively, "He's injured now. If you let him be somewhere else, I won't feel at ease." Li Ming paused. Li Rong's consideration was indeed correct. If Li Rong hadn't appeared in this assassination, Pei Wenchuan might have died. Pei Wenchuan was now one of the most direct executors of his will. If he died like this, first, other people wouldn't dare to come forward, and second, he would have one less person to do things for him. In the entire imperial court, there was probably no one who cared more about Pei Wenchuan than Li Rong. After all, other people had more to do with Pei Wenchuan, but Li Rong, she had Pei Wenchuan in her heart. Thinking of this, Li Ming felt lucky for a moment, but also a little sad. He felt lucky that he could take advantage of the relationship between Pei Wenchuan and Li Rong to create more gaps between Li Rong and Li Chuan. There was an inexplicable feeling, like his precious cabbage had been eaten by a pig. Li Ming hesitated for a moment, and finally decided, "Okay, let him recuperate there. When he's recovered, he'll come back immediately." "But, what buts?" Li Ming looked up at her and said in annoyance, "Do you want to get married again?" When Li Rong heard this, she seemed a little embarrassed. "In any case, he's living in my fu. You have to consider my daughter's reputation. How about?" "You're talking about reputation with me at this time?" Li Ming laughed mockingly and didn't bother to pay attention to her. He only said, "You can leave." "Imperial father, also, what about Su Yongqing?" Li Rong stared at Li Ming. He caught Pei Wenchuan and took him to the Ministry of Justice, which caused Pei Wenchuan to have the opportunity to be assassinated. He suffered such a serious injury. Are you going to let it go just like that? Li Ming thought for a moment, and finally said, "Zhen will punish him, but after all, he only failed to protect Pei Wenchuan. He's not the murderer, so you don't have to take it to heart." "Even so, he has to be punished," Li Rong immediately said. "He has to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, if they all target Pei Wenchuan, who will dare to help you in the future?" These words touched Li Ming's heart. Li Ming waved his hand and said, "Go back and embroider more flowers and practice your calligraphy. Don't think about these things." Li Rong pursed his lips and knelt down to kowtow. When he was about to leave, Li Rong suddenly remembered, "Imperial father, then my confinement order, remove it." She had done this for others to see, to establish Consort Ro's authority. Now that Consort Ro had arrested Wang Howen, she didn't need to confine Li Rong to support her. Consort Ro's face was now very big. Li Rong smiled and bowed, then left happily. When he returned to his room, Pei Wenchuan saw Li Rong's happy face and knew that everything had gone smoothly. He raised his hand and pointed to the 2 letters on the table, and said with a smile, "I've finished writing the memorials. I'll have to trouble you to send them to the censorate and have someone keep an eye on Wang Howen's case. Your shoulder is injured, but you can still write memorials?" Li Rong smiled and sat down next to Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan looked up at her and chuckled. "Not only can I write memorials," Pei Wenchuan propped himself up and moved closer to Li Rong, "I can do many other things." "Your Highness, do you want to try?" Pei Wenchuan, Li Rong pushed his head with his fan, "You're really an old pervert. If I die under a peony flower, I'll still be a romantic ghost." Pei Wenchuan moved closer to Li Rong, wanting to kiss her. Li Rong saw him coming over and felt tickled by his touch. She giggled and stood up. "I'm not going to talk about these things with you. I still have work to do." Li Rong went to the table and took Pei Wenxuan's memorials. Pei Wenxuan sighed and fell back on the bed. After using me, you see that I'm useless. Your Highness is ignoring me. That's right, you didn't use that dog thing. Li Rong passed by him and hit him in the stomach with her fan. When she reached the door, she thought for a moment and turned back to look at him meaningfully. You should take care of yourself. She looked at him very slowly, as if it contained countless romantic feelings, with an ecstasy that could devour one's soul and bones. Pei Wenxuan sucked in a breath of cold air and watched as the woman pushed the door open and walked out. Li Rong handed the memorials to the people from the censorate. The next day, when Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan were eating oranges in the room, they heard the news that the censorate had submitted a memorial to Wang Howen, saying that he wanted to assist Consort Ro in investigating the case, but he had been rejected by Consort Ro. Su Yongqing had been fined 3 months of salary because he failed to protect Pei Wenxuan. At the same time, the left Assistant Minister of Justice, Pei Liming, was appointed as the new Minister of Justice. The position of Minister of Justice had always been undecided between Su Yongqing and Pei Liming. Now that Su Yongqing had injured Pei Wenxuan, it was clear that he had been fined his salary, but everyone knew that for someone of Su Yongqing's background, salary was not important. Therefore, the real punishment for Su Yongqing was to make Pei Liming the Minister of Justice. These 2 pieces of news made the 2 of them eat 2 more bowls of rice. Li Rong secretly sent people to continuously inquire about Wang Howen and Consort Ro. After Wang Howen was detained by Consort Ro, it was said that he cursed Consort Ro in prison, so Consort Ro directly ordered people to use secret torture on him. The so-called secret torture was a form of torture that did not leave any visible scars. Wang Howen had never experienced such a sinister method, so it didn't take long for him to confess. After Wang Howen was beaten up and confessed, Consort Ro finally went to see him. Wang Howen had long been tortured to the point of being on the verge of death. She smiled and asked, "Official Wang, how do you feel?" Wang Howen had been tortured for several days, so he didn't dare to say much. However, he also found it hard to accept lowering his head to Consort Ro, so he remained silent. Consort Ro lightly tapped her fingernails and slowly said, "The crows in the piggy alley are busy, but a new branch calls itself a phoenix. Wearing a yellow hat and a green mouth holding a pearl, it's hard to hide the turbid night fragrance." Official Wang, Consort Ro turned to look at him and smiled, "Do you still think this is a good poem?" Hearing this, Wang Howen couldn't help but laugh. "Good poem," he said loudly, "it's perfect for your ladyship." "That's good," Consort Ro said softly, "when Official Wang goes to the guillotine and is executed after autumn, I'll see if Official Wang still thinks it's a good poem or not." As she said this, Consort Ro stood up and walked out. When she was outside, she narrowed her eyes and turned to ask the imperial bodyguard next to her, "In Chen Hojiao's case, has there been any evidence of Ping Li's involvement?" "Not yet," the imperial bodyguard said. In a low voice, Her Highness Ping Li did a clean job. Consort Ro narrowed her eyes, "This girl is much smarter than her mother." "But, your ladyship," the imperial bodyguard said worriedly, "the old madam sent someone to say that Chen Hojiao's case was done by your distant uncle. Please take care of him." Consort Ro paused for a moment, then asked anxiously, "Who else knows about this?" "Your ladyship doesn't need to worry, they're all on the same side." The imperial bodyguard hurriedly comforted her. "The old madam said that as long as Chen Hojiao is gone, the rest will be up to your ladyship." Consort Ro thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, "I'll combine this case with the other cases, so that my mother doesn't need to worry. But in the future, you must tell me about this." Consort Ro's eyes sharpened, "This won't happen again." "Your ladyship doesn't need to worry, the old madam already said that the main family has already punished him. Master Wenshu was worried that your ladyship was short of money in the palace, so he sent in 2 banknotes." Consort Ro saw the imperial bodyguard secretly reveal the 2 banknotes. She glanced at the numbers on the banknotes, and her expression softened. She said, "After all, we're all family. If there's trouble, we have to help." As Consort Ro said this, she walked out with the imperial bodyguard. Consort Ro offended Wang Howen, so she naturally didn't dare to offend the other aristocratic families. Thus, she began to befriend the aristocratic families and gave them money. However, her methods were ruthless, and the fact that she directly tortured Wang Howen secretly spread among the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families were cautious and fearful of her, so their attitude towards her became better and better. Consort Ro only thought that this was because her relationship with the aristocratic families had improved. Without the supervision of the censorate, Consort Ro became more and more unscrupulous in her actions. In less than half a month, she officially announced that the case had been closed. She arrested nearly 30 people, and nearly 8 of them were executed. Other than Wang Howen, almost all of them were officials related to the Shangguan clan. Anyone with a discerning eye could see Consort Ro's intentions at a glance. Thus, some of the smaller aristocratic families and the original members of the imperial court fought to establish ties with her, and became the Prince Su's party in the imperial court. Following Consort Ro's closure of the case, Consort Ro handed out the name list of the students who participated in the imperial examination. On the same day that Consort Ro gave out the name list of more than 100 people who were confirmed to have been substitutes, a group of officials from the Ministry of Personnel arrived at the princess's residence. Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong were sitting and playing chess when they heard a group of officials from the Ministry of Personnel outside the residence. They wanted to see Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong looked at each other. Li Rong couldn't help but laugh. I wonder if Lord Pei's illness has recovered? Your Highness still doesn't know whether I'm well or not. Pei Wenxuan smiled and put down the chess piece. He said gently, bring them to the front hall. I'll be there in a moment. The people who came were all small officials from the Ministry of Personnel. They were in charge of the specific arrangements for the imperial examination. When they saw Pei Wenxuan arrive, they immediately became happy. Lord Pei. Those people cupped their hands and bowed to Pei Wenxuan. Your body can be considered to have recovered. Thank you for your concern. Although Pei Wenxuan was resting these days, he still secretly communicated with these people through letters. Although they hadn't seen each other for half a month, they didn't seem unfamiliar with each other. In fact, because they had more private connections, they became more familiar with each other. The group of people casually chatted for a while. Then, a few of them spoke to Pei Wenxuan about the purpose of their visit. This time, we came because we received news that Consort Ro privately asked some of us to see if any of us could take up the position of the chief examiner. We guessed that Consort Ro was planning to replace you. Therefore, we specially came to inform you of this matter. When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he glanced at these people. These people were all children from aristocratic families. Although they weren't first-class nobles, in Huajing, first-class nobles like the Su clan and the Shangguan clan were the minority. Those who worked under them were mostly small nobles who had roots in Huajing. They came to inform him of this matter in such an obvious way. Pei Wenxuan smiled lightly and said gently, everyone, don't worry. I'll return tomorrow. I'll have to trouble everyone to take care of the imperial examination. After Pei Wenxuan sent the officials away, Li Rong walked out from behind the screen while fanning himself. Lord Pei is very charming. You've only been in the Ministry of Personnel for a few days, but you've already become a good brother in everyone's hearts. They don't think of me as a good brother. Pei Wenxuan smiled. They just don't like Consort Ro. Then you're going back now? Li Rong leaned against the door. Pei Wenxuan hugged Li Rong and said, Your Highness, please allow me to rest for one more night. Pei Wenxuan rested for one more night. During the next morning's court session, Pei Wenxuan covered his wound with powder. Li Rong reclined on the bed and looked at Pei Wenxuan with a smile. He said lazily, Lord Pei, just go to court like this. You've been in my residence for so long, what's there to be afraid of? Pei Wenxuan looked at him helplessly and said, I think you really don't want to marry anyone else other than me. Then who do you want me to marry? Li Rong was curious. Pei Wenxuan paused while holding the powder puff. Li Rong sighed and put his hand to his heart. He lamented, Lang Jun is fickle. Pei Wenxuan laughed and said helplessly, I'm thinking of your reputation. What reputation do I need? Li Rong closed his eyes and tapped on the edge of the bed. Go out with this wound. When Imperial Father asks me why I let you out, you'll be embarrassed. Who doesn't know the wound on your neck? Pei Wenxuan didn't say anything. Li Rong looked at him and saw that he was in a daze. Li Rong raised his eyebrows. Why are you in a daze? you're not going to court? If you don't attend court, then just lie down, Li Rong said playfully, Ben Gong will take care of you. Pei Wenxuan shook his head and glanced at the mirror again. Seeing that the wound on his neck was almost covered, he put down the powder puff and walked over to Li Rong. He knelt on one knee beside Li Rong's bed and looked up at Li Rong, who was reclining on the bed. What are you doing? Li Rong's laughter caused his thin clothes to sway gently. Do you want me to kiss you before you leave? Your Highness, Pei Wenxuan looked up at her with a gentle expression. I will light up the city's fireworks, spread the red dress for 10 miles, and have 8 palanquins carried by 8 people. I will come back to marry you grandly. Li Rong was stunned by his words. Pei Wenxuan gently raised her white and slender hand and kissed it. I will let everyone know that Pei Wenxuan loves Li Rong more than Li Rong loves him. Is there something wrong with your head? Li Rong came back to her senses and poked him lightly. Why do you care about this? It's not like I haven't sat in a palanquin before. Li Rong didn't seem to care, but his heart was warm. He said softly, I don't care. Pei Wenxuan smiled and didn't say anything. He got up and kissed her again, then said lightly, I'm leaving. He turned and left. Li Rong watched him leave and carefully closed the door, afraid that she would catch a cold. Li Rong stared at the door for a while, then closed his eyes and rolled over on the bed. Pei Wenxuan arrived late. When he arrived, Consort Ro was already standing in his seat and chatting with the people next to him. Consort Ro was standing in the same position as Li Rong. If he didn't turn around, he wouldn't be able to see Pei Wenxuan. After Pei Wenxuan arrived, he lowered his head and stood in his seat. As soon as he stood, he heard a eunuch announce that the court was about to begin. Pei Wenxian lowered his head and followed the officials in a single file. After entering the court, the people around Pei Wenxian also sensed his arrival. However, it was not good for them to say anything. They only raised their heads to glance at him and did not speak. Su Yongqing also noticed Pei Wenxuan's arrival. He and Pei Wenxuan stood side by side. He glanced lightly at Pei Wenxuan, and Pei Wenxuan smiled and nodded at him. The court officials discussed the unrest at the southwest border, the defection of the main general, a vanguard officer Lin Feibai's temporary resistance and defense of the city, and the disaster relief during the flood season in the south. In the end, they finally mentioned the imperial examinations. Since the inspection office has closed the case, the imperial examinations should begin. It's been delayed for a few months, so it should be faster. Li Ming's voice was calm. There are vacancies in the court this year. The imperial examinations are different from the past, so we should select more talents. Your Majesty is right. Consort Ro immediately responded. But the original examiner, Pei Wenxuan, is still recuperating. Why don't, Your Majesty? Pei Wenxuan spoke at the right time. Everyone looked over. Consort Ro looked surprised for a moment, then immediately calmed down. Pei Wenxuan smiled gently and bowed. This humble official is fine now. I have been contacting other colleagues these days. The imperial examinations have not been delayed. From the examination questions, examination venue, and selection process, everything has been prepared. As long as Your Majesty agrees, the imperial examinations can begin at any time. Li Ming looked at Pei Wenxuan. He pondered for a moment, then said, then let the Ministry of Rights set a date and start preparing this month. Don't delay it. Pei Wenxuan acknowledged. After the morning court, Fu Lai stopped Pei Wenxuan and invited him to the imperial study. Li Ming looked him up and down, then asked curiously, Lord Pei, you came at the right time. Did Pingyeli let you out of the Fu? Your Majesty, please don't make fun of this humble official. Pei Wenxuan smiled bitterly. This humble official is now a hot topic on the streets and alleys. It's almost time for a story. Fu Lai laughed quietly. Li Ming listened to him and looked at his neck again. Pingyeli really likes you. Your Highness is a simple person. As for the imperial examinations, this time, you must strive for fairness. The court needs people who can do things. Li Ming's words were meaningful, and Pei Wenxuan understood them. The court not only needed people who could do things, but also people who could do things for the emperor. I have always hoped to conquer the north in one fell swoop to avoid being harassed all year round. As Li Ming spoke, he stood up. Fu Lai quickly went to support Li Ming. Pei Wenchuan followed behind Li Ming and listened to Li Ming speak slowly. I also thought that after the northern expedition, I would send an additional 100,000 soldiers to the south to live there and spread Xia culture. I also thought that after 100 years, the south would not be in chaos. Your Majesty is far-sighted. Pei Wenchuan respectfully said. Li Ming sighed and walked out of the courtyard with Pei Wenchuan. I also thought that the south has been suffering from floods for many years. We can't always think about repairing the dam. We should find someone to go there and change the river's course. Unfortunately, Li Ming stopped and stood in the courtyard, looking at the exuberant grass and trees in the courtyard. The world's money, grain, and elite soldiers belong to the aristocratic families. In order to protect themselves, the aristocratic families don't take the initiative to go north or south. Even when the war comes to their doorstep, they only want to negotiate peace. Li Ming shook his head and sneered. Every day, they only think about marrying princesses. My 3 elder sisters have already been sent for peace marriages. Now, from time to time, they want to send my daughter for peace marriages. A group of cowards. Pei Wenchuan did not speak. He listened quietly. Li Ming saw that he was silent, so he turned to Pei Wenchuan. What do you think of my ideas? Your Majesty is the sage. Pei Wenchuan's voice was very soft. This subject does not dare to make any rash comments. However, this subject's family was originally a cold family. Because of your Majesty's appreciation, we flourished. My father is willing to follow your Majesty. This subject's heart is also like my father's. Li Ming listened to Pei Wenchuan's words. He was silent. After a long time, he nodded and said, Your father is very good. As he spoke, he turned his head. I have always hoped that in the future, my name will be remembered in the history books. However, when I woke up yesterday, I suddenly felt that I was a little old. Wenchuan he raised his hand and patted Pei Wenchuan's shoulder. Even though the Su prince isn't smart enough, he still has a pure and innocent heart and great courage. He's still young right now, so if he's properly taught, his future prospects will be boundless. When Pei Wenchuan heard these words, he understood Li Ming's meaning. He bowed respectfully. This subject understands. After giving Pei Wenchuan some advice, Li Ming nodded. After chatting with Pei Wenchuan for a while, he asked Fu Lai to send him out. Pei Wenchuan and Fu Lai walked out of the courtyard. Pei Wenchuan's voice was very soft. Has your Majesty been worried about something recently? When your Majesty woke up yesterday, your Majesty lost his sight for a moment and was very frightened. Fu Lai lowered his voice. Pei Wenchuan's expression did not change. Fu Lai continued, Right now, your Majesty is secretly recruiting famous doctors and looking for an immortal master. When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he walked to the door with Fu Lai. He bowed to Fu Lai and left. He understood Li Ming's words. Li Ming was very similar to Li Chuan in his previous life, but there were also differences. Li Ming wanted to conquer the north and conquer the south. He hoped to use this method to disintegrate the aristocratic family's military and financial power. He wanted to truly disintegrate the aristocratic family so that he could sleep peacefully on the dragon bed without any worries. Li Chuan was the exact opposite. He wanted to disintegrate the aristocratic families and obtain the military's financial power for the sake of conquering Rongdi in the north and cultivating the flood in the south. Aristocratic families were the greatest threat to all emperors. Whether it was for personal desire to take back the imperial power or for the sake of the country's foundation, an emperor could tolerate the division of power in order to realize his political ideals and achieve his political status. The exhaustion of his body made Li Ming begin to prepare for the worst. He said so much to Pei Wenchuan because he wanted to make Pei Wenchuan, a member of the Cold family, realize that Prince Su was the best home for him to establish his great ambitions. Pei Wenchuan pondered over Li Ming's words. Just as he left the palace, he saw Cui Yulong standing in front of the palace gate. Pei Wenchuan raised his eyebrows. Soon after, he heard Cui Yulong say with a smile, Lord Pei, Her Highness invites you. Now that Cui Yulong was helping Consort Ro, almost all of the court officials knew about it. Cui Yulong was tactful in doing things. He was also good at praising women. Recently, he had composed no less than 20 poems praising Consort Ro. These poems were widely circulated in the streets, causing Consort Ro's reputation to spread throughout the capital. As a result, he had gained Consort Ro's deep trust. Pei Wenxuan was led by Cui Yulong to the inspection department. Consort Ro was teaching Prince Su how to interrogate prisoners. This time, they were interrogating a servant. He wasn't protected by the law, which prohibited the descendants of officials and aristocratic families from being tortured. When Pei Wenxuan went in, he saw that there was almost no place on the servant's body that wasn't injured. Prince Su held a long whip in his hand. The whip was stained with blood. When Pei Wenxuan went in, he saw Prince Su proudly turning his head. He happily said to Consort Ro, "Mother, how was my beating?" "Very good. Ching'er's whip technique has improved again." Consort Ro clapped her hands and gently said, "Come, let me wipe your sweat. Your Fu Huang likes your manly spirit the most." Prince Su listened and went forward to wipe Consort Ro's sweat. Pei Wenxuan stood at the entrance of the prison. His expression didn't change as he respectfully said, "Nyang nyang." "Ah," Consort Ro heard Pei Wenxuan's voice and turned her head. She smiled and said, "Assistant Minister Pei is here. Come, sit down." Pei Wenxuan bowed and sat on an empty chair at the side. Consort Ro carefully wiped the sweat off Prince Su's forehead and gently said, "Lord Pei, how have you been in Ping-Le-Fu recently?" "It's noisy." Pei Wenxuan's voice was calm, "but it's not much." As he said this, Pei Wenxuan changed the topic. He looked up at Consort Ro and said, "However, this official would like to ask Nyang Nyang. I heard that Nyang Nyang feels that this official isn't suitable to be the chief examiner and wants to change this official?" When Consort Ro heard this, her movements froze. She had originally prepared to question Pei Wenxuan, but for a moment, she didn't know what to say. She originally thought that Pei Wenxuan had caused trouble for Wang Howen without permission. He also had an unclear relationship with Ping El. Yesterday, a group of science from the Ministry of Personnel visited Ping El's door. Today, he was attending court. Pei Wenxuan should feel a little guilty. Unexpectedly, not only did Pei Wenxuan not prepare to explain to her, he even seemed to be very angry. He asked her back, "Nyang Nyang, this official believes that this official has done his best for Nyang Nyang. May I ask what this official did not do well enough to make Nyang Nyang unhappy?" Lord Pei misunderstood. Consort Ro calmed herself down. Before she understood Pei Wenxuan's position, she didn't want to rashly clash with Pei Wenxuan. She quickly smiled. "I also thought that Lord Pei's injuries hadn't healed, and seeing that His Majesty was in a hurry to open the imperial examinations, I wanted to find a backup. I didn't really mean to change you." "Is Nyang Nyang serious?" Pei Wenxuan stared at Consort Ro. "Then why didn't Nyang Nyang help this official when I was at Her Highness Ping-Le's residence?" "Help? Consort Ro was stunned. "You were at Ping-Le's residence. Did you still need my help?" "Nyang Nyang," Pei Wenxuan seemed to be very angry. He took a deep breath. If this official was happy to be at Her Highness Ping-Le's residence, why would this official still want to divorce? Consort Ro couldn't wrap her head around it for a while. After a long time, she slowly reacted. Between Pei Wenxuan and Ping Lu, there was probably some discord between husband and wife that was hard to talk about. She calmed down slightly and forced a smile. "I didn't think too much about it. I just thought that Ping-Le was infatuated with you and that it would be good for you to rest at her place for a while. Also, Ping-Le's personality is unyielding. If you entered her residence, I couldn't do anything about it. She was a little overlord since she was young and grew up in the imperial harem." Consort Ro sighed. "I'm just an imperial concubine. What can I say?" Pei Wenxuan kept a straight face and didn't say anything. Consort Ro saw that he didn't believe her and hurriedly said, "No matter what, now that your injuries have healed, everything is fine. Now that the imperial examinations are about to start, I've prepared everything. You don't have to think too much about it." Pei Wenxuan's face stiffened as he cupped his hands towards Consort Ro. Consort Ro took a sip of tea and was silent for a while. Finally, she felt that the atmosphere seemed to have returned to normal. Only then did she remember her goal. She smiled at Pei Wenxuan and said, "This time, you made a move against Wang Howen. You've caused a lot of trouble for me. But, didn't I also give Xianxia the best opportunity to establish her power? Pei Wenxuan turned to look at Consort Ro. Xianxia took down the Minister of Personnel. Now, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court feel that Xianxia is very capable and are fighting to curry favor with you. This way, Xianxia can give His Royal Highness Prince Su a chance to recruit talents. With Pei Wenxuan's words, Consort Ro somewhat absent-mindedly understood, so that's why you went to find trouble with Wang Howen? Pei Wenxuan nodded. It's right that Xianxia doesn't want to provoke the aristocratic families, but you can't not provoke them at all. After all, His Majesty is watching. By dealing with Wang Howen, Xianxia's attitude is clear. By letting the others go, the aristocratic families will feel that Xianxia is letting them go. If Xianxia let them go from the start, will the aristocratic families still feel that Xianxia is doing them a favor? As he spoke, Pei Wenxuan leaned forward and lowered his voice. They will only feel that Xianxia can't do anything to them. What you're saying makes sense. Consort Ro thought for a moment, then took out a name list from her sleeve. Now that I've offended the Wang family, I can't afford to offend the rest of the aristocratic families. As Consort Ro spoke, she pushed the name list to Pei Wenxuan. For this imperial examination, Lord Pei will be the chief examiner. It shouldn't be a big deal to arrange for a few people to pass the imperial examination. When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he raised his eyebrows. Why don't the aristocratic families directly nominate their descendants? These people aren't included in the genealogy. Consort Ro shook her head. They're just somewhat related. Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan understood that it was just a matter of money. Pei Wenxuan thought for a moment, then looked up at Consort Ro. Xianxia, this humble subject has something to ask. Would Xianxia please dismiss the others? Consort Ro waved her hand, and the people around her walked out. Even the unconscious people on the shelves were untied and dragged away. When only Pei Wenxuan and Consort Ro were left in the room, Pei Wenxuan finally spoke. Xianxia's plan is to obtain a large sum of money and live out the rest of your life in the imperial harem, or to send His Royal Highness Prince Su. Pei Wenxuan raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the imperial palace, to that position. When Consort Ro heard this, her expression froze. Pei Wenxuan smiled. Your Highness, there is no need to be nervous. There are only the two of us here, so you can speak frankly. Lord Pei asked this question, so you must already have an answer. Consort Ro picked up her teacup and said thoughtfully, the Shangguan clan has been empress for 3 generations. His Majesty only has 2 princes. One is from the Shangguan clan, and the other is my son. As Consort Ro spoke, she looked up at Pei Wenxuan. My son is only 11 years old, but he is already a prince. His Majesty has also given the Ministry of Inspection, which he has been planning for a long time, to my son. Lord Pei must be clear about His Majesty's intentions. This humble subject naturally understands. His Majesty has already told this humble subject about this matter. When Consort Ro heard this, her eyes lit up with joy. Just as she was about to speak, Pei Wenxuan changed the topic. However, if your Highness has such intentions, your Highness cannot interfere with the imperial examinations. Why is that? Consort Ro put down her teacup and was a bit anxious. She had already spoken to the aristocratic families and received money. Pei Wenxuan smiled and explained, Your Highness, the imperial examinations are the result of His Majesty's painstaking efforts. His Majesty has spent most of his life preparing troops and reforming the tax system to pave the way for the imperial examinations. Now, His Majesty has made you the head of the Ministry of Inspection, and I will be the chief examiner. He has also ordered the aristocratic families to limit the number of people they can reject. What is his purpose? As Pei Wenxuan spoke, she tapped on the table. It is to allow more commoners to enter. These people are the ones that His Royal Highness Prince Su can truly use in the future. Those aristocratic families are only befriending your Highness because they see that your Highness is in power. However, deep down, they value the orthodox lineage, birth, and eldest son more than anything else. No matter how your Highness tries to please them, when the time comes to fight for the throne, will they really help your Highness? Consort Ro didn't say anything, so Pei Wenxuan continued to persuade her. The positions in the imperial court are all filled with people. If you let more people from aristocratic families enter, then there will be fewer people from humble families. How can your Highness not know which ones His Royal Highness Prince Su can use in the future? the Lord Pei is right. Consort Ro was a little conflicted. Let me think about it. Your Highness, please reconsider, Pei Wenchuan said respectfully. Then this subject will withdraw first. Pei Wenchuan stood up and excused himself from Consort Ro. When he was outside, Pei Wenchuan instructed the person next to him, informed Cui Yulong to persuade Consort Ro not to interfere with the imperial examinations. Consort Ro thought about it for a few days and began to refund the money to the aristocratic families. It was fine if they didn't take the money, but if they took it and then refunded it, it was even more annoying. However, with Wang Howen as a precedent, no one dared to say much and could only start from other places. However, with Pei Wenchuan keeping an eye on the imperial examinations, the imperial examinations were like an iron bucket. Not a single copper coin could be stuffed into it. Li Rong cultivated at home every day. She would ask around for news about Pei Wenchuan and go find him when she had time. Every day, he would put on a straight face and only tease her when they were in the dark. From the beginning of the registration of the examinees, to the end of the examination, to the examinees arriving in front of Li Ming for the court examinations, the entire process took almost 7 months. After Pei Wenchuan was done with the imperial examinations, the position of Minister of Personnel had not been decided yet. As the right Assistant Minister of Personnel, he and Left Assistant Minister Xia Wenxi began to decide on the positions of the examinees. Li Rong had people gather information and heard that Pei Wenchuan and Xia Wenxi had quarreled for a few days. In the end, the news reached Consort Ro and Consort Ro directly found a reason to arrest Xia Wenxi. With Xia Wenxi in jail, Pei Wenchuan had the final say in the Ministry of Personnel. Pei Wenchuan quickly arranged for the examinees to be assigned their positions. By the time everything was done and the examinees were familiar with their positions, it was already the end of August. Last year, Li Rong's Inspectorate Bureau had arrested a group of people, and this year, Consort Ro had arrested another group. The entire Huajing Imperial Court only had around 700 positions, and many of the officials had been forced to take on multiple positions. Now that the imperial examinations had brought in a new batch of officials, these people immediately became the Prince Su's faction. They gathered together with the commoners who had been in the imperial court before, and were greatly favored by the emperor, so they became a force to be reckoned with in the imperial court. Among them, the one who stood out the most was naturally Pei Wenchuan. When Li Rong heard that Pei Wenchuan was traveling, he was surrounded by attendants and had an extraordinary aura. If Pei Wenchuan was like this, then Consort Ro was even more imposing. She had first imprisoned Wang Howen and Xia Wenxi, and then rejected the requests of the aristocratic families to bribe her. Since nothing major had happened, Consort Ro's courage had grown. Now that she had the final say in the imperial court, if a minor official offended her, she would be scolded for a light punishment, or directly detained in the Inspectorate Bureau for questioning. As a result, the officials feared her even more and avoided her whenever they saw her. At the end of the 8th month, Huajing was a bit cold. Li Rong put on a cloak and played cards with Xianxia, Su Ronghua, and Li Chuan in the courtyard. Ever since she left the Inspectorate Bureau, Li Ming's surveillance of her had lessened by a lot. As a result, the three of them would come over when they were free to play cards and chat. It could be considered a form of entertainment in Huajing. Now, Su Ronghua could be considered to have nothing to do, and Xianxia was also muddling along in the Inspectorate Bureau. Li Chuan was a busy person, but he was at the age where he liked to play. In other places, everyone had to remind him of the Crown Prince's request. He felt too tired, so if he could hide at Li Rong's place, he would hide at Li Rong's place. Just as the three of them were happily playing cards, Jing Lan hurriedly walked over and whispered, "Your Highness, there are a few officials outside asking for an audience." When Li Rong heard this, he paused and looked at Xianxia. When Li Chuan heard the word officials, he immediately stood up and ran to the rear courtyard. "I'll go hide first." When Su Ronghua heard this, he also laughed and cupped his hands. "Then this one will also go take a look at the garden." "I'll go with young Master Su." Xianxia stood up and left the courtyard with Su Ronghua. Li Rong took a sip of tea and took a fan from the side. He stood up and ordered Jing Lan, "Have everyone go to the main hall." Jing Lan acknowledged and turned around to have someone pass on the message. When Li Rong leisurely walked into the main hall, he glanced around and saw that there were already more than 10 people sitting in the main hall. The leaders were Wang Homin, Gu Zichuan, and Jingqiu. Su Wang, Xie Chui, Gu Zichuan, and Xianxia. Of the 7 most prominent surnames in Xia, 3 of them were already seated here. Although these 3 were not the heads of their families, they were still important figures in their families. As for the other 11 people, they were also influential figures in Huajing. Li Rong could roughly guess the purpose of their visit. He waved his fan as he entered the room and smiled. "Everyone, why have so many people come together today? Do you have something important to discuss?" As he spoke, Li Rong raised his hand and asked someone to serve tea. No one said anything and just looked at each other. Wang Homin was the first to speak. "We're here to congratulate Your Highness on a happy occasion." "Oh?" Li Rong smiled and picked up the tea. "What's the happy occasion?" "We're here to congratulate Your Highness in advance on taking over the inspectorate from Consort Ro's hands and the important position of director of the inspectorate." Wang Homin said each word carefully. Li Rong blew away the tea leaves floating on top of the teacup and didn't say anything. Everyone was observing Li Rong's movements. They saw Li Rong slowly take a sip of tea and then put the teacup down. He leaned back in his chair and lazily said, "Everyone, you must be joking. The inspectorate is currently in the hands of Consort Ro. What does that have to do with me? Your Highness, we've all come here together, so we won't bother with the pleasantries." Gu Zichuan put his hand on his walking stick and spoke slowly. He was the oldest and the Gu family placed the most importance on etiquette. When Li Rong heard him speak, he couldn't help but straighten his back to show respect. Consort Ro is a woman of the imperial harem. Her status is different from Your Highness and the princess, so she shouldn't participate in politics. It's one thing for His Majesty to force the imperial harem concubines to participate in politics, but Consort Ro comes from a lowly background and doesn't know etiquette. Ever since she took over the position of director of the inspectorate, she has gone against the grain and caused dissatisfaction among the officials. Today, we've come here to discuss with Your Highness and see how we can help Your Highness take back the inspectorate. Li Rong listened to these people speak with a smile on his face. Gu Darren misunderstands. When the inspectorate was first built, I was only following orders. I'm just a woman and don't have much ambition. The inspectorate has Consort Ro and Prince Su working. I'm very assured and don't want to get involved. But this is Your Highness's blood, sweat, and tears, Jingqiu comforted. I'm thinking for Your Highness. Even if Your Highness isn't greedy for power, shouldn't you think for His Highness the Crown Prince? Even if Your Highness and the Crown Prince aren't on good terms these past 2 years, he is still Your Highness's younger brother. If he prospers, he prospers. If he suffers, he suffers. How can Your Highness watch Prince Su cultivate henchmen in court and ignore it? Pingili doesn't understand what Jing Darren is saying. His Highness the Crown Prince has his own destiny. Why should I worry about him? Darren, you don't need to worry about us. Everyone saw that Li Rong was stubborn and looked at each other. Li Rong observed them and smiled without speaking. Gu Zichen hesitated for a moment and finally said, "If Your Highness has any requests, please state them." Gu Darren is sensible. Li Rong nodded lightly and leaned back in his chair. He looked around and slowly said, "I know why you Darren are here. Rather than helping me, isn't it better to say you're helping yourself? It's almost the end of autumn. Consort Ro needs to deal with a large number of officials at this time. You Darren just want to push me up to change the sentence and avoid the death penalty for your family." Everyone didn't speak. Li Rong smiled and continued, "And everyone should see that Consort Ro is ambitious and has resentment towards the aristocratic families. If we don't stop her, in the long run, we'll be raising a tiger and inviting calamity. Today, we're changing the imperial examinations. In the future, I'm afraid she won't be targeting the imperial examinations, but the soldiers, power, and grain in your hands. Your Highness sees clearly." Gu Zichen praised. Li Rong tapped his fan lightly against his palm. "But Consort Ro has Fu Huang's protection. If you want to touch her, it's the same as touching Fu Huang. You don't want to confront Fu Huang directly, so you want to push me out and use me as a puppet to control the struggle against Fu Huang." "So, as a puppet," Li Rong smiled faintly, "why should I fight to be a puppet?" "Your Highness misunderstands," Wang Homin hurriedly said. "We're here to assist Your Highness, not to control Your Highness. Then will you listen to me?" Li Rong's words stunned everyone. Li Rong shook his head. If you don't listen to me, what else is there to say? Li Rong stood up. See the guests out. Your Highness. Wang Homin hurriedly stood up. The inspectorate was created by you. Are you really willing to give it up so easily? Compared to fighting with Fu Huang, Li Rong slightly lowered his chin. I'd rather rest. No matter what, I'm still a princess, aren't I? But everyone should think carefully, Li Rong reminded. Consort Ro's ambition isn't limited to this. With that, Li Rong walked in without looking back. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Jing Lan walked up and respectfully said, Sirs, please. Li Rong sent everyone out and returned to the rear courtyard. After this interruption, everyone lost interest in playing cards. Xianxia and Li Chuan both wanted to ask something, but Su Ronghua was present, so they didn't say much. Su Ronghua also sensed that everyone wanted him to leave, so he cupped his hands and said, It's getting late, this one will take his leave. Li Rong nodded slightly as a salute, I won't see you out. After Su Ronghua left, Xianxia immediately said, I heard that many elders from aristocratic families came. What are they doing here? They said they want to help me take back the inspection department. Li Rong smiled and glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia laughed. In the end, they couldn't help it. Did your Highness agree? They don't want to stand out and want to use me as the vanguard. If they don't show some sincerity, I naturally won't agree. Then what does Sis want? Li Chuan was curious. Li Rong smiled and glanced at him. He picked up his teacup and said, How's your schoolwork recently? Li Chuan looked like he had a headache when he heard this. Don't talk about this. Xianxia looked at Li Rong, then looked at Li Chuan. He stood up and said, Your Highness, I'll leave first. You can chat with His Highness the Crown Prince. Recently, you should visit the inspection department more often, Li Rong instructed. Don't let the family suffer there. This time, Consort Ro investigated many members of the Shangguan clan. Those who were demoted and exiled had already been sent out. Only those who were awaiting execution were still in prison. Consort Ro originally wanted to directly execute them, but there were too many people involved. The aristocratic families repeatedly used various reasons to delay the execution. Xianxia understood Li Rong's reminder. Those who committed crimes in the Shangguan clan had already been dealt with by Xianxia. They couldn't be left for Consort Ro to deal with. Nowadays, almost all of the crimes that Consort Ro convicted were unjust cases that were based on forged evidence. They were just putting on an act for Consort Ro and putting on a show for her. How could they really let her hurt someone? Xianxia responded, then stood up and walked out. After Xianxia left, Li Rong looked at Li Chuan and smiled. When do you plan to leave? Sister is chasing me out. Li Chuan climbed onto the table and blinked at Li Rong. I'm not happy. How old are you? Li Rong raised his hand and poked his forehead. You're about to get married and have children. Why are you still acting like a spoiled child? I'm not that old, Li Chuan said with conviction. I'm only 17 years old. I haven't even been crowned yet. I'm still a child. Don't let others hear what you're saying, Li Rong laughed. If others know that the crown prince is like this, I'll see who will support you. I'm only like this in front of you. Li Chuan became gloomy when he heard this. I've heard so much about what the crown prince should do. I'll just do my best. Can't I be a little bit presumptuous in front of sister? Li Chuan raised his hand and pinched his fingertips, a little bit? Li Rong wanted to say more, but then she remembered her previous life. In her previous life, she always scolded him and reminded him. She rarely praised him and listened to what he had to say. As a result, when Li Rong was about to continue lecturing him, she stopped. Li Chuan didn't notice the change in Li Rong's mood. He propped up his chin and thought, Sister, it was such a good opportunity. Why didn't you accept it? If I accepted it now, it would be easy to take down Consort Ro. Li Rong heard Li Chuan's words and said softly, but it would be troublesome to deal with this group of people in the future. Right now, they're fighting fiercely with Consort Ro. In order to get my help, they would naturally be willing to sacrifice something. If I don't talk about conditions now, when will I? Then what conditions do you plan to talk about? Chuaner, the relationship between the aristocratic families and the emperor is either you suppress him or he suppresses you. Li Rong turned the leaf tile in her hand and touched the patterns on it. She said slowly, so you have to remember, we will never beg the aristocratic families. It's always the aristocratic families that beg us. They will only lower their heads if they beg us. Otherwise, they will never be trained like wild horses. Li Chuan listened quietly, as if he was thinking about something. Li Rong turned to look at him. Seeing him in a daze, she couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about?" Li Chuan came back to his senses and smiled, "Nothing, I just think that you're right. You seem to have something on your mind." Li Rong was very familiar with Li Chuan. How could he be in a daze for so long for no reason? Li Chuan was a bit embarrassed, but he still said, "I just thought of something impossible." "What?" Li Rong was curious. Li Chuan hesitated for a moment, but finally said, "I'm just thinking about it." "I really didn't think too much about it." "Say it." Li Rong saw Li Chuan continue to elaborate, so she directly said, "I won't think too much about it." Hearing this, Li Chuan sighed in relief, "Sis, I was just thinking, what if one day, you and I become like Father Emperor and Mother Empress?" Li Rong was stunned. Li Chuan said awkwardly, "Sis, if I become the emperor, one day, you will also become one of these aristocratic families." Li Rong didn't say anything. She quietly looked at Li Chuan. Li Chuan was sometimes very naive when it came to politics, but sometimes he had a kind of extraordinary sensitivity. If she was really only 19 years old, when she heard Li Chuan's words, she would think that Li Chuan was stupid. How could there be such a day? But she had been through so many years of rain and snow. She had held power in her hands. She knew the fatal attraction of power. She only felt that Li Chuan could be considered a wise man who pretended to be stupid. He was a bit too precocious. "Sis?" Li Chuan saw that Li Rong didn't answer and was a bit worried. Li Rong bitterly smiled. She stood up and said tiredly, "When that time comes, the one who will ask what to do should be me." After all, Li Rong collected her thoughts and walked up the stairs. Father Emperor won't ask what to do. A person like Li Ming had a very clear goal. He wanted to depose the crown prince, depose the Shangguan family, and take back power. He didn't need to ask what to do. He only needed to have enough lifespan for him to continue carrying out his goals. Okay. Li Rong thought of her previous life and felt tired. She waved her hand and said, "Go back, I'm going to take a nap." The various families passed on the news of Li Rong and discussed for a long time. Li Rong wasn't in a hurry. She looked at the news from various places and had Xianxia secretly collect evidence of Consort Ro's involvement in the inspection department. At the beginning of September, Li Ming fainted on the spot in the main hall. Consort Ro personally sent Li Ming back to his bedroom and carefully took care of him. When Li Ming recovered, it was unknown whether it was Li Ming's idea or Consort Ro's own idea, but Consort Ro actually proposed a tax reform in front of everyone. In Xianxia, all the land and servants of the aristocratic families didn't have to pay taxes and weren't included in the conscription. This kind of tax system was the foundation of the aristocratic family's prosperity. Only with money could they support people. In order to avoid the conscription, many people would even take the initiative to give money to the aristocratic families and rely on them. This way, the aristocratic families would have a large number of servants that could be compared to an army. They would also have the power to occupy an area. If the imperial examination system cut off the aristocratic families' way of expanding their power through political plunder, then the tax reform proposed by Consort Ro was cutting off the aristocratic family's roots. This news was given to Li Rong by Pei Wenxuan. Li Rong was playing chess with him and listening to Pei Wenxuan. When Pei Wenxuan finished, Li Rong sighed, "It seems that Imperial Father's body really can't take it anymore. Now, it's already the second year." Pei Wenxuan's voice was very soft, "If we drag it on for another year, it'll be about time. That's why Consort Ro is anxious." Li Rong twirled a chess piece between his fingers with a calm expression. She has to do something to obtain more power and win Imperial Father's favor. Before Imperial Father passes away, Prince Su's position as Crown Prince must be confirmed. If not, Prince Su wants to ascend the throne in the future, it'll be considered a rebellion. If no one responds, even if Xiao Su's army is there, I'm afraid it'll still fall. Now, if the people in the imperial court want to overthrow Consort Ro, there are two ways. Pei Wenxuan looked up at Li Rong, either they directly make a move. But no one wants to be the first to stand out, Li Rong smiled. They don't want to bear the reputation of rebelling against the emperor. Or they can hide in the dark and ask His Highness to make a move. Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Rong, but will they give His Highness what he wants? Li Rong smiled but didn't say anything. The candlelight flickered slightly, falling into Li Rong's beautiful eyes. Pei Wenxuan looked up for a moment, his eyes gradually darkening. He loved Li Rong like this. He had a bit of the cunning and quickness of a fox, but also the elegance and nobility of a cat. It's like boiling a frog in warm water, Li Rong said slowly. If you want to unknowingly destroy a house, you have to start by removing the nails. Back then, the reason why I didn't agree with Chuaner's style of doing things was because he was too unyielding. Li Rong raised his hand and placed a chess piece on the chessboard. He caused unrest. If he didn't go to cultivate and ask for medicine early on, De Xiao would have been finished in his hands. His Highness's method is slow and steady, while His Highness the Crown Prince's method is to give him strong medicine first and then slowly nurse him back to health. They're both methods. Pei Wenxuan said softly. Li Rong looked up at him. From what you said, you seem to admire him very much. Pei Wenxuan's words made his heart tighten. He knew his life was hanging by a thread. However, he pretended to be indifferent and said gently, His Highness' method is naturally the best. Li Rong threw the chess piece into the chess box and raised his hand to rest on the back of the chair. He leaned back and looked at Pei Wenxuan, racking his brains to flatter him. It's just that there are very few people like your Highness who can see and think of things that ordinary people can't. His Highness the Crown Prince did well, but if your Highness is the Emperor, then you're the sage. When Li Rong heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Just as he was about to reply, he heard someone call out from outside, Your Highness, many officials are here. Li Rong turned to look at Pei Wenxuan. When their eyes met, Pei Wenxuan stood up and went to get a robe and put it on Li Rong. Frog is here. Pei Wenxuan put the robe on Li Rong's shoulder and said softly, Your Highness, go add water. When Li Rong arrived at the main hall, she saw that Wang Homin, Gu Zichuan, and Jing Qiu had already brought a dozen people to sit in the hall. Li Rong walked out and smiled at the crowd. It's already so late, but you all still came here. Have you thought about the matter from last time and want to give me an answer? Everyone stood up and bowed towards Li Rong. Your Highness, Gu Zichuan, the eldest, spoke first. We understand your Highness's meaning, but we don't know. If we follow your Highness's orders, what if your Highness, Gu Zichuan didn't finish, but Li Rong already understood. They wanted to form an alliance with her because they didn't want to force Li Ming on their own. Li Ming was currently protecting Consort Ro and Prince Su because he was the son of heaven. If they didn't plan to rebel, whoever took the lead would have the risk of being punished by Li Ming. If Li Ming forced the people who took the lead, it would be fine if the others joined forces and rebelled. But what if they all stayed silent for their own benefit? Everyone had their own plans. The aristocratic families looked like an iron board, but they all had their own ways. Therefore, they needed someone to take the risk for them. In her last life, Li Rong had taken on this role. She understood the thoughts of these aristocratic families very well, so she also understood that Gu Zichuan was asking her for a guarantee. A guarantee that if they made this deal, it wouldn't be worse than Consort Ro's position in the Inspector Bureau. Gu Darren, Li Rong's voice was very soft, I have a fief. When these words came out, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Although Li Rong was part of the imperial family, she had her own fief, so she was no different from an ordinary aristocratic family. Darren, don't worry, Li Rong's voice was very soft. What I want is, Li Rong looked up and smiled lightly, stability. Stability and order. This was also what the aristocratic families wanted the most. As long as the crown prince was still the virtuous and gentle legitimate son of a noble family, Li Chuan, and as long as the noble families still had their special privileges, nothing would change. This was the most important. Then, Your Highness, please tell me, Wang Homin said respectfully, what should we do next? For the next few days, all of you should take part in Consort Row together. Whatever the reason, just take part in it. Li Rong tapped his palm with his fan. I'll deal with the aftermath. In addition, this consort has another request. Li Rong raised her eyes to look at them. Think of a way to deduct a portion of the Northwest's military pay from Xiao Su's side and hand it over to Qin Lin. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Li Rong to make such a request. Seeing their hesitation, Li Rong laughed. What? You just said you'd listen to me, but now I'm asking you not to take the military pay and send the money to the front line. You can't even do this? Xiaosu is Consort Ro's older brother. If you give the money to him and strengthen the troops, are you waiting for him to come back to Huajing and kill us? Your Highness, it's not that we don't want to listen to you, Cui Mingji, who was in the Ministry of War, said with some difficulty. It's just that His Majesty has been keeping a close eye on the military pay sent to Xiaosu. His Majesty is keeping a close eye on it, and you can't think of a way? Li Rong sneered. These people just didn't want to cause trouble. If they were willing to cause trouble, she didn't believe that these aristocratic families couldn't think of a way with so many links. If Li Ming could keep a close eye on Huajing, could he keep a close eye on the northwest? But the problem is that not only is His Majesty keeping a close eye on it, Cui Mingji thought for a moment and said, the Xia family is also helping Xiaosu keep a close eye on it. Everyone was silent for a moment and subconsciously glanced at Li Rong. Li Rong exiled Xia Lanqing, and Xia Lanqing became the head of the Xia family. This grudge was formed, and they were afraid that no matter what, they would oppose Li Rong to the end. Li Rong listened and didn't say anything. If a large family like the Xia family helped Li Ming keep a close eye on Xiaosu's military pay, then it would be easier for others to find fault with these soldiers' pay in secret. But if this continued, Qin Lin wouldn't be able to support himself for long with Qingzhou's taxes. Xiaosu's troops were strong, and in the end, he would probably have to rely on the aristocratic family's troops to help Li Chuan. Moreover, in this life, with Su Yongqing around, whether or not he could gather the aristocratic family's troops was still a problem. While Li Rong was thinking, he saw a maid come in with snacks. There was a small folded piece of paper on the tray. Li Rong took the paper and glanced at it. He saw 3 words written on it: cut military pay. Since Xiaosu's military pay couldn't be cut, then cut it. In any case, how much Xiaosu's military pay didn't affect Qin Lin. He received the least in the first place. Li Rong hesitated for a moment, then finally raised his head and looked at everyone, then cut it all. Your Highness means. Li Rong picked up a cup from the side. Don't the South build rivers? It'll cost money. In any case, Xiaosu is raising troops and horses in the north and doing nothing. Isn't it a waste of money to just take the imperial court's military pay? But the front line, if you're worried, Li Rong glanced over and said, why don't you secretly send some to the front line? How much military pay can be sent to the front line? Li Rong's tone was slightly cold. Darren, don't you all know? Seeing Li Rong's angry tone, no one dared to speak. Li Rong put down his teacup and thought of something. Oh, speaking of which, I'm planning to build a residence in Qingzhou. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood. How much money does your Highness need? We'll prepare it immediately. Li Rong thought for a moment, then slowly said, my residence, I want to use gold bricks to pave the floor and jade as the pillars. Although it's not big, it'll cost 500 gold taels, at least, right? Everyone looked troubled. Li Rong laughed. Or do you all think it's better to talk to His Majesty about Consort Ro? Your Highness's matter is our matter. Gu Zichuan was the first to speak. We still need some time to prepare. All right, Li Rong nodded. When the money arrives, I'll ask about Consort Ro. Hearing this, Wang Homin hurriedly said, Your Highness, don't worry. We'll come up with the 500 gold taels within 10 days. Wang Howen was still in prison. After the execution in October, he wouldn't be able to come back. Li Rong smiled and stood up, nodding to everyone. Then I'll have to trouble you all. After sending everyone off, Li Rong returned to the rear courtyard and saw Pei Wenxuan leaning against the courtyard's doorpost. Did you hear what I said just now? When Li Rong saw the note, he knew that Pei Wenxuan was secretly listening to their conversation. Pei Wenxuan raised his hand and placed it on Li Rong's shoulder, whispering, Your Highness wants an extra 500 gold taels. You have a good plan. Otherwise, who will take care of Qin Lin? Li Rong rolled his eyes. Will you take care of him? I don't dare. Pei Wenxuan smiled. I have to rely on your Highness to take care of me. Didn't you inherit the family business? Li Rong poked him. Do you still want to live off my woman? Everything that's mine belongs to your Highness. Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong entered the room, closing the door. after all, I'm still eating your highness's food. Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong turned to look at him. Pei Wenchuan heard Li Rong call him and turned back in confusion, only to see Li Rong standing on tiptoe and kissing him, smiling, "You have such a sweet mouth." Pei Wenchuan didn't know why, but he felt a little embarrassed. After September, the weather turned cold very quickly. Qingzhou had a good harvest this year. Li Rong took a look at the tax revenue of Qingzhou and asked someone to count it. Then, she asked Tuo Bayan to circulate the tax revenue in the grain store. Finally, it was quietly sent to the northwest. After Sun Quan received the grain, he wrote a reply to Li Rong. Sun Quan was now following Qin Lin in the army and had made some achievements. Together with Cui Qinghe, he became Qin Lin's left and right deputy generals. At the same time, Li Rong also received 500 gold. She had someone send the money to the southwest, bought weapons, and handed them to Lin Feibai. In mid-September, the memorials to participate in Consort Row had already piled up like a mountain, and the debate about the tax reform was endless in the imperial court. Li Ming was determined to protect Consort Row. In the face of the officials' criticism of Consort Row, not only did he not deal with Consort Row, but he also punished several officials who participated in Consort Row. The imperial examination, tax reform, and Consort Row's actions were passed down among the people. The voices of abolishing the crown prince and replacing him with Prince Su also gradually began to echo. Compared to Consort Row's reputation, the students who graduated from the imperial examination began to get used to their positions under the guidance of Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan helped these students every day to lead the way and make friends with them. In the hearts of these students, Pei Wenchuan gradually became their benefactor and teacher. At the end of September, before the tax reform was finalized, Consort Row was reported by the Wang family again. This time, she was accused of overstepping the etiquette and using a pattern that only the empress could use. No matter how much Li Ming protected her, he still had to put on an act and find her a month's salary. Consort Row hadn't suffered such grievances for a long time, so on that day, she asked Cui Yulong to prepare a memorial. She planned to confirm Wang Howen's execution time in the morning court tomorrow and knock some sense into the Wang family. After receiving Consort Row's life, Cui Yulong turned around and told Li Rong the news. Li Rong looked at the letter from Cui Yulong. She thought for a moment and smiled. "That's fine too." As she spoke, Li Rong turned to look at the Jinglan. "Go inform the prince consort that tonight, I'll have Chen Hozhao go back to the city to complain to the Ministry of Justice. Tell him to tell Pei Liming to do his job and not let Su Yongqing intercept him. Prepare the confession that Consort Row used to threaten the students and give it to me tonight." "Yes." "And tell Miss Shangguan to organize all the evidence from before and give it to me." "Understood." "Prepare a beautiful dress." Li Rong walked to the mirror and raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear. She looked at the mirror left and right happily. This consort wants to go to court tomorrow looking beautiful. On the first day of the 10th month, Li Rong woke up early in the morning. After carefully dressing up, she got up and went to the palace. When she left, the sky was still overcast. A cold wind blew through all of Huajing and hit her face when Li Rong rolled up the curtain. Li Rong raised her head and looked at the towering palace gates. Her gaze paused for a moment on the high roof before she heard Jing Lan say softly, "Your Highness, it's time to enter the palace." Li Rong withdrew her gaze and smiled lightly. She put her hand on Jing Lan's and stepped off the carriage. As she walked towards the main hall, the morning court was about to begin. Consort Row's people had already requested to confirm the specific date of this year's execution. In order to comply with the weather, Xia only executed prisoners during the winter. Li Rong executed so many people last year and coincidentally resolved all disputes during the winter. Today, Consort Row imprisoned, exiled, and demoted people, but didn't kill a single person. Everything had to be postponed until the winter. Now that the 10th month had just arrived, Consort Row's people were in no hurry to request a specific execution date. Everyone understood that Consort Row's meaning was not to kill people, but to warn them. The execution date is usually calculated by the imperial astronomer. Shangguan Su didn't like Consort Row's domineering attitude and directly spoke out, scolding the participating officials. "When did it need to be discussed in court? You've been in court for so many years, do you not know the rules? Shang Wansu was the left prime minister. When he spoke, the officials below naturally didn't dare to speak. Consort Ro saw this scene and glared at the kneeling officials. He laughed. Shang Wandaren's words are wrong. After all, today is different from the past. This year, there are many people being dealt with. If a specific time isn't confirmed, I'm afraid it will be delayed until the end, Consort Ro sneered. Whether or not the execution can be carried out, who knows? Consort Ro was implying that the aristocratic families were secretly operating behind the scenes to save people. Imperial censor Shangguan Minji coldly said, "Why can't the execution be carried out? What do you mean by today is different from the past? The imperial court has always been the imperial court, and His Majesty has always been His Majesty. The only difference now is that there are women in the imperial harem interfering in politics, causing chaos in the imperial court." Shangguan Minji. Upon hearing this, Consort Ro immediately shouted, "What do you mean?" Shangguan Minji coldly looked over. "Nyang Nyang, this official is only fulfilling the duties of an imperial censor. You're saying that I'm a hen?" Consort Ro was so infuriated by Shangguan Minji that she laughed. "Then why didn't you say anything when Princess Ping El East was in court? It's only because she's the princess of your Shangguan family. The princess is the princess of the imperial family." Shangguan Min looked straight ahead. The Shangguan family can't have a princess. I asked Xiaoshi to understand that the imperial family is different from aristocratic families. Don't overstep your boundaries because of ignorance. Consort Ro subconsciously wanted to reply, but when she saw the group of officials from the imperial censor behind Shangguan Minji, she choked back her words. What did she want to do that made her want to argue with people from the imperial censor? This group of people had been stirring up trouble in the imperial court for decades, and any one of them was not a good person. Back then, Shangguan Minji had also cursed all the way to the position of imperial censor. These years, he rarely spoke due to his status, but that didn't mean that his mouth didn't have fangs. Consort Ro restrained herself. She laughed and softened her tone. Shang Wandaren can only pick up these words to make an issue out of. We're both women, but Her Highness Ping Le is the head of the Department of Supervision, so why can't I be? At least sister didn't make so many false and wrong cases. Li Chuan's voice was very indifferent. Why are the officials not convinced? Consort Ronyang, shouldn't you reflect on yourself? She's in cahoots with you, so you naturally won't speak ill of her. Consort Ro's tone was cold. His Highness the Crown Prince said that I made false and wrong cases, but do you have evidence? If you don't, then you. I do. Before Consort Ro could finish her words, a clear female voice came from the door. Pei Wenxuan immediately turned his head and saw a woman walking in against the light in front of the hall. She stepped into the hall. Li Ming frowned and saw Li Rong enter the hall with a scroll in her hand. Everyone stared at her. She walked through the crowd and calmly stopped in front of Li Ming. She bowed deeply and respectfully said, "This son greets Imperial Father. Long live Imperial Father." "What are you doing here?" Li Ming instinctively asked. But as soon as he finished speaking, he knew that he had asked the wrong question. No matter why Li Rong had come, now that she had appeared in the hall, she was already out of his control. He shouldn't have let her appear here, so he immediately said, without being summoned, "You." This son, for myself, for the court, and for the poor students of this world, has come to seek justice from the current head of the Department of Supervision, Imperial Consort Xiao Rou. Li Rong didn't wait for Li Ming to finish speaking and suddenly raised her voice. Her words were sonorous and forceful. As she spoke, Li Rong raised the scroll in her hand. "Your Majesty, please give us justice." Consort Ro looked at Li Rong and instantly panicked. But she didn't show it on her face. She pretended to be calm and stared fixedly at Li Rong. Li Rong's reprimand made Li Ming unable to chase her away. Li Ming looked coldly at Li Rong. After a long time, he spoke and reminded, "Ping Le, you should rest in the Fu right now." Imperial Father. Li Rong wasn't afraid in the face of Li Ming's warning and calmly said, "Invite Imperial Father's accuser into the hall. You know that I am your Imperial Father, and you dare to teach me how to do things?" "Your Majesty," Shang Guansu said calmly, "since your Highness has accused Consort Ro, as a wise ruler, your Majesty should first care about this case." Your Majesty, please summon the people related to Consort Ro's case into the hall. Most of the courtiers spoke in unison. Li Ming stared at these courtiers who were forcing him. He clenched his fists and finally replied, "Summon them." As soon as he finished speaking, the officials related to the Shangguan clan who had been imprisoned by Consort Ro entered the hall one by one. At the same time, some people from the Inspectorate of Investigation were also brought in by Xianxia. After they had all settled down, Consort Ro laughed. "The accusers are these people who have already been convicted?" As she spoke, Consort Ro's gaze slowly swept over the people of the Shangguan clan, Ping Le, the Shangguan clan, in order to seek a way out for their own people, framed and bent the law for personal gain. How bold of you! Your Highness thinks that someone is framing you? When Li Rong heard this, he laughed. Then, Li Rong moved aside and made way for the person kneeling behind him. "What about this person?" After Li Rong moved aside, a young man raised his head. The young man had a square appearance. When his gaze landed on Consort Ro's face, there was a hint of indignation in his eyes. Consort Ro looked at the young man in confusion. This commoner is Chen Hozhao." The young man knelt on the ground and raised his voice. "I'm an examinee from Yuzhou's Qingqing University last year." After hearing Chen Hozhao's name, Consort Ro's expression instantly changed. After a moment, she hurriedly said, "So it's you? This consort has searched everywhere for you but couldn't find you. Are you here today under coercion?" Consort Ro took the initiative and tried to push Chen Hozhao's words to Li Rong's coercion. When Chen Hozhao heard her words, he laughed mockingly. "Your Highness, how could this commoner be coerced? Even if someone could coerce this commoner to be here, how could they coerce your cousin, Xiao Shunwen, to take my place in the spring imperial examination?" Li Ming's expression changed slightly. He looked at Consort Ro without batting an eyelid. Consort Ro pretended to be calm. "This consort couldn't find you when we were handling the imperial examination. If you were wronged, why didn't you complain earlier? Instead, you waited until today to talk about these groundless accusations?" "Groundless accusations?" Chen Hozhao became agitated. "Do you know how I studied so hard for more than 20 years? Do you know how many clothes my mother washed to pay for my studies? She sewed until her eyes were damaged. My entire family's hopes were pinned on me. Xiao Shunwen, Xiao Pingzhang, that bastard, stole my identity, my exam papers, my 20 years. How dare you talk to me about groundless accusations?" "Young Master Chen, don't be so agitated." Consort Ro saw that Chen Hozhao was unable to control his anger and hurriedly comforted him. "I just want to confirm the truth. You don't have to think too much. If you were really wronged, why did you make such a big fuss? You just need to tell me the truth. This consort will not be biased and will give you justice." "Justice?" Chen Hozhao sneered. "The justice you want to give me is to send people everywhere to investigate my whereabouts and hunt me down, hoping that I won't come back to life so that this case will never surface? What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you know what you've done? You lied that I died of an illness in Huajing and used my brother's future to threaten my mother so that she wouldn't come to Huajing to continue investigating my case. The letter that you promised to nominate my brother as an advisor is still here." Chen Hozhao pulled out a piece of paper from his sleeve. "You still want to deny it? I understand." Consort Ro heard this and hurriedly turned to Li Ming. "Your Majesty, they want to frame me. The evidence they presented today is all fake. They're all trying to harm me." Chen Hozhao went missing after complaining to Ping Lu. "If I wanted to harm him, why would I investigate his whereabouts and argue with Ping Lu?" "Your Majesty." Pei Wenchuan spoke slowly. Everyone looked at him. Pei Wenchuan stepped out from the group of officials and said respectfully, "This humble subject thinks that Consort Ro has been wrongly accused." Hearing Pei Wenchuan speak up for her, Consort Ro immediately looked at Pei Wenchuan with hope. Pei Wenchuan analyzed, "Ever since His Royal Highness Prince Su succeeded the inspectorate to investigate the imperial examination case, he has been assisted by Consort Ro to seek justice for hundreds of students. He has been impartially enforcing the law and has been praised by the world. Why would he bend the law for personal gain and protect his blood relatives? This humble subject thinks that this case still needs to be investigated. We must not wrongly accuse innocent people." "Yes. Consort Ro followed Pei Wenxuan's words and looked at Li Ming. Your Majesty, how much effort did I put into the imperial examination case? How could I betray your Majesty's trust in order to protect a few distant blood relatives? Li Ming didn't speak. He looked up at Li Rong. Li Rong was kneeling on the ground. Although she was kneeling, her entire body was ramrod straight. She looked at him with a pair of clear eyes, without the slightest bit of humility that someone kneeling on the ground should have. Then, this son will let your Majesty see the third batch of people who have filed complaints. As Li Rong spoke, she placed the scroll on the ground. She raised her hand and had the scroll roll to the side. The long scroll unfurled, revealing names that were both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. The third batch of people who have filed complaints are the victims of the imperial examination case investigated by Your Majesty Consort Ro. Your Majesty Consort Ro said that you put in a lot of effort into this case and handled it impartially. Then I want to ask Your Majesty Consort Ro, if you are impartially enforcing the law. The scroll finally stopped and covered half the length of the Great Hall. Li Rong looked up at Consort Ro. Then why did you threaten these students with the qualifications to participate in the spring imperial examination and persuade them to give up on filing complaints? Letting the imposters get away with it was just giving these students the spring imperial examination spots that should have been given to them. Li Rong's smile carried a hint of mockery. Is this what Your Majesty meant by impartially enforcing the law? Consort Ro was momentarily speechless. She looked at the names on the scroll in shock. Li Ming stared fixedly at the names on the scroll and clenched his fists. Li Rong looked at the two people in the Great Hall and slowly kowtowed. Your Majesty, Consort Ro is guilty of corruption, accepting bribes, bending the law for personal gain, deliberately killing people, and framing loyal people. Your Majesty, please detain Consort Ro for a thorough investigation and punish her according to the law. We implore Your Majesty to take Consort Ro into custody for investigation and punish her according to the law. We implore Your Majesty to take Consort Ro into custody for investigation and punish her according to the law. We implore Your Majesty to take Consort Ro into custody for investigation and punish her according to the law. As soon as Li Rong finished speaking, the other officials immediately knelt down and spoke one after another. From the aristocratic families that Consort Ro had offended to the ordinary students from humble families. Li Ming looked at the kneeling officials. Aristocratic families, humble families, civil and military officials, only Su Yongqing and Pei Wenxuan remained standing. Pei Wenxuan glanced at Su Yongqing. Su Yongqing looked over indifferently. Their gazes met in the air for a moment, then he slowly asked Li Ming, beloved official Su and beloved official Pei, why aren't you kneeling? Hearing this, Su Mingji and Pei Lixian both raised their heads and looked at the two people standing. After a short stalemate with the elders, the two knelt down. This humble subject agrees. We implore Your Majesty to take Consort Ro into custody for investigation and punish her according to the law. When Li Ming heard these words, he quietly looked at the civil and military officials. After a long time, he softly laughed. Good. His gaze fell on Li Rong. Very good. You're all forcing me. Li Ming raised his hand and pointed at the crowd. He suddenly pushed everything on the table to the ground. You're all forcing me. Imperial Father, Li Rong's voice was calm, it's not that we're forcing you. If Consort Ro hadn't done these things, no one would be able to do anything to her. But since Your Highness Consort Ro did it, you should know that justice has a long arm. Li Rong raised his eyes and looked towards Consort Ro, who was standing beside Li Ming. Sooner or later, this day would have come. You are the Emperor, Your Majesty. Li Rong pressed his hands on his knees and stood up. You are the Emperor, Your Majesty. You should set an example for the people. You should not be biased or bend the law. I know that you favor Consort Ro, but the imperial examination is your life's work. Are you really going to destroy the justice that hundreds of students deserve, destroy the Dexia's court, and destroy your reputation in the history books for a woman? If you still favor her today, how will the ancestors of the Li family view you? How will the court view you? How will the people view you? How will the history books write about you? After thousands of years? Your Majesty. Li Rong didn't call him Imperial Father. She seemed like a civil official who was prepared to die trying to persuade him. I am both a son and a subject. I cannot watch Imperial Father bear this infamy. Imperial Father, please enforce the law impartially. Li Rong knelt down on one knee and raised his hand in front of him. Immediately put her in prison for investigation. Li Ming didn't say anything. He clenched his fists tightly. Fu Lai looked at the court officials, then looked at Li Ming. He said worriedly, Your Majesty. Hearing Fu Lai's call, Li Ming looked at the person who had grown up with him. He saw the worry in Fu Lai's eyes. After a long time, he finally closed his eyes. Guards. Your Majesty? Consort Ro turned around and looked at Li Ming in shock. You don't believe me? Guards. Li Ming didn't dare to look at Consort Ro. He shouted, Take Consort Ro away and put her in prison. This case is, Your Majesty. Wang Homan suddenly spoke. Her Highness Ping Li single-handedly established the inspection department. She worked hard and made great contributions. She was also wronged by Consort Ro, who said that Her Highness murdered the student Chen Hozhao. Now that Chen Hozhao isn't dead, Her Highness Ping Li's grievances have been cleared. Not only will she be rewarded, she won't be punished either. Her Highness Ping Li, please return to the inspection department and thoroughly investigate Consort Ro's case. After Wang Homan spoke, the entire room fell silent. Li Ming glanced at everyone. Is this what you all mean? We have no objections. Everyone answered in unison. Li Ming smiled. Good, I have a good daughter. Li Ming raised his hand and clapped. Very good, very smart. When Li Rong heard Li Ming's words, she knelt on the ground and bowed. Son thanks Imperial Father. When Li Ming heard Li Rong's words, he felt his head begin to hurt. He forced himself to stand up. Since you all have decided, what else do you need me to do? Let's go. After saying this, Li Ming walked down the steps. His head began to hurt badly. Fu Lai hurried forward to support Li Ming. When Li Ming walked down from the high platform and brushed past Li Rong, Li Ming stopped. He looked up at Li Rong. Li Rong looked back at him without showing any weakness. She could see the sweat on Li Ming's forehead. She also saw the sadness in her father's cold eyes. She was silent for a long time. Finally, she took a step back. Son respectfully sees Imperial Father off. Li Ming closed his eyes and chuckled. He shook his head and walked out. Li Rong and Li Chuan both looked at Li Ming's back. He was doing his best to support himself. Everyone could see that he wanted to walk more gracefully and not lose his dignity as an emperor. But he couldn't do it. He was old. The pain of illness gnawed at his body and will. No matter how hard he tried, he was an old man who had been beaten down by time. Pei Wenchuan looked sideways. She saw that Li Rong and Li Chuan's eyes were filled with pity, mixed with a trace of unspeakable sadness hidden deep in their hearts. However, Li Chuan was still young. His emotions were more exposed. Li Rong's eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. But with Li Chuan by her side, it was as if her heart was on display in front of everyone. Pei Wenchuan could clearly see that Li Rong, as a daughter, was filled with disappointment, sadness, and pity. Li Ming's figure disappeared from the gates of the imperial court. Li Rong finally came back to her senses. She looked up at Consort Ro on the high platform and said coldly, Come, arrest the criminal Xiao Ro. Hearing Li Rong's words, the soldiers trotted forward. Just as they were about to touch Consort Ro shouted, Don't touch me. After speaking, Consort Ro flung her sleeves and stepped forward. She said coldly, I can walk on my own. Knowing that the situation was hopeless, Consort Ro didn't resist too much. She was surrounded by the soldiers and escorted out. After Consort Ro left, Li Rong thanked the courtiers one by one. When she finally walked in front of Su Yongqing, there was no one left in the hall. Li Rong looked at him. She put her hands in front of her and smiled. I thought that Lord Su wouldn't help me. Su Yongqing didn't say anything. He bowed and silently retreated. It's not too late to turn back. Li Rong suddenly reminded him. Su Yongqing's back was facing Li Rong. He stopped for a moment and said in a low voice, Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. I appreciate it. Su Yongqing finished speaking and walked away. Pei Wenchuan walked behind Li Rong and said, "Your Highness is very generous." Li Rong turned and smiled. "I don't want to be enemies if I can. You won't mind if I kill you? I'm more tolerant of all four types of people." Li Rong tapped his small fan against his palm and walked out with Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan looked over and heard Li Rong smile. "Rich, powerful, talented, and handsome. Then you must be very tolerant of Su Yongqing." Pei Wenchuan smiled, but Li Rong could hear a bit of displeasure in his tone. Li Rong looked at him and poked him with his fan. "No matter how tolerant I am, it can't compare to how tolerant I am of you." "Oh?" Pei Wenchuan turned to look at her. "In your heart, he can be compared to me?" "Tsk," Li Rong waved his hand. "You're not interesting." Pei Wenchuan smiled and walked down the steps with Li Rong. The two of them were very close to each other. Under their feet was a vast flat ground, and in front of them was the majestic palace gate. Li Rong held a fan in one hand and Pei Wenchuan held the ceremonial tablet in the other. The two of them tacitly left their hands free. As their clothes brushed against each other, Pei Wenchuan gently held her hand. "Li Rong." Pei Wenchuan's voice was very soft. "I'll always be with you." Li Rong turned to look at him. Pei Wenchuan saw the doubt in her eyes. He turned to look at her and said lightly, "I'll always love you." Li Rong showed a look of disgust. "Oh, disgusting." Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. He looked at the smile in her eyes and smiled. Li Rong understood that this was Pei Wenchuan's way of comforting her. If a person walked on a dark road alone for a long time, if no one helped them, they wouldn't be able to see the light. She slowly restrained her expression and said softly, "I thought you would think that I'm very happy." "Why would I?" "In your heart," the wind gently brushed Li Rong's hair. "Haven't I always been a woman greedy for power? Now that Consort Ro has been taken into custody, you should be happy." "But are you happy?" Pei Wenchuan asked her directly. Li Rong paused. After a moment, she slowly said, "What's there to be happy about when people fight against each other? In the past, I might have been happy." The two of them walked out of the palace together. Li Rong raised her eyes and looked into the distance. "But after experiencing so many things, I feel that killing someone like Consort Ro isn't something to be happy about. What's really worth being happy about is that Consort Ro doesn't exist. I'm not much nobler than Consort Ro." Li Rong smiled bitterly. "I just have a better background than her." "Your Highness, you pity her. This is your own kindness." Pei Wenchuan nodded. "In this world, the majority of people suffer. But the ones who do evil are always the minority. If everyone uses their pitiful background as a reason to do evil, then there's no reason to restrain people's hearts." "Your Highness." Pei Wenchuan looked at her and said seriously, "Disdain for evil is praise for good." "But am I good?" Li Rong thought it was a bit ridiculous. "You can be good." Pei Wenchuan calmly replied, "The good that wields the sword." The wind blew from afar, causing their clothes to flutter. Their intertwined palms were the only source of warmth in this cold. At this time, Consort Ro had already arrived at the imperial study. Li Ming had someone bring Consort Ro directly to the imperial study. As soon as Consort Ro entered the room, she saw Li Ming lying on the bed. His headache seemed to be acting up again, and his face was pale from the pain. Fu Lai was kneeling by his side, rubbing his head. When he heard Consort Ro enter, Li Ming forced himself to look up. He saw the woman he had doted on most of his life quietly kneeling in front of him. "Come here." Li Ming looked at Consort Ro and raised his hand, waving at Consort Ro as he spoke weakly. Consort Ro obeyed and moved forward. As soon as she stopped in front of the bed, Li Ming raised his hand and slapped Consort Ro viciously onto the ground. "Bitch!" Li Ming shouted, "You're just a pile of mud that can't be supported, a lowly person born in a pigsty. Have you never seen money before?" Li Ming's headache was severe, and it hurt even more when he was angry. This kind of pain made him even more irritated. Looking at the woman on the ground, he panted lightly. "Zhen spent so much effort to put you in this position. Zhen has told you so many times not to come into contact with anyone other than the aristocratic families that I helped you with. Look at what you've done now." Li Ming pointed at Consort Ro and said in a trembling voice, Just for that little bit of money, just for that little bit of money, you've ruined half of Xin's life's work. Xiao Rou, Li Ming gritted his teeth, you're courting death. Your Majesty, Consort Rou hurriedly got up and hurried to Li Ming's side. She reached out to grab Li Ming's hand. I was wrong, San Lang. I thought wrongly. I was just thinking about Chang'er and was afraid of offending too many people. I was set up by Li Rong. You still dare to say that? Li Ming pushed her away and sat up. If you weren't greedy, would Ronger set up a trap for you? You're just a short-sighted lowly servant. If you had the slightest bit of calmness in Shangguanyu, the crown prince position would have been Chang'er's long ago. We've let you stay in the harem for so long and supported you for so long. Was it wrong for you to catch Shangguanyu? The more Li Ming thought about it, the angrier he got. He propped himself up and took something from the side and threw it at Consort Rou. We gave you the inspectorate, and we did everything we could for you and Chang'er. You bastard, you've done such a shitty thing. The booklets and cups hit Consort Rou's body. Consort Rou knelt on the ground and kowtowed desperately. When Li Ming finished, Li Ming staggered back a step. Fu Lai hurriedly supported him. Li Ming panted lightly. Seeing Consort Rou kneeling on the ground in a sorry state, Li Ming finally stopped. Fu Lai supported him and softly said, Your Majesty, the dragon's health is more important. Li Ming didn't have the strength to speak anymore. After venting his anger, he calmed down a bit. Consort Rou lay on the ground and quietly sobbed. Li Ming quietly studied her. After a long time, he waved his hand. Forget it, you may leave. Your Majesty, Consort Rou heard this and raised her head in surprise. Li Ming stood in front of her and quietly studied her. His eyes contained pity, disappointment, and some indescribable pain and sorrow. Consort Rou suddenly realized something. She quickly knelt forward and reached out to pull Li Ming's clothes. Your Majesty, I was wrong. I'll listen to you from now on. I'll change. Please save me, I'm still useful, Consort Rou said, tears falling down her cheeks. Your Majesty, I am Chang'er's mother, take her away. She had used up all her strength. Her clothes were all messed up, and her hairpin fell to the ground. Her makeup was ruined from crying, and her face was full of tears. She looked like a foxhound that had been pressed to the ground by a knife and fork, struggling desperately for a chance to live. Li Ming calmly looked at the woman who was desperately trying to throw herself at him. He watched as she tightly grabbed onto his clothes and was then forcefully dragged out. She let out a sorrowful cry. Her fingers clasped onto his golden embroidered dragon shoes. Her usually painted nails were broken. She cried out bitterly, Your Highness. When he heard this distant address, Li Ming was momentarily dazed. It was as if he had returned to many years ago in the cold palace, when he was still a prince that no one cared about. He couldn't help but say, Stop. Hearing this command, everyone stopped. Consort Rou looked as if she had been pardoned. She excitedly raised her head. Your Majesty, I know you won't abandon me. Your Majesty. Li Ming didn't say anything. He half-squatted and quietly looked at the woman in front of him. In reality, she was old. She was no longer in her prime, and her beauty had long lost its vitality. Her eyes had long been filled with desire. She was as ugly as the entire palace. But this kind of ugliness, this kind of change, only made him feel pity. Just as pitiful as him. He quietly looked at Consort Rou. He slowly raised his hand and placed it on Consort Rou's face. San Lang. Consort Rou hurriedly raised her hand and grasped Li Ming's hand. Tears streamed down her face. She was full of hope. I only have you left. Only you. But other than myself, Li Ming's voice was very soft, I have nothing left. Aro. Li Ming's voice was slightly hoarse, I can't control you. Don't worry. Li Ming's eyes were filled with tenderness, Chang'er will be fine. You can leave. Consort Rou stared blankly at Li Ming, you can't control me? Consort Rou muttered. Li Ming's expression was bitter, so many people are working together to kill you. You have so many things that can be used against you. You have no foundation in the imperial court. The noble families don't care about you. The Frigid clan doesn't protect you. If what happened today spreads, the world will condemn you. I can't protect you. Go back. When the time is right, Li Ming pressed his forehead against Consort Rose. Leave behind a letter of confession. Say that the crown prince framed you, and you used your death to prove your innocence. If you die, the case will stop. This way, Qing'er's reputation won't be tarnished. Your Majesty? Consort Rose stared at Li Ming in disbelief, her voice trembling. Li Ming's expression was sorrowful. Don't blame me. I had no choice. What do you mean you had no choice? Consort Rose finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, you're just weak and incompetent. You can't even protect a woman. Xiao Rou. Li Ming lowered his voice, warning her. Fu Lai saw the two arguing and hurriedly had everyone follow him out. Only Consort Rou and Li Ming were left in the hall. Consort Rou laughed, isn't that right? You're the emperor. If you want to protect me, why can't you protect me? In the end, you're just afraid of those people. You know that the Empress Dowager is a member of the Shangguan clan. You know that your wife is a member of the Shangguan clan. You know that everyone in the palace is their people. If they want to cripple you, they can cripple you. If they want you to crawl, you can't stand. A slap sounded. Consort Rou was slapped to the ground before she could finish speaking. Li Ming raised his finger and pointed at her, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. I'll spare you for Qing'er's sake. Don't you dare speak nonsense again. I'm speaking nonsense? Consort Rou sat on the ground and laughed, am I wrong? I'm just poking at your sore spot. Consort Rou covered her face and turned to look at him, her eyes full of sarcasm. You're sparing me? What can you do to me? I'll die in the end. Since you can't protect me, I won't even have my life. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Do you believe that I'll cripple your son right now? Then cripple him. Consort Rou suddenly raised her voice, do you think I'm an idiot? Did you really appoint Qing'er because you love him? You just want to use him to restrain the crown prince. Once you remove the Shangguan clan, there'll be another prince in the harem. Will Qing'er still have a foothold? Do you think I don't know that you've been flirting with women in the harem, and that you've even found a way to give birth to more sons? Do you think I don't know that you've always thought that I'm of a lowly birth and that Qing'er can't handle such a big responsibility? Do you think I don't know that I'm nothing in your heart? I'm just an excuse for you to suppress the aristocratic families. Whether it's Shangguan Yu, your imperial mother, or the entire imperial court, everyone thinks that you've lost your mind because you love me. But have you really loved me? Without waiting for Li Ming to speak, Consort Rou smiled and said, you haven't. In your heart, whether it's me or Qing'er, we're all just means. Since you want me dead today, do you think I'll still be afraid of you? Qing'er is your only choice. Consort Rou's smile carried a hint of madness. If you want the Li family to break free from the Shangguan clan's suppression, Li Ming, Qing'er is your only choice. What do you mean? Li Ming's expression instantly turned cold. Consort Rou's smile was very gentle. Your Majesty, you won't have any more sons. Hearing this, Li Ming's eyes widened. Consort Rou approached him and said very softly, all these years, ever since Qing'er, you haven't had any more children. Consort Rou's eyes were gentle. Have you never thought about why? Xiao Rou, Li Ming couldn't believe it. What did you do? Xiao Rou didn't speak, but the smile in her eyes was filled with a kind of premeditated madness. This silence confirmed Li Ming's guess. He flew into a rage, stood up abruptly, grabbed Xiao Rou's neck, and pressed her to the ground. He held her neck tightly and roared, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you, you bitch. Xiao Rou was being strangled by Li Ming, but she laughed out loud. Her laughter echoed in the room. She was the one on the verge of death, the one at a disadvantage, but Li Ming had the illusion that their positions were reversed. She deceived him, she hated him, she used him for so many years. Li Ming watched as the woman's laughter turned into a painful cry for help. He watched as her face turned red, as she reached out to grab him, and slowly lost her life in his hands. He didn't know why, but at that moment, he suddenly remembered the first time he saw Xiao Rou in the cold palace when he was young. She knelt on the ground, timidly raised her head, and softly called him, Your Highness. He suddenly lost his strength. Not long after, in a daze, Xiao Rou suddenly pushed him away, and then lay on the ground, coughing violently. After a long time, Xiao Rou supported herself and stood up with a smile. She covered her neck and said with a smile, What, you can't do it, or you can't kill me. Li Ming, do you know why you've been such a coward all your life? If you want to talk about ruthlessness, you're not ruthless enough. Xiao Rou's voice was hoarse. If you want to talk about kindness, you're not kind enough. As a monarch, you're heartless. As a son, you're unfilial. As a father, you're heartless. As a husband, you're unjust. You're obviously selfish to the extreme, yet you still have some conscience. Your heart is higher than the sky, and your life is thinner than paper. If you're a good-for-nothing, the Shangguan clan can also protect you for the rest of your life. But you're not reconciled. You've been tormenting yourself for half your life, but what have you done? Your whole life is ridiculous and pathetic. Tormenting yourself for a lifetime, deserted by everyone, with nothing to show for it. Li Ming, Xiao Rou turned around with a smile, full of sarcasm, you'll die alone. With that, Xiao Rou walked out of the hall. Li Ming sat quietly on the high seat. After a long time, he slowly raised his head and looked at the Northern Yan Tower in the distance. The wind chimes of the Northern Yan Tower were ringing in the wind. He looked at it for a long time before finally coming back to his senses. Fu Lai carefully walked in. Seeing the mess in the room, he bent down to pick up the booklet on the ground. He walked in front of Li Ming and whispered, Your Majesty, Consort Ron Yang has been escorted to the Ministry of Justice. Are you okay? Li Ming didn't speak. He lowered his head. Fu Lai couldn't help but call out again, Your Majesty? Call Xiao Wen in. Li Ming raised his head and said tiredly, Zhen has something to say to him. Xiao Wen was Consort Ro's nephew. Fu Lai paused and respectfully said, Yes. After Fu Lai responded, he couldn't help but look at Li Ming a few more times, Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell? Do you need a tai? Li Ming heard his words and raised his head to look at him. Fu Lai was stared at by Li Ming and his palms couldn't help but sweat. Li Ming looked at him for a long time and then suddenly said, The first time Zhen saw you, were you 11 years old? Fu Lai inwardly released a breath. He respectfully replied, This servant was 10 years old. You are old. Li Ming laughed. Fu Lai also laughed, after all, it's been almost 40 years. Fu Lai, Li Ming turned his head and looked at the Northern Yan Tower in the distance, it's good if people don't grow up. Fu Lai didn't speak. Li Ming's voice was very slow, when Zhen was building the Northern Yan Tower, Zhen was very happy. At that time, he had just married Shangguan Yu. He didn't know what it meant to be restrained by noble families, what it meant to balance the court, what it meant to be an emperor. But 40 years was too long. It was long enough for a weak girl to become an insatiable evil concubine, a bright and beautiful girl to become a cold and conservative empress, and a gentle prince to become a weak and pitiful emperor. He felt that time was like a knife. When he turned around, he couldn't recognize who was who. When Xiao Rou walked out of the hall, she couldn't hold on any longer. Her legs instantly weakened. The servant girl next to her supported her and hurriedly said, Nyang Nyang. The imperial bodyguard walked forward and respectfully said, Nyang Nyang Consort Rou, please. Xiao Rou struggled to support herself and nodded. She allowed the servant girl to help her onto the carriage. She was still the mother of Prince Su and Hua Lu. Even if she was in trouble, her prestige was still there. The imperial bodyguard didn't dare to make things too difficult for her. Not long after she arrived at the Ministry of Justice, she heard hurried footsteps outside. Xiao Rou raised her head and saw Hua Li walk over with the Xiao family clansmen. Mother. Hua Li's eyes reddened when he saw Xiao Rou. Xiao Rou calmed down. She glanced at the people who came and saw that Cui Yulong was also there. She paused and then said indifferently, You can all leave. I want to talk to Hua Lu. Cui Yulong respectfully left. Xiao Rou hurriedly reached out to grab Hua Li's hand and asked anxiously, Are you okay? Did this matter implicate you? Hua Li shook his head with red eyes. Not yet. I heard that something happened to you when I was still in court today. I immediately went to find third uncle and looked for him everywhere. I only came to see you now. Where's Qing'er? Xiao Rou hurriedly asked. Hua Lu was rarely reliable. Younger brother is fine. He's in the mansion now. Mother, what should we do now? Listen to me. Xiao Rou took out a token from her sleeve and handed it to Hua Lu. We've been set up this time. Now, you can't trust anyone except our own Xiao family members. Cui Yulong can't be used. Su Yongqing also can't trust him. I'm afraid I can't protect him. This token is for you. Xiao Rou handed the token to Hua Lu. I'll leave Qing'er to you. Mother. Hua Lu grabbed Xiao Rou's hand. What should I do? Tell me, what should I do to save you? Hua Lu said, tears streaming down his face. Can I get married? I'll find a powerful man and marry him. Hua Lu. Xiao Rou shouted in a low voice. She held Hua Li's hand and took a deep breath. Remember, don't rely on anyone at this time. His Majesty is dying. He can't hold on for long. You only need to do one thing now. Please tell me. Hua Li said anxiously. Xiao Rou raised her hand and tucked Hua Li's hair behind her ear. Kill Li Chuan. Hua Li suddenly opened his eyes. Xiao Rou's gaze was very cold. It's best if you kill Li Rong as well. Once Li Chuan dies, Qing'er will be the only prince left. At that time, you can push all the blame to me. You'll still be a princess. Your father will protect you. After Qing'er ascends the throne, you'll be the princess royal. Hua Li's hand holding the token trembled slightly. Xiao Rou raised her hand and held it. She said calmly, don't be afraid, Hua Lu. You're my daughter. You can't lose to the daughter of Shangguanyu. She can set us up, so you can set her up. Mother, only in this way, Xiao Rou lowered her voice. You and I have a chance to survive. As long as we survive, we'll win. At that time, you can trample Li Chuan and Li Rong under your feet and tear them to pieces. There's nothing to be afraid of. Xiao Rou stared at Hua Lu. We're all cheap lives. What are you afraid of? Hearing Xiao Rou's words, Hua Lu slowly calmed down. She looked up at Xiao Rou, looking for the belief and strength to support herself in Xiao Rou's calm eyes. Her mother was born in a cold family. She might be stupid and greedy, but she had always been like a wild grass, recklessly growing in the palace. Hua Lu took a deep breath, nodded, and tried to calm herself down. I understand. Xiao Rou quietly looked at Hua Lu. After a long time, she held Hua Li's hand. Go. Mother will wait for you. Hua Li's tears fell on Xiao Rou's hand. She staggered to her feet, tried to calm herself down, and walked out. That night was a bit cold. Li Rong put on a coat in the princess residence and re-examined the recent information from the inspectorate. Shangguanyu stood to the side and explained to Li Rong simply, the officials with problems in the Shangguan family have already been dealt with. This time, Consort Rou couldn't find anything to use against them. Almost all the evidence was fake, and the confessions were forced out. She's so bold? Li Rong flipped through the written confessions. Shangguanyu chuckled. Consort Rou doesn't have much experience in the imperial court. The harem is a place where you have to follow Her Majesty's orders, but the imperial court isn't. She thought that the inspectorate was the same as when she was in charge of the harem. These confessions are all flawed. You can reverse the verdict at any time, but what does Her Highness plan to do? Let's delay it for a while. Li Rong's voice was calm. Consort Rou fell too easily. Wang Homen and the others will inevitably feel that they paid too high a price. Wang Howen and the others also deserve to die. Let's keep them in prison for a while. We'll only release them when they're half dead. As the two were talking, they heard footsteps outside. Li Rong and Shangguanyu both looked up and saw Pei Wenchuan walk in. He glanced at Li Rong, walked forward, and lowered his head to whisper in Li Rong's ear, Her Majesty summoned Consort Rou's nephew, Xiao Wen, into the palace. After Xiao Wen left, someone came out of Huajing. Li Rong's eyes turned cold. He looked up at Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan understood Li Rong's meaning and nodded. Her Majesty probably can't hold it in anymore. Li Rong didn't say anything. Xiao Wen was Xiao Su's son. If Li Ming summoned Xiao Wen to the palace at this time and someone left Huajing after Xiao Wen left the palace, then it was very likely that Li Ming contacted Xiao Su through an unconventional channel. Under what circumstances did an emperor need to contact a general at the border through such a secretive and infallible channel, avoiding layers of spies and eyes? Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan were very clear. This wasn't the first time they had experienced a mutiny. Regardless of whether it was Li Chuan being deposed, or the aristocratic families trying to get rid of Li Ming, or the several attempts by the aristocratic families to overthrow the emperor, in the 30 years of political turmoil, this was not something that made them panic. However, this was a big matter, so the two of them remained silent. Xianxia saw that the atmosphere was gloomy, so she tactfully bowed and turned to leave. When only Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan were left in the room, Pei Wenxuan finally said, "We need to make a decision soon." "Is it that urgent?" Li Rong's voice was very soft. She thought, what does Imperial Father think? In her previous life, Li Ming didn't make a move against Li Chuan so early. Li Rong felt that it was a bit absurd and couldn't help but smile. Could it be that Imperial Father is really angry for a woman and has to save Consort Ro? I heard that His Majesty's condition is getting worse. Li Rong paused. Pei Wenxuan sat across from Li Rong and said slowly, "It's understandable that His Majesty wants to stabilize Prince Su's position as soon as possible. After all, ever since the Shangguan clan's internal investigation, their strength in the imperial court had been greatly reduced. Currently, the aristocratic families and Li Rong had just formed an alliance. In terms of strength in the imperial court, Li Rong and the aristocratic families had the upper hand, but it might not necessarily be a mutiny. Li Ming had Xiao Su's army in the northwest and the Li family's army that he had been managing for many years. In total, they had an army of 100,000. He wasn't afraid to face any aristocratic family alone. He was only afraid that after the aristocratic families gathered, Li Chuan would be the representative of a new army. But now, the aristocratic families were in a mess. After the inspectorate was established, although they seemed to be united to punish Consort Ro, in reality, they were already disloyal. If Li Chuan didn't have enough troops and launched a mutiny, Li Ming would have a sufficient advantage. His Majesty has nearly 100,000 troops. Xiaosu has 50,000 troops, Beijing has 10,000, and Huajing has 40,000 scattered troops. Pei Wenxuan said. He took out a map from under the table and spread it on the table. He raised his hand and pointed at the northwest corner of the map, then drew a line in the direction of Huajing. If His Majesty starts to mobilize troops from the northwest now, Xiaosu will need at least a month to prepare and march here without rest. But the northwest is from Huajing, and the Su clan and Xia clan are in the middle. Li Rong pondered. If they slightly obstruct us, I'm afraid it will take more than 2 months. But will they? Pei Wenxuan asked. Li Rong paused and looked at Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan reminded him seriously, "You and I aren't the only ones who know the future. If Su Yongqing had already returned, then he wouldn't just sit and wait for death." Although the Xia clan had been silent ever since Xia Lanqing was exiled, Li Chuan was probably already at odds with them. The northwest was separated by the Su clan and Xia clan. If Xiaosu crossed the border, the worst outcome would be that he would bring the troops of the Su clan and Xia clan to Huajing. Su Yongqing, Li Rong tapped the table and couldn't help but call out Su Yongqing's name. Pei Wenxuan listened to her muttering and raised his hand to drink tea. He said casually, "What, do you miss him?" "Isn't that so?" Li Rong sighed. "I still underestimated him. He probably planned for Xia Lanqing's exile a long time ago." Now that she thought about it, when Xia Lanqing was the Minister of Justice, she always targeted her. At first, she thought it was because of the conflict of interest between the Ministry of Justice and the Inspection Department. But now that she thought about it, Su Yongqing probably did something behind the scenes. Su Yongqing forced her to abolish Xia Lanqing a long time ago, which also cut off the Xia clan and Li Chuan's path. Unless Li Chuan really decided to abandon her as his eldest sister. But Li Chuan wouldn't do that. The discord between the Xia clan and Li Chuan usually didn't matter, but today, it became the key. If Xiaosu could enter Huajing without any obstruction, then no matter where she mobilized her troops, she couldn't arrive before Xiaosu. Once Xiaosu's army arrived in the capital, Li Chuan would have no way to survive. With Li Chuan dead, the aristocratic families lost their leader. Unless they elected another leader to rebel, they would be in a state of disunity. With the character of the aristocratic families, they would probably retreat to protect themselves. At this time, Li Ming would use both kindness and power to remove the Shangguan clan, so no one dared to say anything. Li Rong gently closed her eyes and raised her hand to pinch her Jingming acupoint. Let Zhao Chongjiu immediately send a message to the northwest and let Qin Lin keep an eye on Xiaosu. Once Xiaosu's army goes to Huajing, Li Rong hesitated for a moment. She felt a little uneasy. It was indeed too early for them to use force at this time. Moreover, Qin Lin directly intercepted Xiaosu's army. No matter what, it was an act of rebellion. Then we must stop them. Pei Wenxuan saw her hesitation and said decisively, "Your Highness, it's time to use Lin Feibai. Summon him back to the capital." Back to the capital for what? Li Rong frowned. Pei Wenxuan raised his hand and tapped on the map. To acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan. Li Rong immediately reacted. Even if Lin Feibai was guilty and had personally confessed to Xiao Lanqing, he was still Xiao Lanqing's son. Once the legitimate son of the Xia family was gone, he would have the opportunity to inherit the Xia family. If it was in the past, even if Xiao Lanqing's sons were all dead, Lin Feibai, this illegitimate son, wouldn't have a chance. But now Lin Feibai had military power. With military power and the identity of Xiao Lanqing's son, Lin Feibai inheriting the Xia family was just a small matter. Although the Xia family has conflicts with Your Highness, the matter of paying taxes concerns the entire aristocratic family. The Xia family can't be an iron plate. Now that Lin Feibai has military power, as long as the head of the Xia family, Xie, dies, Lin Feibai becoming the new head of the Xia family is just a small matter. So the first thing we have to do is to kill Xie. When Li Rong heard this, he looked up at Pei Wenxuan. Then why don't we just kill Li Qing directly? Once Li Qing died, if Li Ming killed Li Chuan, the Li family would really fall. In the past, when we killed Li Qing, father was afraid that he would think that he could have another son, so he took the opportunity to cripple Chuan. But now, he probably doesn't have the ability and time to have another son. Li Rong's voice was gentle. If I make a move, he probably won't spare me. But since he has already made plans to call Xiaosu over from the northwest, it can be seen that he doesn't intend to spare me and Chuan. There's no need for Li Qing to stay. If His Highness has such a plan, Pei Wenxuan's voice was very soft, it's not impossible. Kill Li Qing and Xie. Pei Wenxuan's hand gently circled the map. If Su Yongqing still doesn't want Chuan to ascend the throne, then there's only one way to go. Su Mingji won't agree. In this way, Pei Wenxuan said firmly, even if Xiaosu enters the capital, it will no longer be of any use. But in this way, the only risk is, Pei Wenxuan looked up at Li Rong. His Majesty may kill you and the Empress in order to vent his anger. Li Rong was silent. Pei Wenxuan looked at her. If we only kill Xie, His Majesty may not realize our true intentions. In his heart, his target is the Crown Prince. He won't act rashly and alert the enemy. He won't kill you for Xie. If we kill Li Qing, we can solve the problem once and for all. But Your Highness, Pei Wenxuan's voice was very soft, when the time comes, His Highness the Crown Prince will be His Majesty's only successor. In order to minimize the Shangguan family's influence on the Crown Prince, he will definitely take some extreme measures. Whether it's for personal grudges or for the Crown Prince's future, His Majesty will kill you and the Empress at all costs. Do you want to do this for the Crown Prince? Pei Wenxuan said seriously. Think about it carefully. Are you trying to persuade me? Li Rong asked directly after listening to Pei Wenxuan's analysis. Pei Wenxuan chuckled. How can I persuade you? He slowly raised his head, his eyes full of tolerance. I'm just accompanying you. While Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan were talking, Hua Lu held the command tablet that Consort Ro gave her. She restrained her body from trembling and hurried back to the Shao residence. She constantly comforted herself. She couldn't panic. She couldn't panic at this time. She had to calm down. She couldn't let anyone see her as a joke and think that because Consort Ro was gone, she was weak and easy to bully. When Hua Lu arrived at the Shao residence, she calmed down. She tightly held the command tablet that Consort Ro gave her and walked down from the carriage. The Shao family had been in business for many years. In total, they had promoted 2 useful uncles. One was her eldest uncle, Xiaosu, who was in the northwest. The other was her third uncle, Xiaoming, who was in the Imperial Guards. Hua Lu entered the room. When she saw Xiaoming, her entire body almost went limp. But she forced herself to stay upright and saluted with red eyes. "Third uncle. Don't panic." Xiaoming raised his hand and had someone help Hualu sit down. He picked up a teacup and frowned. "Did your mother leave any words?" "She did." Hualu hurriedly nodded. She took out the command tablet and handed it to Xiaoming. She wiped her tears and hurriedly said, "Mother said to give this command tablet to me and let me go kill Li Chuan. It would be better if I could kill Li Rong." "Kill the crown prince?" Xiaoming's face was full of shock. Hualu nodded. She was afraid that Xiaoming wouldn't dare, so she added, "Uncle, now that mother can't be saved, our only way out is to quickly kill Li Chuan. This way, only Qing'er will be left among the princes. Qing'er will be the only successor. Father Emperor is dying. Once he dies, Qing'er will ascend the throne. At that time, you will be His Majesty's uncle and I will be the eldest princess. Look at how glorious the Shangguan clan is right now. Isn't it because they are Father Emperor's maternal clan?" Xiaoming remained silent. Hualu was somewhat anxious. She hurriedly said, "Uncle, this is the only way to save mother and brother. When Li Chuan ascends the throne, do you think he and Li Rong will let us go? The Shangguan clan has disliked us for a long time. Do you plan to just sit and wait for death?" "You." "Hualu." Xiaoming interrupted her and said slowly, "This matter is too serious. Let me think about it. You should go back first." "Uncle?" Hualu looked at Xiaoming in shock. "Do you plan to just watch my mother die like this? Even if we kill Li Chuan, we won't be able to save your mother." Xiaoming sighed. "It's not that uncle doesn't want to help you. I'm just thinking of a foolproof plan. You should go back and rest first." "I'll think about it again. It's just that time is too tight." Xiaoming muttered, "I don't know if we can wait until the winter hunt this year. This is a good opportunity." Huali's eyes lit up when she heard this. Xiaoming glanced at Hualu and asked someone to send Hualu out. After Hualu left, the housekeeper came in front of Xiaoming and poured tea for him. He said in a low voice, "What do you think of Her Highness? Isn't it a joke to let Her Highness Hualu assassinate the crown prince? If His Highness the crown prince was so easy to assassinate, would he have waited until today? It's not easy to assassinate a person alone. It's not that there aren't any opportunities. Opportunities are all created by people. It's just that they're afraid of the consequences." Xiaoming lightly touched the edge of the teacup. "That sister of mine was able to survive until today. She's not stupid. Do you really think that she's counting on Hualu to assassinate Li Chuan?" Xiaoming sneered. "She's just finding a scapegoat for those who want Li Chuan dead. As long as Hualu is willing to be the scapegoat, everyone is willing to help her." "Then?" The housekeeper frowned. "Does Her Highness not plan to protect Her Highness Hualu? Using a daughter in exchange for a son's throne?" Xiaoming picked up the teacup. "In Her Highness's eyes, it's not a loss. When His Royal Highness Prince Su ascends the throne in the future, he'll be posthumously titled Her Highness Hualu. There's not a single good person in this family. Look at Hualu. She keeps talking about Princess Royal. How much do you think she cares about her mother?" Xiaoming's eyes were filled with mockery. A daughter wants her mother to die in exchange for the position of Princess Royal. A mother wants to use her daughter's death in exchange for the position of Empress Dowager. Very interesting. Then, Master is just going to watch. The housekeeper hesitated. After all, Her Highness and the Xiao family are bound together for good or ill. Of course not. Quickly send someone to pass the news to His Majesty in the palace. Just say that Hualu is agitated and wants to assassinate Li Chuan. Oh, remember. Xiaoming pinched the teacup and instructed. Only let His Majesty know. Don't let the eunuchs by his side hear about it. Who knows what kind of monsters are by his side? Yes. The housekeeper respectfully responded. That night, the news of Hualu trying to assassinate Li Chuan reached Li Ming's ears. Li Ming thought about it for half the night in the main hall. The next day, Li Ming set the date for the winter hunt. The winter hunt was a tradition of Xia. Although it was called a winter hunt, it was actually held every year during the internal military training competition in Huajing. Huajing had a total of 6 armies. The emperor had the imperial guards, the crown prince had the Yulin guards, and the remaining 4 armies were respectively guarding the 4 city gates. The commanders of the 4 armies were from the Shangguan clan, the Su clan, the Pei clan, and Li Ming's direct descendant, Prince Ning. Every year during the winter hunt, these 6 armies would practice in the forest to prevent the army from slacking off. When Li Rong heard Li Ming set the date for the winter hunt, he had a plan in his heart. After the morning court, Pei Wenchuan walked to Li Rong's side. They walked side by side and looked ahead. The winter hunt is set for 10 days later. Has your highness made up your mind? How long until Lin Feibai returns? He's alone. If he rides fast, he can arrive in 3 days. Prepare to kill Xie first. This is a small matter. Pei Wenchuan chuckled. I will arrange for the winter hunt. Li Rong responded and the two walked out of the palace gate together. Pei Wenchuan bowed respectfully. Your highness, I will go back first. Li Rong nodded. Pei Wenchuan couldn't help but look at Li Rong again. Seeing that Li Rong didn't ask him to stay, he still felt a little regretful in his heart. His relationship with Li Rong now was Li Rong pestering him to the outside world. Although Li Ming might be suspicious of him after the consort row incident, he still had to keep up appearances. Maybe Li Ming wasn't that smart, so if Li Rong didn't ask him to stay, he couldn't stay either. So after he bowed, he pretended to be indifferent and returned to his carriage. But as soon as he got into the carriage and sat down, he saw Li Rong jumping onto the carriage. Pei Wenchuan was slightly taken aback. Li Rong sat beside him and raised his eyebrows with a smile. What, I can't sit here? Pei Wenchuan came back to his senses. He suppressed his smile and patted his leg. Come, sit here. Li Rong twisted his waist and sat on Pei Wenchuan's lap. He hooked his arm around Pei Wenchuan's and said to the outside world, let's go. This prince will send Lord Pei off. Pei Wenchuan sat upright. But Li Rong seemed to have lost his bones. The coachman didn't dare to look inside and only hesitated. Your Excellency? Let's go. Pei Wenchuan's voice came from the carriage. It sounded a little cold. We will listen to your highness. The coachman only thought that Pei Wenchuan was helpless. He looked at Pei Wenchuan with pity and drove the carriage to the Pei residence. The carriage creaked. Pei Wenchuan put his arm around Li Rong's waist and whispered, I thought your highness had returned to the residence. You are my darling. Li Rong leaned on Pei Wenchuan's chest. How could I bear to part with you? Pei Wenchuan smiled but didn't say anything. He listened to Li Rong talk nonsense. Li Rong leaned on him for a while and then heard Pei Wenchuan ask, Your Highness, have you made up your mind? Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong said in a low voice, if I kill Li Qing and Imperial Father really wants to kill me, Huajing will definitely rebel. Chuaner has 5,000 Yulin guards, I have 1,000 inspectorate soldiers, and the Shangguan clan and you have 4,000 soldiers. In total, there are no more than 10,000 soldiers. However, Imperial Father has more than 10,000 Yulin guards. If Su Yongqing and Prince Ning join forces, do you think that Chuaner will be willing to protect me and fight against Imperial Father? Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. He raised his hand and stroked Li Rong's back. If he is not willing to risk his life for me, I will die. Li Rong raised his head and looked at Pei Wenchuan. I will be like Consort Ro and die for a prince's throne. Your Highness doesn't trust His Highness the Crown Prince. Pei Wenchuan said firmly. He thought for a moment and said in a steady voice, if your Highness wants to kill Li Qing, the Huajing clan has 2,000 soldiers in the city and 1,000 government troops. I have my own private men all over Huajing. At that time, if His Highness abandons your Highness, I will escort your Highness out of the city. Your Highness will escape to Qingzhou. You have troops stationed there. When the time comes, Huajing will fight for the throne and no one will investigate your whereabouts. If His Highness wins, you will come back. If His Highness loses, you will abandon Qingzhou and go to Dongying to save your life. Li Rong didn't speak. Pei Wenchuan's hand that was stroking her back paused. After a moment, he couldn't help but laugh. You don't trust me either. Pei Wenchuan, Li Rong's voice was a bit hoarse. She snuggled into Pei Wenchuan's arms. I'm sorry. Pei Wenchuan took a deep breath. He raised his hand and hugged Li Rong tightly. It's not your fault. It's just that no one in this world taught you to trust a person. It's okay. Pei Wenchuan kissed her. If you're afraid, kill Xie Chuanhe first. After Lin Feibai gets control of the Xia clan will stop Xiao Su from entering the capital. Qin Lin will chase after Xiao Su from behind. You and the Shangguan clan's army will join forces to enter Huajing. We'll just do it step by step. The price is too high. Li Rong closed her eyes. Moreover, if Su Yongqing and father join forces and something happens in the northwest, we're all finished. We have to kill Li Qing. Li Rong's voice was very calm. But, as soon as I close my eyes, I think of my previous life. In my previous life, the last time I met Chuan, he asked me to play chess. He didn't say anything about me, nor did he ask me how my body was doing. He just said that he had obtained a new elixir that could allow one to live forever after eating it. He asked me about the appointment of the crown prince and how Li Ping was doing. There was nothing in his eyes. They were all chess pieces. Li Rong opened her eyes in a daze. Wenchuan, although I love Chuan and mother very much, they are my family. But in fact, deep down in my heart, I have always been very afraid. Li Rong's expression was calm, but Pei Wenchuan could see from Li Rong's calmness that she had hidden in the depths of her heart for many years. She didn't dare to say it out loud. She had deceived herself and others, and her whole body couldn't help but tremble slightly. They don't love me that much, and I don't love them that much. My mother will let me die for Chuan. Everything I do for Chuan is for him and for myself. And Chuan, Li Rong's eyes were blank for a moment. If he comes back from the previous life, after I kill Li Qing, he will let me die. Using her sister and mother in exchange for the stability of the overall situation, in exchange for the agreement with father, in exchange for the throne, in exchange for the absolute control of the world. If the Li Chuan of the previous life was standing here in the world, Li Rong's heart was a little cold. He will let her die. When this point came to mind, Li Rong's hands and feet were cold. Pei Wenchuan quietly looked at Li Rong. Li Rong forced a smile. I'm sorry to let you see such an ugly thing. The family was not a family, the country was not a country. Everyone in the palace seemed to have become a mutated evil beast, trapped in the Colosseum. Your Highness, Pei Wenchuan held Li Rong's hand. Give it a try. Li Rong raised his head blankly and looked at Pei Wenchuan. What you are afraid of is being betrayed. But if you don't give everyone a chance to prove themselves, then you will never know that there are people in this world who can trust you. Give it a try. Pei Wenchuan looked at her, his eyes full of love. I promise, nothing will happen to you. He didn't know what choice Li Chuan would make. But as long as he was alive, using his body as a bridge, using his bones as a wheel, he would send her out of Huajing safely. We have lived a lifetime, Rong Rong. Pei Wenchuan held her in his arms. I don't want you to live a life of despair like you did in the previous life. Li Rong was hugged by Pei Wenchuan. This kind of hug gave her an inexplicable sense of comfort. She was silent for a long time. Then, she slowly said, did we all have a bad life in our previous lives? Shangguanya, who became the scepter of the Shangguan clan, Li Chuan, who cultivated for 20 years, Qin Zhenjin, who entered the coffin with his sword, Su Ronghua, who committed suicide in prison. Su Yongqing, who stayed by her side but couldn't be together, Pei Wenchuan, who looked at the moon for 30 years but couldn't reach it, and Li Rong, who stumbled alone until her head bled. At the end of her previous life, their lives in the palace were like a reincarnation. It was just that 30 years later, the lives of the people around Li Ming were replayed in another way. This kind of past frightened everyone who knew about it. They couldn't help but try their best to stop it. He drew warmth from Li Rong's body and said in a low voice, so in this life, we can't live like this. If your Highness wants to kill Li Qing, then I'll arrange it. If something happens, I'll die with you, your Highness. Pei Wenchuan put his head on her shoulder. Even if you don't trust me, you should trust your interests. Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong listened to Pei Wenchuan's words and couldn't help but laugh. Are you really not afraid of death? I died once and lost once. Pei Wenchuan hugged Li Rong. Compared to that, losing you is more terrible. One was a simple death, the other was a death that spanned the whole life. Li Rong listened quietly. She was silent for a long time before she finally said, "Okay. Arrange it." Li Rong couldn't help but clench her fists. Kill Li Qing. After making the decision, Li Rong gave the order that day. That night, Li Rong entered the palace and told Shang Guanyu all her plans. After she finished, Li Rong said softly, "When the time comes, Mother and I won't be able to escape Father's wrath. How does Mother plan to deal with it?" "I'm the Empress." Shang Guanyu's voice was very soft. "I can't leave. When the time comes, I'll go to prison and do whatever I want. As for you..." Shang Guanyu looked at Li Rong. "If something really happens, you can escape from the city's secret passage." "Us? Secret passage?" Li Rong was curious. "Mother, you mean, go as you held her cup, give her my token and tell her your identity. Then she'll take hers and leave. Leave. And leave. Go to Qing Prefecture after you leave the city. Come back when Chuaner ascends the throne. What about you?" Li Rong frowned. "What will you do if I leave?" Shang Guanyu was silent. After a long time, she reached out and patted the back of Li Rong's hand. "I'm relieved as long as you and Chuaner are well." Li Rong was stunned. She rarely heard Shang Guanyu say such things. Shang Guanyu also seemed to feel awkward. She couldn't help but withdraw her hand and said awkwardly, "You don't have to worry about me. After all, I'm your mother. I have my own means to protect myself." Li Rong looked at Shang Guanyu quietly. After a long time, she stood up. Before Shang Guanyu could react, Li Rong went forward and hugged her. "Mother." Her voice was very soft. "You'll be fine." She was willing to die for her children. She was willing to risk her life to protect them. Li Rong didn't realize that the thoughts that flashed through her mind at that moment were very different from her usual behavior. Li Rong came out of the palace and immediately contacted Shang Guanyu to arrange everything. On the third day, Lin Feibai also rushed back from the southwest. Lin Feibai went straight to the inspection department on the day he entered the capital. When Li Rong went out to receive him, he saw an extremely tall young man in black standing in the hall. He had a murderous aura that could only be found after walking through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. When Li Rong entered the hall, Lin Feibai knelt down on one knee and said straightforwardly, "Greetings, Your Highness." Li Rong and Lin Feibai talked about the southwest for a while before asking Shang Guanyu to send him out. When Shang Guanyu sent Lin Feibai out of the inspection department, she couldn't help but laugh at him. "You've become a mute after going to the military camp. It can be seen that life in the military camp is very boring." "It's all right." Lin Feibai's voice was very soft. "The Yi card that eldest miss gave me is quite interesting." Shang Guanyu was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Feibai to say this. The two of them crossed the threshold together. Lin Feibai said calmly, "The Xie family's rules are strict. It's too difficult to get their approval just by relying on my military power. Miss Shangguan, why don't you think about it?" Lin Feibai turned to look at her. "Using your identity to help me?" These words were too unexpected for Shang Guanyu. She was stunned. "I won't restrict you in anything. The military power in my hands is the military power in your hands. If you help me obtain the Xia family, I will become your cornerstone. If you don't like this marriage at any time, we can divorce." Lin Feibai said very calmly, "Think about it carefully. I'll go back first." After Lin Feibai finished speaking, he cupped his hands and bowed before turning to leave. He came like a bolt of lightning and left decisively. One man and one horse left the inspection department, like a lone wolf walking in Huajing. Shang Guanyu paused for a moment before coming back to her senses. She turned around and returned to the lobby. Li Rong was looking at the map in the lobby. When she heard Shang Guanyu come in, she didn't look up and continued to observe the route on the map. After a long time, she looked up at Shang Guanyu and saw that Shang Guanyu was in a daze. Li Rong couldn't help but laugh. "What are you in a daze for?" Shang Guanyu was startled by Li Rong. She came back to her senses and subconsciously said, "Your Highness. It's rare to see you in a daze." Li Rong changed directions around the map. Shang Guanyu followed behind her. Li Rong slowly said, "Did Lin Feibai say something to you?" He said something, and this subordinate couldn't help but think more about it. Shang Guanyu followed Li Rong. Without waiting for Li Rong to ask, Shang Guanyu directly said, "He told me that it's too difficult to get the approval of the Xie family with just military power, so he wants to borrow my identity." Identity? Li Rong frowned and glanced at Shang Guanyu. "How does he want to use your identity?" "Your Highness." Shang Guanyu couldn't help but laugh when she heard Li Rong's question. "After all, I'm the eldest miss of the Shangguan family. If Lin Feibai could marry the eldest miss of the Shangguan family, even if he was an illegitimate son, the Xie family would still respect him more." But when he heard this, Li Rong decisively said, "Crazy." "Your Highness?" Shang Guanyu was surprised by this evaluation. Li Rong directly said, "A mere Xie family wants to marry you? Who does he think he is?" "Your Highness." Shang Guanyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Xie family is also one of the 7 major surnames. How can it be as bad as you say? Compared to the Chuaner, I really don't think much of the Xie family. Li Rong glanced at her and hurriedly glanced at her with a crazy gaze. "If you want to get married for this, why didn't you enter the palace back then? Entering the palace and marrying outside are naturally different." Shang Guanyu's voice was very soft. "Once you enter the palace, you can't leave. No matter how you marry outside the palace, you can still turn back." "From what you're saying," Li Rong leaned in front of the table and tapped his fingers unconsciously on the table. "You don't seem to object to this matter?" "It's all about marrying," Shang Guanyu said respectfully. "First, I have to be happy, and second, I have to be valuable. I'm not young anymore, so it's time to consider these things." "What about Su Ronghua?" Li Rong looked up at her. Shang Guanyu was silent for a long time before she said, "We're just having fun together. If he can't help me with anything, then he has no value." When Li Rong heard this, he looked at her calmly. Shang Guanyu stood respectfully. For a moment, she felt as if she had been seen through. She couldn't help but smile awkwardly. "Your Highness, young people are always stubborn." Li Rong smiled gently. "You always talk as if you don't care about anything. If you really don't care about anything, then that's good." "Your Highness, I'm not," Shang Guanyu hurriedly spoke, trying to change Li Rong's mind. Li Rong waved his hand. "You don't have to explain to me. You know what you're doing." Shang Guanyu paused. Li Rong looked at the sky and felt that he had given his orders. He turned around and said, "All right, I'm going back. You can continue with your work." After he finished speaking, Li Rong asked someone to pack up the booklets and walked out. After she went out, she saw Su Ronghua standing at the door. He leaned against the stone lion at the door and casually twirled his fan. Li Rong walked out and saw Su Ronghua. She smiled and cupped her hands. "Eldest young Master Su." "Your Highness?" Su Ronghua smiled. "Your Highness, you're leaving so early?" "There aren't many things to do today." Li Rong explained and glanced at the inspection department. "Eldest young Master Su, are you waiting for Aya? I asked her to play mahjong together." Su Ronghua's eyes were smiling when he mentioned Shang Guanyu. "Since I have nothing to do, I'm waiting for her at the door." Li Rong nodded and said, "Then wait patiently. I'll go back first." "Farewell, Your Highness." Su Ronghua bowed respectfully. After sending off Li Rong, Su Ronghua waited for a long time before he saw Shang Guanyu walk out. When he saw Shang Guanyu, he straightened up and smiled. "You're finally out." Shang Guanyu stood in front of the door and looked at him quietly. After a long time, she smiled and walked out. She walked in front of Su Ronghua. Su Ronghua crossed his arms. "Where do you want to go today?" "I'm a little tired." Shang Guanyu lowered her head. "I'll go back first. Then I'll send you off." Su Ronghua seemed to be prepared for everything. He didn't get angry when she stood him up. Shang Guanyu responded. She thought for a while and said, "Let's go back." With that, Shang Guanyu turned around and walked towards the Shangguan residence. Su Ronghua followed behind her with his hands in his sleeves. He was like a silent shadow, silently accompanying and protecting her. When she turned around, she could see this young man standing under the light and looking at her with a smile. So she didn't dare to look back. The two of them walked through the streets and finally arrived at the Shangguan residence. At this time, Xianxia stopped. She had her back to Su Ronghua and looked up at the plaque of the Shangguan residence. "I've reached the end of the road." Her voice was very soft. Su Ronghua smiled. "You should rest first. I'll come back tomorrow." Su Ronghua. Xianxia turned around to look at him with her hands behind her back. Su Ronghua tilted his head and heard Xianxia ask, "Why aren't you the head of the Su family?" Su Ronghua was stunned. Then he touched his nose awkwardly. "Why are you asking about this?" "I'm just curious." Xianxia seemed to be careless. "You're the eldest son of the Su family. In terms of the eldest son, you should be the head of the family. Why did you let Su Yongqing become the heir?" It's hard to explain." Su Ronghua sighed. "Anyway, I've never been cut out to be the head of the family since I was young. I don't want to be." "Then what do you want to be?" Xianxia smiled at Su Ronghua with her hands behind her back. Su Ronghua shook his head. "I've never thought about it. I think it's pretty good as it is now. Everything is taken care of by my second brother and father. I just gamble, walk the bird, eat, drink, and play." Su Ronghua opened the fan in his hand and showed the word Xiaoyao on it. "Isn't it very happy?" Xianxia didn't say anything. She just looked at him with a smile. Su Ronghua looked at the people who had been watching them at the entrance of the Shangguan residence. He waved his hand and said, "That's enough. Hurry up and go back." "Okay." Xianxia nodded. She turned around and walked in. Before she entered, she couldn't help but turn around and look at him. Su Ronghua was standing not far away. When he saw her turn around, he smiled. Xianxia stared at him. After a long time, she said calmly, "Don't come looking for me in the future." Su Ronghua was stunned. Xianxia laughed. "I'm not young anymore. I can't always fool around with you. Go back." After Xianxia finished speaking, she turned around decisively and walked through the door. When Su Ronghua came back to his senses, he hurried forward and said anxiously, "Wait, what do you mean?" "Xianxia, eldest young master Su." The gatekeeper stopped Su Ronghua. Su Ronghua only had time to watch Xianxia's back disappear into the courtyard. The gatekeeper said awkwardly, "It's late. Please go back. I just want to ask one question." Su Ronghua said anxiously, "Let me pass." "I, eldest young master Su." The gatekeeper raised his voice. "Our eldest miss is a girl after all. Please restrain yourself a little." When Su Ronghua heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. He suddenly realized that there was actually no connection between him and Xianxia. When she wanted to see him, she would see him. If there was a day when she didn't want to see him, there was no need to see him again. This realization made Su Ronghua's heart suddenly tighten. He stood at the door and quietly watched the girl walk through the courtyard and gradually disappear into the distance. He stood there for a moment. When he couldn't see her anymore, he took a deep breath and finally turned to leave. The next morning, Su Ronghua squatted at the entrance of the inspection department early in the morning. Xianxia had already asked someone to inquire about Su Ronghua's whereabouts. He was at the main entrance, so she left from the back door. Su Ronghua waited at the door for a day. When Li Rong came out, he saw Su Ronghua standing at the door with a straight face. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Eldest young master Su, why are you still here?" When Su Ronghua saw Li Rong, he forced a smile. "I'm waiting for Miss Aya." "Aya?" Li Rong was at a loss. "Didn't she leave long ago?" Su Ronghua's expression changed slightly. He maintained his smile and said respectfully, "If that's the case, then I'll come back tomorrow." Li Rong was a little puzzled by Su Ronghua's actions. When she returned to the residence, she sat by the bed and ran to Pei Wenxuan, who was still reviewing the memorials, and explained the matter to him. She frowned and asked in confusion, "One of them is looking and the other is hiding. What are they doing?" Miss Aya is 20 years old. Pei Wenchuan was reviewing the memorials. Her marriage has long been monitored by the court officials. Since she has to marry sooner or later, she might as well marry a suitable person. Marrying for power? Li Rong frowned. Then she might as well enter the palace. This is different. Pei Wenchuan looked up and smiled. Entering the palace is for the Shangguan clan. But if she marries Lin Feibai now, then Miss Aya will be doing it for herself. Pei Wenchuan stood up and walked in front of Li Rong. He pulled out a small stool and sat down. He dried Li Rong's feet with a handkerchief and said slowly, "Don't worry about her. Young people will always hit a few walls. They will only know how to turn back when it hurts." "How do you know that she hit a wall?" Li Rong raised his eyebrows. Pei Wenchuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Aren't you the one who's worried? I thought you didn't agree." "I don't agree with her," Li Rong said righteously, "but I don't agree with you even more." "What do you disagree with me about?" Pei Wenchuan let her sleep on the bed and called someone in to bring out the water to wash her feet. He blew out the lamp and came back to lie beside Li Rong. Li Rong thought seriously on the bed. "I feel that I don't seem to disagree with your point of view." Pei Wenchuan frowned. Then he heard Li Rong say doubtfully, "I seem to disagree with you. I want to refute whatever you say." "Is that so?" Pei Wenchuan glanced at him provocatively. Li Rong propped himself up and pointed at Pei Wenchuan. Yes, that's right. I can't stand it. There's one thing that I think your highness will agree with me." Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong with a smile. Li Rong said, Pei Wenchuan stood up. The quilt slid off his body and he moved closer to Li Rong. "It's late." Pei Wenchuan's voice was very soft. "I don't want to sleep with your highness. Does your highness agree?" Li Rong heard this and immediately felt guilty. "I agree." Li Rong nodded quickly. "I agree." What a coincidence. Pei Wenchuan's voice was gentle. "I have the same temper as your highness." "Your highness agrees," Pei Wenchuan said and pushed Li Rong onto the bed. Li Rong screamed. Pei Wenchuan held her down and laughed. "I don't agree." Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan played around and were a little tired as they lay on the bed. Li Rong leaned into Pei Wenchuan's arms and remembered Shangguanya's matter. "I advised her because I know her." Li Rong closed his eyes and said in a gentle voice, "She's still too young. She seems to understand everything, but she doesn't know that power can be fought for, but feelings can't. When I was young, I was stubborn and retreated when I encountered a nail. I claimed that I didn't value feelings, but in fact, I valued them too much." Li Rong was a little tired and his voice was very slow. "So I was too afraid to give in, too afraid to lose. I didn't even have the courage to fight. Su Ronghua and Miss Shangguan are on different sides." Pei Wenchuan patted his back and thought, it's normal for Miss Shangguan to have concerns. Unless Su Yongqing turns back, or Su Ronghua fights for the control of the Su family for Miss Shangguan and abolishes Su Yongqing, but no matter which one it is, it's impossible now. Li Rong didn't speak. Pei Wenchuan thought for a while. If Su Ronghua really likes Miss Shangguan, he will find a way himself. Your highness doesn't have to worry. There have been many things recently, so your highness should sleep well. Li Rong responded and closed his eyes to sleep. The next day, when he woke up and went to the entrance of the inspection department, he saw Su Ronghua standing at the door. Seeing Li Rong come, he raised his hand and called out with a smile, "Your highness." As if nothing had happened. Li Rong hesitated for a moment, nodded, and walked in. In the next few days, Su Ronghua came to the inspection department every day to guard the entrance, while Shangguanya took Lin Feibai to various aristocratic events. As long as Shangguanya wasn't working at the inspectorate, he would bring Lin Feibai along to have a chat at poetry gatherings. After going in and out a few times, everyone knew about it. However, no one dared to say much about this matter, especially to Su Ronghua. Thus, Su Ronghua still stood at the entrance of the inspection office every day. Many nobles had already begun to secretly discuss whether the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family had taken a fancy to the illegitimate son of the Xia family, Xia Feibai. With her status as a Shangguanya, if she married Xia Feibai, It would be obvious that she was using her status to carry Xianxia's sedan. Xianxia had 20,000 men in the southwest, but his status was indeed not up to par. If Xianxia married him and had the support of the Shangguan clan, then Xianxia's status in the Xia clan would not be the same as before. However, no one could understand why Xianxia wanted to use a marriage as a sedan bearer. After all, with her status, she could even be the crown princess. Other than the two sons of the Su clan, it was difficult to find anyone in Huajing who could match her. Marrying the Xia family was already condescending, let alone an illegitimate son. Everyone thought about it and felt that Xianxia was probably in love with Xianxia. Other than love, there was no other reason for such a ridiculous marriage. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the winter hunt. The night before the winter hunt, Li Rong obtained the entire process of the winter hunt. At this time, the weather had completely turned cold and a charcoal fire was lit in the room. Xianxia, Lin Feibai, Pei Wenxuan, Li Chuan, and the others gathered together to watch Li Rong take over the entire plan of the winter hunt from Zhao Chongjiu. Tomorrow's winter hunt will be divided into 3 segments. First, the Chuaner will greet the 6 armies and reward them. Li Rong turned his head and looked at Li Chuan. Li Chuan nodded. The Ministry of Rites has informed me, so I already know. After that, the 6 armies will each send 100 people to set up 7 flags in the forest. Each army will have 1 flag, and a large flag will be set up in the depths of the forest. The 6 sides will ambush each other and compete for the flag in the forest according to the rules. The time limit is 4 hours. The number of flags obtained will be counted at 5. The winner will be the one with the most flags. Li Rong looked at the paper and walked back to the table. There was a map on the table. She sat down and placed the entire process on the table. After counting the winners, Imperial Father should be the one to reward the winners. But this year, Imperial Father wants to give face to Li Qing. Li Rong smiled. It's changed to Li Qing. At that time, the winner will receive the reward at this position. Li Rong raised his hand and tapped on a high platform on the map. This high platform will completely expose Li Qing. We will set up archers at these 3 points. Li Rong said and looked at Pei Wenxuan. And set up 2 killers near Li Qing to ensure that nothing goes wrong. What about Xiechuanhe? Xianxia frowned at Pei Wenxuan's words. He smiled and said, this is a small matter. Recently, I have already put a slow-acting poison in the house that Xiechuanhe often goes to. On that day, a servant will put the drug in the tea. As long as Xiechuanhe drinks the tea, it will take less than a quarter of an hour for the poison to take effect and he will die. You poisoned him? Lin Feibai was a little surprised. These aristocratic families are extremely strict with poison. How did you do it? Putting aside the fact that it was very difficult to bribe someone to poison someone. Even if someone was willing to poison him, the food that these aristocrats ate would have to be tested for poison layer by layer before it could be brought to them. If it was really poisoned, it would have already been exposed when it was still being tested. Therefore, even though it was clearly the easiest thing to poison someone, the aristocratic families still had to painstakingly plan an assassination. Young Master Lin, have you heard of it? Pei Wenxuan smiled as he poured tea for Lin Feibai. His voice was steady. There is a poison called Fragrant Beauty. Li Rong looked up at Pei Wenxuan. Fragrant Beauty's poison was only known when Su Ronghua brought it into the palace to poison Qin Jinjin. There are a total of 11 variations of this poison. They are all made from ordinary spices and put into commonly used incense. Over the years, it will slowly accumulate into the bones. With tuberculosis as a symptom, the victim will die within 3 years. If the victim is exposed to it for a short period of time and is supplemented with a drug, the poison will immediately take effect. The most difficult thing to guard against is that each of its ingredients are very common and non-toxic. Including the drug, it is also a very common ingredient. It is very difficult to guard against it. After the incident, even if it is investigated, it is very difficult to find where the poison came from. If it wasn't for Li Chuan searching for people with special abilities, Qin Jinjin's death would probably only be treated as an emergency. After Qin Jinjin's death, Fragrant Beauty's poison was collected by the royal family. There were no more than 3 people in the world who knew the recipe for this poison. Su Yongqing, who came into contact with Su Ronghua, Pei Wenquan, who handled the case, and Li Chuan, who took the medicine master into the palace to cultivate and refine pills with him. Now that she was reborn, as long as Su Yongqing didn't interfere too much, there was almost no one who could cure Fragrant Beauty's poison. Then what if the poison doesn't succeed? Li Rong turned to look at Pei Wenquan. Pei Wenquan saw Li Rong's gaze and knew her concerns. Pei Wenquan smiled. When His Royal Highness Prince Su met with an accident, there must be people who plotted against him present. When the school grounds are in chaos, wouldn't it be normal for a few people to die? As he spoke, Pei Wenquan looked at Lin Feibai. Young Master Lin should be more proficient in this than me. Lin Feibai was originally an assassin, so it was easy for him to take advantage of the chaos to quietly kill someone. However, to ensure that nothing goes wrong, Pei Wenquan smiled, the more lively the school grounds tomorrow, the better. It's always easier to do things when everyone's attention is on something. I've told Aunt about this matter. Xianxia suddenly spoke. Everyone looked over with some doubts in their eyes. During the competition between the 6 armies tomorrow, Aunt will persuade His Majesty to add a polo match at the last minute, promising that the winner will receive a reward. At that time, Lin Feibai will attend the competition. If you're worried about Su Yongqing's movements, let Lin Feibai challenge him and force him onto the field. When everyone's eyes are on the field, Xianxia looked at Pei Wenquan. You'll make your move. Okay. Pei Wenquan applauded. That's it. At that time, if I can win, Lin Feibai's expression was calm, I'll ask Miss Xianxia to marry me. Once Xie Chuanhe dies, Miss Xianxia will help me take down the Xia family before the funeral. What if you can't win? Xianxia smiled faintly. Pei Wenquan was also a little curious. Lin Feibai looked at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes. I'll break the rules and hit him. Okay. Pei Wenquan was very happy when he heard this. Brother Feibai, if you really hit him, I'll give you a sword, cough, cough. Li Rong coughed softly. Pei Wenquan's smile froze. Then, he calmly put away his uncontrollable joy and said calmly, I'll leave everything to young Master Lin. Well said. Lin Feibai nodded. In the future, Lord Pei will put in more good words in front of His Highness and give more soldiers pay. While the few of them were discussing tomorrow's itinerary in Li Rong's house, Hua Lu wore a cloak and walked through a long and narrow corridor in the night. He stopped at the end and faced a woman in prison clothes who looked a little tired. He called out softly, Mother. Consort Ro raised her head and looked at Hua Lu. She took off her hat and revealed a determined expression. Everything is ready. After I kill Li Chuan tomorrow, I'll save you. Good child. Consort Ro's eyes were filled with tenderness. She stood up and walked to the door. She reached out and held Hua Li's cold hand. You've suffered. Hua Li shook his head. The most important thing is to protect Qing'er. This bit of suffering is nothing. How did you arrange it? Assistant Minister Su helped me, Hua Lu said, a bit of shyness appearing on her face. Consort Ro's movement stiffened. Hua Lu said softly, your daughter took your token, but I didn't have a clue. Su Yongqing found me and said he could help me. Tomorrow's assassination of Li Chuan has been arranged, but, Hua Lu frowned. But what? Consort Ro was a bit worried. Hua Li's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. He didn't let me touch Li Rong, saying that Li Rong still has other uses. Once Li Chuan is dead, what use does Li Rong have? I think he must have lost his mind and taken a fancy to Li Rong's face. As Hua Li spoke, she felt a bit uncomfortable. She added, but Assistant Minister Su isn't someone who looks at faces. I don't know what use Li Rong has. Consort Ro quietly watched as Hua Lu alternated between scolding and speaking up for Su Yongqing. She smiled and raised her hand to brush Hua Li's hair. No matter what he wants to do, he's yours. Can't you just do it? Hua Lu looked up in surprise. Consort Ro looked at her and said softly, silly child, don't listen to everything men say. These men only say one thing, but you don't know what they're thinking. If you want to kill Li Chuan, the best way is not to assassinate him directly. Then what is it? Tomorrow at the drill ground, everyone will protect Li Chuan. Everyone knows that Li Chuan is a target, so everyone will pay attention to Li Chuan. And Li Rong is a woman, so she'll definitely escape at the first opportunity. When the time comes, transfer all the elites to Li Rong's side and force her to enter the forest. Send word to Li Chuan that if he doesn't save his sister, we'll kill Li Rong. Will Li Chuan save her? He's not an idiot. Hua Le found it hard to believe. Consort Ro smiled. He'll go. Consort Ro's eyes were filled with pity. It's a blessing for him to die at an age when he knows nothing about suffering. Okay. Hua Le nodded. She frowned. But I'm afraid we don't have enough manpower, just do it. Consort Ro's voice was gentle. Someone will help you. Someone? Hua Le looked at Consort Ro in confusion. Who? Consort Ro smiled and turned in the direction of the imperial palace. There were lanterns hanging from the tallest northern Yan pagoda in the imperial palace. The light flickered in the distance, reflecting the stars in the sky. Hua Le followed his gaze. Consort Ro watched quietly for a while, then turned to Hua Lu. Go, don't delay. Hua Le nodded. She didn't suspect anything. She raised her hand and put on her hat. She said softly, then I'll be leaving. Mother, take care. As she spoke, she turned and walked into the long passageway that resembled the mouth of a giant snake. Consort Ro watched her daughter disappear into the darkness. After a long time, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She knew she would succeed. There would be people helping her. There would be countless people who wanted Li Chuan dead in the dark, helping her do everything. They didn't need Hua Lu to do anything. What they needed was for Hua Lu to bear everything after Li Chuan died. But people always had a choice. She chose power, so she was destined to give up some things on this path. The stars in Huajing's sky flickered behind the clouds. That night at the northwest border, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The weather was good. Qin Lin stood on a cliff with Cui Qinghe. They looked in the direction of Xiaosu's garrison in the distance. Their clothes flapped in the wind. Cui Qinghe looked at the lights in the distance and said softly, just now, the soldiers reported that Xiaosu gathered troops and set off for Huajing tonight. How many? Qin Lin didn't look back. His expression was calm. 30,000. Leave 20,000 to guard the northwest. 30,000. Qin Lin said slowly. Cui Qinghe looked down at the grass on the ground. Do you really plan to intercept Xiaosu as Her Highness Pingli said? What else? Qin Lin turned to look at Cui Qinghe and chuckled. Do you think that Her Highness Pingli helped us so much without a price? But Xiaosu has Her Majesty's edict. Cui Qinghe frowned. When the time comes, you'll be rebelling. So what? Cui Qinghe's expression was calm. He looked at Qin Lin quietly. All in, I'm worried about you. If you're worried about me, just help me keep an eye on the 20,000 people in the northwest. Qin Lin turned to look into the distance. Her Highness saved the Qin clan. I can't let her down. Cui Qinghe didn't say anything. He stepped forward and stood behind Qin Lin. Moreover, with Her Highness and Pei Wenxuan's intelligence, I trust them. Qinghe, don't worry. If something really happens, you can lead the Xia from the northwest and go west. I'm sorry. Cui Qinghe's voice was very low. Qin Lin sensed something strange, but before he could turn around, a sharp blade suddenly pierced through his body. Cui Qinghe's hand trembled slightly. He stared at Qin Lin with red eyes. I don't want to go. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lin pulled out his blade and swung it. Cui Qinghe quickly retreated several feet. Dozens of people jumped out of the dense forest and rushed toward Qin Lin. 2 guards stood in front of Cui Qinghe to protect him. Cui Qinghe stared at Qin Lin, who was fighting and retreating with dozens of killers. Qin Lin glanced at him like a wolf, covered his wound, and rushed into the dense forest. Young Master Cui. The guard protecting Cui Qinghe asked respectfully, what should we do next? Return to the camp. Cui Qinghe raised his hand and wiped the bloodstains on his face. He looked in the direction Qin Lin escaped. He held his sword and turned around. He calmly said, clean up the mess. After he finished speaking, Cui Qinghe led his men down the mountain with their swords. Not long after, Sun Quan, who was writing a letter to Li Rong, heard a shout. "Sir!" A guard rushed in with his sword. General Qin was assassinated and fell off the cliff. Lord Chui said that there was a mole who harmed General Qin. He sealed the camp and is coming toward us. "Sir, you should leave quickly." Sun Quan's hand trembled. He only had time to write Qin Lin was assassinated before he heard footsteps outside. Sun Quan folded the letter and hurriedly handed it to the guard. He said in a low voice, "Hurry up and send this letter to Her Highness." After he finished speaking, Sun Quan took his sword from the side and rushed out with his men. She had just rushed out of the camp when she saw Cui Qinghe and his men standing in front of the camp. Cui Qinghe's expression was calm. He said coldly, "Lord Sun, General Qin was assassinated. I was ordered to supervise the army and capture all the suspects. Please cooperate with me. Take off your armor and go to the camp." Sun Quan did not speak. She quietly looked at Cui Qinghe. "Brother Cui, don't you know who I am?" Cui Qinghe's expression changed slightly, but he only raised his hand. The soldiers received the order and immediately attacked Sun Quan. Sun Quan's expression changed slightly. He only said, "You betrayed brother." "I'm sorry." Cui Qinghe's tone was calm. "I want to return to the Cui family. You can't help me. Only one person can." As he spoke, Sun Quan used her sword to push away the person who rushed over. She took 2 steps and bent down to cut the reins of the horse. The horse screamed and galloped out. She stepped on the flagpole and used the momentum of the flagpole to leap onto the horse. Then, she galloped out while everyone gasped. Cui Qinghe did not expect Sun Quan to rush out directly. His expression immediately changed. He shouted, "Chase after her. Get her back." Sun Quan did not turn back. She looked at the bright moon in the direction of Huajing and ran towards the dense forest in the distance. She had to find her brother. Huajing was still waiting for Qin Lin. Her Highness was still waiting for Qin Lin. Li Rong slept until dawn. When she woke up in the morning, she looked out the window and saw that the sun was bright. She couldn't help but feel happy. She turned to look at Jing Lan and said, "Today's weather is good. The day chosen by the imperial astronomer is naturally good." Jing Lan combed Li Rong's hair and said, "Your Highness, we can leave now. Did you bring everything you need?" Li Rong turned her back to Jing Lan and looked at herself in the mirror. Jing Lan replied, "Medicine, poison, dagger, everything you can think of." Li Rong nodded. She looked at the girl's youthful face in the mirror. After a while, she stood up, turned around, and said calmly, "Let's go." When Li Rong got into the carriage and left, Su Yongqing was already dressed. When he was about to leave, he heard Su Ronghua call from behind, "Rongqing." Su Yongqing turned around and saw Su Ronghua running out of the inner courtyard. Su Yongqing frowned and said, "Big brother? I'll go with you." Su Ronghua threw back the hair that had fallen in front of her and put her hand on Su Yongqing's shoulder. She said happily, "Let's go." "Big brother, don't you usually avoid these kinds of occasions?" Su Yongqing was a little confused as Su Ronghua dragged him out. Su Ronghua smiled and got into the carriage with him. She casually grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the table and leaned against the table. She said with a smile, "Isn't this good? I haven't gone out with you for many years. Why don't we have some fun? Look at you. I don't know what's wrong with you. You've been depressed for the past 2 years." Su Yongqing didn't say anything. He lowered his head and drank tea. Su Ronghua thought for a while and leaned forward. "Are you still thinking about the princess?" "Big brother, be careful with your words." Su Yongqing instantly raised his head and gave Su Ronghua a warning look. Su Ronghua hurriedly opened his hands to indicate that he admitted defeat and retreated. Su Yongqing poured tea and said calmly, "Big brother, are you doing this for Miss Shangguan?" Su Ronghua froze. Su Yongqing thought for a while and said slowly, "Since you like her, why don't you propose marriage directly?" "I just feel a little presumptuous." Su Ronghua pondered. He thought for a while and said slowly, "When 2 people are together, they should first get to know each other, understand each other, and love each other. Then, when they feel that they can spend a lifetime together, they will talk about a lifetime." As Su Ronghua spoke, she could not help but laugh with a hint of yearning. He thought for a moment, then continued, in addition, the political situation hasn't been good these past few years. The Shangguan clan is being watched by His Majesty. If I were to propose marriage, in everyone's eyes, it would be a marriage alliance between the Su clan and the Shangguan clan. Either we would have to hurry and get married before His Majesty finds out, or His Majesty would have to hurry and issue an imperial edict to separate me and Miss Aya. I don't want to take either of these paths. If I want to marry someone, it must be a grand sedan with 8 people. I don't want to worry about this and that. I think it's better to wait for the crown prince to ascend the throne before I propose marriage. Aren't you afraid that Miss Shangguan won't be able to wait for you? Su Yongqing pushed the poured tea to Su Ronghua. Su Ronghua shook his head. She's still in charge of the Shangguan clan. I'm afraid she won't want to get married for a while. What if she wants to get married? This question stumped Su Ronghua. He thought for a moment, then laughed. Then she'll marry. As long as she says it, I'll go back and find the old man, beat him up, and immediately propose marriage. However, don't rush my marriage with her. Su Ronghua waved his hand. You're still fighting with others for Prince Su, this fool. If the crown prince doesn't ascend the throne, how can I propose marriage? You're so sure that the crown prince will ascend the throne? Su Yongqing's tone was very light. Su Ronghua turned the teacup in his hand, and answered carelessly, there are only 2 princes, Prince Su and the crown prince. There's no need to even think about it. As he spoke, Su Ronghua looked at him with disdain. I don't know what's wrong with you that you're hanging on the rope of Prince Su. However, listen to my advice. Su Ronghua leaned forward, pressed the fan on the table, and lowered his voice, showing a bit of seriousness. Don't overdo it. Repent and be saved. Su Yongqing lowered his head and didn't say anything. After a moment, he laughed softly. Big brother, don't worry. It'll be over soon. That's good. However, Su Yongqing looked up at Su Ronghua. If Miss Shangguan and I continue to disagree, what will you do? Su Ronghua heard this and stopped what he was doing. He slowly raised his eyes and looked at Su Yongqing. You're my younger brother. Su Ronghua's voice was very calm. I'll keep advising you until the day I die. Su Yongqing was stunned. Su Ronghua suddenly reached out and patted him on the shoulder. So, if you really want what's good for me, then be a good person and don't look for trouble, okay? Su Yongqing didn't say anything. After a long time, he murmured, you'll be together. Huh? Su Ronghua didn't understand. What did you say? Su Yongqing looked up and smiled. He pushed his hand away. I said, when the time is right, I'll personally help you propose marriage. After that, Su Yongqing smiled and changed the topic. The 2 brothers talked and laughed as they went to the suburbs. Li Rong entered the venue before them. After entering, she saw Shangguanya sitting on the high platform for the women. Pei Wenchuan had also entered the venue. When he saw her enter, he looked at her from afar and nodded gently. Li Rong walked up to Shangguanya and patted her on the shoulder with his fan. Why don't you go to my seat? As an imperial heir, Li Rong's seat was next to Li Chuan. It was in a small pavilion below Li Ming, facing the drill ground and having an excellent view. Shangguanya stood up and followed Li Rong to her seat. She knelt behind Li Rong. Not long after Li Rong sat down, Li Ming led Shangguanya to the drill ground. Everyone stood up to welcome Li Ming to his seat. Then, the soldiers selected by the 6th Army stepped out and stood on the drill ground in 6 different colors. The ceremonial officer led Li Chuan to the high platform. Li Chuan burned incense and offered sacrifices to the mountain god. Then, he turned around and expressed his condolences to the soldiers who had protected Huajing for a year. Then, Li Ming stood up and announced the official start of the winter hunt. This year's winter hunt will be divided into 6 teams. Each team will have a military flag. There will be a military flag in the depths of the forest. After 5 o'clock, the team with the most military flags will be the winner. There are wild animals in the forest. If you can catch them, you'll get bonus points. 50 wild animals are equal to 1 flag. During the hunt, you can't hurt people. If you deliberately hurt people, you'll be punished according to the law. As Li Chuan spoke, he glanced at the eunuchs below. Then, he continued, now, we'll distribute the flags. After the drums sound, you'll enter the forest from the left side. At 5 o'clock, you'll beat the drums and sound the trumpets. The eunuchs carried flags of different colors and ran into the drill ground. They handed the flags to the leaders of each team. After the flags were distributed, the drums sounded. The soldiers rode their horses into the forest. The drill ground gradually became empty. Su Ronghua and Su Yongqing sat in the aristocratic seats. They took an orange and looked at the drill ground. Then, they casually said, "Year after year, do you come to this place to watch this kind of excitement? What's there to see?" As they spoke, Su Ronghua pretended to inadvertently look at the high platform. In the distance, Xianxia was kneeling upright. She lowered her head and said something to Li Rong. "Wait a moment. After His Majesty gives the order, the families will walk around." Su Yongqing knew what he was waiting for. He whispered, "When the time comes, you can go find Miss Shangguan." Su Ronghua raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Yongqing. Su Yongqing's expression didn't change. After a moment, he laughed, "Clever." After Li Chuan arranged everything, he returned to his seat. All the soldiers entered the forest. There wasn't much excitement to watch. After Li Ming told everyone to do their own thing, everyone dispersed and found familiar people to chat with. Su Ronghua looked around and moved closer to Su Yongqing. He was a little nervous. "Do I just go over like this?" "Go." Su Yongqing nodded and smiled, "Just walk over." After Su Ronghua asked this, he also felt that he was a little silly. He coughed softly and was embarrassed to face Su Yongqing, so he turned around and walked away quickly. He deliberately slowed down his footsteps, which might not be steady enough. He walked around the long corridor, went up the steps, and arrived at the side of Shangguanya's seat. But before he reached it, he saw Lin Feibai walk to Li Rong from the other side. He bowed to Li Rong and didn't hear what he said. Shangguanya smiled at him. Shangguanya waved at Lin Feibai. Lin Feibai seemed a little embarrassed. In the end, he bent down and let Shangguanya take a handkerchief to gently wipe the sweat on his forehead. Su Ronghua was stunned for a moment. He had never seen Shangguanya look so gentle. Although Lin Feibai didn't smile and was even a little embarrassed, he carefully bent down, afraid that Shangguanya would be tired from raising his hand. This also showed his silent consideration for Shangguanya. The two of them seemed to have become a world of their own, silently excluding him from it. Su Ronghua paused and looked at them quietly. After a while, Lin Feibai seemed to have noticed Su Ronghua's existence. He was talking to Shangguanya when he turned his head and paused. Lin Feibai suddenly stopped talking. Li Rong and Shangguanya found it strange. The two of them looked over together and saw Su Ronghua standing not far away. He was quietly looking at Lin Feibai with a cold gaze. Lin Feibai straightened up and met Su Ronghua's gaze. The people around them were whispering. Su Ronghua vaguely heard a few words from them. "Eldest young master Su doesn't seem to know. It's only a matter of a few days." Su Ronghua didn't say anything. He watched the two of them quietly. After a while, he suddenly took a step forward and walked quickly to Shangguanya. But before he reached her, Lin Feibai took a step forward and stood in front of him. "Let me say something to her." Su Ronghua restrained his emotions and stared at Lin Feibai. He lowered his voice. "Let's go back and talk." Lin Feibai's voice was very cold. "Don't let people laugh at you here." These words reminded Su Ronghua. Su Ronghua stared at Shangguanya. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he was much calmer. He only said, "I'll just say a few words. I won't let people laugh at me." Lin Feibai hesitated for a moment. Shangguanya looked at the drill ground and said lightly, "Then say it." "Feibai, move aside." Lin Feibai looked back at Shangguanya and finally gave way. Su Ronghua stepped in front of Shangguanya. He squatted down and stared at Shangguanya. "Why? Why what?" Shangguanya turned to look at him. "Haven't I already said what needs to be said? You plan to marry him?" Su Ronghua asked directly. Shangguanya replied, "Yes, how about it? Why don't you say it to me?" Su Ronghua. Shangguanya couldn't help but laugh. "What's the relationship between you and me? What do I want to do? do I have to submit a memorial to you? I can marry whoever I want and like whoever I want. I don't want to see you now. I hope that eldest young Master Su can maintain his status and don't look for me in the future. Su Ronghua didn't say anything. He stared at Xianxia. Xianxia picked up his teacup, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. Didn't you say that you won't let others see you as a joke? Eldest young Master Su, if you continue to squat in front of me like this, you'll really become a joke. Xianxia, don't do things that you'll regret. When I do things, Xianxia raised his head slightly, a hint of provocation in his eyes. I never regret it. Su Ronghua chuckled. He propped himself up and his gaze moved from Xianxia all the way to Lin Feibai. After a few glances, he smiled and nodded, then walked down. When he returned to his seat, Li Rong looked at Xianxia. Why did you provoke him out of the blue? Annoying. Xianxia drank his tea in one gulp. He never came to this kind of place before. I don't know what he's doing here today. Li Rong looked at Xianxia's angry expression. He picked up his teacup and said slowly, I'm just here to watch the fun between you young people. Xianxia turned his head and Li Rong winked at him. You don't mean what you say, and you're full of ups and downs. Xianxia choked on his words. After holding it in for a long time, he turned his head and said, Your Highness, you're also annoying to death. Li Rong laughed out loud. At this moment, Li Ming's voice sounded. Everyone. As soon as Li Ming's voice came out, the entire audience quieted down. Li Ming's voice carried a smile, as if he was very happy. I have nothing to do, so let the young people form a team and play polo. Li Ming said and raised his voice. Whoever wins, I will grant him a wish. But you have to promise me that you will play beautifully, beautifully. As he spoke, Li Ming looked around. Whoever wants to play, step forward and let me take a look. The imperial family never did things without a reason, especially when it came to a heavy promise like making a wish. The people present were all nobles who had been in the imperial court for many years. They naturally knew this truth and didn't dare to step forward rashly. Lin Feibai walked out of the crowd and knelt down on one knee. Your Majesty, this humble subject requests to play. You are. Li Ming thought for a moment and was a little surprised. Ah, you're that Xiaolanqing's son. Reporting to your Majesty, this humble subject was banished to the southwest. These years, this humble subject killed enemies and bandits and was promoted to 5th rank General Zhenan. Recently, the war has just ended and I miss my hometown, so I asked for leave to return to the capital. You actually had such good fortune. You're really extraordinary. It's good that you know your mistakes and can change. Since you're asking to play, do you have an opponent you want? This humble subject has heard that the capital's second young Master Su is very good at polo. Since there's a chance today, Lin Feibai said as he looked at Su Yongqing. I hope that Assistant Minister Su will not be stingy with your guidance. Hearing that Lin Feibai chose Su Yongqing, everyone looked at each other. For a moment, they couldn't figure out what kind of medicine was in this gourd. Su Rongqing listened to Lin Feibai's words and looked at Lin Feibai quietly. Before he could speak, she heard a lazy voice. When it comes to playing polo, it's wrong of you to ask my second brother. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Su Ronghua lazily getting up and walking down from the table. In the capital, I, Su Ronghua, am not considered to be the best at polo, but I do have some reputation. General Xia. Su Ronghua raised his hand. I'm going to play a game on behalf of my younger brother. I'm sure General won't mind. Okay. Without waiting for Lin Feibai to agree, Li Ming agreed. He turned to look at Su Ronghua and said with a smile, Eldest Su is also here today. We've always liked your temperament. You and General Xia are both wonderful people. We're looking forward to this game. Since Li Ming had spoken, Lin Feibai couldn't refuse. He could only bow respectfully and leave with Su Ronghua to change his clothes. As soon as they left, Xianxia immediately stood up. Li Rong picked up his teacup and blew on the tea leaves floating on it. What are you going to do? Persuade him to be clear-headed. Xianxia said this and hurried to the tent where she was changing her clothes. When she arrived at the tent, Su Ronghua had just changed his clothes and came out. When Xianxia saw him, she immediately went up to him. Su Ronghua. Su Ronghua glanced at her from the corner of her eyes and took the cue from the servant. She ignored her and walked straight ahead. His legs were long and his strides were big. He didn't deliberately wait for Xianxia. Xianxia could only trot after him. Why are you competing with Lin Feibai? Are you crazy? You're clearly scheming against my younger brother. Do you think I'm a fool? Su Ronghua glanced at her. Besides, what's our relationship? If I like to play polo, I'll play polo. Do I have to give you a booklet? He returned Xianxuanya's words to her word for word. Xianxuanya was speechless for a moment and watched as Su Ronghua walked out. Li Rong slowly drank a cup of tea and saw Xianxuanya rush back aggressively. As soon as she sat down, she began to pour tea. Li Rong looked at her sideways and couldn't help but laugh. You ran into a rebuff? Your Highness, now is not the time to laugh. She was a little anxious. Su Ronghua is on the court and Su Yongqing is still down there. If we don't transfer him away, we're afraid that something will go wrong if we make a move on Xie. It's fine. Li Rong's voice was very soft. She smiled and glanced at Pei Wenxuan, who was still sitting steadily on the court. Pei Wenxuan is also sitting. Li Rong's attitude made Xianxuanya feel a little relieved. At this time, Lin Feibai also returned to the drill ground. They each led 4 people, got on their horses, and came to the middle of the court with their clubs. After an order was given, Su Ronghua swung the club before Lin Feibai could react and hit the ball out. Then, he rode his horse and rushed straight through the middle of the people led by Lin Feibai. Lin Feibai also reacted very quickly. He instantly turned around and rode his horse to catch up. Before Su Ronghua hit the ball into the goal, he backhanded the club and hit the ball back. The beginning of the game was so intense that the audience instantly boiled over. The two teams began to chase back and forth on the court. Lin Feibai was originally an assassin, so there was no need to talk about his skills. However, he didn't play polo often after all. Under the rules, he wasn't as nimble as Su Ronghua, who was used to playing polo. However, he was still agile. Every time Su Ronghua was about to score, he would be stopped by him. Thus, the two sides were in a deadlock for the entire first half, and not a single ball went in. Although the ball didn't go in, this kind of evenly matched situation made the entire court very nervous. Even Li Ming, who was used to watching polo, couldn't help but stare at the two people on the court. Dong Yi carried the teapot to Pei Wenxuan's back and knelt down. He whispered, "Young master, Su Yongqing's people have always been in the way. We have to send Su Yongqing away so that he can't be in charge of things from behind." Pei Wenxuan took the tea and looked at the court without saying anything. Seeing that the first half was approaching, Su Ronghua suddenly sped up his offense. Lin Feibai was on guard. Seeing that Su Ronghua had changed to a reckless style of play, he couldn't help but frown. As they crossed, he said, "What are you fighting for? What are you fighting for?" Su Ronghua chased after the ball. "That's what I'm fighting for. She doesn't like you." Just as Su Ronghua was about to hit the ball into the goal, Lin Feibai waved his hand and the ball turned back. "With your status, it's easy for you to find another noble woman. Why does eldest young master Su have to be angry? You think I'm angry?" Su Ronghua looked at him coldly. He slid sideways from the horse and hung in the air. He agilely passed through the 4 people who were surrounding him and hit the ball into the distance with his stick. "You're a playboy to begin with. Why are you pretending to be deeply in love?" Lin Feibai caught up with him. "If you like her, why don't you marry her earlier?" As he spoke, Lin Feibai's teammates rushed up to stop him. Lin Feibai rushed forward and stood in front of the goal. He raised his hand and hit the ball back. It was at this moment that the first of the 3 sounds of the gong rang out. Everyone stood up and cheered. Su Ronghua bypassed the crowd and rushed towards Lin Feibai. Lin Feibai also chased after the ball and rushed towards Su Ronghua. The ball was in the middle of the court. As long as he made the last hit, there was a possibility of scoring. It all depended on who made the first hit. The two of them rode their horses and rushed forward. Li Chuan couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. "What are they doing?" The gong sounded for the second time. Li Rong didn't reply to him. Xianxia couldn't help but clench his fists. The two horses were getting closer and closer. At the last moment, the two horses collided fiercely with each other. The polo clubs were also knocked together. Then, when the third gong sounded, accompanied by the neighing of the two horses, the two people were violently flung off the backs of the horses and rolled down. Su Yongqing suddenly stood up and shouted, "Imperial Doctor." As he spoke, he rushed towards the court. Pei Wenchuan also stood up and hurriedly walked to Lin Feibai's side. Lin Feibai didn't have any foundation in Huajing now, and the Xie family members who came today weren't on good terms with him. If something really happened, he didn't care and was afraid that he would die on the court. The imperial doctor trotted over. Su Yongqing and Pei Wenchuan first checked their injuries. After confirming that there were no major problems, the imperial doctor also rushed over. Both of them were injured to varying degrees. After the imperial doctor treated them, he asked someone to help them leave. Unexpectedly, Pei Wenchuan had just helped Lin Feibai turn around when he heard Su Ronghua's voice behind him. "There's still the second half." Lin Feibai paused and turned around to see Su Ronghua's hand dripping with blood. He looked at him calmly. "I haven't won yet. Big brother." Su Yongqing frowned. "Go and rest first." "Okay." Lin Feibai met Su Ronghua's gaze. "I'll accompany you to the end." The two of them were in a deadlock. At this moment, Pei Wenchuan chuckled. "It's just a game of polo, it's not like we can't change players." As Pei Wenchuan spoke, he took the polo stick from Lin Feibai's hand and turned to look at Su Yongqing with a faint smile. "Second young master Su, what do you think?" Su Yongqing looked at Pei Wenchuan coldly. Pei Wenchuan raised his eyebrows. "I'm already on the court, what's second young master afraid of?" Hearing this, Su Yongqing smiled. "The Lord Pei is right." Su Yongqing took the polo stick from Su Ronghua's hand and looked up, his eyes cold. "In the second half, I will consult the Lord Pei on behalf of Big Brother." "That couldn't be better." Pei Wenchuan smiled and nodded as a salute. Then, the two of them held their clubs like swords behind their backs and walked with their backs facing each other. When Pei Wenchuan passed by Xianxia, he smelled a faint fragrance on his body. That fragrance made Pei Wenchuan stop in his tracks. He couldn't help but look back at Xianxia. Xianxia saw him stop and was rather surprised. He smiled and said, "Lord Pei, is there something you need?" Pei Wenchuan glanced at Xianxia and his gaze fell on Xianxia's waist. "Xianxia brought the sachet today. It's very unique." "You're talking about this?" Xianxia lowered his head and looked at the sachet at his waist. He smiled and said, "I met a Jianghu practitioner on the road today and gave it to me. He said that he could get rid of disasters and seek peace." When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he smiled and said, "So that's how it is. I just think that this sachet is pretty. I still have to play ball. I'll talk to Xianxia when I come back." After saying this, Pei Wenchuan cupped his hands in salute and left. After waiting for a while, Su Yongqing and Pei Wenchuan rode out on their horses. "Su Yongqing is going up." Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Li Rong tapped his palm with a small fan. He looked at Su Ronghua, who was not far away, and then looked at Xianxia, who was deliberately watching the match. She thought for a moment, coughed lightly, and ordered, "Go and see eldest young master Su." "I'm not going." Xianxia flatly refused. "Your Highness, please don't let your emotions affect your decisions at this time. Now, everything has been arranged." Li Rong watched as Pei Wenchuan and Su Yongqing changed their clothes, mounted their horses, and returned to the field. He slowly said, "You stayed here to watch the polo. Go and see him." "What are you delaying?" Xianxia sat upright and didn't say anything. Li Rong tilted his head and said, "If you don't make it clear to him, he won't be satisfied." "Ah yeah, he's the eldest son of the Su clan after all." No matter how dissolute he is, Li Rong emphasized each word, he's still the eldest son of the Su clan. The Su clan was a behemoth that had been entrenched in Xia for hundreds of years. It was a true noble family that didn't change at all even when the dynasties changed. Even if it was a dissolute and unbridled eldest son, Li Ming still had to think highly of him and spend a lot of effort to rope him in. If you don't deal with it properly, the gong sounded on the field, and the two teams instantly intertwined on the field. Li Rong's voice was flat. That's because you're running away and letting your emotions affect your decisions. Xianxia pursed her lips. After a moment, she stood up and respectfully said, yes. After that, Xianxia stood up and left. It was at this moment that the crowd exclaimed. Li Rong gently looked up and saw Pei Wenxuan holding the reins with one hand and hanging on one side of the horse as if he was about to fall down. He crossed Su Yongqing's club and raised his hand beautifully. The polo ball streaked across the hole. The exclamations that had not been retracted before turned into cheers. Li Chuan was holding a teacup and was about to drink tea when he heard the sound. He instantly looked up and said in surprise, so fast? The stalemate in the first half was so long, but in the second half, Pei Wenxuan directly scored as soon as he came on the field. Li Rong didn't say anything on the surface. She watched the young man on the field return to the position of the ball. The young man seemed to have noticed her gaze and turned his head back in the crowd. He was far away, but his face seemed to glow as he raised his eyebrows and smiled at her. There was a hint of provocation and arrogance in that smile, as if he was asking for credit. Li Rong's secretly clenched hands couldn't help but relax a little. Her expression was still calm and without a hint of emotion. She slowly said, when he was in school, he was first in everything. The children of Xia's aristocratic families were not only trained in studying. Literature could establish a country, and martial arts could conquer. They had the ambition to support the country, and they also had the elegance to play the zither. These young people were trained with the best resources in Xia, and they were given countless expectations. Even in the polo tournament, they were required to give it their all. The referee started the game again. The ball was thrown up, and before it landed, Su Yongqing's club spun out in an instant and flew towards Pei Wenxuan's team's goal. He used a lot of strength and it seemed like it was going to fly off the field. However, before anyone could react, he rode his horse around several people's defense and chased after the ball. He raised his hand and struck again, changing the direction of the ball. Beginner. This Su Yongqing is not bad. Li Chuan listened to the thunderous cheers on the field. He peeled an orange with interest, stuffed a piece of orange into his mouth, and said vaguely, I heard that he used to be the first in his school. Are all the first-timers so good at playing? You still have the nerve to say that? Li Rong raised his fan and pointed at the field. You haven't learned as much as them. Not only are you the best in the 6 arts of gentlemen, you can't even write an essay well. Wait for your brother-in-law to come back. Stop, stop, stop. Li Chuan quickly raised his hand to stop Li Rong's nagging. Sister, watch the game. Hurry and look at the field. Aren't you happy to see 2 such good-looking men playing? Li Rong sneered and didn't make things difficult for him. He turned his head to look at the field. The stalemate in the first half was completely different from the first half. The 2 players in the second half were very good at attacking on the polo field. The scores were catching up. Even Li Ming couldn't help but applaud. He turned his head to Xianxia and said happily, this is the first time in my life that I've seen such a beautiful game. Wonderful. The eyes of the audience were attracted by the 2 players on the field. Li Rong casually glanced at Xianxia, who was sitting next to him and watching the field attentively. Xianxia's eyes were fixed on the field. He didn't pay attention to the actions of the servant next to him. Seeing that the attention of the audience was diverted, Li Rong felt relieved and turned his head. He raised his hand and applauded lightly when another goal was scored. I thought that Lord Su wouldn't play. Pei Wenxuan raised his hand and hit the ball out. Su Yongqing walked side by side with him and chased the ball together. Even Lord Pei is playing. Why wouldn't I dare? Lord Su is very competent. Pei Wenxuan smiled and gave him a sidelong glance. I wonder if Lord Su knows what I'm going to do. You're going to kill Xianxia. Su Yongqing raised his hand and scored. The 2 turned back on their horses. Pei Wenxuan understood. It seems that His Majesty has given you a message to let the Su clan let Xiaosu cross the border. Su Yongqing knew in advance that Xiaosu was going to enter the capital. Xiaosu was going to pass through 2 areas. One belonged to the Su clan and the other belonged to the Xia clan. Lin Feibai must have entered the capital at this time to seize control of the Xia clan and cut off Xiao Su's route to the capital. And in order to seize control of the Xia clan, Xie had to die. The ball was thrown out again. This time, Pei Wenchuan grabbed the ball first. Then do you know how I'm going to kill him? Su Yongqing rushed in front of Pei Wenchuan and hit the ball far away in time. His voice was flat. Beauty Xiang, today you will add the guiding drug to his tea and let the poison take effect. So you changed Xie his tea boy at the last minute and made sure that his tea, from the tea leaves to the tea set, will be brewed separately. Pei Wenchuan had a smile on his face. Su Yongqing instantly reacted and suddenly raised his eyes. Water. As soon as his voice fell, Pei Wenchuan hit the ball into the hole. He raised his eyes and chuckled. Today's pastries are salty. Xie loves pastries, so it's inevitable that he'll be thirsty. I'm afraid the water you brought isn't enough. Ah. As soon as his voice fell, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Li Rong looked up and saw that Xie had suddenly collapsed. While the competition on the field was fierce, Xianxia found Su Ronghua's tent. She asked someone to announce her arrival and then lifted the curtain to enter the tent. After entering, she glanced around and saw Su Ronghua lying on the bed. A servant knelt beside him and bandaged his hand. Is eldest young master all right? Xianxia smiled as she entered the tent and sat down. Su Ronghua did not speak. He glanced at her indifferently and then looked away. A servant came in and poured tea for Xianxia. Xianxia picked up the tea and took a sip. Su Ronghua waited for a while and said softly, "What are you doing here?" Su Ronghua said mockingly, "Could it be that I've ruined eldest young Mrs. plans, so I'm here to punish you?" Oh, Xianxia looked up. You also know that you've ruined my plans? Hearing this, Su Ronghua's eyes suddenly turned cold. He pulled his hand out of the servant's hand and waved his hand. The servant silently retreated. Xianxia glanced at him and said casually, "I've heard that the Su clan is a famous family with 100 years of history and strict rules." Sure enough, even a servant is so sensible. As she said this, she looked up at Su Ronghua. I just don't know why eldest young Master Su is so insensible. You and I are good friends, but you've ruined my wedding. Xianxia picked up the tea and smiled warningly. Aren't you being a little too disloyal? Friend? Su Ronghua looked up and chuckled when he heard this. Xianxia. Su Ronghua sighed. He lifted the blanket and stood up. His bare feet landed on the carpet as he walked in front of her. Xianxia's expression did not change. He bent down and placed his injured hands on the armrests of the chair. He stared at Xianxia's expression and smiled. Do you take me for a fool? We've known each other for so long. Do you really treat me as a friend? Do you really think that I treat you as a friend? Xianxia did not speak. He leaned forward and whispered in her ear, I've never treated you as a friend. You're the same. Xianxia gripped the armrests tightly. Su Ronghua stepped back and distanced himself from her. There was a playful look in his eyes. At the beginning, you just wanted to use me. What happened later? You still dare to say that you only wanted to use me? Why wouldn't I dare? You wanted to use me? You came to the prison to apologize to me? You wanted to use me? You came to the palace to pick me up when you knew that I was going to take the blame for Rongqing? You wanted to use me? You knew that I had a conflict with Rongqing. You took me to see the sunrise, drank with me, and walked half of Huajing with me to go home? I just like to play around. Xianxia's voice was very calm. You're too easy to get serious. Play around? Su Ronghua sneered. If you really only treated me as a playmate, I wouldn't pester you. But Xianxia. He stared at her. Look at me. Say that again. Why not? Xianxia chuckled and looked up. She stared at Su Ronghua and was about to say something ruthless. I can give you the power that you want. Su Ronghua suddenly spoke. Xianxia was stunned. Su Ronghua stared at her and said seriously, I know that you want the Shengguan family. You want freedom. You want to be the leader of the Shengguan family. I can ask to be expelled from the Su family and marry into your family. Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. Seeing her reaction, Su Rongwa couldn't help but laugh. After I marry into your family, you can always be the young lady of the Shangguan family. I have my own property under my name. It has been running well these years and can provide you with food. I have Lan County as my fief. The late emperor gave it to you a few years ago. You can build an army there. If you and your brother want to fight for the Shangguan family and you need help from the imperial court, I can be an official. If you don't want me to be an official, I can also stay in the Shangguan family and help you. Xianxia. Su Rongwa slowly stopped smiling and looked at her seriously. I can give you anything you want. I can give you more. I didn't propose before because the current situation wasn't suitable. His Majesty now has his eyes on the Shangguan clan. In order to divide the aristocratic families, he let me be Prince Su's teacher. The Su clan is a chess piece that His Majesty uses to balance the Shangguan clan. If I propose now, His Majesty won't agree. You just got the power of the Shangguan clan not long ago. If I marry into your family, I can withstand the pressure of the Su clan, but you may not be able to withstand the Shangguan clan. So I didn't say anything. It's not that I didn't mean it, but I guessed that you should know that it's not suitable yet. Then when is it suitable? Xianxia said with a mocking tone. When Su Rongwa heard this, he bowed slightly and lowered his voice so that only the two of them could hear. After the crown prince ascends the throne. The crown prince ascends the throne? Xianxia sneered. If the crown prince ascends the throne, how can the Su clan survive? Don't you know what Su Yongqing is doing? I know what Rongqing is doing, but, Su Rongwa looked up at her. Did my father make a move? Xianxia was stunned. Su Rongwa straightened up and put his hands in his sleeves. Ah yeah, no matter who ascends the throne, the Su clan will be fine. The Su clan has never been involved in the struggle for the throne. When His Majesty wanted to rope in the Su clan to support Prince Su, my family pushed me to be his teacher. In fact, it was to use me, who was used to not seeking an official career, to fool His Majesty. Rongqing is now just a chess piece for His Majesty. There are family rules, and he will stop when it's time. The crown prince has the support of the aristocratic families. The Shangguan clan now only needs to lie low. When His Majesty passes away and the crown prince ascends the throne, you and I will marry. If you are willing, I will welcome you as the first madam of the Su clan. If you are not willing, I will ask to be expelled from the Su clan and marry into your family. Su Rongwa, Xianxia heard this and slowly smiled. You really don't know Su Yongqing at all. Su Rongwa was stunned. At this moment, there was a cry of surprise in the arena. It seemed that there was some kind of disturbance. Su Rongwa's face suddenly changed. He turned around and put on his shoes, then rushed out. The competition was nearing the end. There was less than a quarter of a minute left. The two sides were still tied. But at this time everyone's attention was no longer on the arena. Everyone carefully peeped at Xianxia, who suddenly fell down. Li Chuan quickly got up and rushed in Xianxia's direction to deal with him. Li Rong quietly followed Li Chuan and came to Xianxia. Xianxia's face was blue, but he didn't vomit blood like when Beauty Xiang had a fit. Li Rong frowned. She got closer and smelled a faint but very familiar scent. This scent was too deep in her memory. The last time she saw Pei Wenxuan in her previous life, Pei Wenxuan had that scent when he entered the room. Pei Wenxuan said that the fragrance sachet was given to him by Su Yongqing. Everyone around her was wearing it. But the fragrance of Pei Wenxuan's sachet was too strong, so she was able to detect it. She wasn't a person who was sensitive to fragrances. She was different from Pei Wenxuan, who was a master of perfumery. When it came to fragrances, she would forget them after smelling them. But this scent was the last time she saw Pei Wenxuan. It was the most important clue to her death. So even if she was reborn, she still firmly remembered it. The fragrance that Pei Wenxuan used to assassinate Xianxia should be this scent. Li Rong took a step back and watched the people next to her hurriedly carry Xianxia away. The game was still going on. Everyone was tired, but Pei Wenxuan and Su Yongqing were still in a stalemate. Second young master, if you don't score. Pei Wenxuan and Su Yongqing were chasing the ball, his voice was very soft. You'll lose this game. Why do you think I'll score again? Su Yongqing blocked Pei Wenxuan's club with his club. Pei Wenxuan and Su Yongqing separated and went around the ball. Both sides hit the ball back and forth, repeatedly crossing each other on the field. Xianxia isn't dead yet. If he was poisoned by Beauty Xiang, it was impossible for him to be alive after so long. While Pei Wenxuan was talking, Xianxia was carried into the tent. Li Rong saw the doctors surrounding him. She crossed her arms and leaned to the side, secretly observing Xianxia. Why isn't he dead yet? After all, that's the poison that my big brother found from a Jianghu sorcerer. If you can poison him, then I can cure him. Su Yongqing stole the ball from Pei Wenxuan and hit the hole. Li Rong was in the tent, watching Xianxia twitch slightly. The servant next to him pulled the sachet from his waist and hurriedly went to the side to fetch tea. He poured the contents of the sachet into the tea and hurriedly brought it to Xianxia. Li Rong saw this and rushed forward, grabbing the servant and shouting, "What are you doing?" Hearing Li Rong's scolding, everyone turned around and stared at the manservant. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Rong glanced at the sachet in the servant's hand, then turned back to look at Xianxia, whose condition was rapidly deteriorating. He instantly understood the function of the sachet. It's not poison, it's the antidote for the fragrant beauty. Her mind was suddenly in a mess. She didn't dare to think too much at this moment, only holding the servant's hand tightly. The servant begged, "Your Highness, on the road today, there was a Jianghu sorcerer who said that my young master would suffer a great calamity today. He gave this sachet and said that if something happened, the sachet should be soaked in tea and given to the young master to drink. Your Highness, now that something has happened, please step aside, it's a matter of life and death." "Let me see." When the doctor heard this, he hurriedly went forward and took out the medicinal ingredients in the teacup. He nodded and said, "These aren't important ingredients, try it first." As he spoke, the doctor took the teacup and directly brought it to Xianxia. He had someone support Xianxia and fed the tea to Xianxia. Li Rong stared blankly at this scene. On the field, the first of the last 3 gongs sounded. As expected, Pei Wenxuan laughed, fighting with Su Yongqing for the last ball. "You can cure the fragrant beauty. So the poison I used today is not the fragrant beauty." When Su Yongqing heard this, he knew that something was wrong. If the poison Pei Wenxuan used was not the fragrant beauty, then where could he start? All the food had to be tested for poison first, using a living person to test for poison, except, Su Yongqing suddenly opened his eyes, except for the medicine. The life-saving medicine, no one would test whether the life-saving medicine was poisonous at a critical moment. The second gong sounded. Li Rong watched as Xianxia drank the antidote in the teacup one mouthful at a time. She couldn't help but clench her fists. She suddenly realized that she needed an answer. The truth, Pei Wenxuan's horse approached Su Yongqing's horse. He stared at Su Yongqing and said, "So I have a question to ask Lord Su." Su Yongqing didn't turn his head. His hand holding the reins trembled slightly. Pei Wenxuan hit the polo ball with his cue. The ball drew a beautiful arc in the air. Pei Wenxuan looked up at the polo ball and asked, "The sachet you gave me that year, was it poison?" The third gong sounded. Pei Wenxuan turned to look at Su Yongqing. "Or was it the antidote?" Su Yongqing didn't say anything. He looked up at the polo ball slowly passing under the sunset and jumping over the goal. In the tent, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of black blood. The doctor hurriedly held Xianxia down and shouted, "Give me the ginseng. Silver needles, give me the silver needles." The crowd was in a panic. A long sword pierced towards Li Chuan from the crowd. At that moment, fierce screams erupted from the tent. Li Chuan dodged the first sword and quickly retreated to Li Rong's side. He used his sword to block in front of him and surrounded Li Rong with the imperial bodyguards. He pulled Li Rong and ran wildly outside. They killed their way out of the tent. Li Chuan realized that these people were coming for him. He pushed Li Rong to the side and shouted, "Protect the princess and leave first." After saying that, he took his people and fled to the other side. The imperial bodyguards immediately protected Li Rong and walked to the other side. Li Rong followed the imperial bodyguards and left quickly. He looked up at the killers who had been lying in ambush in the crowd and nodded at them. The killers quickly left the crowd. Not long after, arrows rained down on Li Qing, who was standing in the corridor watching the game. Assassination attempt. A loud shout exploded in the stadium. For a moment, the nobles screamed and fled in all directions. The imperial bodyguards protected Li Ming. Li Qing didn't have time to react before he was pierced by arrows and fell to the ground. Pei Wenxuan suddenly realized that the assassination attempt had started early. Something must have happened to Li Chuan and Li Rong. He turned his horse around and hurriedly rushed in the direction of Xiachuan's tent. Li Rong and Li Chuan were separated, so the pressure was reduced. These people were coming for Li Chuan. Now that there were so many people on the field, as long as they quickly returned to Li Ming's side and followed Li Ming back to the palace, they would be completely safe. However, she had only taken a few steps forward when she felt arrows coming from the side. The imperial bodyguards anxiously shouted, "Your Highness!" Li Rong didn't have time to react before she was pushed to the ground. As soon as she fell to the ground, a long sword came slashing at her. She rolled on the ground, and her hair fell loose. Then, she felt someone pull her onto the horse. The person who came said anxiously, "Your Highness, I'll take you to escape first." Li Rong got on the horse and hurriedly looked up. Only then did she realize that there were assassins all around her. Where did so many people come from? Why didn't they go to Li Chuan's side? Li Rong didn't have time to react before she saw her people being scattered by these people. The imperial bodyguards who were protecting her were chased all the way into the dense forest. Li Rong suddenly reacted and anxiously shouted, "No. We can't go in." There were 6 armies of soldiers inside, a total of 600 people. She didn't know how many of these 600 people were assassins. "Your Highness, we can't retreat." The imperial bodyguards anxiously replied and leaped into the forest. At the same time, they raised their hands and pressed Li Rong down. Li Rong was lying on the horse's back. She could only hear the sound of arrows coming from all around her. She hugged her head and felt the branches brushing past her body. The wind whistled past her. Behind her were all pursuers. She vaguely heard Li Chuan's shout from behind, "Sister." When Li Rong heard Li Chuan's shout, she hurriedly turned around and vaguely saw Li Chuan chasing after her like an arrow. At the same time, Pei Wenxuan, who was startled by Li Chuan's shout, and Su Yongqing, who was in the crowd, were also chasing after Li Chuan. She only saw a shadow before she was reminded by the guard behind her, "Your Highness, lie down." After saying that, the horse suddenly raised its hooves and leaped. She heard another rain of arrows, but she didn't know where they went. "Sister." Li Chuan watched as Li Rong entered the forest. He whipped his horse like a madman and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His followers followed him and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, we will enter the forest to save the princess." "Your Highness, don't put yourself in danger." Li Chuan didn't care about the others' words and directly rushed into the forest. Pei Wenxuan saw the siblings rushing into the forest from afar. He couldn't help but secretly scold Li Chuan for being rash. His riding skills were much better than Li Chuan's. Although Li Chuan was the first to rush into the forest, Pei Wenxuan soon caught up with him. Pei Wenxuan rode side by side with Li Chuan and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, the forest is dangerous." Do I need you to tell me how dangerous it is?" Li Chuan turned around and scolded, "Why are you following me? Go and save the princess." Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan suddenly realized that Li Chuan deliberately entered the forest. Those people forced Li Rong to enter the forest because their goal was Li Chuan. Therefore, as long as Li Chuan entered the forest, most of the troops would be used to encircle and suppress Li Chuan. This would give Li Rong more opportunities. "Pei Wenxuan, I'll leave my sister to you." Li Chuan gripped the reins tightly and turned to look at Pei Wenxuan. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare to let her down, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." After saying this, Li Chuan suddenly changed direction and rushed to the other side of the forest. Pei Wenxuan saw Li Chuan cursing as he ran into the forest. He didn't hesitate and led his men to rush in the direction of Li Rong. Li Rong couldn't figure out where she was going or where she was going. She only felt that there were pursuers behind her, and the bodyguard who was protecting her was finally shot down by an arrow. Blood splattered all over her body. Li Rong took out a dagger and stabbed it into the horse. The horse was frightened and frantically rushed forward. She clung tightly to the horse and closed her eyes, not daring to look back. Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong, who was running in front of him. There were countless assassins between them. Li Rong couldn't stop. If he stopped, he wouldn't be able to save her in time. But if Li Rong didn't stop, with Li Rong's speed, he wouldn't be able to save her. Therefore, he could only chase after Li Rong. When danger approached Li Rong, he would let the guards protect him and deal with the assassins who tried to stop them. When danger approached Li Rong, he would draw his bow and kill the person who tried to get close to Li Rong. After a stalemate, the guard at the side finally reminded, "Darren, you must make His Highness stop immediately. The cliff is in front." Pei Wenchuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He leaned forward slightly and stared at Li Rong in front of him. He calculated the distance between them. Li Rong's horse couldn't stop. If he stopped, with the number of assassins around Li Rong, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to save her in time. Someone had to get to Li Rong's side in advance to protect Li Rong and give them a chance to get to Li Rong. It was at this moment that he heard a shout from afar, "Pei Wenchuan." Pei Wenchuan looked up and saw Su Yongqing galloping towards Li Rong from the side. Pei Wenchuan immediately understood that Su Yongqing was the person who would protect Li Rong for a moment and give Li Rong a chance to live. He could see it, and so could the assassins hiding in the dark. Before Su Yongqing could reach Li Rong, the last wave of arrows came raining down. Li Rong grabbed the horse's mane and rushed forward. She heard the horse cry out in fear, and then Li Rong felt the world spin. The horse shook wildly in pain, and she finally couldn't hold on any longer and was thrown out by the horse. There was a cliff in front of her. When she realized that she was falling, her will to live made her desperately grab onto anything she could grab onto. Just as she was in despair, a cold hand suddenly reached out and grabbed her tightly. Half of that person's body was already out of the cliff. In this position, there was almost no place for him to bear the force. Li Rong only had time to look up and see that person's face before that person fell with her. Pei Wenchuan finally arrived the moment that person fell with her. However, he only had time to touch Su Yongqing's sleeve before he watched the two of them fall together. Before he could react, Zhao Chongjiu grabbed him and anxiously shouted, "It's useless even if you jump with her." Pei Wenchuan was a bit dazed. Zhao Chongjiu cut down the assassins that rushed over and grabbed Pei Wenchuan's arm tightly. "Darren, the most important thing right now is to protect the crown prince." Pei Wenchuan listened and turned to look at him. His arm that was grabbed by Zhao Chongjiu was very tight, and he seemed to be doing his best to control his emotions. Zhao Chongjiu couldn't help but soften his voice. "Darren, you are His Highness' biggest hope right now. The sooner we find His Highness, the more chance he has of surviving." "I know." Pei Wenchuan lowered his head and controlled his tone. "Immediately send people to search the bottom of the cliff and find the princess. The rest of you, go find the crown prince." When he said the first sentence, his voice was still trembling. When he said the second sentence, he had completely calmed down. He supported himself to stand up and brushed away Zhao Chongjiu's hand that was supporting him. As if nothing had happened, he comforted the others. "I'm fine. I'm fine." As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at the battle behind him. Li Chuan attracted most of the assassins in the forest. When Li Rong fell off the cliff, Pei Wenchuan didn't have to worry about anything. He looked at the assassins surrounded by his men in the forest and whispered, "Leave 2 alive for interrogation. Kill the rest." After giving the order, he walked out of the forest under the protection of the other imperial bodyguards. As he walked, he arranged everything as if the incident just now didn't affect him in the slightest. However, when Zhao Chongjiu looked away, he saw that the hand holding the sword couldn't stop trembling. When Pei Wenchuan led people out of the forest, Shang Wanya and Su Ronghua had already brought the Yulin guards to control the situation. Li Ming returned to the palace early, and Li Chuan was rescued from the forest. Pei Wenchuan rushed over. Li Chuan struggled to open his eyes and gasped for breath as he looked at Pei Wenchuan. "Where's my sister?" "The princess is fine. Your Highness should rest first. Take care of yourself." Pei Wenchuan calmly responded. Li Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. His shoulder was still pierced by an arrow. He gasped for breath and told Pei Wenchuan, I have to sleep. Wait for me. When I wake up, I want to see my sister." As he spoke, Li Chuan looked up at Pei Wenxuan with a pleading look in his eyes. I'm afraid that you'll lie to me. I'm worried. Your Highness, don't worry. Pei Wenxuan stood up and ordered people to carry Li Chuan into the tent. Then he turned to look at Li Chuan with a calm expression. If anything happens to the princess, I'll bring my head to see you. With these words, Li Chuan was finally relieved. He closed his eyes while gasping for breath and let people carry him into the tent to recuperate. After Li Chuan entered the tent, Pei Wenxuan looked back at Xianxia and told him all the things that should be done tonight. If Li Qing doesn't die, the palace must keep an eye on him. I'm afraid that there will be some variables in the northwest. Let Lin Feibai's men prepare to enter the country in advance at any time. His Highness the Crown Prince's injuries must be monitored. Whether he's dead or alive, it must not be spread. There shouldn't be anything major tonight. Wait for me to come back tomorrow. Wait for you to come back. Xianxia frowned. Where are you going at this time? His Highness fell off the cliff. I'm going to look for His Highness. Xianxia was stunned. Pei Wenxuan was too calm. She didn't expect that something would happen to Li Rong. I'll leave the rest to eldest Mississippi. Pei Wenxuan bowed and turned to leave without waiting for Xianxia's response. Xianxia finally reacted and hurriedly said, Pei Wenxuan, I'm fine, I'm fine. Pei Wenxuan's back was facing Xianxia as he nodded gently. Eldest miss, don't worry. With that, Pei Wenxuan stepped forward. It was already late at night, and he was walking alone in the dark. Every step he took was very steady, but for some reason, Xianxia could see that he had already lost control of himself from the way he tried to control his pace. It was as if he had used up all his strength and couldn't turn back. At that moment, Xianxia clearly realized that the one who fell off the cliff was Li Rong, but the one who fell into hell was Pei Wenxuan. Ah yeah. Su Ronghua walked up behind her. Xianxia didn't turn back to look at him. She stared at Pei Wenxuan's back as he walked away. Her voice was very soft. Did you see that, Su Ronghua? Xianxia turned around and looked at the young man standing behind her. She smiled. Su Yongqing lost control a long time ago. He allied with Consort Ro a long time ago, supported Prince Su, and used Hongda to frame Pei Wenxuan. Your brother was involved in the military pay case, the imperial examination case, and even the tax reform and the winter hunt assassination. He can't tolerate the crown prince's ascension, and the crown prince can't tolerate him. I used to think. Xianxia turned her head and looked into the distance. Even in the suburbs, the winter stars couldn't be seen clearly. Xianxia had a smile on her face. Besides His Majesty, there aren't many obstacles between us. As long as the crown prince ascends the throne, we can be together. In fact, your calculations were correct. I also calculated the same. But later, I slowly realized that Su Yongqing can't tolerate the crown prince, and you can't give up on Su Yongqing. I asked you before if you were willing to be the head of the Su family. Now, I'll ask you again. Xianxia looked up at him. If the price of the crown prince's ascension is Su Yongqing's death, are you willing? Su Ronghua didn't reply. Xianxia's eyes were clear. She smiled. You're not willing. But the crown prince is the foundation of my Shangguan clan. I can't give up on the crown prince, and I can't betray the clan. So you see. Xianxia's eyes were a bit misty. You and I are in a deadlock. I'm very grateful to you. Xianxia walked in front of Su Ronghua. She stretched out her hand and took out a set of leaf cards that Su Ronghua had given her. I'm grateful to you for letting me see that as a child of an aristocratic family, I can also live with sincerity. But I'm sorry. Xianxia had a smile on her face, but her voice was hoarse. I won't touch the leaf cards again in my life. Xianxia handed the leaf cards to Su Ronghua. She looked up and stared at the people in front of her. They were so close that she could feel their breath and temperature. All of this was like smoke rising from two incense sticks, entangling and rising up. Su Ronghua. Xianxia finally spoke. Leave Huajing and go sightseeing. Don't come back. While the drill ground was in chaos, Li Rong was tightly hugged by Su Yongqing and directly fell into the pool below the cliff. The waves fiercely slapped against her, and Li Rong instantly lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she felt that she was lying on a pile of withered grass with a fire beside her. Li Rong suddenly straightened her body and immediately felt a sharp pain in her foot. She gasped and quickly looked down to see a long wound on her calf. It had already been bandaged, but it still hurt when she moved. Li Rong looked around and found that she was in a cave. The interior wasn't very big, and the fire was in the middle. Next to it was a small bed made of hay. Li Rong was sleeping soundly on it. In a corner not far away, Xianxia was hiding in the dark. Next to his hand was the dagger that Li Rong had taken with her when she fell off the cliff. He was only wearing a white unlined garment. He seemed to be covered in wounds, and his white garment was dyed red with blood. It was a horrifying sight. He seemed to have fainted. His hair was scattered, and his face was sickly pale. He leaned against a protruding boulder with his eyes closed and brows furrowed. Li Rong got up, but such a big movement didn't wake him up. Li Rong dragged her injured leg to Xianxia's side and bent down to take the dagger. As soon as she touched the dagger, Xianxia suddenly raised his hand and pressed it down. Li Rong looked up coldly and saw Xianxia looking at her with a trace of pleading. "Don't worry." Li Rong understood his intention. She pulled away his weak hand and took the dagger. She calmly said, "I still have something to ask you. I won't kill you for now." Saying this, she turned around with the dagger and sat down by the fire again. The weapon gave her some sense of security. She hugged herself and held the dagger. She sat there in a daze for a while. After an unknown amount of time, it started to drizzle outside. Xianxia finally spoke. He seemed to have caught a cold, and his voice was hoarse. "Your Highness, what do you want to ask me?" Li Rong didn't speak. She looked at the dancing flames. After a long time, she said, "I don't know where to start." "Your Highness, you don't have to ask." Xianxia's voice was very soft. But in fact, they both knew that when Li Rong planned to ask him, everything was already in Li Rong's heart. Everything she had done was merely to confirm the authenticity of the information. "In my previous life, before I died, Pei Wenxuan came to see me. I smelled a fragrance on his body. He was good at making fragrances, and the fragrances he liked were restrained and heavy. That fragrance didn't belong to him, so I paid more attention to it. After that, I argued with him. He said that he wanted to kill me. After he left, you gave me a bowl of medicine. I drank it and the poison took effect. You told me that it was a fragrant beauty. I thought that Pei Wenxuan poisoned me to support the second prince. That sachet was the fragrance of the fragrant beauty, and that bowl of medicine was the catalyst for the fragrant beauty. Later, Pei Wenxuan and I were reborn together. We checked the situation at that time. Only then did I know that the fragrance on Pei Wenxuan's body came from the sachet you gave him. You said that I wasn't feeling well, and that outsiders needed to bring a sachet of herbal medicine to avoid making me cough. I thought that you killed me. At the beginning, you weren't reborn. This matter wasn't important, so I didn't look into it. Later, when I found out that you were reborn, I asked you about it. You told me that you killed me, so I thought that this matter was settled." Then, Xianxia's voice was weak. "Your Highness, what else do you want to ask today?" "But today, I feel that this matter isn't so simple." When Xianxia heard this, he slowly raised his eyes to meet Li Rong's gaze. Today, Pei Wenxuan used a fragrant beauty to poison Xianxia. But after Xianxia was poisoned, the poison didn't take effect immediately. It was obvious that something was delaying the poison. When I arrived, I found that there was a strange fragrance on Xianxia's body. This fragrance was exactly the same as the one I smelled from Pei Wenxuan's body in my previous life. At first, I thought it was a fragrant beauty. Li Rong recalled today's details, but later, the servant took the sachet away. As soon as the sachet left Xianxia's body, he immediately vomited blood. The servant put the sachet in water and said that it was the antidote. Then, he had Xianxia drink the ingredients in the sachet. "So, I have reason to suspect." Li Rong paused and raised her head to look at the young man in the dark. "That year, what you gave Pei Wenxuan wasn't poison, but the antidote to delay the poison from the fragrant beauty. Your Highness isn't good at mixing fragrances. I'm afraid that you smelled wrong." Su Yongqing answered calmly. You don't even know what I smelled. Li Rong couldn't help but laugh. You're so sure that I smelled wrong? Su Yongqing didn't answer. Li Rong looked at him. Tell me, who killed me that year? It's me. Su Yongqing decisively admitted. Li Rong looked at him and smiled. Su Yongqing, I saved you. Su Yongqing's eyelashes trembled slightly. Li Rong stood up and limped in front of Su Yongqing. She bent down and looked down at him. I'm your master. I've raised you for 20 years. I've never asked you for anything in my life. Today, I'm begging you, tell me. Tears welled up in her eyes. Who killed me? Your Highness. Su Yongqing looked up at her. That's not important. If it's not important, Li Rong smiled, you can go back and assist the Chuaner with me. Su Yongqing's eyes suddenly shrank. Li Rong observed all the details of his expression. She squatted down and looked up at Su Yongqing. Didn't you say that if you entered my princess residence, you would repay me with your life? Su Yongqing, do you want to break your promise? No, then what if you help Chuaner ascend the throne with me? Your Highness, Li Chuan killed my entire family. But now he hasn't done anything. Li Rong didn't give up. Why don't you let him go? You and I are both reborn. There are many things that we can avoid. We can assist the Chuaner with his ascension. You can be the head of the Su family. In this life, you can live well. I can be the matchmaker for you and let you marry a girl you like. As long as I'm here, the Chuaner won't do anything to the Su family. You don't have to worry too much. Li Rong's voice was gentle. Together, we can help the Chuaner become the emperor. Then we can. We won't be fine. Su Yongqing finally couldn't bear it anymore. He raised his hand and placed it on Li Rong's shoulder. Your Highness, you don't have to worry about it. You can go back and leave Huajing with Pei Wenchuan. After a year, I'll bring you back. Come back to watch the Chuaner ascend the throne? Li Rong asked expectantly. Su Yongqing couldn't control himself anymore and shouted, he can't ascend the throne. After that, the two didn't speak again. Su Yongqing realized what he had said. He didn't dare to raise his head. He put his hands on Li Rong's shoulders and lowered his head, panting slightly. Li Rong looked at Su Yongqing with pity. So what if I said it? Li Rong's voice was very calm. Do you think I care about what happened in my previous life? In the palace, I don't care who betrays me. I won't be sad. Even if you don't say it, I know. I must have been poisoned by Xiang Marin. Otherwise, you wouldn't have used Xiang Marin's antidote. After Su Ronghua's death, there were only 3 people who knew the formula of Xiang Marin. You, Pei Wenchuan, and Li Rong felt that the 2 words were very difficult to say. It seemed that she had used up all her strength to say those 2 words, Li Chuan. If it wasn't you, if it wasn't Pei Wenchuan, who else could it be? Rongqing, I'm not a canary in a house. I can withstand the wind and rain, and I've seen the sky and the sea. If you still think of me as your Highness, look at me and tell me. Li Rong looked at him and said gently, who killed me? Su Yongqing didn't say anything. Outside, the rain was pitter-patter. Li Rong waited patiently for him. After a long time, Su Yongqing finally opened his mouth. Everyone. Li Rong was stunned. Su Yongqing's hand on her shoulder trembled slightly. He looked up and looked at Li Rong. It was me, Li Chuan, all of us. We killed you together. Outside the cave, Su Yongqing's face was full of tears, but he seemed to have let go of something. He laughed very happily. So, Your Highness, do you know why I can't let Li Chuan ascend the throne even if I were to be reborn? Do you know why? I've been reborn, I'm back, I'm fine, I'm a man, but I have to watch you marry someone else. Don't I want to fight? Don't I dare? Can't I beat him? No. It's because, Su Yongqing lowered his voice and looked at Li Rong with a smile, I'm not qualified. People like Li Chuan and I only deserve to live in hell. I deserve to die, Li Chuan. Su Yongqing's eyes were like a graveyard full of weeds. I don't deserve to live. My lord, why don't we rest for a while? Lightning appeared in the sky along with the heavy rain, illuminating the 2 people clinging to the cliff. Zhao Chongjiu and Pei Wenchuan were already soaked by the rain. Both of them were tied with hemp ropes and carried bags containing commonly used life-saving medicine, bandages, matches, and other items on their backs. Pei Wenxuan arranged everything and ordered people to enter the mountain from the outside to the bottom of the cliff. Then he had people prepare hemp ropes and insisted on going down the cliff by himself. It would take at least one night to go around the outside of the drill ground and smoothly reach the bottom of the cliff. If they climbed down the cliff directly without stopping, they could reach the bottom of the cliff in less than 4 hours. But because there was no such long rope, many knots were needed to tie people down. This way, if there was any mistake in the rope, or if the climber slipped and fell beyond the support of the rope, it would be extremely dangerous. But Pei Wenxuan was worried about the others going down the cliff. He was afraid that they would not be careful enough, that they would not be alert enough, and that someone among them would be a traitor. At this critical moment of life and death, Pei Wenxuan was worried about leaving Li Rong to anyone. So he was accompanied by Zhao Chongjiu and went down the cliff together. They climbed all the way down from the top of the cliff. Although the bottom of the cliff could not be seen clearly, Pei Wenxuan felt an inexplicable sense of security when his hand landed on a stone and stepped on the cliff wall. He felt the night wind whistling past and listened to the sound of the falling stones. He was walking on the path that Li Rong had walked. If Li Rong had reached the end of his life, then he would also be walking on this path of no return. Thus, he started to descend from nightfall. He controlled the speed of his descent very evenly. From beginning to end, he did not say a single word. It was as if his entire being had extracted all of his emotions. He was precisely calculating the next step, which rock he should step on, and when he should let go of his hand next. Halfway up, his hand was already covered with wounds from the crushed stones, and the skin had long been broken. But his expression did not change. Zhao Chongjiu looked at him. Although he could not see anything, he could not help but remind him, "My lord, you can rest for a while." "I'm fine," Pei Wenxuan repeated. "I'm fine. Continue." As he spoke, he moved his foot down and stepped on the next rock. As soon as he stepped on the rock, it could not withstand his strength and suddenly scattered. His whole body slid down the cliff. The sharp rocks rubbed against his clothes and cut a burning wound on his skin. The rope slid down quickly. The people on the rope were so shocked that they quickly grabbed the rope. Zhao Chongjiu could not help but shout, "Sir!" Pei Wenxuan didn't say anything. As he fell quickly, he observed the entire cliff like a wolf. Then, he suddenly reached out and grabbed a protrusion that he had observed earlier. After stabilizing his body, he gently raised his head. He was so calm that he didn't seem like a first-time rock climber. "I'm fine. Continue." He would not die here. No one knew if Li Rong was dead or alive, but he would not die here. As Pei Wenxuan slid down the cliff, inside the cave, the light of lightning shone on Su Yongqing's face. Li Rong looked at him. She did not say anything. Her expression did not change at all. It was as if she had already accepted, understood, and approved of this matter. "Why?" Li Rong opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. "Chuaner shouldn't have killed me." She had assisted Li Chuan for his entire life. She was his older sister. After their parents left, they had the same blood flowing in their veins. They were the closest. Even if he was worried that she had too much power, he should not have killed her directly. In the 25th year of Desu, His Highness was wandering outside. He met an alchemist who was rumored to have great skills. His Highness inquired about him and went up the mountain to invite him several times. Finally, he invited the alchemist down the mountain and recommended him to His Majesty. Su Yongqing's voice was very soft. Li Rong slowly opened his eyes. In the 28th year of Desu, His Majesty began to feel unwell. He began to investigate the palace thoroughly. In the end, nothing was found. Not long after, the alchemist that His Highness offered him died from falling into a lake after drinking too much. Was there a problem with that alchemist? That alchemist, Su Yongqing pursed his lips, was carefully selected by an aristocratic family. Xianxia planned and deliberately led His Highness to meet him. So, Chuaner thought that I wanted to kill him? Li Rong felt that it was a little funny. Why didn't he ask me? Ask him. If that alchemist was deliberately placed by His Highness, would His Highness admit it? Su Yongqing asked. Li Rong was speechless. Su Yongqing was right. Whether or not she really wanted to kill Li Chuan could not get the truth out of her. If he could not get the truth out of her, why bother? What happened after that? Li Rong controlled his emotions. Since he found out at that time, why didn't he investigate me directly? There was a problem with the person I sent over. If he wanted to investigate, he could have done it. How did he do it? Su Yongqing asked directly. At that time, you were the eldest princess who represented an aristocratic family. You were the regent eldest princess who held great power. If he wanted to do it with great fanfare, how confident was he? So he chose to poison you. You went to the palace every 7 days to play chess with him. On the chess pieces, there was a fragrant beauty. Over time, it had already seeped into your bones and spleen. So, after the 28th year of Desu, you were unwell. From then on, you knew. Li Rong looked at Su Yongqing. You knew that I was poisoned. Yes. Su Yongqing lowered his eyes. I put the antidote in the sachet and asked everyone to wear it to delay the poison. Why didn't you save me? It seemed that this question could not be answered. There was a long silence. Speak. Li Rong clenched his fists. At this time, what else can't you say? It was Xianxia and I who decided together. Su Yongqing's voice trembled. In fact, we all knew that the aristocratic family was never the most important thing in your heart. Once we had a conflict with Li Chuan, you would immediately change sides. So we decided to wait and see. With the antidote in our hands, we could detoxify you at any time. Killing you was also a piece of cake. What happened after that? Who decided to kill me in the end? After that, Li Chuan became increasingly ill. On the morning of your death, Li Chuan vomited blood in the palace. He summoned Pei Wenxuan to the palace to write a posthumous edict. After Pei Wenxuan received the posthumous edict, Li Chuan asked him a question. He asked Pei Wenxuan what would happen to Pei Wenxuan if you rebelled after his death. Pei Wenxuan told him that you were his sister and that you would never do such a thing. When he said this, Li Rong stared fixedly at him. Tears finally rolled down from his eyes. Su Yongqing paused. Li Rong only said, continue. So Li Chuan knew that Pei Wenxuan would never kill you. Because in his heart, you would never betray him. After Pei Wenxuan left, Li Chuan fell into a coma. Before he fell into a coma, he gave a death order to poison you. When Xianxia found out that he fell into a coma, he immediately locked down the palace and prevented anyone from entering or leaving. Then he informed me. This was the best opportunity. What opportunity? Li Rong could not help but laugh. Su Yongqing also laughed. The opportunity to gain control of the princess residence. So, Pei Wenxuan came to me because he received the posthumous edict and wanted to talk to me for the last time. At that time, you did not know about the lockdown of the palace. Just like before, you were worried that Pei Wenxuan would be used by Li Chuan. You gave him the antidote sachet because he was poisoned by Xiang Marin. Later, you found out that Xianxia sent a letter. When Li Chuan poisoned me, you could have detoxified the poison, but you chose to stand by and watch. Yes. Su Yongqing did not deny it. Li Rong nodded to express his understanding. But I still don't understand why Li Chuan wanted to kill me at the last moment. He could have killed me earlier. Why did he wait until the last moment? Because in His Majesty's heart, the entire palace and court were just a game of chess. His greatest responsibility in life was to maintain the balance of the chess game. At that time, when the aristocratic families were prosperous, His Majesty was iron-blooded and killed more than half of the Shangguan clan. Even his uncle was personally ordered to be killed. He also exterminated the entire Su clan and intimidated the Bai clan. In fact, at that time, the aristocratic families had secretly formed an alliance with the intention of rebelling. However, His Majesty suddenly announced that he would retire from the palace and cultivate immortality. Your Highness became the regent princess, so the aristocratic families were appeased and decided to endure. In fact, this was His Majesty's way of balancing the powers. Later, His Majesty secretly supported Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan and Qin Lin supported the Han clan, forming a confrontation with Your Highness. Then, Your Highness, if His Majesty died, would this balance still exist? Why not? Li Rong did not understand. Pei Wenchuan is the leader of the Han clan, but what if you wanted to kill him? Su Yongqing interrupted Li Rong. Li Rong was a bit confused. Su Yongqing smiled bitterly. Your Highness, 30 years ago, Pei Wenchuan said to His Majesty, "You are His Majesty's elder sister and will never rebel." Wasn't it clear? He has been your political enemy for so many years, but in the end, he never thought that you would betray him. Pei Wenchuan won't kill you. Behind you, there is me and Xianxia. If you want to kill him, it's too easy. Li Rong stared blankly at Su Yongqing. A chess piece against a chess piece. In Li Chuan's mind, the one who checks and balances you is not Pei Wenchuan, but himself. If he dies and you are still alive, this game will be unbalanced. Leave behind Pei Wenchuan and Qin Lin to assist Li Ping and fight against the Crown Prince's aristocratic family. After a bloodbath, the game will be balanced. That way, the next monarch won't have to face the same situation as him when he ascends the throne and is restrained by any party. If you are alive, as long as you kill Pei Wenchuan, the humble family will no longer have the power to resist. And you, as the eldest princess, have so much power, the new monarch will not tolerate you, and you will not tolerate a new monarch who will suppress you. So, Your Highness, in fact, with or without that alchemist, you and Li Chuan will die. It's just a matter of time. Li Rong was speechless. Every word Su Yongqing said was actually correct. Blinded by greed, she tolerated Li Chuan because Li Chuan was her younger brother. If Li Ping or Li Xian ascended the throne and disobeyed her like Li Chuan, she didn't know how long she could endure. She was used to being in a high position and had nothing, so she could only hold on tightly to power. Now that she thought about it, other people were unrecognizable, but she was the same. The alchemist was the reason why Li Chuan didn't believe her. But if Li Chuan was the 17-year-old Li Chuan, he would have already come to her door and asked her what was going on. But the 48-year-old Li Chuan was already a monarch who didn't believe anyone and could abandon anyone. Li Rong took a deep breath and lowered her head. So, everything you are doing now, is it for revenge? Your Highness, Su Yongqing smiled bitterly. What happened in the last life? How can you talk about revenge in this life? Rongqing just thinks that even if you are reborn, Li Chuan will repeat the same mistakes. Li Chuan is too ambitious and too difficult to control. He can't tolerate the aristocratic families, and he can't tolerate the future Your Highness. Your Highness, you are not willing to be a woman raised in the backyard of the palace. If Li Chuan ascends the throne, sooner or later, you will have to face each other with swords. Did we not treat Li Chuan well in the last life? He was deposed by Li Ming and became the crown prince. It was the aristocratic families who gathered the military power of hundreds of families to send him to the throne. But what happened later? He was greedy for great achievements, and he wanted to go to the north and reform the system. He favored only consort Qin in the harem, suppressed the aristocratic officials, killed his uncle and imprisoned his mother, imprisoned the Empress Dowager in the palace, and framed the Su clan. In the end, for power, he didn't even let you go. Such a monarch, Su Yongqing stared at Li Rong. How can I just watch him ascend the throne? So, Li Rong tried to put Su Yongqing's scolding to the back of her mind. She didn't want to hear or think about it. She controlled her emotions and just continued to ask, from the beginning, when you came back, you already decided to depose him. Yes. Su Yongqing didn't hide it. From the beginning, I planned to depose him. I originally thought that I didn't need to do anything, just like in the last life. When His Majesty deposed Li Chuan, I wouldn't let the aristocratic families accept Pei Wenchuan's persuasion and persuade father to accept Li Cheng's ascension. Li Cheng is only 11 years old now, Xiaosu is cowardly and incompetent, and Consort Ro is greedy and short-sighted. After Li Cheng ascends the throne, we can use Li Cheng as a puppet. When he gives birth to an heir, we can kill him and support the young emperor. At that time I will take power and welcome Your Highness back to the capital. Then why did you get close to me and pretend to seek refuge with the Crown Prince? Firstly, I wanted to get in touch with Your Highness. In this life, Your Highness has changed too much, so I needed to observe. Secondly, if necessary, I was willing to act as a spy and overthrow Li Chuan. Since it was Li Chuan who ordered to kill me in the last life, and you wanted to be his enemy, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did you admit it when I asked if you were the murderer? Su Yongqing didn't speak. Li Rong forced a smile. Could it be that you were afraid that I would be sad? In your highness's life, Li Chuan is your only relative. Regardless of whether I said it or not, your highness wouldn't point your sword at him. Since that's the case, why say anything more? If I succeed, your highness will hate me. If I fail, I won't damage your highness's sibling relationship. After Li Rong heard this, she wasn't surprised. She remained silent. She could vaguely hear the voices of people outside. Su Yongqing looked outside the cave and said calmly, "Does your highness have anything else to ask?" Li Rong was silent. She hugged herself and looked at the flickering flames in front of her. After a long time, she said in a low voice, "Chuaner didn't believe me. He thought that I killed him and his child for power. But why didn't you and Aya believe me? Why did you watch me die and then hold power in your hands? Your highness, do you really want to know the answer to this question?" Su Yongqing leaned against the wall and looked at the flames. With a crackling sound, sparks rose. They could vaguely hear someone calling out to them. The voice was very far away, as if it came from another world, crossing thousands of rivers and mountains. When Li Rong heard Su Yongqing's reply, she couldn't help but hug herself a little tighter. "Say it." "Because Li Xian," Su Yongqing said with difficulty, "is not Li Chuan's child." Hearing this, Li Rong froze. She slowly raised her head in disbelief. Su Yongqing lowered his head, as if he also felt embarrassed. "Xianxia and my eldest brother were in love, but because of her family, she was forced to enter the palace and become the crown princess. My eldest brother decided not to marry because of her. At first, it was fine, but after Li Chuan and Qin Jinjin got together, he didn't touch anyone in the harem." Xianxia quickly realized that Li Chuan wouldn't touch anyone in the harem. She entered the palace for the Shangguan family and became the empress in order to protect the position of the crown prince. She can be a widow for the rest of her life, but she can't allow herself to be a widow for the rest of her life without a child. So? Li Rong felt her stomach churn. So Xianxia found my eldest brother and had Li Xian in time. Hearing this, Li Rong felt as if someone had pushed her head into the water. All of the disgust, and fear surged up. Everything had a reason. Why did Su Ronghua kill Qin Jinjin? Because Su Ronghua wanted to protect his child and Xianxia. Why did Li Chuan use castration to humiliate the Su clan? Because he knew that Su Ronghua and Xianxia had an affair. Why would Su Rongqing ally with Xianxia in the end? Why would he watch her die when Li Chuan was on the brink of death and she was on the side of the aristocratic family? He even loved her. It was because he wanted to protect his brother's last bloodline. She died. Pei Wenchuan died. With Su Yongqing and Xianxuanya's methods, the throne was almost within Li Xian's reach. It was too disgusting. It was too ugly. These ugly people's hearts and interests were intertwined. In her previous life, it became a smelly spider web that tightly entangled everyone. Father and son were not father and son, sister and brother were not sister and brother, husband and wife were not husband and wife, and friends were not friends. Everything in his previous life was just a rotten swamp filled with disgusting pus. At first, he thought that it was just rotten leaves and branches, but when he pushed aside the rotten things on top of the swamp, he found that there were even more hideous human bones underneath. The flesh and blood had been boiled into a thick paste, and it was gurgling with a foul stench. Li Rong felt that countless past events flashed before her eyes. Those past events drowned her. She couldn't breathe and was almost unable to move. But she couldn't wallow in it. She had to go. She had to leave. She couldn't stay with them and die in this puddle of mud. She vaguely heard someone calling not far away. That person's voice was already hoarse and mixed with the rain. But she still recognized it. It was Pei Wenchuan. In these 2 lives, he had never truly betrayed her. He had always protected her. When everyone betrayed her, Pei Wenchuan was the only one who believed in her. She wanted to go. She wanted to escape. She wanted to go to his side. With this thought, Li Rong could no longer restrain herself. She recklessly got up and staggered towards the door. Seeing her appearance, Su Yongqing quickly got up and chased after her. "Your Highness, let go." Li Rong held the dagger in her hand and fiercely slashed it. She stared at him with watery eyes. "Don't touch me." After saying that, she crazily rushed out. Her foot was injured. Every step was painful, but she still hurriedly ran in the direction of that person's voice. "Pei Wenchuan." She loudly shouted Pei Wenchuan's name. "Pei Wenchuan." Pei Wenchuan suddenly turned around in the dense forest and rushed in the direction of the voice. The two of them shouted for each other in the heavy rain, searching for each other's voices. In the end, Pei Wenchuan used his hands to tear away a section of brambles. Then he saw a girl who seemed to be greatly frightened and suddenly threw herself into his arms. The moment she hugged him, Li Rong seemed to have found the shore of her life. Finally, without restraint, she cried bitterly. "Take me away." Her whole body was trembling. She clenched her teeth and cried as she begged him. "Pei Wenchuan, take me away. Don't let me stay there. Take me away. Take her away. Take her away from all those unbearable, hopeless, and disgusting things." Pei Wenchuan had never seen Li Rong like this. She was almost completely broken down. Her whole body was shrouded in despair and fear. A gentle touch from Li Rong would break her. He felt that her crying was like a sharp knife, back and forth cutting his heart. He had never been in such pain. It hurt so much that every fingertip seemed to be slightly twitching. He reached out and protected Li Rong in his arms. The brambles fell and pierced his body. He was completely unaware. He restrained his emotions and suppressed the tears in his eyes. He raised his hands and hugged this soft girl who seemed to be unable to withstand the slightest wind and rain. He lowered his head and gently kissed her hair. "Don't cry." He coaxed her gently in a hoarse voice. "Rong Rong, I found you. I'll take you home. I'll take you home." These were the most beautiful words she had ever heard in her life. She still had a place to belong, a home. She hugged Pei Wenchuan tightly as if she was the only piece of driftwood in a torrent. Her tears soaked Pei Wenchuan's clothes. Even though they were mixed in with the rain, they were instantly recognizable because of the scorching temperature. Pei Wenchuan held her in his arms, his sleeves overlapping to hide her figure. He restrained his trembling, his loss of self-control, and all his emotions, forcing the tears from his eyes to disappear. She was alive. No matter what, it couldn't be better that she was alive. He listened to the cries of the person in his arms, took a deep breath, and slowly raised his head. Through the curtain of rain, he saw Su Yongqing standing at the entrance of the cave not far away, quietly watching them through the curtain of rain. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, then Su Yongqing nodded slightly and turned to enter the cave. Pei Wenchuan stared at the cave while gently stroking Li Rong's back. Li Rong's cries gradually subsided. After a while, Zhao Chongjiu came over. As soon as he appeared in Pei Wenchuan's line of sight, Pei Wenchuan raised his hand to his lips and gestured for him to be quiet from afar. Then Pei Wenchuan raised his chin in the direction of the cave. Zhao Chongjiu understood tacitly and nodded, then rushed in the direction of the cave. Pei Wenchuan saw Zhao Chongjiu's movements and felt Li Rong's emotions slightly calm down. He finally said, "The people searching the cliff shouldn't be far away. I'll carry you there." He squatted down and let Li Rong get on his back. Li Rong hugged his neck and leaned on his back without saying a word. The sound of running came from behind. Li Rong seemed to have realized something and slightly trembled. Pei Wenchuan didn't move forward, but she also didn't look back. After a long time, she said in a hoarse voice, "Let's go." Pei Wenchuan looked up at the sky, then carried Li Rong out of the dense forest. They didn't say anything along the way. Only the heavy rain fell on the two of them, and it hurt like a rock falling on them. He carried her through the thorns and through the dense forest. The rain gradually stopped, and the sky began to brighten. The morning after the rain was filled with water vapor, and the sunlight was hidden behind the blue clouds. The two of them didn't know how long they had been walking, but they finally heard the sound of horse hooves and the voices of people. "Let's get on the carriage first." Pei Wenchuan knew that Li Rong didn't want to talk, so he sent Dong Yi away. He carried Li Rong to the side of the carriage and helped Li Rong into the carriage. Li Rong had already calmed down. She kept her head down and didn't say a word. Pei Wenxuan helped her into the carriage and had someone help her change into a clean set of clothes before returning to the carriage. Dong Yi brought Pei Wenxuan's carriage. Only his clothes were on it. So when Pei Wenxuan stepped into the carriage, he saw Li Rong wearing his clothes and sitting quietly in her seat. She didn't move at all. She was the same as when he left. Pei Wenxuan watched for a moment, then walked forward and half knelt on Li Rong's body. He lifted one of her legs and whispered, "Let me clean your wound first." Li Rong didn't say a word. She kept her head down. No one knew what she was thinking. The carriage set off. It was a little bumpy on the cobblestone road. Pei Wenxuan lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Li Rong. If he looked at her, it would be like his heart was being cut by a sharp knife. He also didn't want to ask Li Rong what she went through. Actually, Li Rong might know something. Yesterday, when he smelled the fragrance on Xianxia's body, he understood. He had countless questions and guesses, but he didn't say anything. He lowered his head and observed Li Rong's wound. He chose the right medicine to apply, then took out a bandage and wrapped it carefully. Li Rong lowered her head and quietly watched him, observing this man. She felt that she had never truly known Pei Wenxuan in her life. His kindness, his gentleness, his meticulousness, and his tolerance, she seemed to have never looked back or cherished him. Pei Wenxuan still allowed her to stare. After he finished bandaging the wound on her leg, he raised his hand to untie her belt. He stood up and bent down, as if he was holding her, and raised his hand to remove her clothes from her shoulders. There was a charcoal fire burning in the carriage. The airtight space was as hot as summer, but the moment her skin touched the air, Li Rong felt a chill coming from her surroundings. But that chill was quickly blocked by Pei Wenxuan. He held her in his arms. Her clothes were stuck in his hands, and he tried to take them away. He was very close to her. She could clearly feel his temperature, his smell, and even hear his heartbeat. She felt his fingertips touching her, and that faint caress and restraint. She sensed his emotions. She looked at the swaying carriage door in front of her and said without any emotion in her voice, "Do you want me?" Pei Wenxuan paused. After a moment, he calmly replied in a low and hoarse voice, "I just want to help you clean your wound." "Why don't you want me?" Li Rong turned her eyes to look at the person beside her. "Why do you always think about me and make things difficult for yourself?" "Don't think too much." Pei Wenxuan didn't dare to look at her eyes. He pulled her clothes away and took the medicine from the side. "I am your husband. I said I won't care about these things." After saying that, Pei Wenxuan took the medicine from the side and lowered his head to apply it on her. When the medicine touched her wounds, Li Rong felt a sharp pain shoot through her body. Her body trembled slightly. Pei Wenxuan looked up at her. "Does it hurt?" There was no lust in his eyes. But she knew that he was a normal man. It was impossible for him to not have lust. It was just that his love was greater than his desire. He was the kind of person who could make such a disgusting thing beautiful. Li Rong's eyelashes fluttered. She lowered her eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "It doesn't hurt." The two of them were silent. Pei Wenxuan applied the medicine for her, put the medicine bottle away, and said softly, "You sleep first. I will guard you." As soon as his voice fell, Li Rong raised her hand and grabbed his sleeve. "I will give it to you." "Your Highness," Pei Wenxuan lowered his eyes, "I don't think it is as unbearable as you think." "Is this unbearable?" Li Rong looked up at him. "If you don't even want this, what can I give you?" Pei Wenxuan was stunned for a moment. Li Rong looked up at him and smiled softly. "I don't care. I am willing." "Pei Wenxuan, in the future, in front of me, you should take care of yourself," she said, stood up, raised her hand to hold his face, and gently kissed his forehead. Her kiss was cold. It was as if the rain of the night had not left. Like a drizzle, the kiss was soft and delicate, and then there was more and more lingering exploration. She had never been like this before. Li Rong's love was always a bit lively and naughty. She enjoyed it freely and received the most sincere response. In this kind of relationship, he gave and she received. When he saw her happy because of him, it was the greatest encouragement. But today she was not like this. She tried her best to take care of him and thought of him all the time. She lowered herself and greeted him like a lowly person, carefully and with all kinds of means to please him. He looked at Li Rong's understanding, looked at Li Rong's sudden growth, looked at Li Rong's thoughtfulness. He suddenly realized that he did not want it. Compared to Li Rong's sacrifice for him, what he wanted more was for Li Rong to always be the princess in his heart, not bowing down to anyone, not bending to anyone, and be proud to the point of being arrogant. At this moment, he felt that Li Rong was like fragile glass. He did not dare to touch her and could only watch everything she did. He knew that she was looking for a way to make herself feel better, but when she knelt in front of him and lowered her head to swallow him, he finally could not endure such torture. He raised his hand and pressed on her shoulder, stopping her movements, and said in a low and hoarse voice, "That's enough." Li Rong stopped, and Pei Wenxuan's hand holding her shoulder trembled slightly. "Li Rong, don't humiliate yourself like this." "Humiliate?" Li Rong looked up at him. "Don't you like it?" Pei Wenxuan did not speak. He looked at Li Rong's expression, and she quietly stared at him. There was only a fine line between madness and calmness. He suddenly realized that at this moment, he was her only salvation and straw. She had to use her own way to complete her punishment and redemption. All his rejection would only push her further into hell. Li Rong saw that he did not speak, so she raised her hand, pressed his hand to the side, and continued her actions. Pei Wenxuan looked at the person kneeling in front of him. She was very calm and very serious. It should have been the pleasure of being drowned, but Pei Wenxuan only felt like he was being dragged into the water. He could not breathe, and everything accumulated in his heart, as if it would explode at any time. He supported himself with both hands on the edge of the seat, and his knuckles began to turn white from exerting too much force. Li Rong's fawning and Li Rong's gentleness were all sharp blades that cut into his heart. He did not protect her. He was useless. He could not stop the wind and rain of this world from turning into sharp blades that destroyed her knees and broke her spine. She was dismembering him. She was using this method of self-harm to make him suffer, to make him despair. She wanted to drag him to hell with her. He suddenly understood how she felt. Under extreme pain, any feeling in the body, whether it was pain or happiness, was salvation. He clenched the wooden board tightly, and his fingernails were bleeding. He suddenly hated her. He called out in a low voice, "Li Rong." Li Rong looked up at him, and at that moment, Pei Wenxuan pulled her up and pressed her against the wall of the car. She hit the wall hard, and the moment the pain came, he kissed her. He had lost his usual gentleness. She could vaguely taste the bitterness and saltiness of tears from the kiss. She was almost suffocated in this storm-like kiss. Before she could figure out where the tears came from, she felt that he had suddenly become one with her. She felt pain. She grabbed his arm tightly. Pei Wenxuan sensed the change in her. He looked up and stared at her with teary eyes. "Are you satisfied?" She did not speak. For the first time in her life, she felt pain because of what Pei Wenxuan had given her. This was actually the most beautiful gift Pei Wenxuan had ever given her, but she had personally turned it into pain. He pressed her hand and moved closer to her. "I'm after your beauty and your power. But I'm not after you. My feelings are dirty and filthy." "Such feelings?" He choked. "Are you at ease now?" She knew that she had done something wrong again. She wanted to explain that she really wanted to be good to him. She did not slander his feelings. She just wanted to do her best to make up for him. But she could not say it. She looked at his hateful eyes. Li Rong's teeth trembled slightly. She smiled. "I'm relieved." As soon as she finished speaking, her tears fell. Their eyes met in the air. They were so close, but because neither of them took half a step back, it was difficult to move an inch. It was so close. Pei Wenxuan suddenly felt sad. He raised his hand and covered Li Rong's face. He wiped away her tears with his thumb. "Li Rong, forgive yourself." These words were like a heavy hammer that struck a piece of glass, shattering her heart. She wanted to fight back and refute, but in the end, she only asked, "If I forgive myself, who will forgive me?" "No one will forgive me." When she said this, she could no longer suppress the pain she had been trying to suppress. Everyone is using me. Chuaner did not believe me and killed me. Xianxia and Su Yongqing watched me die. Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong grabbed Pei Wenchuan's sleeve. She stared at him with tears in her eyes. How can I forgive myself? No one believes me. You all think I'm not good. You think I'm selfish. You think I'm greedy for power. You think I'm unscrupulous. You think I don't care about anyone. So Li Chuan wants to kill me. Xianxia wants me dead. Su Yongqing watched me drink the poison without saying anything. Even you. Li Rong grabbed his clothes tightly. Do you also think I'm forcing you now? I'm slandering your feelings. I'm in pain, so I'm making you suffer too? Pei Wenchuan was stunned. Li Rong lowered her head. She controlled her emotions and tried to calm herself down. She had hurt too many people. Everyone had abandoned her. She wanted to be better to Pei Wenchuan. She should not indulge herself. I don't. She said in a hoarse voice, I just want to be better to you. I want to be better to everyone, but I can't do anything well. I don't speak well. I'm too arbitrary. I'm like a hedgehog. Everyone who sees me thinks I'm not good. I can't even like you well. I've done so much for Chuaner. Tears streamed down her face. But he still doesn't believe me. I quarreled with Chuaner because of Aya, but Aya still gave up on me for a little risk. I've done so much to protect Su Yongqing, but I still can't get into his heart. He doesn't trust me at all. I'm not forcing you. I really just want to be good to you. I don't know what to do. I just don't want you to suffer in front of me. But I still can't do it well. I'm sorry. She looked up at him and said repeatedly, I'm sorry. Pei Wenchuan did not say anything. He looked at Li Rong in front of him. She did not have any manners to speak of. This was probably the most embarrassing moment in his life. Even when he saw her in prison, she still had her clothes and hair tied up. Her posture was calm. But she couldn't care less about that now. Tears smeared her face. She grabbed his sleeve, and her eyes were full of flattery and pleading. Those pleas were like knives, gouging his heart one by one. He could not speak. Every time he opened his mouth, he would feel choked up. So he did not say anything. He picked her up and placed her on his body. He kissed her tears and gently brushed her cheeks. She kept crying. It was as if all the tears in her life flowed at this moment. He gave her all his tenderness and love. When it reached its peak, she could not tell where the tears came from and where they flowed to. They sank into their desires. Until the last moment, she hugged him tightly and said, I'm sorry. He closed his eyes and did not say anything. After a long time, he buried his head in her shoulder and said softly, Your Highness, you did not do anything wrong. Liking you is my business. I don't regret it. As Pei Wenchuan spoke, he took a deep breath and raised his hand to cover her with clothes. Then, he lifted the curtain of the carriage and glanced outside. The carriage had entered Huajing. There was noise all around. Pei Wenchuan confirmed the location and turned his head. He kissed her forehead and said, Don't cry. When we go back, tell me what happened. I will think of a solution with you. Li Rong did not say anything. Pei Wenchuan, Li Rong hugged him. Her voice was hoarse, but it was very calm. When we go back, let's separate. Pei Wenchuan paused. Li Rong looked up at him and said, Don't be sad. When I told you to separate before, it was because I was disappointed in you. Not this time. This time, it's because I like you too much. Li Rong smiled. I want to give you the best in the world. As a lover, not only was she not the best person in the world, she could not even be considered a good girl. She could not bring any benefits to Pei Wenchuan. She even dragged him deep into the mire. She did not even know how to be good to him. There was no such lover. She was only suitable for one person. Silently in the dark, behind him, looking at him, and accompanying him. Secretly giving him money, sending him to a high position, holding power and wealth in front of him. Pei Wenchuan was so clean, so beautiful. He was her bright moon, her sun. He should be hanging high in the sky and should not sink into the darkness with her. Pei Wenxuan looked at her quietly. He seemed to understand her heart. After a short silence, he answered, okay. Li Rong was stunned. Then she saw him gently move forward, close to her. Staring at her. He was so close to her. She could feel their breaths, like the smoke in the incense burner, intertwining, and unable to be separated. He raised his hand to the place closest to her heart. She trembled slightly. Then she heard him speak calmly and seriously, as if he was ordering her. Then give you to me. The carriage suddenly stopped as if they had arrived at their destination. However, even with the soundproof panel, Dong Yi had already heard that something was wrong. When they arrived, he did not rush Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Rong and waited for Li Rong's answer. Li Rong took a deep breath and raised her hand to put on her clothes. She said in a low voice, let's go down first. Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong put on their clothes together. When they got out of the carriage, they found that Dong Yi had already sent someone to bring the sedan chair. Li Rong's foot was injured. Pei Wenxuan helped Li Rong onto the sedan chair and had someone send her all the way to the bedroom. After a night of torment, Li Rong looked very tired. After Pei Wenxuan helped her lie down, he immediately asked the doctor to check on her. The doctor had already been prepared and waited at the door as soon as they entered the residence. After the two entered the room, the doctor followed in. Pei Wenxuan waited for the doctor to take her pulse. After a while, he saw Dong Yi standing at the door and whispered, young master. When Pei Wenxuan saw that Dong Yi did not come in, he knew that it was not good to talk about it in front of Li Rong. He nodded and greeted the people around him to take good care of Li Rong. Then, he turned and walked out. When he reached the door, he saw Zhao Chongzhou standing in the courtyard. Zhao Chongzhou's expression was not very good. Pei Wenxuan knew the result. Where is he? He ran away. Zhao Chongzhou's face was stiff. Young Master Su brought people here too quickly. I didn't have time. Pei Wenxuan was not surprised. At that time, Su Rongguo was concerned about Su Yongqing. It was normal for him to find Su Yongqing. He nodded and said softly, go back and rest first. This matter. This subordinate must inform your highness. Zhao Chongzhou interrupted him, as if he had misunderstood something. Pei Wenxuan smiled, I'm not asking you not to tell his highness. You're from the inspectorate, I know very well. I mean, I'll talk to her about it. You don't have to report it to her. This request was not too much. Zhao Chongzhou nodded. Is there anything else? Zhao Chongzhou shook his head. Pei Wenxuan was concerned about Li Rong, so he waved his hand and said, you may leave. After that, Pei Wenxuan returned to his room. The doctor had already checked Li Rong's pulse. When Pei Wenxuan came in, the doctor was packing up and preparing to go to the next room for consultation. Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong greeted each other and went to the side room together. When the doctor saw Pei Wenxuan come in, his face was a little nervous. Pei Wenxuan's heart was hanging, but he still raised his hand, say what you want to say. Just say it. Darren, the princess has some external injuries, but it's not serious. Please rest assured. One of the doctors came up to report. Pei Wenxuan nodded. What else? If it was only this sentence, these doctors should not have this kind of reaction. Also. The doctor hesitated for a moment and said slowly, Her Highness is pregnant. The moment he heard this, Pei Wenxuan was stunned. The doctor said the most difficult thing, so he continued, this turbulence caused the fetal position to be unstable. I hope your highness can rest assured and take care of the fetus to avoid any accidents. Pei Wenxuan listened and did not say anything. Everyone waited for him, their hearts in turmoil. Princess Ping Li was now divorced, but she was diagnosed as pregnant. The first to know was the former prince consort. Whether the princess was pregnant or the former prince consort knew, any one of these reasons was enough for these doctors to feel uneasy. Pei Wenxuan was silent for a long time. All the doctors looked at the head doctor. The head doctor braced himself, Darren? Oh. When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he finally came back to his senses. He nodded and looked calm. He immediately ordered, don't spread this matter. Is Her Highness' health okay? Darren, don't worry. When everyone heard Pei Wenxuan's tone, they felt relieved. Her Highness has a good rest. There is no serious problem. We will definitely keep this matter a secret. We will not let outsiders know. Pei Wenxuan nodded. He seemed to be absent-minded. You can write a prescription first. If anyone has any taboos or how to do it better for pregnant women, tell me. The doctor nodded repeatedly. The group of people talked with Pei Wenxuan for a long time. Pei Wenxuan asked carefully about how to take care of Li Rong. Finally, he went back. When he walked out of the door, he turned back and frowned. During pregnancy, will she be paranoid, sensitive, emotional, and irritable? Everyone was stunned. They did not understand why Pei Wenxuan asked such a question. However, they all nodded and said, Darren, just bear with it. Pei Wenxuan nodded, I understand. After saying that, Pei Wenxuan turned around and walked down the corridor. No one knew what he was thinking. They watched him walk all the way to Li Rong's room. The door to Li Rong's room was closed, but he did not notice. He directly bumped into the door. With a bang, he covered his face and nose in pain. Li Rong was in the room listening to Zhao Chongjiu report about her disappearance. When she suddenly heard the bang, she raised her chin. Zhao Chongjiu immediately went to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Pei Wenxuan bending over and covering his face in pain. Zhao Chongjiu could not help but be stunned. Lord Pei? Pei Wenxuan waved his hand and sucked in a cold breath. Li Rong looked up and called out softly, Pei Wenxuan? I'm fine. I bumped into the door. Pei Wenxuan replied. After a while, he finally straightened up and looked at Zhao Chongjiu. Are you done reporting? Almost. Zhao Chongjiu nodded and turned to bow to Li Rong. Your Highness, this subordinate will take his leave. Keep an eye on Li Cheng's situation. Li Rong ordered, then said softly, Go. Zhao Chongjiu bowed and left. Pei Wenxuan was still standing at the door. Li Rong saw that Pei Wenxuan was still in a daze and looked up. Why are you still standing there? Come in and sit. Pei Wenxuan heard this and came back to his senses. He nodded, closed the door, and walked in. He sat down. Li Rong looked at him and chuckled. I have a terminal illness? No. Pei Wenxuan denied and quickly replied, You're fine. Don't think too much. If you don't think too much, then sit down. I'll discuss it with you. Li Rong took 3 pieces of paper from the side. Last night, Chuaner was attacked by an assassin, but it's not serious. Li Qing is now hanging on by a thread in the palace. Consort Ro was summoned to the palace to take care of Li Qing. His Majesty hasn't made a move yet. Firstly, he's probably waiting for Xiao Su. Secondly, he's waiting for Li Cheng's last news. Pei Wenxuan nodded. Li Rong took out the 3rd piece of paper, so here's the worst news. Pei Wenxuan looked up. Li Rong calmly said, Sun Quan brought news from the northwest. Cui Qing had betrayed and assassinated Qin Lin. He took over Qin Lin's army in the northwest. Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan's eyes suddenly widened. Li Rong put the paper on the table and said calmly, The army in the northwest can't come over, so this matter has to be hidden. I've already informed Lin Feibai to transfer troops from the southwest and asked Shangguanya to prepare the Shangguan family's army. But the Shangguan family only has 30,000 troops. Lin Feibai has 20,000, I have 10,000 in Qingzhou, and your Pei family has less than 20,000. The total number of troops is at most 80,000. Originally, Qin Lin in the northwest raised 50,000 troops, which added up to 130,000 troops. But now that Cui Qing has betrayed him, I'm afraid that the 50,000 troops in the northwest can't be counted on. Xiao Su has 50,000 troops, His Majesty has 50,000 troops, and the Su clan has at least 20,000 troops. That's a total of 120,000 troops. The remaining aristocratic families have countless troops, but just like in the previous life, no benefits can move them. If they make a move, their plan will be in vain. Moreover, this time, with Su Yongqing around, it's hard to say who the aristocratic families will betray in the end. I guess they're more likely to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. They'll listen to whoever wins. This is the current situation. Li Rong looked at Pei Wenxuan. What do you think? Pei Wenchuan listened and thought quietly for a while. Although it seems that His Majesty has more people than us in the overall situation, as long as we can stabilize the situation in Huajing in advance, most of the people in the world will submit to us. At that time, even if Xiaosu and His Majesty's direct subordinates come back, they will be considered rebels and traitors and will be punished by the world. In this case, once the Crown Prince succeeds the throne, it's unknown whether His Majesty's direct subordinates will move or not. And Xiaosu has been in charge of the Northwest for less than 2 years. If he leads 50,000 troops to rebel, I'm afraid that they will also be in a state of disunity. As for Su Yongqing, Pei Wenchuan thought for a while. It's still unknown whether he can take charge of the Su clan. Stabilize the situation in Huajing, Li Rong murmured. She raised her head and looked at Pei Wenchuan. Why don't you think that there's actually another way? What does your highness mean? What I mean is, Li Rong's gaze was steady, but there was a bit of unspeakable sadness in the depths of her eyes. Once Li Qing dies, the Crown Prince will be the only successor. The Crown Prince and His Majesty are not absolute enemies, nor are they absolute allies with me and Mother Empress. As long as he hands over me and the Shangguan clan, His Majesty will let him go. Pei Wenchuan didn't speak. Li Rong closed her eyes. In fact, this is the best plan. If he hands over me and Mother Empress, the Shangguan clan will be exterminated in the name of assassinating the prince. He will smoothly take over the throne, take over the army from His Majesty, and become a pure ruler of the Li family. As Li Rong spoke, she couldn't help but laugh. This way, the world will be stable and there will be no need to make a big fuss. The people will also live well. Your Highness is also right. Pei Wenchuan answered calmly. Hearing this, Li Rong opened his eyes and looked at Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan met Li Rong's gaze. But, will His Highness the Crown Prince agree? Li Rong didn't speak. Pei Wenchuan raised her hand and held Li Rong's hand. Your Highness, have you forgotten? Not long after you were reborn, I told you. After power, it's the human heart. It's not a simple choice of interests. For the same thing, some people will choose to gain, while others will choose to lose. But I don't trust Li Chuan. Li Rong spoke directly. Pei Wenchuan fell silent. Make arrangements, Li Rong ordered calmly. As soon as Li Qing dies, His Majesty will arrest him. Before that, I have to leave Huajing and go to Qingzhou. Don't let anyone know about this. I'll leave by myself. What about Xianxia? Pei Wenchuan looked at her. After I leave, inform the Shangguan family. If she informed the Shangguan family after she left, it would be equivalent to putting the Shangguan family in Huajing as a cover. This would allow her to leave the capital more safely. However, this would also directly put the Shangguan family in danger. If she left and missed the opportunity, no one in the Shangguan family would be able to leave. Pei Wenchuan looked at her. Li Rong's expression was cold. She turned to Pei Wenchuan. What do you think is wrong? Your Highness, Pei Wenchuan asked seriously, if something happens, won't you regret it? Li Rong didn't speak. She met Pei Wenchuan's gaze. Do you know what I heard last night? I know. Pei Wenchuan's gaze didn't change. Li Chuan killed you. Shangguanya watched you die. Su Yongqing brought you poison. You're not surprised? Li Rong laughed. Pei Wenchuan shook his head. I'm not surprised by anything in my previous life. In that case, Li Rong felt a little strange. Why are you still persuading me? That's what happened in my previous life. I can let it go, but that doesn't mean I don't care. People have to have power to make choices. When it comes to power, they shouldn't be mixed with emotions. I used to say that I liked power, but when I made decisions, I always trusted them and was willing to risk my life for them. That's why I always wanted to help Chuaner solve his current and future problems. Mother scolded me and said that what I thought was what the emperor thought. I'm a princess. In the eyes of the future emperor, I'm no different from an aristocratic family. At that time, I thought she was stupid. Now, I understand that I'm the stupid one. Li Rong turned her head and looked at Pei Wenchuan. She reached out and held Pei Wenchuan's hand. In my previous life, I chose them. I didn't choose myself. This time, I want to choose myself. Whether you regret it or not, Li Rong looked at Pei Wenxuan. Let me go. Let the filth and fighting in Huajing stay in Huajing. Let her leave this place. The sky is high and the sea is wide. There will be a way back. Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Rong with a pleading expression. After a long time, he lowered his head and smiled. Your Highness, do you remember? Your Highness and I have made 2 bets. One was at the Gathering Wealth Hall. We bet on whether Xianxia was there or not. The other time, we bet on where the imperial edict would come first. I remember. Li Rong knew what Pei Wenxuan meant. Are you here to ask me for a bet? Your Highness has already worn the Persian dancer's clothes for me. There's one more thing left. Your Highness, please do it for me. Li Rong looked at Pei Wenxuan and said with certainty, you don't want me to leave? Whether you leave or not, it's your Highness's decision. In fact, I think it's fine. However, I'm afraid that your Highness will have regrets. I want to give your Highness more choices. Pei Wenxuan said and leaned forward. Your Highness, please come with me to see His Highness the Crown Prince. Li Rong's hands trembled slightly when she heard this. Pei Wenxuan smiled. Your Highness, you don't dare? Why wouldn't I dare to see him? However, I still have to arrange for leaving the city. I'll arrange it. Pei Wenxuan interrupted her. Your Highness, you don't have to say anything when you see His Highness the Crown Prince. Just chat with His Highness as usual. After the chat, I'll support your Highness whether you leave or stay. Li Rong had nothing else to say. She raised her hand and patted Pei Wenxuan's hand. Then I'll listen to you. Li Rong was about to get up, but Pei Wenxuan raised his hand and stopped her. I'll go get the clothes. Don't catch a cold. Pei Wenxuan said and went to the closet to get the clothes. He ordered a sedan chair to be prepared outside. Then, he turned back to help Li Rong put on the clothes and helped her comb her hair. When he was about to do her makeup, he paused. Li Rong looked up. What's wrong? Nothing. I just feel that your Highness is like a lotus flower in clear water. There's no need to decorate too much. Pei Wenxuan said and put down the eyebrow pencil. That's it. Li Rong only thought that he was in a hurry to see Li Chuan. She didn't think much about it. She let him carry her out of the room and put her on the sedan chair. The two went to the East Palace together. After reporting, Pei Wenxuan sent Li Rong to the door. Li Rong stood in front of the door and heard Li Chuan coughing softly. Sister, you're here? Quick, let sister in. Li Rong didn't know why, but she suddenly didn't dare to enter. She grabbed Pei Wenxuan's hand. Pei Wenxuan patted her hand and ordered the servants, His Highness, the Crown Prince, isn't receiving guests right now. There's a difference between men and women. Prepare a screen. The servants obeyed and placed the screen in the room. Pei Wenxuan helped Li Rong into the room. As soon as she entered the room, she saw the screen and sensed the person behind it. Li Rong couldn't help but tremble slightly. Pei Wenxuan helped Li Rong sit down in a chair. Li Rong and Li Chuan sat down across the screen. Li Rong felt as if she had returned to her previous life, the night before Li Chuan announced that she would be the regent of the country. She placed her hands on the armrest and lowered her head. Pei Wenxuan covered her with a blanket and squatted in front of her. He looked up at her and said, Your Highness, there are some roads that you have to walk alone. This humble subject will wait for you outside. Li Rong gripped the armrest tightly. She looked at Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan placed his hand on hers and said softly, Don't be afraid. After speaking, Pei Wenxuan stood up and left, closing the door behind him. Li Rong and Li Chuan were suddenly left in the room. Both of them were very quiet. Li Rong slowly raised her head and looked at the silhouette on the screen. Li Chuan seemed to have sat up. He was separated by the screen, like a ghost that had crossed over 2 lifetimes. Li Rong didn't know why, but the rims of her eyes suddenly turned red. The two of them were silent. After a long time, Li Chuan coughed softly and said, Sister, are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Li Rong controlled her tone so that it sounded as if nothing had happened. Li Chuan coughed and caught his breath. He said softly, Sister, don't worry. I'm fine. It's just a small injury. I'll be fine soon. It's good that you're fine. Li Rong didn't know what to say. After a long silence, Li Chuan hesitated and asked, "Sister, why are you looking for me?" "It's nothing," Li Rong said softly, "I just had a nightmare. I wanted to see you and say a few words to you. It'll be good to know that you're okay." "Sister, what did you dream of?" "It's..." Li Rong hesitated and said slowly, "I dreamed that you killed me." "How is that possible?" Li Chuan laughed and said decisively, "Sister, don't worry. No matter what, I won't hurt you. If anyone wants to harm you, they'll have to walk over my dead body." Li Rong listened and couldn't help but laugh. "I know." Her eyes were sour and teary. "Since we were young, you said that you wanted to protect me. I remember that year when they said that the princess was going to be sent to the north for a political marriage. I was very afraid. I was afraid that when I grew up, I would be sent to the north for a political marriage. You told me that in the future, you would." Li Rong's voice was choked with sobs. She paused for a long time before continuing, "You would pacify the north and drive those barbarians all the way to the desert. You would not let such a political marriage fall on the heads of any princess of the Xia kingdom, especially me." "Sister, why are you talking about your childhood?" Li Chuan sat cross-legged and seemed to be happy. "Is it because I'm not good to you now and you're starting to remember the good things and the bad things?" "No, it's just that when I heard that you were injured because of me, I thought of the good things you did to me when we were young." "Sister, are you not good to me?" Li Chuan's shadow on the screen had the arrogance of a young man. As he spoke, he gestured. "I remember that when I was young, I was sharing peaches with you on Bao. Mother caught us and put me in confinement. She said that I was the crown prince. You have to know that I am superior and others are inferior. How could I share peaches with a servant? You also know that the confinement room was dark without any light. You were the only one who kept talking to me at the door. I was confined for 3 days, and you talked at the door for 3 days." Li Chuan didn't know why, but his voice became hoarse. "Also, didn't I raise a big tabby cat in the palace? That cat was very intelligent. It didn't kiss others, but it would kiss me. I always hid from others to feed it. Later, I was discovered. They wanted me to bury the cat alive. Mother said that this was to teach me a lesson. How could a crown prince be partial to something, especially a tabby cat that no one raised? When I didn't bury it, Mother had people snatch the cat and beat it to death. I protected the cat in my arms. I thought that it would be better if they beat me to death. What's the point of being the crown prince? Didn't sister block the beating with her body? But in the end, didn't you still bury the cat alive?" Li Rong asked. Li Chuan didn't speak. He was silent for a long time. On the screen, he sat cross-legged. He seemed to be looking up at something. "Because I don't want sister to be beaten because of me again." Li Chuan finally spoke. "Isn't it just a cat? If it's buried, then so be it. You can't let sister and I be buried together with this cat, right?" Li Rong couldn't speak. She felt tears flowing down her face. She suddenly realized that all these years, she didn't really understand Li Chuan. She also didn't really understand how her younger brother grew up. When he was young, she was also young. She didn't understand the various things about the young Li Chuan. When she grew up, she forgot about it. Just like this cat. She thought that Li Chuan couldn't take the beating. But in fact, at that time, Li Chuan couldn't take the beating, not the punishment in the palace. It was his sister's suffering. He didn't bury the cat with his own hands. He buried himself. He didn't want to be the crown prince. But for Li Rong, for Shang Guanyu, and for the people he cherished, he became the crown prince. He was soft-hearted, naive, and pure. But for Li Rong, for Shang Guanyu, he learned to be tough and cold. He restrained his gentleness and naivety. He suppressed all of his love and desire. He buried himself deep in the palace. He hoped that he could raise Li Rong and Shang Guanyu like dirt. He wanted to watch them grow, bloom, and live a stable life. This was her younger brother. No matter how cruel and terrifying her younger brother's future was, at the age of 17, He was still the young man behind the screen who was willing to transform his body into mountains and rivers. He was willing to give the people he loved a beautiful scenery. Older sister, Li Chuan lowered his head. He seemed to know that Li Rong was crying. He said in a hoarse voice, "What did you come here to ask?" "Chuaner," Li Rong took a deep breath, "if it's destined, one day, you will become a monarch like Father Emperor. No, you will be more outstanding than him. But you will be as cold and suspicious as him. You will kill many people and cause chaos in the world. But you will also succeed in the northern expedition and break the shackles of the aristocratic families. You will imprison your mother, kill your uncle, kill half of your clan, and finally poison your older sister. You will lose the people you love, but you will also become the emperor. Tell me, what should I do?" "You mean," Li Chuan seemed to understand everything, "I will kill you?" "Yes." Li Rong smiled, "But this is just a dream. You don't have to." Before she finished speaking, she heard the sound of a sword being unsheathed. Li Rong looked up in surprise. She saw Li Chuan step out of the screen with a sword in hand. He was holding the sword. There were traces of tears on his face. "Actually, I have long realized that older sister is different from before." Li Chuan looked at Li Rong. He handed the scabbard to Li Rong and pointed the tip of the sword at himself. He knelt in front of Li Rong. His eyes were filled with tears, but they were firm and bright. "If this is the future, please kill me now." Li Rong did not speak. Li Chuan knelt in front of her and looked up at her. His gaze carried the unique fearlessness of a young man, as if it could break through all the haze in the world. They faced each other in silence. After a long time, Li Rong suddenly stood up and pointed her sword at Li Chuan's neck. The overly sharp blade cut Li Chuan's skin with just a touch. Drops of blood licked the blade. Li Chuan did not dodge and met Li Rong's gaze. "Do you think I don't dare to kill you?" Outside the door, a cold wind blew, sweeping up the withered leaves. Pei Wenxuan folded his hands in his sleeves and turned his back to the door. He looked at the sudden cold wind and looked up at the dense dark clouds in the sky. "It's not that you don't dare to kill me," Li Chuan answered calmly. "It's that I have no regrets dying in your hands. If it's really like what you said, and I want to walk down that path, then I'd rather my life end here. It can be considered a good end." Li Rong did not speak. She held her sword and stared at Li Chuan. They were in a deadlock. Li Chuan's expression was full of determination. He did not retreat at all. It was as if he was really prepared to die and was waiting for her judgment. But how could she judge? He did not do anything. He was still so good. But if he ascended the throne, if he grew up, perhaps 30 years later, he would send a cup of poison to her. Time was too cruel and too vicious. Li Rong looked at the clear expression of the young man in front of her and suddenly raised her sword. Li Chuan closed his eyes. The sword fell quickly and cut open Li Chuan's crown. Li Chuan's hair fell down. He opened his eyes. Li Rong held her sword and panted. "I will return to Qingzhou. In this life, I will never enter Huajing again. I will let you go." Li Rong looked up at Li Chuan. "Please let me go in the future." After Li Rong finished speaking, he threw the sword to the ground and turned to leave. Li Chuan knelt on the ground. When she put her hand on the door, he said hoarsely, "Sister, why can't you trust me more?" "It's not you that I don't trust." Li Rong lowered his eyes. "It's this world. There were too many filthy things in this world." She didn't know what Li Chuan would become once he reached the top. The moment he became the emperor, she would become an aristocratic family. They would never have a unified standpoint and would have to constantly be suspicious of each other in the depths of the palace. She knew very well what kind of person she was. In fact, Li Chuan was right to kill her back then. If Li Chuan died, whether it was Li Ping or Li Xian, when they threatened her, she might not necessarily not cripple them. Li Rong calmed herself down and her expression slowly returned to normal. Then, she pushed the door open with both hands. The cold wind suddenly blew in, causing her wide sleeves to flutter. She looked up and saw Pei Wenxuan with his hands in his sleeves, turning his head to look at her. "Finished talking?" Pei Wenxuan smiled. Li Rong nodded. "Let's go." Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan walked over to hug her. Li Rong stopped him. "What are you doing?" Your leg, are you going to limp out of the crown prince's residence? Li Rong hesitated for a moment, thinking that it would be too ugly to limp out, so she didn't make a sound and let Pei Wenxuan carry her. She hung on Pei Wenxuan's body with her head down and didn't say a word. She didn't know why Pei Wenxuan was happy, but he was smiling the whole time. She felt a little uncomfortable and looked up at Pei Wenxuan. Seeing that he was still smiling, she couldn't help but feel angry. She frowned and said, "Why are you smiling all day long? Are you laughing at me?" Ah? When Pei Wenxuan heard Li Rong blaming him, he came back to his senses and quickly explained, "No, it's just that I'm happy that your highness is back. Everything can be solved. Your highness is fine, so I don't feel unhappy." "Are you that happy?" Li Rong didn't believe it. Pei Wenxuan didn't dare to entangle with her and quickly changed the topic. "How did your talk with the crown prince go?" "I'm going back to Qingzhou." Li Rong leaned on Pei Wenxuan's chest and said in a faint voice, "I won't come back in the future, but I'll do my best to support Li Chuan. If there's anything, just tell me. I'll leave it to you." Pei Wenxuan responded, "Your highness, don't worry. I'll deal with it as appropriate." Li Rong closed her eyes and responded. Pei Wenxuan sent her to the carriage. The two returned to the mansion together. Pei Wenxuan let Li Rong rest for a while. Li Rong lay on the bed and watched Pei Wenxuan put down the bed curtain. When the darkness completely covered the bed, she suddenly felt a little scared. She grabbed Pei Wenxuan and called out, "Wenxuan." Pei Wenxuan stopped. He saw the hand holding his. He hesitated for a moment and then put up the bed curtain again. He softly coaxed her, "You lie down first. I'll go and tell them. I'll be back soon." Hearing Pei Wenxuan say such words, Li Rong felt a little embarrassed. She didn't know why she became like this. She pretended to be calm and said, "I'm fine. Do what you need to do. I'll just call you." Pei Wenxuan smiled and didn't say anything. He went out and told the people to do what they needed to do. Then, he turned back. As soon as he entered the room, he saw that the bed curtain had been put down. He was afraid that Li Rong had fallen asleep, so he quietly entered the room. After taking off his outer robe, he lifted the bed curtain. As soon as he lifted the bed curtain, he found Li Rong sitting inside. She was leaning against the wall with her knees bent. She was hugging herself like a child. This appearance made Pei Wenxuan's heart tingle slightly, but he didn't show any abnormality. He lifted the bed curtain and climbed onto the bed. Like Li Rong, he leaned against the wall and sat with his knees bent. He was some distance away from Li Rong. He wanted to warm up the cold air that he brought back from going out. Li Rong turned to look at him and felt a little strange. "Why are you so far away from me?" Without waiting for Pei Wenxuan to explain, she moved over and leaned against him shoulder to shoulder. Pei Wenxuan tucked her in the quilt and wrapped her up from the neck down. He didn't forget to considerately ask, "Are you cold?" Li Rong leaned on his shoulder and said with disdain, "It's so hot." "Then why are you still leaning on me?" Pei Wenxuan laughed. Li Rong was too lazy to pay attention to him. She smelled the incense on his body and said lightly, "I'm going to leave soon. One more day is one more day. In the future, I won't be able to rely on you." "Why? Can't you give me this little bit of time?" Pei Wenxuan listened to her words. He pursed his lips and secretly smiled, "Your highness won't come back this time. You don't even want me anymore?" I said, "Let's separate." Li Rong closed her eyes and said straightforwardly. Pei Wenxuan thought for a moment, "I still don't understand. What did I do wrong that you want to separate from me?" "There's nothing wrong. It's all my fault. You're making me panic even more." Pei Wenxuan raised his hand and put it on her shoulder. "I must have made a big mistake. You won't forgive me at all." Li Rong didn't say anything. She knew Pei Wenxuan was teasing her. She leaned on him for a long time. She whispered, "Pei Wenxuan, we're completely different people." "That's right." Pei Wenxuan answered decisively, "I knew it when I saw you in my previous life. I don't know how to treat you well. I always mess things up. In my previous life, I beat you, scolded you, and bullied you. In this life, I still beat you, scolded you, and bullied you. I wanted to treat you better, so I gave you an official position. You were so angry that you fainted in the imperial court. This morning, I wanted to be more proactive, but you were so angry that you almost cried. Li Rong spoke seriously. Pei Wenxuan didn't know why, but he wanted to laugh. Li Rong, are you really reflecting on yourself? Li Rong froze. Pei Wenxuan thought about it. He felt that Li Rong was like a child now. He coughed softly and pulled her into his arms. Okay, I know you're upset. I won't laugh at you. If there's anything you're unhappy about, you can tell me. Pei Wenxuan, Li Rong's voice was very soft, I'm very bad. Oh, I know. Pei Wenxuan raised his hand and pointed one finger at a time. You look down on people, you're arrogant, you like to beat people, you're also unreasonable from time to time. You're careless and always ignore my feelings. Your words are very unpleasant. You always talk about rules with others, but you're the one who doesn't follow the rules the most. You even need someone to serve you in bed. Taking the initiative is harder than ascending to heaven, Pei Wenxuan. Li Rong shouted angrily. Pei Wenxuan faced her and his 10 fingers continued to fall. You don't allow others to criticize you and only allow others to praise you. Your limbs are not diligent and you can't distinguish between grain and grain, get out. Li Rong couldn't stand him anymore. She pushed Pei Wenxuan and wanted to push him off the bed, but her strength was far from enough to push a grown man off the bed. Pei Wenxuan laughed and looked at her push him, scolding her in detail. He talked about her kicking him when she was sleeping, all the way to her and Su Yongqing teaming up to anger him. Seeing that Li Rong was about to cry, he finally stopped, laughed and hugged her in his arms, coaxing her, but so what? I like you. Who wants you to like me? Get out. I won't get out. I'll stick to you. Pei Wenxuan said and kissed her, I'll stick to you for a lifetime. Pei Wenxuan. Li Rong scolded him with red eyes, you're so shameless. Wife, why would I want to be shameless? Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Rong crying. He held her in his arms and patted her gently. Alright, don't cry anymore. You've been crying for so long today. Don't cry too much. Your temper is not bad, it's too good. You always take responsibility for everything, but people always have a limit. Mistakes may not be made by one person, but it's also not made by you alone. You don't know how bad I am. Don't be in a hurry to say that you're not good. Tell me what happened. You've been crying for a long time, I'm still in a daze. Didn't you say that you know everything? Li Rong sniffed. Pei Wenxuan laughed, then I have to be sure. Is your highness the same as what I know? You've indeed hidden a lot from me. Li Rong immediately grasped the key point. Pei Wenxuan choked for a long time and sighed, Li Rong, you've really focused all your cleverness on me. Li Rong stiffened. Without waiting for her to apologize, Pei Wenxuan continued, I'm indeed the person you love the most. Li Rong smiled through her tears. Pei Wenxuan pulled her to lean against the wall and covered her with a quilt. He also took a cup of warm water for her to drink and a warm bag for her to hold. He returned to her side, come, tell me. Your husband is listening. Li Rong turned her head and glared at him. She paused for a moment and finally sorted out her thoughts. She told Pei Wenxuan what Su Yongqing told her. When she first heard these words, it made her feel pain and disgust. Perhaps it was because she recalled it too many times, or perhaps it was because Pei Wenxuan was there. When she told Pei Wenxuan about it, she didn't have such big ups and downs. She just felt a little stuffy, a little sour, and an unspeakable grievance. I've done so much for them in my previous life. In the end, I ended up like this. I feel a little sad. It's just that I feel so wronged and sad, but I can't find anyone to scold. Do you think Chuaner was wrong? Li Rong chuckled, he's the emperor. What's wrong with killing a princess who dared to openly ask the Empress Dowager to depose him and his son? Do you think Su Yongqing was wrong? Li Rong lowered her head and sighed, his entire clan was killed by my younger brother. He was already soft-hearted not to kill me for revenge. In order to protect the bloodline of the Su clan, for revenge, for power, what's wrong with standing by and watching me and my brother kill each other? As for Xianxia, Li Rong pursed her lips and finally smiled bitterly, the Shangguan clan is in a precarious situation. As the empress elected by the Shangguan clan, how is it wrong for her to stand by and watch me die for the sake of the Shangguan clan and her son? It's against human ethics for her to have an affair with Su Ronghua, but if the Chuana really only favors Qin Zhenzhen, how cruel would it be for her to die alone in the palace? We're all human. I understand. Li Rong raised her head and said softly, "Why do you think I'm with Su Yongqing? Isn't it because I can't stand being alone?" After Li Rong said this, she couldn't help but glance at Pei Wenxuan. "What I'm saying, I'm willing to listen." Pei Wenxuan smiled, "I've lost you for more than 20 years. If possible, I want to make up for it. You don't have to worry, I'm willing to listen to you." Li Rong smiled. She kept a distance from Pei Wenxuan. "In fact, after being with you, I've always thought that it's unfair. You were alone for so many years in your previous life. You can endure loneliness, but I can't. I'm with Su Yongqing because I'm afraid of being alone. I eat alone, sleep alone, and even if I'm sick, I can't feel that anyone cares about me. It seems that no one likes me or cares about me. He cares about me, treats me well, and likes me, so I like him. I like him, so I force him." "Force him to do what?" Pei Wenxuan didn't understand. Li Rong didn't say anything. She looked at the bed curtain. After a long time, she said in a hoarse voice, "I can endure it for 1 year, 5 years, 10 years. But I've always remembered the feeling you gave me. He's disabled, and he's embarrassed, but every time I ask, he'll still help me. He always wears his clothes neatly. I can't feel that he's happy, but I still can't help it. I've thought of keeping a gigolo, and I even almost brought someone back once. But I can't tolerate being casual with someone, so in the end, I sent him away. So you know," Li Rong lowered her head and smiled awkwardly, "I'm more disgusting than you think. When I hear about Shangguanya and Su Ronghua, I feel especially disgusted. But I'm not disgusted with them, I'm disgusted with myself. I can't blame Shangguanya, Li Chuan, or even Su Yongqing. Since yesterday, I've been thinking that if I'd done a better job, I wouldn't have separated from you so hastily. I should have cared more about Chuan. I should have helped Shangguanya leave the palace, I should have let Su Yongqing die, or not let him take advantage of the emptiness in my life, or not be so cruel to him. There are many things I can change. I don't want to be so despicable and disgusting." Li Rong turned to look at Pei Wenxuan. "Would my life be different then?" Pei Wenxuan didn't say anything. She quietly looked into his eyes. Li Rong smiled. "Do you know why I separated from you? The time I spent with you was actually stolen by me. On the day you confessed to me, I asked you to wait for me. I thought I could change. I thought I could forget the past in this life, as if I was still 18 years old. I didn't sink into lust, I didn't do so many wrong things. I didn't have to worry about gains and losses because of a relationship. I could learn how to treat you well and learn how to accept love calmly. But now I know that I can't learn. I've worked hard. I've worked hard all my life. Maybe I didn't have a good relationship with you in my previous life because I didn't treat you well. But I've been very good to them. Very good, but he still couldn't get the friendship he deserved. Maybe their standpoints were different, but he didn't even get the slightest bit of hesitation and warmth. When you're with me, you always have to put up with my mistakes, my stupidity, my ignorance, and my pretentiousness. Why bother? Don't wait until you've worn down your feelings for each other to the point that it's disgusting to look at you. In fact, I'm a very good ally." Li Rong looked at Pei Wenxuan with a bit of pride in his eyes. "If we don't talk about feelings." Pei Wenxuan didn't say anything. He quietly looked at Li Rong. Li Rong raised his hand and pushed him. "What are you looking at? Can't you speak?" "Nothing, I'm just thinking about the past." "Huh? When I first met your highness, I was very nervous." Pei Wenxuan leaned against the wall with a smile on his face. "I heard that your highness is arrogant and willful. I also know that you don't come from a good family. I thought that your highness must be very unwilling to marry me. I'm afraid that I'll have to suffer. You must be thinking about how to deal with me," Li Rong said with certainty. Pei Wenxuan was a dog who wouldn't let himself be taken advantage of. Since he thought that she was unruly, he must have thought of a way. "Yes, I was fully prepared. In the end, when you moved the fan away and secretly looked at me, I suddenly forgot everything. I only remembered that you were good-looking the whole night. Then you looked at me, blushed, and obediently drank wine with me. After that, you sat on the bed with me. I didn't dare to say anything because I was afraid that you would dislike me. In the end, you sat with me for a long time and whispered to me, "Lang Jun, are you still not going to rest?" Pei Wenxuan imitated Li Rong's voice. Li Rong pushed him. Pei Wenxuan's smile widened. I never thought that your highness would not dislike my identity as a member of the cult family. That night, when you cried out in pain, I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. I thought that I might be punished tomorrow. The rules that were given to me by the palace were to be learned by the emperor's son-in-law. In the end, when I woke up the next morning, not only did you not beat me, you even personally got up to tie my crown. You didn't know how to do it at all. You pretended to be virtuous, and after a long time, your face turned red. It happened a long time ago. Li Rong was a little embarrassed. Why are you talking about this? When you accompanied me to the Pei family, you didn't put on any airs at all. You even knelt down and offered tea to my elders. After we came back, you took good care of me. When I coughed, you had people prepare pear water for me. When I was heaty, you had people boil mung bean soup. I often drank. Every time I came back, you personally took care of me. You knew that my stomach was not good, so you specially prepared medicine. I threw up and made a fuss, but you still tolerated me. At that time, everyone looked down on me. Even though I was the top student in the academy for 3 years, I was actually nothing in the imperial court. But you didn't think so. You always praised me for doing well. You were the first person to say that I was better than Su Yongqing. You were also the first person to say that when talking about me, you didn't say that it was a pity. You were also the first person to not mention my father when talking about me. Li Rong. Pei. Wenxuan turned his head and looked at Li Rong. Actually, it was you who helped me walk out of the shadow of my poor family and my father's shadow. Don't think that I'm very good. In fact, I was once extreme, self-abased, and cowardly. As Pei Wenxuan spoke, he put his arm around Li Rong and let Li Rong lean on his shoulder. After you and I separated, I saw many things in the imperial court. You are the cleanest person I've ever seen in the imperial court. You're talking nonsense. Li Rong laughed. I'm considered clean? Your Highness, you feel disgusted because you have high expectations for yourself. You are a human, not a saint. What's wrong with having a little desire? It's already not easy for you to keep your bottom line and the gentleness in your heart. You punish corrupt officials. You speak out for injustice. You hate scheming against each other. Even you support the aristocratic families not to protect your own interests, but because you think that a stable imperial court is better for the people. Everyone in the imperial court knows about the Su clan's case. Su Ronghua didn't collude with Prince Su, but no one dared to say anything. Only you dared to confront His Majesty. Even if you were beaten, you still protected the old and young. When you reincarnated, concubine Ming committed suicide in the main hall during the imperial court. Everyone avoided her like the plague. You also put on clothes for her. You say that you care about power, but you always treat the crown prince as your younger brother. You treat Xianxia as your friend. You also trust Su Yongqing. You're loyal to your ruler and loyal to your friends. In this deep palace, you've always used your own way to practice the way of a gentleman. Look, in the past 30 years, other than you, who else has done it in this vat of dye? Isn't there still you? Li Rong thought for a moment. This is what I should do. Your Highness, Pei Wenxuan shook his head. I almost took the wrong path countless times. It's just that when I faced those temptations, I would think of Your Highness. Every time, I would think of how you would look at me. Your Highness is like my mirror, reflecting my clothes. What I did was much easier than what Your Highness did. I followed Your Highness, but Your Highness walked forward alone. My perseverance was because I was bound by Your Highness, but Your Highness' perseverance was Your Highness' original intention. After I was reborn, it was Your Highness who woke me up. It allowed me to walk out of the bigotry of my previous life and enjoy the joy of being reborn. It was Your Highness who taught me how to deal with the conflict between my mother and me. It allowed me to walk out of my humble heart when I was young. It was your highness who always helped me and saved me. Without your highness, there would be no Pei Wenxuan today. What are you saying all this for? Li Rong turned to look at him. Could it be that you want to learn from White Snake and repay her kindness by giving yourself to me? I'm saying all this to tell your highness that you and I are husband and wife. So what? Your highness, husband and wife are originally looking for trouble for each other. As the saying goes, through thick and thin together, and in life and death together. When I was insignificant, your highness never left me. Now that your highness is in trouble, how can I let your highness leave alone? Li Rong didn't speak. Pei Wenxuan reached out and hugged Li Rong. Rong, everything now is just a hurdle for you. Everything will be fine if you walk through it. I'm your husband. I'll walk with you. But I'm afraid I can't walk through it. Li Rong's voice was hoarse. Pei Wenxuan laughed. Even if you can't walk through it, it's already very good now. Humans are like fish in water. When they are born in a muddy pond, their mouths are full of mud. When they are born in clear water, their bodies are transparent. Your highness, having desires, falling into despair, and wavering in the darkness is not a big mistake. It's just a flaw that all mortals have. You're an ordinary person. You can love and hate like an ordinary person. You don't have to be particularly outstanding to deserve feelings. You're not wrong. As Pei Wenxuan spoke, Li Rong didn't know why she couldn't stop crying. Pei Wenxuan's voice was very soft. You're not wrong to trust Xianxia, His Highness the Crown Prince, and Su Yongqing. If anyone let you down, it's their fault. Moreover, your highness, they're actually not as bad as you think. Think carefully, look carefully. This world is much gentler than you think. Really? Really? Pei Wenxuan hugged her tightly. I'm here. Go and take a look. If there's a storm in this world, come back. Li Rong didn't speak. She listened to the sound of the wind outside and quietly leaned against Pei Wenxuan. In the darkness provided by the bed curtain, they retained a unique gentleness. At this time, Fu Lai came out of the palace and ordered someone to enter the crown prince's residence. He respectfully bowed to Li Chuan, who was kneeling in front of the sword, and said calmly, Your Highness the Crown Prince, His Majesty invites you. Li Chuan coldly turned his head and his gaze fell on Fu Lai. He was silent for a long time before he finally got up. Su Yongqing, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard a familiar voice beside him. You're awake? Su Yongqing turned his head and saw Su Ronghua sitting in his seat. His usual frivolity was swept away and his eyes were serious and inquisitive. Eldest brother. Su Yongqing said dryly. Su Ronghua got up and poured a glass of water. He brought it to Su Yongqing and handed it to him. Drink a glass of water. Su Ronghua said calmly. After drinking, I have a few questions to ask you. Su Yongqing looked at the cup in front of him. After a long time, he reached out and held the cup in his hand. He drank the tea as if nothing had happened. Su Ronghua sat on the side and looked at him. He said slowly, This assassination was planned by you and Hua Lu and Consort Ro? Yes. Su Yongqing finished the tea and put it on the table. Su Ronghua looked at him and continued to ask, When did you and Consort Ro work together? When His Highness Ping Le established the inspection department. Hearing this, Su Ronghua closed his eyes. He paused for a while and finally said, Do you still remember the family rules? Yes. What's the first rule? The Su clan does not participate in the struggle for the throne. Su Yongqing found it difficult to pronounce each word. Su Ronghua slowly opened his eyes. You colluded with Consort Ro. Do you need me to tell you what to do? Su Yongqing was silent. Su Ronghua stood up. I will report this to father. You can wait for the result. Brother, Su Yongqing called out to Su Ronghua. Aren't you going to ask me why? What Consort Ro did is not something the Su clan can handle. No matter why you did it, you have implicated the family. I protected you during the Hongda case. But now, I can't anymore. I have my reasons. Who doesn't have a reason for making mistakes? Su Ronghua lowered her eyes. Have a good rest. Su Ronghua raised his hand to open the door. Su Yongqing stopped him. Brother, let me tell you a story. Su Ronghua stopped by the door. After a long time, Su Yongqing said softly, I had a dream. It was the future of the Su clan. It was also your future. Don't you want to hear it? Su Ronghua turned around in shock. He stared at Su Yongqing. Su Yongqing stood up and walked calmly to the side of the tea table. He knelt down. He lit the charcoal fire in the small stove on the table, raised his hand to fetch some water, and poured it into a small pot. Then, he raised his head. Behind the long sandalwood table, his hair was half tied up in a bun, and his black hair hung down behind his back. His white clothes made him look as thin as bamboo, and he knelt upright. He raised his hand and made a pleased gesture. His elegant voice was calm as he said, Big brother, please take a seat and listen to this story. Dark clouds covered Huajing in winter. It seemed that heavy snow was coming. The cold wind blew into Huajing, driving away the pedestrians and slapping the windows. Li Rong listened to the sound of the wind blowing against the windows. He leaned against Pei Wenxuan shoulder to shoulder. Then I'll listen to you talk about the wind and rain first. What does your highness want to hear? Things from my previous life. Things I don't know. Where does your highness want to start? Li Rong fell silent. She thought for a long time. After a long time, she finally said, Xianxia and Su Ronghua. Let's start with them. Pei Wenxuan heard this and laughed. He pulled Li Rong's hand and said calmly, Okay, then let's start with them. In the 3rd year of Desu, Qin Jinjin was poisoned to death. His Majesty ordered me to investigate this matter. I investigated all the way to Su Ronghua. I spent 5 years investigating him until he died. In these 5 years, I found out quite a lot. Su Ronghua was the eldest son of the Su clan. Logically speaking, he should be the successor to the position of the head of the clan. However, he took Gu Zixiao as his master when he was young. He's a madman. Li Rong knew this person. He was one of the rare outliers in the aristocratic families. However, he was quite well behaved when he was young and was rather talented. It was normal for the Su clan to invite him to be Su Ronghua's master. Actually, Gu Zixiao did not teach Su Ronghua for long before he was expelled from the Gu family because he eloped with a woman from a humble family. After that, his whereabouts were unknown. No one knew if he really wandered the world or if he was purged by the Gu family. Su Ronghua might have been influenced by the Gu family and was rebellious since young. When he was 11 years old, he announced to everyone that he would not inherit the position of the head of the clan. From then on, he wandered outside for more than half a year. He did business everywhere and was passionate about making friends in the pugilistic world. In the 15th year of Yuan Wei's reign, Su Ronghua returned to the capital and was summoned to be Prince Su's master. From then on, he gambled and gambled every day and became a complete hedonistic son. In the 18th year of Yuan Wei's reign, Xianxia came to the capital. The two of them met in the wealth-gathering hall. In the 18th year of Yuan Wei's reign, you met Xianxia by chance in the wealth-gathering hall. That day, when you returned home, you told me that you met a lady who dressed up as a man and gambled in the casino. She gambled 10 rounds with you and lost all 10 rounds. She even asked you to gamble again tomorrow. Su Yongqing opened the white porcelain jar and used a teaspoon to take out the tea leaves and put them into the teapot. That day, you smiled very happily and said that this lady was very interesting. After that, you often mentioned her to me. She was unwilling to talk to you, so you kept teasing her. This lady avoided you and changed to another casino. You went to another casino. In the end, when you were on your way home one day, you were beaten up with a bag. When Su Ronghua heard this, she burst out laughing. Su Yongqing also laughed. He looked up and glanced at Su Ronghua. You were indignant and wanted to take revenge. Hence, you secretly schemed and kidnapped her as a human trafficker when she was on her way to the cockfight. In the end, you really met bandits after you were kidnapped out of the city. The two of you were kidnapped together. I don't know what happened when you were kidnapped, but when you were rescued, you told me that you had made up your mind to marry her. You knew that the Su clan had a high status and power. With your status, if you went to propose marriage, the lady had to agree even if she didn't want to. Hence, you planned to ask for her opinion first. That day, I picked out clothes for you, and you personally made a jade hairpin and brought it to look for her. At night, when you came back in the rain, I asked you what happened and you told me that you were fine. From that day onwards, you didn't go out much until a palace banquet. As Prince Su's teacher, you were forced to attend. At the banquet, he saw Xianxia. Pei Wenchuan's voice was very soft. Li Rong put his chin on his knees and said, Xianxia shouldn't have paid attention to him. Yes, Pei Wenchuan answered. But Su Rongwen knew the reason why she refused him, so he naturally wouldn't let her go so easily. Hence, he went to Xianxia and asked if Xianxia liked him. If she liked him, he would go to her and propose marriage. How is that possible? Li Rong was somewhat puzzled. Xianxia came to the capital for the Chuaner. This was something that the Shangguan clan had already decided. The Su clan wouldn't be so muddle-headed. How could they participate in this kind of thing? How could Su Rongwen not know? Pei Wenchuan sighed. But people always want to try, so they decided to give it a try. When you came back from the palace banquet, you went to find father and said that you wanted to go to the Shangguan clan to propose marriage. But Xianxia was the crown princess. You wanted to be the future crown princess. How? Could father tolerate you? Father didn't allow you to, so you told father that you were willing to be expelled from the Su clan, leave the clan, and propose marriage to the Shangguan clan. Whether you live or die, you bear the responsibility alone. The water in the kettle was boiling. Su Yongqing poured the boiling water into the teapot that was filled with tea leaves. According to the clan rules, you were beaten 300 times and went to the Shangguan clan with injuries all over your body. Su Yongqing's voice was slightly choked, but he still maintained his usual calmness. The Shangguan clan didn't dare to let you stop at the entrance, so they let you enter the inner courtyard. You knelt in front of Shangguan Su and begged him to let Xianxia marry you. You analyzed the pros and cons for him and told him that marrying Xianxia into the Eastern Palace would only cause the Shangguan clan to perish even faster. How could Shangguan Su listen to your nonsense? He couldn't drive you away and couldn't kill you because you were the eldest son of the Su clan. So he made you kneel in front of the Shangguan clan. You knelt for 3 days. During those 3 days, the imperial palace had already drafted a decree and was preparing to grant the marriage. During those 3 days that Su Rongwen knelt in front of the Shangguan clan, Xianxia was locked in the inner courtyard. You know her temperament now. She has a clear distinction between love and hate, and she acts decisively. Su Rongwen did this for her, so how could she let him down? So she kept begging Shangguan Su and kept shouting. She said that the Shangguan clan had so many daughters, so why did he have to choose her? She already has someone she likes. She doesn't want to be the crown princess, so let her go. The Shangguan clan ignored her until the imperial decree for the marriage was sent to the Shangguan clan. Shangguan Su directly took the imperial decree to Xianxia. He told Xianxia that the Shangguan clan had given her more than 10 years of wealth and glory. Was she going to abandon the Shangguan clan at this time? The imperial decree for the marriage had already arrived. If she left with Su Rongwen, then the Shangguan clan would become the biggest joke in Xia. Xianxia can't tolerate it. Li Rong felt that her throat was a little sore. She can't bring shame to the clan for her own love. You're right. Pei Wenchuan knew that Li Rong was upset. He put his hand on Li Rong's shoulder and hugged her. Xianxia personally went to the inner courtyard. Then she saw Su Rongwen kneeling on the ground. He was covered in blood. Xianxia cried when she saw him. How could she not cry? This was the first time in her life that someone was willing to risk life and death for her. This was also the first time in her life that she had removed the layers of restraints that an aristocratic family had placed on her and saw the most gentle and bright existence outside. She tried hard to catch him. But she couldn't. It was raining heavily that day. She lowered her head to look at the young man kneeling in front of her. She should have scolded him directly and humiliated him, but as soon as she opened her mouth, her tears fell. She couldn't say anything. She could only squat down and tremblingly hand over the jade hairpin that he had given her on the day of his confession to her. "Let me go," she said in a hoarse voice. "And let yourself go. Love is nothing. Liking is nothing. As long as we're alive, we have our own responsibilities. I will enter the palace, become the crown princess, and become the future empress. You won't like me in the future. Just pretend that you've never seen me. Just like you said, leave Huajing. Go far away and go to many places. Just pretend that you've seen the mountains and rivers for me. Just pretend that you've seen them for me. If you do something that makes you happy, just pretend that you've done it for me. If one day you meet someone you like and tie the knot with her, that would be the best. Su Ronghua, she said in a trembling voice. Don't force me. How could you bear to force her? Su Yongqing had brewed the tea for the first time. He raised his hand to pour the tea for the second time. So when you came home, father saw that you were still soft-hearted, so he let it go. Your relationship with Xianxia was covered up by the two families. Xianxia entered the palace and became the crown princess. You also left Huajing and went to many places. And then? Su Ronghua lowered her eyes. Su Yongqing poured the tea into a teacup and pushed it to Su Ronghua. Then, as you expected, the marriage between the Shangguan clan and Li Chuan became a knot in His Majesty's heart. He supported Prince Su and deposed the crown prince. After dethroning the crown prince, Pei Wenxuan lobbied the aristocratic families, hoping that they would send troops. In fact, the aristocratic families were still hesitating whether to send troops or not. In the end, you stood out first and hoped that the Su clan would send troops. You had countless reasons, and they were indeed suitable. But I knew in my heart that no matter how many reasons you gave, it couldn't cover up the thoughts that you shouldn't have. Su Yongqing looked up. You were worried about Xianxia. I won't gamble with the Su clan's feelings for me. Su Ronghua spoke calmly. Su Yongqing nodded. You weren't gambling, but it just so happened that this decision was more suitable. You made the right choice. At that time, supporting Li Chuan was indeed the choice that the Su clan should make. Li Chuan was wise outside, and he was also the legitimate heir. His ascension to the throne was the most justifiable, so as to avoid dissatisfaction and rebellion in the future. If you wanted to end the chaos, Li Chuan's ascension to the throne couldn't be better. Therefore, the aristocratic families gathered their troops and attacked the imperial city together with Qin Lin to support Li Chuan's ascension to the throne. After Li Chuan ascended the throne, Xianxia became the empress, and you stayed in Huajing. In the first year of Desu, Li Chuan had just ascended the throne, and there was a war in the north. Everyone in the court wanted peace, and only Li Chuan, Qin Lin, and Pei Wenxuan wanted to go to war. Later, Li Chuan and Pei Wenxuan helped Qin Lin to get money and force the war. After the war, they found that the national treasury was empty and not enough to support the northern front. Therefore, they were forced to stop. At this time, Li Chuan had some ideas. What did he want to do? He wanted to reform the system. When Su Yongqing said this, he couldn't help but laugh. To implement the imperial examination, he wanted to collect taxes from the aristocratic families, limit the number of land and servants the aristocratic families could buy, and establish a grading system. He wanted the Ministry of Personnel to promote officials according to their scores. When grading, the aristocratic families would deduct 10 points, and the commoners would add 10 points. Hearing this, Su Ronghua frowned. Too hasty. He had just ascended the throne, and yet he made such a big move. Naturally, many local aristocratic families didn't agree. His subordinates didn't carry out his orders, or they deliberately distorted his intentions to increase the burden on the common people. He wanted to kill people to establish his power, but he couldn't even touch a second-class aristocratic family. At the end of the winter of Desu, he ignored Pei Wenxuan's dissuasion and let Qin Lin kill the patriarch of a local small clan. As a result, that place had continuous uprisings for 3 years. The city, which was considered passable at first, became deserted in the end. That year, there was war in the north, floods in the south, the national treasury was empty, and the local government was corrupt. When Pei Wenxuan talked about the events of that year, his tone was a bit cold. I followed His Majesty to the north and south. Your Highness, you didn't see that scene. On the battlefield, corpses were everywhere. In places of famine, people ate each other. Huajing sang and danced. Heaven and hell were just like that. His Majesty was benevolent by nature. After he came back, he made a plan to reform the system. But you were too hasty. Li Rong's voice was steady. Chuaner was too young. He didn't understand that a country is like a big ship. You have to move slowly. If the emperor casually pointed in the direction of the ship, thousands of people would be crushed. I know about Chuaner's decree. I understand what he meant. It's not that he can implement a good decree. But in His Majesty's eyes, his heart is not wrong, and his decree is not wrong. The only ones who are wrong are those aristocratic family officials who don't implement it. Therefore, the conflict between the aristocratic families and him became more and more intense. And the one caught in the middle is Xianxia. Xianxia is His Majesty's cousin. His Majesty still has some feelings for her, but he can't control his inner disgust for the aristocratic families. His Majesty told me that every time he enters Weiyang Palace and sees Xianxia dressed in gold and silver, he will think of those people who don't have enough to eat. And Xianxia only thinks that she can't compare to Qingjinjin. The more she dresses up, the more gentle and considerate she is, the more His Majesty hates her. Later, His Majesty and Qingjinjin's feelings for each other gradually deepened. He can't even sleep with her. His Majesty told me that every time he sleeps with her, he feels disgusted. He dislikes himself. He doesn't like Xianxia. He also feels that he has betrayed his lover. So when he sees Xianxia, he can't even have any impulse. Xianxia is not favored. Naturally, the Xianxia family is anxious. They constantly put pressure on Xianxia, asking her to work harder and strive to give birth to the eldest son. She has no other choice, so she came to you and asked you to help her. I remember. Li Rong lowered his eyes. I heard that Chuaner left after sleeping in the palace, so I went to scold him. At that time, he pushed the government decree too quickly. The Xianxia family is his root. If he eliminated the Xianxia family, I was afraid that something would happen to him. When you scolded him, he also felt guilty. He knew that the Xianxia family supported him to be the crown prince. Xianxia is also innocent. So, His Majesty used medicine. Every time he went to see Xianxia, he would take medicine in advance. When he came back, he would vomit non-stop. When Li Rong heard this, she turned around in a daze and looked at Pei Wenxuan. Does Xianxia know? Pei Wenxuan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, she should know. In fact, Xianxia also uses medicine. Li Rong was at a loss for words. At that moment, she suddenly felt a great sense of pity. Xianxia was such a proud person, but she was trapped in the palace like an animal and gave birth to a crown prince. She also had to face the fact that her husband had to use medicine to touch her and vomited secretly after touching her. She remained silent. The two people who did not love each other to the point that they almost hated each other had to do such immoral things on a luxurious bed for the sake of a child. And such a secret, no one knew. Only the two of them could swallow it and hide it. Li Rong felt an indescribable chill in her heart. Pei Wenxuan hugged her and kissed her. Don't be sad. It's all in your previous life. Xianxia hasn't entered the palace yet, right? What happened after that? After that, His Majesty finally found out that Xianxia also uses medicine. He realized that this was a deadlock between the two of them. His Majesty made up his mind. After drinking wine, he went to the palace and found Xianxia. He discussed with her that she would be the empress and he would give her all the power she wanted. The two of them could stop pretending. But Xianxia didn't have a child. How could Xianxia tolerate this? She abandoned herself and the love she should have. She didn't come to the palace to listen to His Majesty naively tell her that they were doing well. She also didn't come to the palace to help His Majesty. Xianxia cried very hard that night. She asked His Majesty why she should be buried in the palace while His Majesty could live willfully. His Majesty asked her what she wanted. She said that she wanted a child. His Majesty agreed. The two of them drank medicine together, took off their clothes, and went to bed. But when His Majesty touched her, His Majesty couldn't help but run out. I heard from the palace servants that Xianxia kept retching that night. She was retching and crying. The next day, Xianxia took the initiative to find His Majesty and asked for peace. She was very understanding and pitiful. His Majesty promised her that no matter what, she would be the empress. 3 days later, Qin Jinjin was found to be pregnant. That night, Xianxia sent a letter from the palace to the Shangguan family. She said that His Majesty had made up his mind not to touch anyone in the harem other than consort Qin. She needed a man, anyone would do. She wanted a child. When Su Yongqing said this, Su Ronghua's hand that was holding the teacup trembled slightly. He tried to calm himself down, but he still felt pain. Even now, he was already in such a state. He simply couldn't imagine how much pain he would have felt if this matter was true. At that time, Big Brother wanted to leave again, but the Shangguan clan found father. The Shangguan clan didn't dare to mix up the royal bloodline. But if they watched Qin Jinjin's child inherit the throne, it meant that the Qin family, a cold family that completely supported His Majesty's change, would have a crown prince. The Shangguan clan hoped to use this child to form an alliance with the Su clan. The child born from the Shangguan clan and the Su clan's bloodline would be supported by both clans in the future. At that time, the imperial court was extremely dissatisfied with His Majesty. Father disapproved of Li Chuan's actions. The two clans secretly discussed for a long time and finally decided to let you go. You wanted to leave. You told me that you wouldn't come back this time. But when Xianxia was placed in front of you, you thought about it all night and finally decided to stay. Staying was equivalent to sinking into the depths of the palace with that person. There wouldn't be the distance she talked about, and there wouldn't be the freedom and beauty she talked about. But he was still willing to stay. Therefore, under the arrangement of the two clans, Xianxia waited in the palace for the strange man to enter and humiliate her like Li Chuan. What she saw was the best dream she had when she was young, arriving on the moon. He knelt in front of her and looked up at her. "Greetings, Your Highness." Xianxia looked at this distant yet familiar person. After a long time, she said in a hoarse voice, "What are you doing here?" "To accompany you." To accompany her into hell, to accompany her to the Yellow Springs. Xianxia's tears fell. She could accept anyone, but not him. She said in a trembling voice, "Leave. I don't want you." "But you don't have a choice." Su Ronghua held the back of her hand and kissed it. "I don't have a choice either." From the moment he entered the palace, he was going to be buried with her. Therefore, they entangled in the dark. That night was the best dream of Xianxia's life. It was full of guilt and sin, but it was the only harbor in her life that she could escape from. 2 months later, Xianxia was diagnosed with pregnancy. Su Ronghua participated in the imperial examinations and became the second to enter the government. The timing of this child was too awkward. In fact, even now, I don't know who this child belongs to. Does Chuaner know? Li Rong curled up and asked softly. Pei Wenchuan shook his head. At that time, His Majesty didn't even know that Xianxia and Su Ronghua were having an affair. At that time it was Desu's 3rd year, and His Majesty had already cultivated a group of his own people. When the people of humble families saw that His Majesty doted on Qin Jinjin and that Qin Jinjin was pregnant, they spread rumors among the people and created miracles. After the child was born, there were even officials of humble families who wrote that the child was the eldest son and should be made the crown prince. They were forcing Qin Jinjin to his death. Many of the officials of humble families were poor, and there were elders in their families who had never participated in court politics. How could they know about these twists and turns? His Majesty actually knew that Qin Jinjin was in danger, and Qin Jinjin personally wrote a petition to make Li Xian the crown prince to show that he and his child had no intention of taking the throne. In fact, at that time, His Majesty was already preparing to make Li Xian the crown prince, but rumors had already spread among the people. That year, a strange bird happened to fall in front of the Hugua temple. Everyone said that the strange bird was a phoenix and that it was a sign that the empress would be abolished. The aristocratic families couldn't help it. So Su Ronghua personally took action. Li Rong leaned on Pei Wenchuan and poisoned Qin Jinjin to death. You originally wanted to poison Li Ping. Su Yongqing looked at Su Ronghua in front of him, whose expression was somewhat unfocused. But Qin Jinjin protected Li Ping day and night, and ate and lived with Li Ping. She tasted every mouthful of water, every mouthful of medicine, and every mouthful of rice. So she poisoned him first and protected Li Ping. After Qin Jinjin's death, His Majesty's temperament changed greatly. He didn't care about the war, the people, or justice. He only wanted to overthrow the aristocratic families. In those years, de Xia was in a precarious situation, and flames of war were everywhere. He used the humble families and killed the aristocratic families indiscriminately. There were also many cruel and corrupt officials, from top to bottom, and the people had no way to make a living. The Su clan racked their brains to persuade the emperor and pacify the people. They gave away countless riches to relieve the disaster and save the people. They consumed soldiers and food to suppress the rebellion. In fact, when I think about it, he did all this on purpose. He used these rebellions to consume the aristocratic family's strength. In the 8th year of de Su, in order to gather the troops, he framed Prince Su for rebellion. As Prince Su's teacher, you stood up for Prince Su. He accused you of colluding with the enemy and imprisoned the entire Su clan. At that time, I didn't know about your affair with Xianxia, and only felt wronged. Princess Pingeli knew that the Su clan was wronged and tried to save us. In the end, he protected the Su clan, but Li Chuan sentenced all the men of the Su clan to castration. Su Ronghua's pupils shrank, and he clenched his fists. Castration? How could the Su clan endure such humiliation? They all committed suicide in prison. With hatred in my heart, I was willing to become an evil spirit and stay in this world. So I dragged out an ignoble existence. Thanks to Princess Pingeli, I survived. After Qin Jinjin's death, the last bit of tolerance in the emperor's heart disappeared. Pei Wenxuan talked about the past of his friend in his previous life, with a bit of pity in his expression. When he was keeping vigil for Qin Jinjin, the courtiers of the aristocratic families were kneeling outside, forcing him to confer Li Xian as the crown prince. His Majesty told me that day that only by turning into a ghost would I have a chance to win against the evil ghost. Then he walked out and conferred Li Xian as the crown prince. The aristocratic families thought that this was the emperor's compromise. Then, the emperor became a ruthless emperor. He was temperamental, taxed heavily, used the poor, and killed the aristocratic families indiscriminately. He used the tax money to support Qin Lin's soldiers, used the poor to intimidate the aristocratic families, and got close to the Shangguan clan. It seemed that he liked Li Xian very much and used the Shangguan clan as his protective talisman. So the local aristocratic families rebelled, and the Shangguan clan helped to suppress them. Big clans like the Su clan were known for their benevolence. When the world was in turmoil, they could only send troops and money. Because of this, the emperor finally had his own power. I investigated all the way and found the real murderer of Qin Jinjin's death. In the 7th year of de Su's reign, I told the emperor the cause and effect of Qin Jinjin's death. The emperor imprisoned the empress dowager, killed Shangguan Su, and exterminated half of the Shangguan clan. He originally wanted to kill Li Xian and cripple Shangguanya, but Shangguanya insisted that the child was the emperor's and took the initiative to ask for a blood test. The emperor tested it, and the blood was indeed compatible. Shangguanya cried and begged the emperor, saying that the emperor said he wouldn't cripple her. Then the empress dowager committed suicide in the cold palace, begging the emperor to let Shangguanya and Li Xian live. The emperor was trapped by his family and didn't kill her in the end. Mother. Li Rong's lips trembled slightly. She committed suicide. Pei Wenxuan didn't speak. He was silent for a long time. In the 8th year of de Su's reign, the emperor wanted to send troops to the north, but the Su clan insisted on obstructing. They said that the national treasury was empty, and the de Xia couldn't afford to continue fighting for years. But they didn't understand that the emperor didn't want to send troops to the north. What the emperor wanted was the military power in their hands. He wanted to exhaust the aristocratic families. So he deliberately framed Prince Su, saying that Prince Su had rebelled, and asked the Su clan to send troops. Su Ronghua stood up and denied that Prince Su had rebelled. The emperor imprisoned the Su clan on the charge of collaborating with the enemy. The emperor really wanted to kill them at that time, but Su clan begged. In the end, to humiliate them, the emperor castrated the entire Su clan. Su Ronghua couldn't bear the humiliation and died in prison. When the emperor and I went there, we found that he was holding a jade hairpin in his hand. The emperor took the jade hairpin from his hand and went to find Shangguanya that night. He described in detail how Su Ronghua died to Xianxia. When he handed the jade hairpin to Xianxia suddenly screamed. Xianxia cried and screamed. The emperor slapped his thigh and laughed. I stood outside. I felt that it was ridiculous and sad. In fact, at that time I really missed His Highness. His Highness was like the only light in the entire palace. All the lights would be extinguished. Only His Highness would always hold the sword and move forward. At that time, the Chuaner wanted to abolish Xianxia, right? Li Rong hugged himself. It was just that Xianxia had allied with the aristocratic families. The Su clan was a benevolent and righteous clan. Even if there was a reason for the Chuaner to frame them, the people of the world would not accept it. After years of war, the people couldn't stand it anymore. The aristocratic family's patience had also reached its limit. As far as I know, there were no less than 20 aristocratic families who wanted to rebel. Yes. Pei Wenchuan responded. Didn't the emperor and these aristocratic families also join forces? If I don't take over the aristocratic families, someone else will. At that time, I'm afraid the Chuaner won't even have a way to survive. The emperor also understands. Pei Wenchuan leaned against the wall. That's why the emperor forced the Su clan to their deaths. After the northern expedition, he proposed to cultivate and seek the Tao. It wasn't that his wish was fulfilled after taking revenge. It was because he knew that Dixia no longer needed a tyrant like him. It was time for Dixia to rest and recuperate. In these 8 years, the Han clan had risen, the aristocratic families had declined, and the aristocratic families were now at the end of their rope. The emperor couldn't force them to their deaths. Otherwise, it would be a life and death struggle. That's why he chose to cultivate and seek the Tao. He made the emperor the grand princess to supervise the country. As for Xianxia, he couldn't and didn't dare to do anything. He could only wait for another opportunity to make a decision. I was the leader of the Han clan, and the emperor was the representative of the aristocratic families. You and I kept each other in check and were allies. In the remaining 22 years of Dixia, we should rest and recuperate. Finally, we will welcome the golden age again. But in 22 years, Li Rong looked up at Pei Wenchuan. But in 22 years, on the other side, Su Yongqing looked at Su Ronghua in front of him and smiled bitterly. The two of them were in different spaces. They sighed together. It's too long. It was so long that it was unrecognizable. It made people forget their original appearance. It made people unable to see the road ahead and also forget the way back. Therefore, the sword wielder looked around blankly and slashed randomly, hurting others and themselves. The ghost wielder sank into hell. He used unscrupulous means and wrongly killed his loved ones. Who remembered the original intention of the northern expedition? Who remembered the purpose of obstructing the tyrant? Who remembered the promise of the northern expedition in the palace? Who remembered who it was for? They also didn't remember the promise they made to the emperor under the promenade that they would never let him down. Only 2 figures were left in this quagmire. Separated by the gauze curtain of time, each holding a long sword, each serving as a beacon for the other. They brushed past each other. Now, the wheel of fate had turned once again. It was time for another choice. Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong quietly. Your Highness, the past is known. Do you still want to return to Qingzhou? Su Yongqing poured the last cup of tea into the teacup. He looked up at Su Ronghua. Big brother, the story has ended. Hua Jing, do you still want to stay? Li Chuan watched the palace doors open layer by layer. In the main hall, 2 rows of bronze lanterns with vermilion birds holding pearls in their mouths rose to the top of the main hall. At the end of the main hall, Li Ming was sitting on a golden throne. He was wearing a black emperor's robe and had 12 crowns on his head. His face was similar but older. He stared at the young man with bright and cold eyes in front of the palace doors. He looked at him quietly. An old voice came from above. Crown Prince. Li Ming's eyes were filled with pity. You're finally here. Greetings, Father Emperor. Li Chuan knelt down and bowed to Li Ming. Li Ming looked at Li Chuan kneeling on the cold ground. There were only the 2 of them in the hall. Li Ming was silent. After a long time, he said, I heard that you were injured. Are you all right? Reporting to Father Emperor, I'm fine. Li Chuan spoke methodically. Li Ming was silent. After a long time, he slowly said, Zhen called you here today to have a good talk with you. You and I, father and son, haven't had a good talk for many years. Yes, Sun Chen is listening. Li Chuan knelt on the ground and didn't raise his head. Li Ming listened to his words and said, You blame me. Sun Chen doesn't understand what Father Emperor is saying. Zhen knows that you blame Zhen in your heart. You think that Zhen favors Qing'er. You are kind and virtuous by nature. You were also born in the palace. In terms of status, character, and ability, you should be Zhen's best son. But Zhen has suppressed you in every way, so you have been dissatisfied for a long time. Sun Chen doesn't dare to think that way. Thunder and rain are Emperor's kindness. Sun Chen knows that Father Emperor is just afraid that Sun Chen will be lax, so Sun Chen is a bit strict. Hearing this, Li Ming laughed. He pointed at Li Chuan and pointed in the air several times. Finally, he sighed, You are just like me when I was young. Li Chuan didn't say anything. Li Ming stood up. He lifted his clothes with one hand and slowly walked down from the high platform. He walked with great difficulty. It was obvious that he was physically weak. Li Chuan didn't raise his head. He listened as Li Chuan walked and said, Back then, Zhen also spoke to Father Emperor like this. Zhen is different from you. Zhen has 6 brothers. So Zhen is always worried that one day, Zhen will wake up and no longer be the crown prince. Zhen endured for many years before becoming the emperor. After becoming the emperor, Zhen understood imperial father's difficulties back then. Chuaner, I don't want you to be the crown prince, not because I don't like you, but because you are my favorite child. I don't want you to be the crown prince precisely because I know that if you become the emperor one day, it will be the greatest suffering of your life. After he finished speaking, he stopped in front of Li Chuan. Li Chuan could only see the hem of his gold-embroidered clothes. He did not dare to raise his head. He heard Li Ming ask in a low voice, But now you can't retreat. You can only climb up. Do you know what is the most important thing for an emperor? Without waiting for Li Chuan to answer, Li Ming told him, It's Wuqing. You and I share the bloodline of the Li family. I am the person closest to you. Today, Zhen will give you a chance. Li Ming squatted down and looked at Li Chuan, a chance to ensure you become the emperor. Li Chuan did not speak. He slowly raised his head and saw Li Ming take out an imperial edict. This is a posthumous edict. Your name is written on it. Li Ming stared into Li Chuan's eyes. As long as you promise Zhen to thoroughly investigate the assassination of Prince Su in the military field and catch all the masterminds behind it, Zhen will give this posthumous edict to you. Li Chuan and Li Ming looked at each other quietly in the hall. The moonlight fell on the black marble floor and flowed like a cold stream. Li Ming pushed the posthumous edict forward. You don't want it? The throne is at your fingertips. You don't want it? Li Chuan's gaze fell on the posthumous edict. He looked at it quietly and did not speak. Li Ming laughed. You think Zhen is harming you? Silly child, Zhen is paving the way for you. The Shangguan clan is already too prosperous. Under their rule, when you become the emperor in the future, you will sooner or later make a move against them. Zhen is still here. If you make a move, it will be on Zhen's head. When you become the emperor, if you make a move against the Shangguan clan, kill your mother, kill your uncle, and kill your sister, Chuaner, your reputation in history will be ruined. Father Emperor means, Li Chuan said slowly, if I become the emperor, I will definitely kill my mother, kill my uncle, and kill my sister, right? Li Ming did not speak. After a long time, he lowered his eyes. Chuaner, if you were a bit tougher or a bit too weak, you might not be able to reach this step. But you are smart but not smart enough, weak but not weak enough, tough but not tough enough. You are just a slightly smart ordinary person. Zhen knows too well what it feels like to be in this position. If you want to sit in this position, the Shangguan clan will definitely perish. Sun Chen understands. Li Chuan took a deep breath. Li Ming showed a gratified expression. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Li Chuan raise his hand. He raised his hand and untied his crown, took off the 9-pearl crown that represented the crown prince, and put it aside. Li Ming frowned. What are you doing? Li Chuan did not speak. He stood up, took a step back, and then knelt on the ground. Father Emperor, Sun Chen does not know what will happen to me in the future. But now, Sun Chen is indecisive, loyal, and not as heartless as an emperor. I have failed to live up to Father Emperor's expectations. Father Emperor, please forgive me. If Father Emperor feels that Sun Chen's actions are not in line with the Crown Prince's way, Father Emperor can abolish Sun Chen. It is already late, Sun Chen will take his leave. After speaking, Li Chuan bent down, put his hands in front of him, lowered his head, and kowtowed. Then, he retreated. His set of movements was done smoothly. When he walked out of the door, Li Ming finally reacted and shouted, "Stop right there. Li Chuan, you are too soft-hearted. Zhen gave you such a great opportunity and you didn't want it. What do you want?" "I want," Li Chuan turned his back to Li Ming and looked at the gathering dark clouds in the distance, "to become someone different from Father Emperor." Hearing this, Li Ming froze in place. Li Chuan stepped out of the hall and quickly left under the moonlight. When Li Chuan left the palace, Su Ronghua looked at the teacup in front of him. His reflection was in the teacup. He took a long time to calm down. This dream, is it real or fake? I've tested it, Su Yongqing lowered his eyes, it's real. So this is the reason you joined forces with Consort Ro to stop the Crown Prince from ascending the throne? Su Ronghua looked at Su Yongqing. Su Yongqing answered, yes. Because you killed the Crown Prince, you are destined to be enemies with Her Highness Ping Le, so you gave up on Her Highness Ping Le, Su Ronghua said with certainty. Su Yongqing clenched his fists. After a long time, he still answered, yes. Isn't it a pity? You know the future, why don't you try to change it? How do I change it? Su Yongqing heard this and couldn't help but laugh. Dage, how do I change it? Is it my Su clan that has wronged Li Chuan? Or is it my Su clan that has too much power? Is it Li Chuan, as a monarch, who has empty ambitions, but is reckless and ignorant, acting recklessly? He rejoiced in grandiose achievements and wanted to go on an expedition to the north. He thought that the officials were greedy for life and afraid of death, but he didn't know that it was because we knew about the corruption in the imperial court. If we didn't clean up the corruption and rashly went to war, how could we possibly win? But he insisted on fighting, and in the end, the treasury was depleted. Halfway through the war, there was no more soldiers' pay and provisions. After that, the south suffered from floods as usual, and there was no more money for disaster relief. Corpses were everywhere, and the land was covered with corpses. He didn't repent, and only thought that the aristocratic families had accumulated corruption. He blindly carried out the reform, and caused years of war. When he ascended the throne, there were 130 million registered people in Xia. 8 years later, there were less than 80 million registered people. There were 40 million people. Su Yongqing looked at Su Ronghua. Where should we start to change it? At that time, he also had this temper. He seemed virtuous and benevolent. Brother, I love His Highness Ping Le. When he said this, Su Yongqing looked at Su Ronghua, but I also have my bottom line. Su Ronghua didn't speak. He picked up the tea and took a sip. Rongqing, have you been to the north? Su Yongqing didn't know why Su Ronghua suddenly asked this question. He was stunned. Su Ronghua put down the teacup and said very softly, you grew up in Huajing and have never been to other places. Human lives are just numbers to you. 1 million, 10 million. I have been to the north. When I was there, I saw the battlefield with my own eyes. I saw the people being slaughtered like pigs and dogs. I actually have the same idea as His Highness. Xia must be established, and we must go on an expedition to the north. But we can't be so anxious. When can we not be anxious? Su Ronghua looked at Su Yongqing calmly. You said that His Highness doesn't care about the reality. Then tell me, what is the reality? Su Yongqing was silent. Su Ronghua smiled and said, the reality is that there are a lot of aristocratic families. In order to protect their own interests, they don't want to send troops. In order to protect their own interests, they don't want to spend money. The relationships between the aristocratic families are complicated, and it's to the point that they appoint people by favoritism. I guess the biggest reason for the failure of the expedition to the north is that the money sent to the north can't reach the soldiers. But whose fault is this? Is it His Highness's fault? Rongqing, you don't have to make our reasons sound so noble. Su Ronghua looked at Su Yongqing with sadness in his eyes. Admit it. The aristocratic families are the cancer of Xia. Sooner or later, we will be drowned in the long river of history. Our so-called noble blood is the original sin from birth. Su Yongqing looked at Su Ronghua. The two brothers looked at each other for a long time. Su Yongqing finally said, "So big brother, you still want to help Li Chuan get the throne, right?" "I won't help anyone." Su Ronghua put down his teacup. "I just don't want you to get too involved in these things. If you have time, go out of Huajing. Go to the north and see the battlefield. Go to the south and see the flood." Rongqing, seeing it with your own eyes and hearing it from others are two different things. It's better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. You rest first. Su Ronghua stood up and turned to leave. "I'm going to find father." Su Ronghua pushed the door open and went out. At this time, Li Rong heard Pei Wenxuan's question and chuckled. "Isn't it already decided to go to Qingzhou?" Pei Wenxuan heard this and sighed. "It seems that I'm still not charming enough to keep your highness." "That's fine." Pei Wenxuan raised his hand and scratched Li Rong's chin. "Your highness is charming enough to keep his highness in check. I'll resign and go to Qingzhou to live off a woman." "Okay, I'll have 3,000 gigolos." Li Rong laughed. "I'll let you be the boss." "Your highness." Pei Wenxuan heard Li Rong's decision and was still worried. "Are you really leaving? With your personality, you're not someone who likes to be idle. I'm afraid you'll be bored if you stay in Qingzhou." Li Rong was different from Li Chuan. Li Chuan didn't like power and was forced to be in that position. Li Rong, on the other hand, was greedy for the sense of control that came from power. That was why she didn't want to be a princess and wanted to establish the inspection department. It was the same in her previous life. She didn't want to marry and retire, but wanted to be the regent princess. Li Rong leaned against Pei Wenxuan. She hugged the warm bag that Pei Wenxuan gave her and sighed. "What can I do? I can't keep fighting with Chuaner. I love power, but it's fine to fight to the death with outsiders, but with Li Chuan." Li Rong paused. "Forget it, it's annoying." "Then you'll leave. Or will you leave by yourself like before?" Li Rong didn't say anything. Previously, she thought that Xianxia and Su Ronghua took the initiative to seek pleasure out of lust. Although she understood, she still hated it. Now that she heard the whole story, she didn't know for a moment whether Xianxia and Su Ronghua were pitiful, or her and Li Chuan were pitiful. She couldn't hate them, nor could she scold them. It was as if she was destined to be powerless. She punched cotton, and in the end, only pity and sadness were left. "I don't know either." Li Rong shook her head. "Do as you see fit." Pei Wenxuan smiled. "Then I'll inform the Shangguan family when you leave the city and let them prepare in advance." Li Rong weakly responded. Pei Wenxuan was about to say something when they heard a message from outside. "Your Highness, Lord, His Highness the Crown Prince is here." Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan looked at each other. Pei Wenxuan immediately said, "Go to sleep, I'll go pick him up." "Let him in." Li Rong thought for a moment. Since he's here now, it shouldn't be a small matter. After all, Li Chuan was still injured. They had just met, so he wouldn't be in such a hurry to come over. Pei Wenxuan responded. But he was worried that Li Rong would feel awkward, so he still had someone bring in a screen and received Li Chuan outside the screen. As soon as Li Chuan entered the room, he saw the screen. Pei Wenxuan smiled calmly and said, "His Highness is asleep and doesn't want to get up, so I set up a screen." Li Chuan pretended not to notice Li Rong's alienation. He responded expressionlessly. Pei Wenxuan asked him to sit down and smiled. "Why is your highness here now?" "I'm afraid that Li Qing is dying," Li Chuan said directly. "Tonight, Imperial Father summoned me to the palace and asked me to use my sister and the Shangguan clan in exchange for my ascension to the throne." "Oh." Pei Wenxuan nodded. He glanced at Li Chuan's empty head. "Then your highness must have refused." "Yes." Li Chuan didn't say much. "But once Li Qing dies, I'll be the only heir." I'm afraid that Imperial Father won't let my sister and the Shangguan clan off. While there's still time, sister should quickly discuss with Imperial Mother and Uncle to find a way to leave the city. When the time comes, sister can ride a fast horse and reach Qingzhou in 3 days. Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan's hand trembled. Without waiting for him to answer, Li Rong asked from behind the screen, "You're leaving tonight?" "As soon as possible." "Good." Li Rong responded decisively. "Then have someone prepare a horse immediately. I'll set off immediately and rush to Qingzhou as soon as possible." "Then it's decided." Li Chuan nodded. The two siblings discussed and decided on this matter. At this time, Pei Wenxuan finally reacted and said loudly, "No, you can't." Li Chuan and Li Rong both looked at the source of the voice. Li Chuan frowned. "Why not? Your Highness can't rush about like this." Pei Wenxuan's face was serious. "She can't ride a fast horse. She needs to be comfortable now. Even if she goes out, she can only walk slowly to Qingzhou in a carriage." Hearing this, Li Chuan couldn't help but scold Pei Wenxuan. "What time is it now? Why do you still have so many bad habits?" "Pei Wenxuan, this is escaping, not an outing. Sister has already agreed, so why are you still grumbling?" "That's right." Li Rong agreed with Li Chuan from behind the screen. "Let's keep things simple." "I'm fine." "You're fine." Pei Wenxuan looked at the two people echoing each other and was a bit anxious. "But Pei Xiaobao can't." "Who is Pei Xiaobao?" Li Chuan was a bit confused. Li Rong heard this name and her heart suddenly beat faster. She couldn't believe it and stuttered a bit. "You said Pei. What is Pei?" "It's the one in your stomach." Pei Wenxuan stood up and turned his head behind the screen. He half knelt in front of Li Rong and put his hand on Li Rong's stomach. He looked up at her and said, "It's here." Li Rong was stunned and looked at Pei Wenxuan. Li Chuan saw Pei Wenxuan turn in and suddenly found out that he had a nephew. He couldn't help but turn to the side of the screen and secretly look at Li Rong. Li Rong was in a daze and seemed to be shocked for a moment. Pei Wenxuan saw Li Rong's expression and couldn't help but laugh. "The doctor diagnosed this morning. You fell from the cliff and the pregnancy is unstable. You need to take care of yourself. I was afraid that if I said this in the morning, it would affect your judgment. You can't see your own heart clearly, so I didn't tell you." So, Li Rong recovered and looked at Pei Wenxuan. "I can't go to Qingzhou?" "You can't go to Qingzhou. Go to a closer place and pretend to be Qingzhou." Pei Wenxuan's gaze fell on Li Rong's stomach. "I'll solve it. As soon as possible. I've solved everything for you. What can I do?" Li Rong raised his hand and put it on Pei Wenxuan's hand, feeling a little embarrassed. Pei Wenxuan smiled. "Take good care of my daughter." "How do you know it's a daughter?" Li Rong saw Pei Wenxuan's certainty and couldn't help but feel a little amused. Pei Wenxuan sighed. "It's fine if it's a son. A daughter is better." That, Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan were talking. Li Chuan held back for a long time, but finally hid behind the screen and spoke nervously. He knew that Li Rong didn't like him, but he still couldn't help it. When he saw the two of them looking over, he looked at Pei Wenxuan enviously. "That. Can you let me listen to Big Sister's stomach?" "Your Highness, what do you want?" Pei Wenxuan was a little confused. He didn't understand why Li Chuan would make such a request. Li Chuan was a little shy. "That. I want to hear how he kicks people." Li Rong, Pei Wenxuan was stunned for a moment. He looked at the 17-year-old Li Chuan and was a little speechless. "Your Highness," Pei Wenxuan couldn't help but remind him. "He's not even 3 months old yet." "Huh? What does it matter?" Li Chuan didn't quite understand. Li Rong glanced at him coldly. "When you were 3 months old, you were like a stillborn. How can you kick people? Using your brain?" After being scolded by Li Rong, Li Chuan was stunned. After a while, he looked a little happy and whispered, "Sister, you scolded me, Li Rong." Li Rong was speechless. Seeing that Li Rong was silent, Pei Wenxuan quickly said, "Your Highness, let's discuss the next step. Now that His Majesty has summoned you, it's time to find trouble with the Shangguan clan." "Yes. Li Chuan thought, the most appropriate plan now is to let the Shangguan clan take refuge. Once Li Qing dies, I'll be the only heir. Imperial father won't do anything to me. Not necessarily. Li Rong shook his head, Li Qing won't die. Li Chuan was a little confused, what? Li Qing didn't die on the spot, and he summoned Consort Ro to the palace to take care of him. If you were Consort Ro, would you let Li Qing die? Li Rong said and looked at Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan heard Li Rong's meaning and instantly understood. Li Chuan still didn't understand, so he frowned. Consort Ro has the final say on whether Li Qing dies or not. Consort Ro doesn't have the final say on whether Li Qing dies or not, but Consort Ro has the final say on whether Li Cheng's body double or Li Cheng's body double is still alive. After hearing Pei Wenxuan's words, Li Chuan instantly reacted. He frowned, she's so bold? If she's a little timid, she won't be able to become an imperial consort. As Li Rong spoke, he raised his hand towards Pei Wenxuan. Carry me to the table. Pei Wenxuan readily carried Li Rong out of the quilt. Li Chuan stood at the side. It was the first time he saw the two of them being so affectionate. He didn't know why, but there were some unspeakable complicated feelings in his heart. He felt a little sour, a little jealous, a little disappointed, and a little envious. Li Rong looked up and saw Li Chuan standing there in a daze. She frowned. Why are you still standing there? Do you think there's still time? After being scolded by Li Rong, Li Chuan hurriedly ran to Li Rong. Li Rong spread out the map and said calmly, something happened to Qin Lin. We can't count on his 50,000 troops. Xiaosu came from the northwest 7 days ago. If the Su clan and the Lin clan don't stop him, he should arrive in Huajing in 20 days. I've already asked Lin Feibai to transfer 20,000 troops from the southwest. After passing through the Pei clan and my Qingzhou, it will take about 20 days for him to arrive. You now have 3 choices. Li Rong looked up at Li Chuan. The first choice is that if His Majesty doesn't abolish you, then you don't have to care about the Shangguan clan and me. Whether we live or die is up to fate. With father's current attitude, he will probably support you to the throne. At that time, your biggest obstacle will be Xiaosu, but with father's 50,000 troops, Xiaosu won't be able to do much. After you ascend the throne, you won't have the support of the Shangguan clan, but you will have father's direct subordinates. It's just that whether you can control these people or not will depend on your ability. As Li Rong spoke, he lowered his eyes and emphasized, this is your best choice. What's the second choice? Li Chuan asked. Directly. Li Rong continued calmly, the second choice is to wait. If His Majesty doesn't make a move to cause trouble for the Shangguan clan and you, then you can wait. He doesn't have much time left. When he's dead, you can ascend the throne. When Li Rong said this, he didn't have much emotion. He just felt a little sad in his heart. Li Ming wasn't a good father, but he wasn't completely bad either. He gave her all kinds of memories when she was young and disappointed her every time she made a choice. After Li Ming's death, she lived for more than 30 years. Her feelings for him had long faded. But no matter how faint they were, he was still one of the most important people in her life. If Li Rong was like this, Li Chuan, who was standing next to him, was a little stunned. Li Rong looked up at him and said, but this is unlikely. He has long been obsessed with the Shangguan clan. Even if he dies, he will take the Shangguan clan with him. The last choice is the riskiest, but you can protect the Shangguan clan and yourself. Li Rong stared at Li Chuan. Li Chuan subconsciously asked, what? Ascend the throne. Li Chuan didn't say anything. He didn't have any reaction when he heard such offensive words, as if he had already expected it. His health is already very poor. Consort Ro is now by his side. When he issues an arrest warrant for the Shangguan clan, you can directly force him to abdicate. If you succeed, you can kill him and shift the blame to Consort Ro's party. You can directly ascend the throne. At that time, Xiaosu will be a traitor. You can mobilize the imperial court's troops. His 50,000 troops are nothing to be afraid of. Even if Qin Lin's 50,000 troops are controlled by Cui Qinghe, you still have the power to fight. But this choice has some risks. Pei Wenxuan opened his mouth. He took out a pen and paper and quickly calculated for everyone. Now in Huajing City, the Crown Prince's Yulin Guard, His Highness's Inspection Department, and the troops under the Shangguan clan's control, a total of 11,000 people. Among these 10,000 people, it's unknown how many are willing to follow His Highness to attack the city. But His Majesty has 10,000 imperial guards, not to mention the 2,000 elite troops under Ning Wang and the 3,000 garrison troops under Su clan. If we fight head-on, I'm afraid we won't be a match. Li Chuan didn't speak. Everyone was waiting for Li Chuan's decision. After waiting for a long time, he spoke in a low voice. Then let's launch a surprise attack. After making the decision, Li Chuan's train of thought became clear. Last year at the Northwest Front Line, he was the army supervisor. He already had practical experience. He took a map of the palace city from the side and spread it out. He quickly analyzed, although there are 10,000 imperial guards, only 5,000 are guarding the palace city every night. It won't be a problem for me to take 5,000 imperial guards to attack the city. But when I attack the city, I'm afraid the imperial guards will quickly reinforce. I need a group of people to block the imperial guards' reinforcements. Give me some time. Li Chuan spoke and looked up at Pei Wenxuan. In sister's hands, the inspection department and the princess's estate have a total of 3,000 troops. How many troops can your Pei clan have? Pei Wenxuan put his hands in his sleeves and answered with a smile, 3,000. 3,000 was the Pei clan's entire military force in the imperial city. Pei Wenxuan's words meant that the Pei clan would turn out in full force. Are you confident? Li Rong frowned. She knew the Pei clan's situation. Pei Lixian was still alive, so the Pei clan wouldn't listen to Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan smiled and turned his head to say meaningfully, this official is willing to go through water and tread on fire for your highness. Then let's make preparations first. Li Chuan looked at Pei Wenxuan with goosebumps and hurriedly said, I'm going back. I'll have people keep an eye on Imperial Father. If there's any movement, we'll immediately take action. When the time comes, sister can take advantage of the chaos to go out. If I go out now, it'll be too eye-catching. Li Rong didn't look at him and answered indifferently. Li Chuan felt a little depressed. He stood for a moment and slowly said, then. Sister, I'm leaving. Okay. Li Rong raised her hand and tidied up the map on the table without saying anything else. Li Chuan stood in place. Pei Wenxuan saw the awkwardness between the two, so he raised his hand and said, I'll see you out, your highness. Li Chuan didn't get the response he wanted. He waited for a moment. When Li Rong finished tidying up the map, she looked up at him and said, aren't you going to scram? Li Chuan smiled and hurriedly said, scram, I'll scram right now. Pei Wenxuan said and sent Li Chuan out. When they were out of the door, Li Chuan couldn't help but remind Pei Wenxuan, brother-in-law, you have to take care of sister. Talk to her more and make her happy. Your highness? Pei Wenxuan was confused. Li Chuan smiled bitterly. I know sister blames me. She probably won't talk to me in the future. Your highness, are you referring to your past life? Pei Wenxuan went straight to the point. Li Chuan was stunned. You know about it too? Pei Wenxuan put his hands in front of him and stood with a smile. This humble subject came back with your highness. You. Li Chuan was confused. You came back together to continue your relationship? Pei Wenxuan was stunned. After a moment, he smiled and said happily, yes. Then your relationship is deep enough. A lifetime isn't enough. Li Chuan murmured, actually, I noticed something wrong with sister a long time ago. She never cared about what I thought before. She only said that it was for my own good. I really know that she did it for my own good, but she's the same as Imperial Mother. I really can't rely on her. Pei Wenxuan stood in place and listened to Li Chuan's muttering. She said that I would kill her. Actually, I didn't believe it. But after thinking about it for a while, I felt that, anything I do in the future, it seems possible. There's something in my heart. Li Chuan raised his hand and gently placed it on his chest. Who knows what kind of thing I'll become? Sister doesn't trust me, and I don't trust myself either. Then your highness, Pei Wenxuan tilted his head. What do you plan to do? Li Chuan was silent. After a long time, he looked blankly at the sky. I don't know. If I don't fight for the throne, sister and imperial mother will die. If I fight for it, they will say that I'm destined to kill them in the future. But what do I care about them now? Li Chuan turned his head and smiled. It's not up to me to decide. All right, take good care of her. Li Chuan raised his hand and gently patted Pei Wenxuan's shoulder. I'll go back first. This action was very similar to that of Li Chuan in her previous life. Pei Wenxuan watched as the young man waved his hand and left. His gaze was somewhat absent-minded. Pei Wenxuan stood at the door for a while before he came back to his senses and returned to his bedroom. Pei Wenxuan entered the room and saw Li Rong sitting in his seat in a daze. He walked over to Li Rong and squatted in front of Li Rong. He raised his head and looked at him. Your Highness, what are you thinking about? If you want to talk, then talk. Li Rong lowered his head and looked at Pei Wenxuan. Why did you squat down and look at me? If I talk like this, your Highness won't have to look up. Pei Wenxuan held Li Rong's hand. Do you want to sit here for a while or go back? Let's sit for a while. Li Rong's voice was very soft. I've been lying down for a whole day. All right. Pei Wenxuan thought for a while. Then I'll carry you? I don't want to. Li Rong decisively refused. I don't want to. Please, your Highness. Pei Wenxuan shook Li Rong's hand and acted coquettishly. Let me hold you for a while. Li Rong looked at Pei Wenxuan acting coquettishly and couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her laugh, Pei Wenxuan picked her up from the chair and placed her on his lap. He hugged her. You already have Pei Xiaobao. Aren't you happy? What Pei Xiaobao? Li Rong glared at him. It sounds terrible. Your name is Li Rong. Pei Wenxuan couldn't help but laugh. You still have the nerve to say that Pei Xiaobao sounds terrible? Why Pei Xiaobao? Li Rong seemed to have grasped the key point. I think it's unfair. How is it unfair? Pei Wenxuan was in a good mood and felt that Li Rong seemed to be cute in everything he did. Li Rong frowned. Why do I have to give birth to a child with your surname? Why can't he be called Li Baobao? Li Debao? Li Xing'an? Li Gigai? Pei Wenxuan listened to Li Rong's series of names and couldn't stop laughing. Li Rong, let me name our child. As for his surname. Pei Wenxuan kissed her. As long as you're happy. If I'm happy, then his surname will be Li. But. Li Rong looked at him suspiciously. Are you lying to me? You're your father's only son. If you take my surname, don't you care about your Pei family's bloodline? What bloodline? Pei Wenxuan rested his chin on Li Rong's shoulder. I didn't even have a child in my previous life. Now that I have you and a child, I'm content. Li Rong heard this and thought of Pei Wenxuan in her previous life. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Pei Wenxuan's neck and hugged him gently. Why don't you find someone else? It's not like I don't allow it. It's not like I haven't thought about it. Pei Wenxuan said. Li Rong immediately let go of him and pulled away. She stared at him and said, You've thought about it? Listen to me. Pei Wenxuan hurriedly said. At that time you were with Su Yongqing and I quarreled with you. We quarreled so much that you didn't even let me into the princess residence. Then you found someone else? No, I didn't. There was one time when I lost my temper and barged in. It just so happened that you and Su Yongqing were the only two people inside. Pei Wenxuan paused. In fact, Li Rong also knew what happened without him saying much. She couldn't blame Pei Wenxuan for the time being. Pei Wenxuan lowered his head and smiled bitterly. His voice became much softer. I stood at the door for a while. In fact, I knew in my heart that unless Su Yongqing died, we would never be able to turn back in this life. That night, someone arranged a banquet. I went and they gave me a singer. I thought that since you've left, I should leave too. Maybe I'll have someone else and have a child. Then, I'll be able to let go of you and leave and start a new life. Li Rong listened quietly and didn't say anything. Pei Wenxuan hugged her. When he thought of what happened back then, his heart felt a little sour. When we entered the room, that girl and I sat down. She sat on the side of the bed and lowered her head to wait for me. When I sat like that with her, I suddenly remembered that we sat like that on the night of our marriage. For a moment, I felt very disgusted. How did it become like this? I once thought that if I liked someone, I would like them for a lifetime. I couldn't do it. I fell in love with you. I fell in love with you. Since I couldn't get you, I wanted to find someone to start a family with. I felt that the longer I lived, the more disgusted I became. I didn't want it anymore. I asked that girl to leave and sat on the bed alone for the whole night. Later, I thought it through. If I could meet someone I liked, I would be together with her. If I couldn't, then forget it. What happened between you and me is ultimately my fault. I can't keep making mistakes. In the end, I didn't meet anyone my whole life. But maybe in my heart, there was always a little hope. I thought that I would wait. Maybe one day, you would come back. I couldn't cut off my own chance. Who knows? I won't have a chance in my life. Pei Wenchuan laughed. He raised his hand and pinched Li Rong's nose. Li Rong, you really ruined my life. Sigh, you've made me have mixed feelings. Li Rong sighed and seemed to be depressed. I'm sad for you. You don't have to, but you're happy for me. Li Rong turned her head and raised her hand to hug his neck and kiss him coquettishly. Brother Pei, you only belong to me for several lifetimes. Li Rong, you. Pei Wenchuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Li Rong looked up and stared at him. What's wrong with me? You're really likable. Pei Wenchuan's face was full of sincerity, but behind this sincerity, there was a hint of resentment as if he was being forced to confess. Li Rong leaned against him and giggled. After a long time, she whispered, Pei Wenchuan. Yes? Actually, back then, if you didn't quarrel with me all the time and told me that you liked me and waited for me, I might have changed my mind. Why would I say these things back then? Pei Wenchuan hugged her and sighed. These things, I thought about it later. Back then, I thought a lot. I thought that you wouldn't accept me. I thought that I did something wrong. When I thought that you wouldn't accept me, I didn't dare to like you. I told myself that I did all these things for various reasons. I hid these thoughts and refused to admit them, let alone talk to you. Li Rong didn't say anything. She listened quietly. Pei Wenchuan was 20 years old, Pei Wenchuan was 30 years old, Pei Wenchuan was 40 years old, Pei Wenchuan was 50 years old, and now Pei Wenchuan was a completely different person at different times. His current open-mindedness, transparency, tolerance, and beauty were all carved out after countless headbanging and bleeding against the wall. We're going to be parents. Li Rong's heart was a little sour. She couldn't help but hug Pei Wenchuan tightly and say something happy. Yes. Pei Wenchuan also knew that she wanted to change the topic of happiness. He followed her and lowered his head to kiss her hair. Our family's little Arong is also going to be a mother. Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong's voice was very soft. Is this really a new life? Pei Wenchuan listened to her question and knew that Li Rong was probably at the intersection of the two worlds. The intersection of the previous life and the current life. She couldn't forget the suffering of the previous life, but she clearly knew the beauty of this life. This new life came at the right time, too coincidental. It was like a silent warning, reminding this woman who was already unable to distinguish the boundaries in the chaos. This was a new world, a new life. The news of Li Rong's pregnancy was quickly known by Xianxia. The next day, Xianxia trotted to the door. Pei Wenchuan had just returned from the morning court when he saw Xianxia trotting all the way in the courtyard. He hurriedly went forward and raised his hand to stop Xianxia. Miss Xianxia, where are you going? Xianxia didn't seem to care, so he was a little flustered. Prince Consort? Xianxia saw Pei Wenchuan and called him his favorite title. He kept looking at Li Rong's room. I heard that I have a niece, so I hurried over. Where's His Highness? I want to see her quickly. How did you know? Pei Wenchuan frowned. He felt that the news was too fast. Xianxia hurriedly explained, it has nothing to do with others. I guessed it. Zhao Chongjiu and I discussed arranging for His Highness to leave the city. It's time to run for her life. She shouldn't go to Qingzhou and should be arranged nearby. The carriage should also have soft cushions to prevent shocks. You even put a pile of preserved plums and other things in the things you gave me. Do you think I'm stupid? She wasn't stupid. She was just too smart. Pei Wenchuan was speechless for a moment. Shang Guanya pushed him away and ran inside, happily shouting for Li Rong, His Highness. His Highness. I'm coming. Miss Shangguan, Pei Wenchuan saw Shang Guanya's excited expression and hurriedly ran inside, Don't touch His Highness. Although Pei Wenchuan called out respectfully, he had already made up his mind. If Shang Guanya dared to touch Li Rong, he would throw her out. Shang Guanya and Pei Wenchuan arrived at the door one after another. When they opened the door, they saw Li Rong sitting at the table. Although it was winter, the sun was out. Li Rong had a blanket draped over her body and was leaning against the window to bask in the sun. Jing Lan sat next to her and was showing Li Rong the style of underwear. Li Rong held a piece of underwear in her hand and held it up to see if it was suitable under the sun. Perhaps the morning sun itself was warm, but when it fell on Li Rong's body, it made this woman, who was used to being flamboyant, feel a bit gentle. Pei Wenchuan and Shang Guanya didn't dare to make a sound. They stood at the door in a daze for a moment before Li Rong turned her head and smiled gently at them, You're back? After Li Rong finished asking, she realized that Shang Guanya was also standing at the door. Unlike in her memory, Shang Guanya was very young and lively. She had a clear and clean aura that only belonged to young people. She didn't have any makeup on. In her previous life, Shang Guanya always had exquisite makeup on her face. Her behavior was elegant and steady, and she had the dignity that a palace official should have. Li Rong looked at her. After a long time, Shang Guanya smiled and walked in front of her, Your Highness, why didn't you tell me that you have a child? I thought I could be a godmother. Since you didn't say anything, did you not plan to let me be a godmother? Miss Shangguan has a noble status. Pei Wenchuan knew that Li Rong couldn't accept Shang Guanya at the moment, so he walked over to separate them and said with a smile, How can you be a godmother? You should have a child. Yourself. The child hasn't been born yet, but you're already so protective. Shang Guanya rolled her eyes, then she seemed to have a sudden realization, Oh, I know. There are too many people who want to be the godmother of Little Highness, so there has to be a competition. Come, Your Highness, let me see who wants to compete with me. Is there anything wrong with the Department of Investigation? Li Rong didn't want to talk nonsense with Shang Guanya. He put down his clothes and directly asked about official matters. When Shang Guanya heard Li Rong's words, she also became serious, Everything is done step by step. Don't worry. With me here, you can rest assured and take care of the baby. As she spoke, Shang Guanya sat beside Li Rong and leaned against Li Rong, Your Highness, are you injured? You two talk. Pei Wenchuan saw that the two of them were chatting, so he smiled and said, I'll go check on the medicine. Li Rong nodded and watched Pei Wenchuan leave. After Pei Wenchuan left, Li Rong politely replied, It's nothing serious. Your Highness, Shang Guanya frowned, Did something happen to you? Yes? I think, Shang Guanya thought for a while, you seem to have distanced yourself from me. I didn't offend you, did I? No, I'm just a little tired. As Li Rong spoke, she thought for a while and explained, There have been too many things happening recently, and I'm pregnant, Oh, I'm indeed tired. Shang Guanya didn't suspect anything. She nodded, took an apple, and chatted casually. Li Rong listened quietly. After listening for a while, Shang Guanya cut an apple for her. She shook her head and thanked him. Shang Guanya thought that she had a bad appetite during pregnancy, so she ate it herself. While eating, she talked about Lin Feibai's recent situation. Xie Chunhe was dead, Lin Feibai had soldiers and money, and he was going to be engaged to her. His status in the Xie family had risen, and now the Xie family basically listened to him. As for Xiao Su, the Xie family would stop her so that Li Rong could rest assured. Li Rong listened for a long time and was a little tired. Shang Guanya saw that Li Rong was tired, so she stopped and tucked Li Rong in. She got up and said, Okay, take care of the baby. I'm going to get busy. Li Rong nodded and Shang Guanya left happily. After Shang Guanya left, Pei Wenchuan finished brewing the medicine. He came back with the medicine and sat beside Li Rong. Watching Li Rong drink the medicine, he asked her with a smile, "Were you looking at the child's clothes just now?" "I had nothing to do." Li Rong finished drinking the medicine and smiled. Her smile was very faint and gentle. Pei Wenxuan looked at her and listened to her speak. "I just wanted to take a look. It's good to prepare early." "You don't even know if it's a boy or a girl and you're already preparing?" Pei Wenxuan took the bowl from her hand and put it down. Li Rong said simply, "I just need to prepare everything." "Your Highness is so heroic." Pei Wenxuan laughed at her. Li Rong lowered her head and laughed. Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Rong in front of him. Li Rong looked up and saw that Pei Wenxuan was looking at her without saying anything. She couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "Your Highness, are you tired of seeing Xianxia?" Pei Wenxuan asked directly. Li Rong thought for a while and said, "I can't say. I feel that she was pitiful, sad, and hateful in her previous life, but looking at her now, I feel that she doesn't seem to be from her previous life. Actually, Li Chuan is the same. You did so much in your previous life, but when you open your eyes, these people are not from your previous life. You can't even find a person to scold or say anything to." Li Rong raised her hand and placed it on her chest. "It's so suffocating." Pei Wenxuan thought for a while and said, "Then, why don't we catch all of them and give them a beating?" Li Rong listened to his words and couldn't help but laugh. "There's no need. After this, I'll leave Huajing and go to Qingzhou." Li Rong said with a blank look in her eyes, "I won't participate in the government anymore. I'll stay away from these disgusting things and spend more time with you and our child. When the time comes, we won't see each other in this life." Li Rong thought for a while and said, "It's probably nothing." Pei Wenxuan held her hand. He wanted to say something, but he stopped in. The end. Li Rong smiled and said, "What's wrong? You seem to want to say something." "Nothing. What do you want to eat tonight?" "I'll make it for you." "There's no need." Li Rong shook her head. "I'll make it for you." Since Li Rong said so, she really did it. In the next few days, it was rumored that Su Yongqing had contracted an illness and was recuperating in the Su clan. When she heard the news, she just nodded and didn't say anything. She rarely took the initiative to ask about government affairs. Every day, she acted like an ordinary woman. She looked at the children's clothes, arranged the furniture in the house, learned how to cook a pot of soup and stir-fry a dish. When Pei Wenxuan came home every day, he could see Li Rong directing people to get busy. He followed behind her and watched her do these things. Sometimes, he was curious. "Your Highness, why don't you ask what's going on in Huajing? Aren't you afraid that something will happen? Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor are in the hands of the heavens." Besides, Li Rong tilted her head and looked at him with a gentle smile, "Don't I still have you?" Although Li Rong said this, Pei Wenxuan knew that she often didn't sleep well at night. Sometimes, when Pei Wenxuan woke up, he would see her sitting at the table in a daze, holding the official documents sent by the inspection department. Every time he woke up and saw her in a daze, he would quietly look at her for a while. When he saw her stand up, he would close his eyes and pretend to be asleep. When Li Rong went to bed, he would reach out and hold her in his arms. He would silently rub against her without saying anything. After 6 or 7 days, there was still no news in Huajing. Everyone knew that the result of everything depended on the life and death of Li Qing and Prince Su's household. If Li Qing survived, then the Crown Prince and the Shangguan clan would not be able to clear their names. If Li Qing died, then the Crown Prince would definitely be the successor. However, the Shangguan clan would not be spared. Everyone waited for the answer for 7 days. On the 3rd day of November, it snowed heavily that night. Li Qing had a high fever that night. Consort Ro personally took care of him, but Li Qing still died from the fever. When the doctor announced Li Qing's death, Consort Ro's expression was very calm. She stared at the young man on the bed and said in a low voice, "My son can't be dead." The doctor lay on the ground and didn't dare to speak. Consort Ro's eyes were red, but her voice was very calm. "This quack is talking nonsense. Take him away and behead him." After saying this, the doctor cried out in fear. Consort Ro did not say a word. She glanced at the eunuch who had been following her the entire time. The eunuch understood and called for people to come in and take everyone out. People died quickly and disappeared quickly. When only Hua Lu and Consort Ro were left in the room, Hua Lu hurriedly knelt beside Consort Ro and said in a trembling voice, "Mother, what should we do? Chang'er is dead. What should we do?" Consort Ro didn't speak. Hua Lu raised his hand and held Consort Ro's hand. "Mother, don't be silent. Think of something. It's all your fault." Consort Ro finally couldn't take it anymore. Her emotions completely exploded and she slapped Hua Li's face. Hua Lu was slapped to the ground. He stared blankly at the usually gentle woman in front of him whose face was full of tears. Consort Ro pointed at him as if he was looking at an enemy and shouted, "You can't even kill a person. Now Li Chuan is alive, Li Rong is alive, but Chang'er is dead. It's all your fault, you piece of trash." "Mother?" Hua Lu said in disbelief. You're blaming me? It's your people." Hua Lu suddenly reacted. She shouted, "Your people didn't do their job well and you're blaming me?" Consort Ro sobered up a little after being scolded by her daughter. Her chest heaved violently as she glared at Hua Lu. She couldn't blame Hua Lu here. Li Qing was already dead and she was already in prison. If it weren't for the fact that she had to take care of Li Qing, she wouldn't have been released at all. Hua Lu was the only one who was still alive. When Li Chuan ascended the throne, he definitely wouldn't let her off. No, it should be that the entire Shao group wouldn't be let off. She couldn't escape this calamity. But she couldn't control herself. She was cornered. She had no other choice. Consort Ro tried hard to calm herself down, but she couldn't think of anything. At this moment, a servant called out from outside, "Consort Ro, Commander Shao is here." Consort Ro felt like she had been pardoned. She hurriedly said, "Quick, let Ah Ming in." Hua Lu quickly stood up when she heard that her uncle, Xiao Ming, was here. The mother and daughter duo covered Li Cheng's blanket and pretended that Li Cheng was still alive. After a while, Xiao Ming walked in with a young man. The young man was wearing a curtain and stood respectfully in place. His figure was very similar to Li Cheng's and was covered from top to bottom. Consort Ro couldn't help but frown when she saw that Xiao Ming had brought someone in. "Third brother, you're here tonight because, second sister, I heard that Chang'er's life is in danger. I was afraid that something might happen, so I brought Chang'er's substitute over." Consort Ro was stunned when she heard this. She hurriedly stood up and said, "Quick, let me see." As she spoke, she lifted the young man's hat and saw a face that was exactly the same as Li Cheng's. There was almost no difference between this face and Li Cheng's. Even the mole was in the same place. "This substitute was raised by you?" Consort Ro turned to look at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming nodded and said, "A year ago, when I was drinking with Su Yongqing, he inadvertently reminded me that His Majesty only has 2 princes. Our clan relies on Chang'er. If something were to happen to Chang'er, what would we do?" Coincidentally, he had a servant who looked very similar to Chang'er. I asked for that servant and taught him etiquette, how to speak, and how to act. I even prepared his voice and scars. On the day that Chang'er was injured, I came to take a look and forged a similar wound for him. Second sister, if Chang'er... I understand. Consort Ro raised her hand and interrupted Xiao Ming, "You can stay. If needed, I will use you." Xiao Ming acknowledged and left. After a few days, news finally came from Prince Su's residence. Prince Su was out of danger and was fine. Wen Chuan's words are reasonable. Pei Liming immediately answered Pei Wenchuan's question. He was originally a concubine and didn't get along well with Pei Lixian. Before Pei Lixian's death, he had been successful. After Pei Lixian's death, he had been suppressed by Pei Lixian. It wasn't until Pei Wenchuan and Li Rong's marriage that he was promoted from assistant minister to minister of justice. There were many people like this. As soon as Pei Liming opened his mouth, the clansman who had communicated with Pei Wenchuan stood up and explained the pros and cons. The Pei clan had long been tied to the crown prince. Ever since Pei Wenchuan tricked Consort Ro, he and Consort Ro were mortal enemies. If Li Qing ascended the throne, it would be a disaster for them. The Pei clan argued internally. After a long time, Pei Xianqing finally said, "Stop." Pei Lixian and Pei Wenchuan looked at Pei Xianqing at the same time. Pei Xianqing raised his turbid eyes. Wen Xuan, what will you do if the patriarch's order is not given to you today? Grandfather, the crown prince is my wife's younger brother. I can't leave. If Pei Wenxuan didn't leave, the Pei clan would be implicated regardless of the crown prince's victory. Then, how confident are you? Pei Xianqing stared at Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan chuckled. Grandfather, Prince Su is dead. What about the one in the palace? It's fake. Pei Wenxuan's voice was very soft. I'm not the only one who knows about this. They can't hide it for long. Grandfather, how confident do you think the crown prince will be? Pei Xianqing was silent. After a long time, he smiled. Your father was like this back then. As he spoke, he turned to look at the crowd. What do you think? I think Wenxuan is right. The crowd spoke in unison. There were some voices that spoke for Pei Lixian, but they were all drowned out. Pei Xianqing nodded and turned to Pei Lixian. Give him the patriarch's order and the storehouse key. Father. Pei Lixian started to panic. He's just a child, I'm not a child anymore. Pei Xuanqing's voice became heavy. This is not his decision, it is mine. Give him the patriarch's token. Pei Lixian pursed his lips. Seeing Pei Lixian's defiance, Pei Xianqing slammed the table and shouted, Give it to him. Pei Lixian did not speak and the atmosphere became tense. Pei Xianqing frowned. Second brother. Father, I cannot watch him follow in his father's footsteps. The Pei family cannot participate in this matter. We should capture Pei Wenxuan immediately and send him to the palace. Men. Pei Lixian shouted, and a group of guards with swords broke through the door and rushed in, surrounding the entire ancestral hall. Pei Liming's expression turned cold. Pei Lixian, what are you doing attacking the ancestral hall? I'm just taking care of my unfilial descendants. Pei Wenxuan, you have committed treason and attempted to rebel. Today, I will place righteousness above family and execute you on the spot. Let's see how His Majesty will judge you. Today, no one is allowed to move. Pei Lixian raised his hand and waved it. His expression was cold. Otherwise, you will be regarded as an accomplice and convicted of treason. When everyone present heard this, their expressions turned ugly. Pei Wenxuan, on the other hand, smiled as he found a seat in the hall and sat down calmly. Tong Yi poured tea for him. He smiled at Pei Xianqing and said, Grandfather, second uncle used a knife in front of the ancestral hall. Can Wenxuan help grandfather resolve his worries? Pei Xianqing hesitated for a moment and nodded. Pei Lixian sneered. Grasshopper after autumn, what are you pretending to be calm for? Men, take him down. Pei Wenxuan smiled and did not speak. He calmly served the tea. The guards in the courtyard rushed towards Pei Wenxuan with swords. At that moment, arrows fell from all directions like rain and the guards in front of the ancestral hall were killed instantly. The blood of the guard closest to Pei Lixian splashed onto Pei Lixian's face, forcing him to close his eyes. Then, shouts of killing could be heard from outside the door. Everyone stood in front of the ancestral hall with pale faces and did not dare to speak. Only Pei Wenxuan leisurely sat in his original position, smelling the aroma and sipping the tea. In the end, he raised his head and looked at Pei Wenxuan. Second uncle, sit and wait. There is still a long way to go when we reach the Yellow Springs. As he spoke, he lifted the lid of his teacup and smiled. Don't tire yourself out. Pei Lixian's face was pale and he did not speak. After waiting for a long time, the courtyard finally quieted down. Zhao Chongjiu entered and knelt in front of Pei Wenxuan. Darren, the guilty officials have been executed. There are a total of 142 people. Darren, please count. Pei Wenxuan nodded and glanced at Dong Yi beside him. Dong Yi brought a cup of prepared wine to Pei Lixian and said respectfully, Second master, please. Pei Lixian looked at the poisoned wine in front of him. Pei Wenxuan smiled. Second uncle, this cup of wine is Wenxuan's goodwill. If you don't want to drink, then drink it. It's better if you drink it yourself. It's more dignified. Pei Lixian's hands trembled slightly. Before he could speak, a few screams came from the crowd. Several Pei family members who had followed him in the past were dragged out. blood splattered everywhere. Pei Lixian's face was pale. Pei Wenchuan stood up and raised the cup. Second uncle. His voice was very soft. My father drank that cup of wine. You should drink this cup too. Hearing this, Pei Lixian looked up at him. After a long time, he trembled and said, Wolf cub, if you don't drink. Pei Wenchuan's voice was very soft. You won't be the only one drinking. Hearing this, Pei Lixian finally compromised. He took a deep breath and drank the wine in one gulp. Then, he turned around and rushed out of the hall. Pei Wenchuan shouted, Wait. Pei Lixian stopped in his tracks. Pei Wenchuan raised his hand. The patriarch's order. Pei Lixian didn't move. He felt pain. His lungs were hurting. Pei Wenchuan personally went forward and took the patriarch's order from his waist. As soon as he took it, Pei Wenchuan spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Blood splattered on Pei Wenchuan's body. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood off his fair face. Then, he turned around and directly ordered, Gather all the Pei family soldiers. Pei Xiaofeng, order the city guards to wait in the South City. While the Pei family was in a mess, there was an extra kind of peace in the Su residence. Su Yongqing stepped into Su Mingji's bedroom. Su Mingji was practicing calligraphy. Su Yongqing entered the room and knelt down properly. Father. Do you know why I called you here? Su. Mingji didn't look up. The tip of the brush slowly drew a line on the paper. Su Yongqing's voice was very soft. I know. Your eldest brother told me about your situation. You've always been a child who knows how to act appropriately. I don't understand. Su Mingji looked up at Su Yongqing. How can you not be as sensible as your eldest brother? Su Yongqing didn't move. Su Mingji saw that he didn't look remorseful. He frowned. The crown prince is the eldest legitimate son in the palace. He's the legitimate heir. His character and bearing are impeccable. What's Consort Ro's background? What's Prince Su's character? What are you doing? Previously, when you argued with Pei Wenchuan in the imperial court, I already felt that something was wrong. But I thought you were. Su Mingji pursed her lips and threw the brush aside. She only said, young and impulsive. I know your feelings for Her Highness Ping Le, but she's already married. What are you doing now? Father? Su Yongqing looked up blankly. He didn't know that his feelings were known by his family. Su Mingji seemed to feel guilty. She lowered her voice. You've been in the academy for 3 years. Every year, when Her Highness Ping Le is present, you have to specially dress up. Every time you enter the palace, as long as Her Highness Ping Le is present, you have to specially dress up. Rongqing, I'm your father. No one knows my son better than me. You and Her Highness aren't suitable. I also thought that you wouldn't do anything out of line, so I didn't remind you. But what's wrong with you? Now, I don't understand you. It's me who has let you down. Su Yongqing took a deep breath. It's just that I think that Li Chuan is indeed not suitable to be the emperor. Then Prince Su is suitable? Su Mingji saw that Su Yongqing wasn't willing to compromise. She couldn't help but feel angry. How can there be a completely suitable monarch? The monarch is the national weapon. It's not about strength, but about stability. But he's not stable. Su Yongqing's expression was calm. Father, actually, Her Highness Ping Le's actions were all ordered by the Crown Prince. Even when Consort Ro proposed the tax reform, it was actually a trap set by the Crown Prince for Consort Ro. Father, I agree with what you said. The monarch is stable, and the ministers are talented. Although Prince Su's character isn't good and his background isn't upright, he can't make any waves. But what about the Crown Prince? Su Yongqing looked up at Su Mingji. The Crown Prince hasn't ascended the throne yet, but he's already turned the court upside down. If he ascends the throne, how can you control him? That's not something you should worry about. Su Mingji shouted in a low voice. As she spoke, Su Rongwo walked in from outside the courtyard. He heard the argument inside, so he quietly went to the back window and hid there to watch Su Yongqing and Su Mingji talk. Although he sued Su Yongqing, he was also worried that Su Yongqing would be beaten to death by Su Mingji. He knew that Su Mingji was strict with Su Yongqing since he was young. This strictness was partly because he, as the eldest son, was afraid that the youngest son would repeat the same mistakes. Therefore, Su Ronghua always felt a little guilty towards Su Yongqing. He secretly listened to their conversation from the window and waited for Su Mingji to stop them. After Su Mingji finished scolding Su Yongqing, he was so angry that he reached out to take the tea beside him. Before he touched the teacup, he heard Su Yongqing say, "I want to help Li Qing ascend the throne." "What did you say?" Su Mingji suddenly turned around and his clothes knocked over the teacup. Su Yongqing stood up and poured tea for Su Mingji. As he poured tea, he said, "Ask for my father's opinion." "I will never agree." Su Mingji was so angry that he didn't want to say anything more. He pointed at the door and said, "Go and receive your punishment. Don't even think about it." Then Su Yongqing held the tea and knelt in front of Su Mingji. He raised the tea over his head and said, "I won't think about it anymore. Father, please don't be angry." Su Mingji looked at Su Yongqing and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he softened his attitude and raised the teacup. He took a sip and said slowly, "It's good that you understand. Rongqing, no matter what, His Highness is the king and we are his subjects. As long as His Highness doesn't do anything that goes against the heavens." Su Mingji's tongue stiffened as he said that. He felt that the surroundings gradually darkened. "Rongqing?" Su Mingji was a little panicked. Su Yongqing quickly stood up and held him. "Father. Why can't I see?" Su Mingji panicked. "Quick, call the doctor." As he spoke, he gradually couldn't hear the surroundings. Su Yongqing held Su Mingji and said, "Father?" Su Ronghua was hiding outside the window. At this moment, he already realized that something was wrong. He faintly heard footsteps outside. He held his breath and retreated to the woods behind the rockery. Su Yongqing helped Su Mingji to the bed. When Su Mingji fell on the bed, he couldn't speak at all. "Father." Su Yongqing raised his hand and tucked him in. His voice was gentle. "Rest for a while. I will come back when I'm done." After saying that, Su Yongqing's face instantly turned cold. He raised his hand and took the master's order from Su Mingji. He stood up and walked out. As soon as he walked out, he saw that the long corridor in the courtyard was filled with his men. "Guard the inner yard. Don't let anyone get close. Father is seriously ill. I will take over as the master of the Su clan." Su Yongqing hung the master's order on his waist. "Find the first young master and ground him. Arrange for the rest of the family members to leave Huajing in batches. Tell the Su clan to gather the troops. The city guards will stay at the south gate. Go to the Heaven's Gate and inform Su Ping that there is a change in Huajing. Bring 8,000 elite soldiers." With that said, Su Yongqing stepped out. When the footsteps faded away, Su Ronghua found a chance and rushed out. He went along the wall to a place where there was no one and reached the dog hole in the backyard of the Su mansion. He took a deep breath. Finally, he bent down and went out with a head full of dog fur. The commotion caused by the Su family and the Pei family being locked up was like 2 drops of water falling into the sea in Huajing. It didn't cause any ripples. But some people with keen senses noticed that something was wrong. In the afternoon, the number of people leaving the city suddenly increased. At the same time, people from the palace arrived at the crown prince's residence with the imperial edict. Li Chuan had already finished washing up. He knelt in front of the bed and looked at the sword in front of him without saying a word. Fu Lai led the people into the crown prince's residence. At the door, he said respectfully, "Your Highness, His Majesty invites you in." Li Chuan raised his head and looked at Fu Lai coldly. Fu Lai didn't change his expression. After a long time, Li Chuan picked up the sword and walked out of the room. "Let's go." Li Chuan got into the carriage. Zhao Chongjiu had also returned to the princess residence and led Li Rong to the carriage. Li Rong sat in the carriage and looked around. He noticed that the atmosphere on the street was strange. More people were going to the city gate. There were still some beggars on the road. They watched Li Rong's carriage pass by and then looked away. Li Rong knew that these were Pei Wenchuan's eyes and ears. Pei Wenchuan's ability to gather information was his foundation. Li Rong looked at the people on the street and watched them frown as they ran away. She suddenly remembered that Pei Wenxuan and Li Chuan had mentioned the north. She turned her head and looked at Zhao Chongjiu. Chongjiu. Your Highness. Zhao Chongjiu thought that she had something to say and immediately called out. Li Rong thought for a moment. I remember that you're from the northwest. Yes, Zhao Chongjiu said respectfully. I'm from Suzhou in the northwest. Look at the people in the northwest. Before the war, were they the same as the people here in Huajing? Li Rong looked at the people on the street. Zhao Chongjiu laughed. Li Rong looked back and was puzzled. What are you laughing at? Your Highness, Zhao Chongjiu lowered his head. The army in the north is good at surprise attacks and cavalry. Before the war, the people don't know. They suddenly attack the city at night. Either they can't take it and everyone runs away, or they attack it. There's no time to think too much. Zhao Chongjiu lifted the curtain and looked at the people on the street who were going to the city gate. These people were the alert people who heard the news because of the strange movements of the city guards. Zhao Chongjiu looked at them. Look at them. There's even someone who tipped them off. There's no such thing in the northwest. When they wake up, they might lose their heads. This is considered good. If they're unlucky, they'll encounter a desperate resistance and be broken through. If the defending general doesn't have time to organize an evacuation, that's the worst. Li Rong didn't dare to ask what kind of miserable situation it was. She sat in the carriage and looked down at the people around her for the first time. The carriage left from the southern city gate, where the Pei family's garrison was. When Li Rong left the city, she looked back and saw the city walls that had weathered the wind and rain standing in place. It was like a person watching her leave. She was about to leave this place. Leave this place where she had lived for 50 years. Leave the power she was passionate about, the court she had fought for her whole life. She was in a trance. She didn't know why, but she suddenly understood. A hero's sword was broken, and a beauty's sorrow was in her twilight years. She couldn't think about her life after going to Qingzhou. With every step the carriage took, she felt a rope pulling at her heart. She suddenly started to struggle. She suddenly wanted to give it a try. Could she have done a better job? She wanted feelings, and she wanted power. She wanted both. Was there a superior who could hold the heart of an ordinary person and stand in an invincible position? She watched as the two words Huajing became more and more blurred. At this moment, the sound of fighting suddenly came from within Huajing. The sound shook the heavens. Then, all of Huajing seemed to be boiling water. Screams and shouts came quickly. Li Rong's hand clasped the side of the carriage. She stared at the battlefield that had belonged to her for 50 years. In the palace of Huajing, soldiers were fighting. Li Chuan stood in front of the palace gate with his sword. He watched as the gate slowly opened. He looked coldly at the hall that stretched all the way to the end of the gate and shouted, "Evil concubine Xiaoshi, seducing the emperor, causing chaos in the court, and mixing up the royal bloodline. Her crimes are punishable by death. Today, I have taken the emperor hostage. I have been asked by the emperor to enter the palace to clean up the emperor's side and protect the emperor's safety. Those who obstruct," Li Chuan raised his hand and pulled out his sword. He stood in front of the palace gate, "will be beheaded." After he finished speaking, the soldiers entered the palace like a tide. Li Chuan raised his sword and quickly entered the palace. Li Rong heard the commotion in the distance. She didn't dare to look anymore. Just as she was about to put down the curtain, she saw a young girl riding a horse galloping out of the city and towards her. "Stop." Xianxia didn't dare to call out Li Rong's name. She shouted at the carriage in front of her, "Stop." Li Rong heard Xianxia's voice and immediately stopped the carriage, "Stop." As soon as the carriage stopped, Xianxia stopped in front of Li Rong. She was panting heavily. Li Rong saw her expression and knew something was wrong. "What's wrong?" "Su Ronghua just came to find me. He said that Su Yongqing rebelled. He took control of the Su family. The Su clan and the other aristocratic families joined forces with Consort Rou and transferred 10,000 elite soldiers from Tianzhou Pass." "Then has he made a move now?" Li Rong immediately asked. Xianxia shook her head, "No. If he didn't make a move now, then Su Yongqing was waiting for Li Chuan. Once Li Chuan really killed Li Ming, then Su Yongqing could justifiably kill Li Chuan. If the aristocratic families in the city joined forces with him, then Su Yongqing had close to 10,000 soldiers in Huajing city alone. Tonight, they transferred soldiers from Huajing's borders. The Wang clan and Su clan could arrive in Huajing tomorrow with 20,000 soldiers. If Li Chuan killed Li Ming, then with only 10,000 soldiers, they would lose without a doubt. If Li Chuan didn't kill Li Ming, then there was only one path left. Agree with Li Ming to wipe out the Shangguan clan, then join forces with Li Ming. There was still a chance of victory. Your Highness, Shangguanya looked at Li Rong, what should we do now? Your Highness, please make a decision. Make a decision? How to make a decision? Su Yongqing didn't make a move because he thought they didn't know his plan. Otherwise, Su Yongqing could ambush Li Chuan from behind and cooperate with Li Ming. Li Chuan would definitely lose, and Pei Wenxuan, who participated in the rebellion, would also have no chance of survival. If she left now, she could still return to Qingzhou. Perhaps Su Yongqing would follow the agreement and give her a way out. If she went back now, she would just watch them die. When the word die flashed across her mind, she suddenly remembered the question Pei Wenxuan asked her. If I die today, what will happen to your Highness? What will happen? She thought that this was something that would never happen, but at this moment, she clearly realized that this was not something that would never happen. If Pei Wenxuan died, Li Rong closed his eyes. Go back. She said in a hoarse voice, I will go to the palace to pick up His Highness the Crown Prince. Don't alarm anyone. I will stay in the palace and continue to command the attack. Zhao Chongjiu, go tell Pei Wenxuan that something happened to me on the way here. Tell him to save me, then send as many people from the Shangguan clan and the Pei clan out of the city. Ah yeah, you also leave Huajing. Li Rong raised his eyes and looked at Shangguanya, preserve your strength. As long as the crown prince doesn't die, when Sun Quan arrives, immediately attack the city. Shangguanya looked at Li Rong. After a long time, she asked, what about you? I have to stay in the palace. Li Rong looked at her. Without anyone to command, Su Yongqing will soon discover that Chuaner is gone. Moreover, even if I am discovered, I can delay Su Yongqing for a while. Shangguanya did not speak. Li Rong pushed her, hurry up, leave immediately. Shangguanya took a deep breath and nodded, yes. After that, Shangguanya rode her horse and left. Li Rong sat back in his seat. She closed her eyes and said calmly, let's go back. They did not go far. The carriage brought Li Rong into the city. When she came out, she was at a loss. But at this moment, the carriage drove back to Huajing and took her to the battlefield. She had a strange kind of calmness. Her carriage passed through the completely chaotic long street and came to the palace gate. When she parted with Zhao Chongjiu, she handed the letter on the carriage to Zhao Chongjiu, take Prince Consort far away and then give the letter to him. Zhao Chongjiu accepted the order and quickly retreated. Pei Wenxuan led the people of the Pei family and the inspectorate to guard outside the palace. Zhao Chongjiu found Pei Wenxuan. When Pei Wenxuan saw Zhao Chongjiu, he was a little surprised. Why are you here? Where is His Highness? Something happened to His Highness. Zhao Chongjiu lowered his voice and looked very anxious. He is in the inn outside the city. Prince Consort, His Highness wants you to go immediately. After Zhao Chongjiu finished speaking, he showed Li Rong's token. When Pei Wenxuan saw the token, he panicked. He looked at the palace and then at the token in his hand. Zhao Chongjiu immediately said, Baron, make a decision quickly. If it is too late, Pei Ming. Pei Wenxuan called Pei Ming. Pei Ming came forward, eldest young master. You stay here first. I will go out of the city and be back soon. After Pei Wenxuan finished speaking, he counted a group of top experts and led them out of the city with Zhao Chongjiu. Pei Wenxuan rushed out of the city. Li Rong, wearing a fox fur coat and holding a stove, walked step by step into the palace. Inside the bedchamber, Li Ming was lying on the bed, looking at Li Chuan who was standing in front of him with a sword in his hand. Shen originally wanted to give you a choice. Li Ming's face was a bit weak. Who would have thought that you didn't even want a choice and directly gave Zhen the result? Li Chuan, do you know what kind of infamy you will bear in the annals of history if you kill Zhen? I don't care if I am infamy or not. Li Chuan's expression was very indifferent. Li Ming sneered, you are not even afraid of being infamy. It seems that you are really a disloyal and unrighteous bastard. Have you gone crazy thinking about the throne? Oh, that's not right. Li Ming seemed to suddenly think of something. It is not you who has gone crazy. It is your imperial mother, your elder sister, and the Shangguan family. Li Ming raised his hand and clapped. As if he had guessed something, he raised his hand and pointed at him. They have gone crazy thinking about it. Imperial father, Li Chuan heard Li Ming's words and seemed to be a bit sad. I don't understand. What don't you understand? Why can't you accept me? What time is it? Li Ming seemed to find it funny. You actually asked Zhen this kind of question. Chuaner, Li Ming sighed, who taught you to be so naive? It is not that Zhen doesn't accept you. You are Zhen's child. Zhen raised you with one hand. Zhen doesn't accept your mother. While the two were talking, Shang Guanyu pushed open the door and entered. Li Ming looked up and saw the woman walking into the room. He didn't stop talking and listened to Shang Guanyu. The Shangguan clan wants too much. They treat my Li family as a puppet and try to use marriage to rule the world with my Li family. They have no feelings in their hearts. Do you think that your mother loves you? Does the Shangguan clan treat you as a family member? No, Li Chuan. Li Ming laughed, you are a chess piece of the Shangguan clan. A tool they use to rule Xia. Shang Guanyu listened to Li Ming's words and walked step by step to Li Chuan's back. She looked very calm as she looked at the man on the bed. He was old. The smell of decay hovered around him. He didn't look like the young man who used to fly kites and repair the northern Yan pagoda with her. She looked at him with pity. This kind of gaze angered Li Ming. He shouted, what are you looking at? I'm looking at you for the last time, Li Ming. Shang Guanyu's tone was very calm, you are old. After Shang Guanyu finished speaking, she turned to look at Li Chuan, what are you waiting for? Let's do it. Li Chuan held his sword and didn't move. Shang Guanyu frowned, Li Chuan. There are so many people waiting for you outside. If you delay your ascension, there will be changes. Hurry. Li Chuan lowered his head. Shang Guanyu took a soft pillow from the side and handed it to Li Chuan, hurry. You can't use swords. It's too obvious. Go and suffocate him. Li Chuan raised his head and looked at Shang Guanyu in front of him, Mother, Shang Guanyu, he is my son. Li Ming saw the confrontation between Li Chuan and Shang Guanyu and became happy. Do you think that patricide is so simple? Didn't I treat him well? I carried him and taught him to write. When he was hungry, I took him to the kitchen in the middle of the night to cook. You punished him to write and I helped him copy. Li Ming talked about Li Chuan's childhood. At that time, the conflict between him and the Shangguan clan was not so severe. He and Shang Guanyu were still a loving couple. The northern Yan pagoda had not been repaired and he was still a big child. He would pull Li Chuan and let Li Rong sit on his shoulders to play. He wanted to provoke Shang Guanyu and Li Chuan, but as he spoke, his voice became hoarse. The bedroom was silent for a moment. Shang Guanyu's eyes were red, you're not going to do it? As she spoke, Shang Guanyu suddenly drew her sword, I'll do it. Mother! Li Chuan saw Shang Guanyu rushing over with her sword and hugged Shang Guanyu. Wait, what are you waiting for? Shang Guanyu turned around and slapped Li Chuan, you're so indecisive. How can you be the crown prince? How can you be the emperor? Kill him. Shang Guanyu placed the sword in Li Chuan's hand, kill him. Have you forgotten how he usually treats you? He treats Li Qing so well, but only a little better to you. Don't you want to kill him? As Shang Guanyu spoke, she pulled Li Chuan forward. Li Chuan's sword was trembling. Shang Guanyu forced him to do it. Kill him. Shang Guanyu shed tears, as if she had given up all her madness, kill him and everything will be over. You will be the emperor. The world will be yours. You're the crown prince. Don't be so weak. It's just killing a person. Killing a father who doesn't treat you well. Why are you hesitating? The tip of the sword inched closer and closer to the old man on the bed. Outside the palace, Li Rong walked up the stairs step by step. Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch Li Ming's neck, Li Rong pushed the door open and entered. The cold wind blew into the room. The three of them turned around and saw Li Rong standing at the door, dressed in a black robe with golden threads and a pure white fox fur coat. She held a heater in her hands and stood there, quietly watching them. Li Chuan looked at her in disbelief. Tears quickly welled up in his eyes. Li Rong looked at Li Chuan. For a moment, she felt as if she had returned to many years ago. Standing at the intersection of fate, she had a chance to correct her mistakes. Put down the sword, she said softly. Chuaner, come here. End of chapter 166. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.